Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4pp Chapter 116 Redfield vs Kong. The Marine Ensign, leading the team, clashed his boots together with a resounding clang. Veins bulged beneath his navy blue cap. His eyes fixed on Redfield in the shadows, his voice filled with authority and vigilance. Who are you? Why are you here at Marineford, the Marine headquarters? The soldiers behind him raised their rifles in unison, with the black muzzles pointed at Redfield. Their arms formed a cold, hard steel jungle, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Redfield slowly raised his head, his face showing no sign of answering, but instead a hint of sternness flashed across his face. In that case, I'll take it out on you first. Before he finished speaking, 3 blood-red sword energies suddenly shot out from the bat umbrella in his hand. The sharp sword energy, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, cleverly bypassed the gaps in the soldiers' shields and pierced straight into the crowd. In an instant, shrill screams and the crackling sound of broken bones were intertwined. More than a dozen soldiers fell to the ground without even having time to make a sound. The recruits in the back row had never seen such a bloody scene before. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. The rifles in their hands dropped to the ground with a clang. They turned around and ran madly towards the edge of the square, even their steps became staggering. More patrols poured in from the east and west sides of the square, soldiers holding shields and rifles, trying to surround Redfield. But Redfield just sneered, turned his body slightly, and swung the bat umbrella in his hand again. Several sword energies swept out, and the patrolmen who rushed over had no time to react and were scattered in the sword energy. Redfield glanced at the wounded on the ground and frowned slightly. He knew very well that this was the Marine headquarters and any delay would only attract more reinforcements, which was not a solution. So, he took advantage of the chaos and moved between the buildings in the square, and soon found a remote corner of the Marine headquarters. It was an abandoned storage room with a door covered in rust, perfect for hiding one's body. He pushed the door open and slipped in, leaning against the cold wall. He closed his eyes and began to adjust his breathing, intending to recover his strength first and then look for an opportunity to leave this dangerous place. But the carnage he had just caused was too tragic. The deaths of so many Marine soldiers eventually attracted the high attention of the Marine headquarters. Not long after, a shrill alarm sounded over Marineford. A large number of Marine soldiers, armed with weapons, began a carpet search in the headquarters. Footsteps and shouts came from all directions, getting closer and closer. However, Redfield's terrifying observation hockey came into play at this moment. He could clearly sense the soldiers' positions and thoughts. Every time when the soldiers were about to search the storage room, he could predict it in advance. Taking advantage of the time when the soldiers turned around, they quietly moved to another hidden place, avoiding searches again and again. The Marine soldiers searched for a full hour, turning the nearby buildings upside down, but still couldn't find any trace of him. They could only stamp their feet anxiously on the spot. Just as Redfield was leaning against the attic of a clock tower, feeling that his strength had almost recovered, and was about to open the window and fly away, a roar like thunder suddenly came from below. Redfield, you're so bold. You actually dared to act wildly in my Marine headquarters. Redfield slowly lowered his head and saw the man standing at the top of the 50 steps, a pure white cloak of justice, fluttering in the sea breeze. Although he is nearly 70 years old, his muscle lines are as hard as granite, and there is no sign of erosion by time. His silver hair was carefully combed into an angular bun, with every strand standing straight. The lines of his wrinkled face were cold and resolute, but his deep eyes still burned with unquenchable fighting spirit and majesty. The person who came was the current Marine Marshal, Kong. Coincidentally, this day coincided with the time when the high-end combat forces of the Marine headquarters, both Admiral and Elite Vice Admiral, were ordered to go out on important missions. In the huge Marineford, only Marshal Kong is left at the center to coordinate the overall situation. No one expected that during this window period, Redfield inexplicably appeared in Marineford. It's Kong. Redfield extended his tongue and licked his lips gently. The scarlet bloodline was particularly glaring between his pale lips and teeth. Are you trying to stop me from leaving, old man? You killed 56 of my Marines. Kong slowly unbuttoned his cloak and threw the heavy cape to the adjutant behind him, revealing the tight black combat uniform underneath. He slowly clenched his fists, and the armament hockey wrapped around his fists instantly glowed with a rich, inky black luster. You actually want to leave peacefully? Do you think my Marine headquarters is just a decoration? Before he finished speaking, his figure had left a faint afterimage on the spot. The moment Shave was activated, his speed reached ultimate, almost turning into a white lightning, and with an iron fist carrying 1,000 pounds of force, he rushed to Redfield's face. The wind from the fist whistled and made Redfield's cloak flutter. Fortunately, Redfield, whose strength has returned to its peak, had anticipated this and could clearly sense the power fluctuations in Kong's fist. He suddenly twisted his waist and, relying on his ultimate agility, moved 3 meters to the side. Kong's fist grazed the tip of his nose and slammed hard into the wall of the clock tower behind him. With a loud bang, a huge hole was instantly smashed into the solid stone wall, with debris flying everywhere and smoke and dust filling the air. Even though Kong had mastered the Marine 6 styles to perfection, with every move and form precise and swift, he still couldn't reach Redfield. Redfield would sometimes leap up, sometimes glide on the ground, always avoiding Kong's attacks at the critical moment, and occasionally launching a counterattack when there was an opening. The two figures fought back and forth in the square, and the fight was difficult to resolve. After 2 hours of fierce fighting, the originally neat square had already turned into ruins. Broken rifle parts were scattered on the ground, broken tiles were mixed with stones, the blue-gray slate was pitted, and there were traces of battle everywhere. Kong's breathing gradually became heavy, his chest heaving violently, beads of sweat oozing from his temples slid down his cheeks and hit the blood-stained ground, creating tiny blood flowers. After all, time is merciless. Long-term high-intensity fighting caused his physical strength to quickly drain away, and his punching speed also obviously slowed down. His originally fierce attacks gradually became a little slow. Redfield keenly seized this fleeting flaw. The bat umbrella in his hand suddenly spun, and the sword blade at the umbrella handle slid out with a swish. The silver sword body, with a spiral airflow, pierced Kong's right shoulder rapidly. Chapter 117. Another achievement of Double Row King, Garp. Kong subconsciously protected his shoulders with armament hockey. However, Redfield's sword blade was so sharp that it pierced the inky black hockey shield into pieces. With a whoosh, the sword blade pierced Kong's right shoulder accurately. Blood continued to drip down the silver sword, splashing blood flowers on the ground. Redfield was leaning on his umbrella sword, his body swaying slightly, his chest heaving, and his heavy breathing was particularly clear in the empty square. This victory did not come easily. Kong's knee strike with Conqueror's hockey still caused a dull pain in his ribs. Every breath pulled on the wound, causing waves of stinging pain. The strength of this veteran top fighter far exceeded his expectations. Now most of his physical strength has been consumed, and he can't stay here for too long. Don't come over here. Evacuate immediately. Kong covered his bleeding wound, roared in pain, and stretched out his hand to stop the guards who were swarming over from a distance. He knew too well the strength of the Red Earl in front of him, and knew that if these young soldiers rushed forward, they would only become meaningless cannon fodder. Rather than sacrificing them in vain, it is better to let them evacuate first and then think of other countermeasures. Just as Redfield adjusted his breathing and was about to jump up and leave the square, a familiar figure suddenly rushed over from the direction of the distant port. Garp, having completed his mission, returned to the Marine headquarters. As soon as he landed, he saw the tragic scene in the square and Redfield standing in the ruins. Redfield! Garp roared, his body accelerated, and his fist smashed straight towards Redfield with a whistling sound. Redfield, who was already exhausted, had no time to dodge and could only barely raise the umbrella sword in his hand to block. With a loud clang, the fist and the sword blade collided, and a huge force instantly came from the sword blade. Redfield's arms were shaking violently, and he took 7 or 8 steps back before he could barely steady himself. There was a numbing pain in the base of his thumb, and even the delicate bat carving on the umbrella sword made a slight, crunching sound under the impact of the huge force. A 3-hour chase ensued, with the battlefield extending from the square to the port, and then from the port to the training ground of the Marine headquarters. Garp was like a tireless tiger, punching like raindrops, each punch carrying a devastating force, forcing Redfield to dodge continuously, leaving him no chance to fight back. Redfield's physical strength was constantly being consumed. His steps became heavier and heavier, and he gradually developed more wounds on his body, with blood staining his dark red cloak. When Redfield's last bit of strength was completely exhausted, Garp grabbed his ankle and threw him towards the iron cage in the distance. With a clang, the iron prison door was locked. The crisp sound of the lock was particularly harsh in the quiet morning. The legendary pirates, the Red Earl Redfield, who once terrified countless people, was finally imprisoned in the 6th floor of Impel Down, the prison where the most vicious criminals in the world were held. And the Double King, Garp, has added another impressive record to his record of achievements that is enough to shock the world. 2 days later, in the morning, a gentle breeze blew across the deck of the Defu. Shirou leaned against the side of the ship, holding a newspaper he had just collected from the newsbird. He gently stroked the paper with his fingertips, his eyes falling on the front page headline. The bold black words were particularly eye-catching. Red Earl, Redfield breaks into Marine headquarters and is captured by Marine hero Garp. The title took up most of the page, and next to it was a photo of Garp wearing a cloak of justice and smiling brightly. In stark contrast, in the corner was the blurry figure of Redfield being escorted by Marine soldiers. Shirou raised his eyebrows, a complex arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he muttered in a low voice. Looks like Garp got the credit. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his wrist lightly, and the newspaper drew an arc in the air and landed lightly on the deck next to him. Jinbei, who had been sitting nearby, looked up at the sound, stood up, bent down, and picked up the newspaper. He carefully scanned the fragmentary description of Redfield's fight with Marine in the report, his brows gradually furrowed, and then he let out a heavy sigh. This Red Earl was so powerful. Once he was as famous as Roger and Whitebeard on the sea. His reputation was well earned. It's a shame that he has ended up like this. If such a powerful person could become our comrade, it would provide us with more protection when sailing on this sea in the future. Hearing this, Shi Luo stood up from the side of the ship, turned around and looked at Jinbei, with a bit of inquiry in his eyes, and asked in a calm tone. Do you really want Redfield to join our German pirates? He knew that Jinbei always valued the strength and character of his partners, but he didn't expect that the other party would have such a high opinion of Redfield. Jinbei shook his head, folded the newspaper and put it aside, looking out at the boundless sea. The sea breeze blew up his clothes, and a trace of genuine regret flashed in his eyes.
Not really. I just think it's a shame that such a powerful person was imprisoned in that dark place called Impel Down, losing his freedom for the rest of his life.
After all, the Red Earl was not born to be a loner. He had seen the ugliness in too many people's hearts, betrayal, greed, hypocrisy, so he was completely disappointed with the word partner, and chose to be alone.
If he could understand us and see the true trust and support we have in the pirates, perhaps he would change his mind. After hearing this, Hiro subconsciously touched his chin with his fingers, and the scene of his previous fight with Redfield flashed through his mind. The opponent's fierce attack, arrogant eyes, and the loneliness hidden under the strength.
He pondered for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up, a confident smile appeared on his face, and he began to express his thoughts. What you said makes sense. In that case, as the captain, I will personally try to recruit him. Do you think? Jinbei suddenly turned his head to look at Shilo. His pupils contracted slightly, and he instantly understood the other party's intention. Shi Luo did not give Jinbei a chance to continue persuading him. Before he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only a faint afterimage. The sea breeze on the deck was still blowing, and Jinbei could even clearly hear the last words left by the other party. Jinbei, don't drive the boat away, wait for me to come back. The next second, Hiro appeared on the 6th underground floor of Impel Down, Eternal Hell. Chapter 118. The transaction with the Red Earl. It is dark and damp here, and the air is filled with a pungent smell of rust and blood. Behind the heavy iron doors are imprisoned extremely vicious criminals. At 2h a carat a plus, since he had been here before to meet Roger, Hiro knew the layout of the 6th underground floor very well. He avoided the patrolling jailers, cleverly shielded his own breath with the power of the meat glob fruit, moved between the cells with ease, and soon found the cell where Redfield was. Redfield at this moment was completely different from the previous battle at sea. He was tightly bound by several thick seastone chains, his limbs nailed to the cross in the middle of the cell, and he was hanging in a spread eagle position, unable to move. What was even more shocking was that 2 iron hooks, shining with a cold light, pierced directly through his scapula and were deeply embedded in the wooden structure of the cross. The dark red blood had already solidified on the iron hooks and chains, dyeing the white prison uniform dark brown. Even so, the powerful aura around him had not completely dissipated, especially the sharp observation haki, which still covered the entire cell like an invisible radar. As soon as Hiro stepped into the cell, Redfield's eyes snapped open. Those were a pair of bloodshot but still sharp eyes. He slowly raised his head, his eyes fixed on Hiro, his voice hoarse but with unquestionable confirmation. It's you. Yes, it's me. Hiro walked to the cross, folded his hands over his chest, and spoke with a subtle hint of sarcasm. I never imagined that the Red Earl, who once dominated the seas, would end up like this, chained and nailed to a cross, unable to even move. This is much more miserable than when you were alone. It's all your fault. Redfield's face darkened instantly, his tone filled with suppressed anger. His chest rose and fell slightly due to his excitement, but he was completely unaware of the injury to his scapula. If you hadn't used the damn devil fruit ability to slap me away to Marineford, I wouldn't have been caught by that old guy Garp. Hearing this, Hiro couldn't help but sneer, and took a step forward to approach Redfield, with a bit of coldness in his eyes. Hey, stop talking nonsense here. It was you who came uninvited and boarded our German service first, and even tried to kidnap our little boy Robin and do whatever you want to us. Now that you've been reduced to this, you still have the nerve to blame others? It was you who started the conflict first. Redfield's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Even in this desperate situation, his eyes still held a hint of arrogance. Stop talking nonsense. Did you come all the way to Impel Down today just to stand here and mock me? He had already used his observation haki, which could see into people's hearts, to sense Hiro's innermost thoughts. The corners of Hiro's mouth twitched unnaturally, and he couldn't help but complain. I say, your observation haki is too scary. You even know what I'm thinking. If I really recruit you as my crew member, then as the captain, I won't have any secrets in front of you in the future, right? It really gives me a headache just thinking about it.
It is precisely because of this ability that I can see the ugliness deep within people's hearts.
Redfield's expression hardened, his eyes revealed a trace of deep disgust, and his tone was as cold as the seawater in winter. Partner, to me, this has always been a ridiculous term.
I was betrayed because I trusted my so-called partners. Don't waste your time here, I will never trust any partner. Shirou looked at the wariness and pain in his eyes, and his heart moved slightly. He paused, put away his previous teasing, and looked seriously at Redfield.
Redfield, let's make a deal. Redfield raised his eyebrows, with a hint of doubt in his eyes, but did not interrupt. I'll get you out of here, remove the restraints from you, and heal your injuries.
Hiro said word by word, with a firm tone. In exchange, you will stay in our German pirates group for a month. If after a month, you still feel that all your companions will betray you, and that our pirates group is not suitable for you, I will not force you, but will personally escort you off the ship and set you free. How about that?
What? Is it such a good thing? Redfield obviously didn't expect Hiro to put forward such a condition. He was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes were full of disbelief. After all, Impel Down is the nightmare of countless criminals. It is a luxury to be able to get out of here, not to mention that the other party has proposed such relaxed conditions. Don't worry, there are no strings attached, Shiro smiled, his tone very firm. He stretched out his hand, pointed at the chains on Redfield, and then pointed in the direction outside the cell. Now, the choice is yours. To stay in this dark and gloomy place for the rest of your life, chained up in iron chains, and slowly drained of your strength. Or will you please come with me, stay on our ship for a month, and see for yourself what a true companion is? You choose, I promise you, Redfield blurted out without hesitation. He longed for freedom too much. He was really curious about what kind of different experiences this pirate's captain who dared to rescue him from impelled down and put forward such strange conditions could bring him. Seeing that he agreed, Hiro didn't waste any words and immediately activated the hockey in his body, and pinky mission covered his palm. He walked to the cross, took hold of the seastone chains wrapped around Redfield with both hands, and pulled hard. With just a few crisp, crackling sounds, those extremely hard seastone chains were shattered like fragile branches. Even the 2 iron hooks that pierced his scapula broke under the power of emission. Then, Hiro stretched out his right hand, and the power of the meatball fruit condensed in his palm, forming a white transparent energy ball. He placed his hand gently on Redfield's shoulder and said softly, "Hold on, let's go." As soon as the words fell, the 2 figures disappeared in a burst of white light. The next second, he appeared steadily on the deck of the Defu. As soon as he returned to the ship, Hiro immediately activated his ability, and the fleshy ball in his palm emitted a soft light, covering Redfield's body. The wound on his scapula caused by the iron hook, the bruises caused by the chains, and the weakness caused by being suppressed by seastone for a long time all recovered quickly thanks to the healing ability of the meatball fruit. Redfield could clearly feel a warm force flowing through his body. His originally stiff and painful body gradually regained consciousness, and all the strength in his body surged back like a tide. He moved his wrist, feeling the long-lost freedom and strength, and the joy that could not be hidden quietly emerged in the corners of his eyes. Chapter 119 The person is very obscene. Hiro looked at Redfield's recovered spirits, nodded with satisfaction, and then shouted towards the cabin.
Everyone, come to the deck. I have something important to tell you about. Let me introduce our new crew member.
His voice was loud and clear, echoing throughout the entire German service. Soon, the crew members who were busy with their own affairs in the cabin ran out one after another. Except for Robin, everyone else had already sensed the strong and unfamiliar aura of Redfield through their observation hockey, and there was a hint of curiosity on their faces. When Robin walked out of the cabin and saw Redfield standing next to Hiro, his face turned pale. Her pupils suddenly shrank, her body trembled uncontrollably, and she subconsciously took 2 steps back, clutching the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands, her eyes filled with fear. After all, when Redfield boarded the Defu, the feeling of oppression and the attempt to kidnap her left a deep shadow on her. Seeing this, Hiro immediately walked quickly to Robin, gently touched her head, and whispered comfortingly. "Little Robin, don't be afraid. The Red Earl is no longer the enemy he was before. He is our partner now and will not hurt you again. Buddy." Robin raised his head timidly, his eyes still filled with fear. She pointed at Redfield with a trembling hand, and her voice became intermittent. Obviously she had not yet fully recovered from the fear she had experienced before. "That's right." Hiro turned around, protecting Robin behind him, and swept his eyes over all the crew members present, and said in a firm tone. "Redfield has agreed to stay on board our ship for a month. During this month, everyone can get along well and understand each other. If after a month, he feels that he gets along well with everyone and is willing to stay on our ship, then he will officially become a member of our German pirates group, fighting alongside us and pursuing our dreams together on this sea." After saying that, Hiro paused deliberately, his eyes scanning everyone's faces one by one, wanting to see everyone's reaction to this new partner. After all, Redfield has a special identity and is so powerful. He didn't know whether the crew would be able to accept this former enemy as a partner. Jinbei's face was filled with unconcealable joy, and he bumped his fists towards Redfield. Then, he took a half step forward and expressed his welcome in a warm and sincere tone. "Welcome, Redfield. Believe me, you will love the atmosphere on the Defu, it's like a big family here." As he spoke, his broad right hand had already stretched out naturally, with his palm slightly open, waiting to complete a handshake with this new partner as a symbol of acceptance. However, Redfield still had that cold look on his face. He just glanced at Jinbei's outstretched hand and then looked away. This sudden cold reception made Jinbei freeze in place, and the smile on his face also froze a little. "My right hand was hanging awkwardly. If I put it down, it would seem that I was too concerned about the other person's indifference. If you pull back, it seems like you were giving up on showing goodwill." For a moment I didn't know what to do. At this moment, Shi Luo walked up quickly and shook Jinbei's hand without hesitation, easing his embarrassment.
He gently patted the back of Jinbei's hand to comfort her, then looked towards Redfield, his voice gentle but soothing. The Red Earl has always been accustomed to being alone and has a naturally solitary personality. After spending more time with him, he will surely understand your good intentions. Seeing this, the other people around looked at each other in confusion. Yi Xiao leaned on his cane with one hand, his brow slightly furrowed. Hachi scratched his octopus head, his face full of confusion. Moria crossed his arms, curled his lips, and seemed to find the scene a little funny. But no one dared to speak to break the subtle silence, and the air was filled with confusion. It was Brook who broke the silence first. He jumped in front of Redfield with a whoosh. The eye sockets on his skull face lit up,
and he shook the cane in his hand in a familiar manner, with a sly smile in his tone. Mr. Redfield, we're shipmates from now on, so we have to get along well. Oh, and if you're interested, I can also take you to see girls' panties. I guarantee it'll open your eyes, yo ho ho ho. Upon hearing this, Redfield rolled his eyes openly, his deep eyes full of contempt. However, he did not hate Brook. Instead, he liked this skeleton ghost because he suddenly discovered that this skeleton was an old acquaintance. When little Robin heard Brook's words, his originally calm face immediately became a little more alert. Hiro shook his head helplessly, turned to Chef Jeppu who was wiping the kitchen utensils not far away and shouted. Jeppu, please go and prepare something. Let's have a grand banquet to welcome the Red Earl Redfield. Upon hearing this, Zeph immediately stopped what he was doing and nodded solemnly to Hiro, a refreshing smile appearing on his rough face. Leave it to me. I'll make sure everyone enjoys the most authentic pirate's feast. After saying that, he rushed into the kitchen carrying the kitchen utensils. More than an hour later, the deck of the Defu was already bustling with activity. Streamers were wrapped around the masts, a bonfire was burning in the middle of the deck, and the aroma of barbecue mixed with the rich aroma of rum filled the entire ship. A group of people sat around the campfire, singing and dancing. Brook held his beloved violin, his fingertips dancing nimbly on the strings. The familiar melody of Binks's Wine echoed in the night sky, and everyone's face was filled with smiles. The scene was warm and harmonious. Redfield was also immersed in the familiar music, but still did not join in the excitement. He leaned against the railing at the corner of the deck, an air of alertness emanating from his entire body.
He held a glass full of rum in his hand, taking a sip only occasionally. His eyes occasionally swept over the noisy crowd, but he never showed any intention of moving forward. Shiro walked slowly to Redfield with a glass of wine in his hand and gently clinked his glass with his. He looked Redfield in the eyes and said sincerely, Red Earl, your observation hockey is so powerful, you should already know the character of everyone on the ship, right? Everyone really wants to accept you, so stop resisting others and try to open your heart. Maybe you will discover something different. Redfield raised his head and took a sip of rum. The spicy liquid slid down his throat before he slowly spoke. His voice was still cold, but with a subtle hint of seriousness. The skeleton ghost Brook, the fat blue fishman Jinbei, the octopus fishman Xiaoba, the blind swordsman Yishao, the chef Zapu, and the little girl, little Robin, around you are indeed good people and don't have many bad intentions. As for the other two. He paused, his eyes sweeping over Moria and Crocodile not far away. They are very ambitious, especially the guy who controls the shadows, Moria, whose mind is particularly despicable. Chapter 120 Odin is cooked to death. I have to say, your observation hockey is really sharp. You can judge people quite accurately. Hiro touched his nose awkwardly, and while speaking, his eyes unconsciously turned to Moria who was eating barbecue not far away. At this moment, Moria was holding a large piece of sizzling meat and gnawing on it, her face covered in oil. However, her eyes kept rolling around, and it was obvious that she was not concentrating on eating. What Moria was thinking about was Redfield's powerful and frightening fighting ability. While he was chewing the meat, he was calculating in his mind. This guy is so powerful. If he dies one day and I turn him into a zombie, wouldn't my shadow army instantly become much stronger? By then, not to mention the pirates, even the naval headquarters will be wary of me. However, his dark thoughts were clearly captured by Redfield, who possessed the special observation hockey. As soon as the banquet ended and everyone was still clearing the tableware, Redfield went straight to Moria. Before Moria could react, Redfield swung his fist at him, punching and kicking him. The dull sound of his fists hitting Moria and his screams were intertwined. I didn't do anything. Why did you hit me for no reason? Moria squatted on the ground with her head in her hands, dodging and crying, her face full of grievance and confusion. He was just thinking about it in his mind, so how did he get discovered? I can't do it even if I didn't. You dare to turn me into a zombie? No way. As Redfield spoke, he continued to teach Moria the lesson of conquering others with virtue, without mercy. Each punch he threw was full of power, and it was obvious that he was really annoyed by Moria's ideas. Before long, Moria was beaten black and blue, with bruises all over her face and body, and she almost didn't have the strength to stand up. He lay on the ground, begging for mercy with a sobbing voice. I was wrong. I will never dare to think like this again. Please forgive me. Hiro was standing by the railing not far away, folding his arms and watching this, one-sided crushing, with great interest. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up, and he muttered to himself. Moria, this guy really deserves a beating. Why does he always beat up anyone who comes? I guess I have to remind him next time to stop thinking about such messed up things. Over the next month, everyone on the Defu opened their hearts to Redfield and did not distance themselves from him because of his initial indifference. Yishao would often take the initiative to challenge him to a sword fight. On the deck, the two of them would exchange blows, their swords flashing and clashing, and they developed a tacit understanding. Brook often played beautiful music for him during breaks. In addition to Binks's Wine, there were also many songs he composed himself. The melodious tunes always made Redfield's tense nerves relax a little. Jinbei also maintained his cheerful and optimistic temperament. From time to time, he would pull Redfield aside and tell him about his interesting experiences on the Fishman Island or the strange things he encountered at sea. Xiaoba used his comedic talent to often do some funny actions to make everyone laugh, and occasionally he would pull Redfield to play some simple games. Zapu would even prepare a special meal for Redfield every day. Not only did the food taste great, it could also subtly improve one's physique, leaving Redfield in awe of Zapu's cooking skills. Even little Robin would often pester Redfield, with his eyes wide open, and softly begging him to teach him observation hockey. After all, Redfield's observation hockey was top-notch in the entire sea. As expected, a month later, Redfield did not choose to leave the German service. Although he still didn't talk much, the indifference on his face gradually faded. He would occasionally take the initiative to join in the conversation, or nod along to the rhythm when Brooke played. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed and it is now the year 1502 of the Sea Circle calendar. It was a sunny day, and Hiro was leaning on a deck chair with the latest issue of World Economic News in his hand. When he turned to the front page headlines, his eyes froze instantly. The headline in the newspaper read, "Wano-kuni undergoes a major change. Former heir Kazuki Oden is brutally cooked to death." Hiro frowned, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the newspaper, his heart filled with mixed feelings. On the one hand, Kazuki Oden had been with him in the Roger Pirates for a year, and the two had a friendship fighting side by side. Now that he learned of his death, it is inevitable that he would feel a little sad. On the other hand, he knew clearly that with Kazuki Oden's simple to the point of being stupid and his indecisive character, even if this incident had not happened, he would eventually not be able to escape the fate of being killed. He trusts others too easily and doesn't know how to judge the situation. Such a person cannot survive in the chaotic Wano-kuni. Hiro thought silently in his heart. Even if I had saved him once, given his personality, he would still be deceived and exploited by others in the future. Not only would he be in danger again, but he would also bring harm to those around him. The outcome would be irreversible. In the end, it was still the innocent civilians of Wano-kuni who suffered. Rather than repeatedly struggling with this, it would be better to resolve the Wano-kuni issue once and for all, thus helping Kazuki Oden fulfill his wish to protect the people. Thinking of this, Hiro's eyes swept around the deck, from Yishao and Redfield who were practicing swordsmanship, to Zeph who was busy in the kitchen, to Brooke who was reading a book with little Robin. Finally, his eyes fell on Moria, who was napping beside him. Shiluo thought about it thoughtfully, then stood up from the recliner, ran to the cabin, and shouted to Jinbei who was controlling the boat. "Jinbei, change course now and go to Wano-kuni immediately." When Jinbei heard what Hiro said, without asking any questions, he immediately turned the rudder skillfully, adjusted the course, and headed the Defu towards Wano-kuni. A few days later, the Defu arrived near Wano-kuni. Hiro directly released Conqueror's Haki, lulling all the guards waiting at the port to sleep. Jinbei seized the opportunity and drove the Defu directly in. At this time, Orochi was drinking and watching the geisha performance in Wano-kuni, with a lewd look on his face and wanting to hug the geishas in his arms. When he heard that a pirate ship had entered Wano-kuni, he didn't care at all and ordered his men beside him. "Tell Kaido right now and have him take care of those pirates." Chapter 121 Inches Hero, Kazuki Moria. On the top of Wano-kuni's ghost island, in the hall filled with the smell of wine, Kaido was slumped on the huge throne, with more than a dozen empty wine jars scattered in front of him. The amber wine flowed slowly along the ravines of his muscular body. His usually intimidating golden eyes were now clouded by drunkenness, and he mumbled intermittently. "Damn it, how can I possibly die? No matter if I jump from the clouds or fight to the death with a powerful opponent, I can't die." As he spoke, he grabbed a full jar of liquor beside him, tilted his head back and drank it down in one gulp. The liquor overflowed from the corners of his mouth, but the irritability of wanting to die but unable to do so was not diluted by the alcohol at all. Just then, a burst of hurried and heavy footsteps were heard outside the hall. Yan Zai-jin hurried into the hall. Even facing the drunk Kaido, he remained respectful, but he could not hide the urgency in his tone. "Boss Kaido, urgent report. According to reports from scouts on the front lines, the German pirates led by Jimmel Hiro have broken through Wano-kuni's maritime defenses, and their fleet is heading towards Julie. It's clear they're trying to interfere in Wano-kuni's affairs." Jimmy Hiro. The moment he heard the name, Kaido's originally distracted eyes suddenly became sharp, and most of the drunkenness in his body disappeared. He sat up straight with a sudden movement, his fists clenched unconsciously. After all, for so many years, Hiro has been like a nightmare that cannot be shaken off. Every time he comes, there is never any extra nonsense. He just starts fighting and then turns around and leaves. What made Kaido even more furious was that he knew clearly that Hiro did not regard him as an equal opponent at all, but as an experience package. Every time Hiro wants to break through the bottleneck of his strength, or his crew members need to hone their combat effectiveness, he will find Wano-kuni accurately and come to fight him to the death. But Hiro also possesses the strange teleportation ability of the globule-shaped fruit. After each fight, as long as he knew when to quit, he could use the power of the fruit to disappear without a trace, leaving Kaido and the beast's pirates people standing there in anger. The feeling of being treated as a sparring tool, and being unable to fight back made Kaido very angry, and he felt crazy every time he thought about it. How can this be possible? Kaido slammed the throne's armrest, causing the solid wood to crack in spiderweb-like patterns. He stood up with a roar, and smashed the half-empty jar of wine beside him to the ground. With a crisp crash, the wine and pottery shards splashed everywhere. Give the order. Immediately mobilize all Beast's Pirates personnel in Wano Kuni, whether they are gift givers, real fighters, or ordinary crew members, all assemble. I'm going to make sure the German pirates never come back. I'm going to tear that Zyluo kid to pieces today. Yes, Boss Kaido. Yan Zai-jin did not dare to delay for even a moment. He bowed and responded, then turned around immediately. He spread his black wings, turned into a black shadow, and quickly ran out of the hall to convey Kaido's order. In just 1 hour, Flame Ember had integrated all of the Beast's Pirates' forces in Wano Kuni. This is the largest army that the Beast's Pirates have ever deployed in Wano Kuni. Even when dealing with the tough Kazuki Oden not long ago, Kaido was reluctant to mobilize so many people. Dense groups of pirates, armed with swords and guns, gathered on the plains below Onigashima and marched towards the port with murderous intent, vowing to keep the German pirates out of Wano Kuni's land. At the same time, at the port of Wano Kuni, the huge, Defu, pirate ship was docked smoothly at the pier under Jinbei's precise control. Jinbei stood at the bow and said respectfully to Shi Luo behind him. Captain, we have arrived safely at Wano Kuni port. Hiro nodded slightly, jumped off the deck, and stepped onto the land of Wano Kuni. But he did not immediately order the pirates to attack. Instead, he turned to Moria behind him and said, Moria, come with me and I'll show you the scenery of Wano Kuni. Although Moria was a little confused, he still followed Hiro's footsteps, and the two walked side by side in the streets and alleys of Wano Kuni. Hiro certainly had his reasons for doing this. 3 years ago, Moria led his pirates group to Wano Kuni to challenge Kaido, and fought a shocking battle with Kaido. Although Moria was ultimately defeated by Kaido and had to flee in disgrace, in the hearts of the Wano Kuni people, he was a hero who dared to confront Kaido's tyranny head-on. Over the years, the people of Wano Kuni believed that Moria had died at the hands of Kaido, and in order to commemorate this brave rebel, they even erected a hero monument for him next to the central street of Kuri. What's even more interesting is that since the Kazuki clan is the former owner of Wano Kuni, the surname, Kazuki, has a special weight in the hearts of the people. The moonlight in Moria is similar in pronunciation to Kazuki. In addition, Wano Kuni was isolated from the outside world for a long time, and the people had limited knowledge of the outside world. They mistakenly thought Moria was a member of the Kazuki clan and solemnly engraved the name, Kazuki Katakana middle. Moria, on the monument. The two walked all the way to the busiest street in Kuri, where many people gathered who were suffering from the oppression of Kaido and Orochi. Hiro stopped and turned to Moria and said, It's your turn, Kazuki Moria. Moria took a deep breath, walked to the platform in the middle of the street, and shouted to the crowd below. My fellow Wanokunis, I, Kazuki Moria, am not dead. Even though I was no match for Kaido back then, I never gave up fighting against his tyranny. Today, I'm back to lead everyone to overthrow the rule of Kaido and Orochi and take back our home. Anyone who is willing to join me and fight against tyranny, from now on, you are all heroes of Wano Kuni and warriors who will save this land. Quote. Moria's voice reached everyone's ears through the hustle and bustle of the street. At first, people were shocked and couldn't believe that the person in front of them was the hero they thought was dead long ago, but when someone recognized Moria's iconic bat cape and unique hairstyle, the whole street suddenly became lively. It's Lord Moria. It's really him. The hero is back. We are saved. Cheers rang out one after another. Those people who were forced into desperation and even lost their families by Kaido and Orochi gathered towards Moria, waving their fists, shouting slogans of resistance, and were willing to join the uprising. In just 1 hour, the number of people on Hiro's side skyrocketed to over 10,000, even more than the armies of Kaido and Orochi. All of this is actually part of Hiro's plan. Chapter 122 The final battle begins. Hiro had already investigated and found that at present in Wano Kuni, the combined power of Kaido's beasts pirates and Orochi's samurai army was extremely large, with thousands of people. Although he had previously asked Doflamingo to stop selling weapons to Kaido, Kaido still obtained a batch of weapons sufficient to arm the army through black market transactions and plundering surrounding islands. His strength should not be underestimated. Hiro had already thought about it. With the core combat power of the German pirates group, such as himself, Jinbei, Yishao and others, it is more than enough to eliminate high-end combat forces such as Kaido and Yanzai Jin. But it would be difficult to completely wipe out Kaido and Orochi's army of thousands of people. After all, the army has a large number of people. Even if the individual combat power is not strong, the rotation battle can consume a lot of physical strength of the core members. Hiro even anticipated the worst outcome. The German pirates team may be in a tough fight because of Kaido's human wave tactics. The core members' physical strength will be greatly consumed, and when the final battle with Kaido comes, they may be in a disadvantageous situation. Now, with Moria as a hero sign, the people of Wano Kuni instantly became unprecedentedly united. Although these people have not received professional combat training and only have everyday tools such as sticks, kitchen knives, and sickles in their hands, their hatred for Kaido and Orochi is deep in their bones. They fight fearlessly and are able to tie down Kaido's army. In this way, the core members of the German pirates group will not have to be distracted by the army, and can only focus on dealing with Kaido and his high-end combat forces. As the hero, Moria raised his arms and shouted, "Resist Kaido, give me back Wano Kuni." The uprising of the Wano Kuni people finally broke out. Tens of thousands of people rushed towards Kaido's army, waving simple weapons in their hands, and engaged in a fierce battle with the well-equipped pirate soldiers. On the other side, the three big bosses, Fire Catastrophe Jin, Plague Catastrophe Quinn and Jack the Drow were leading their troops towards the port, and they ran into the surging rebellious people head-on. Looking at the countless people in front of them, the three big bosses were stunned for a moment. In their view, ever since Kazuki Oden was dealt with, Wano Kuni has completely fallen into the control of the beast's pirates. These people have long been frightened by Kaido's violent rule, and no one dares to resist. But now, these people who usually didn't even dare to look up at them actually dared to resist with simple weapons. This was completely beyond their expectations. Damn it, how dare these untouchables resist? Quinn looked at the crowd rushing towards him with a ferocious expression on his face. Seeing the huge crowd on the opposite side and his army being dispersed in an instant, he quickly reached into the backpack behind him and took out his trump card, the virus cannon barrel. In recent years, Quinn joined the MADS organization founded by Vegapunk. With his scientific research talent, he has achieved many top scientific research results and has also specially developed several types of highly contagious viruses. Although these viruses are not as deadly as the Ice Ghost virus he developed later, they can also cause the infected person to fall into severe pain in a short period of time, and eventually faint and lose their combat effectiveness. Quinn carried the virus cannon barrel on his shoulder and aimed it at the people in front of him. His finger was already on the launch button. With just a light press, a large amount of virus spray would spread towards the crowd. But just as he was about to press the button, a golden figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The person who came was Shirou. He had long expected that Quinn would use a trick like the virus, and had been secretly watching Quinn's movements. At this moment, he relied on the power of the meatball fruit to teleport over and stop Quinn. Do you think I will let you use such despicable means against the people? Shirou looked at Quinn with cold eyes and shouted softly. God avoid. Quinn was still surprised by Shirou's sudden appearance. Before he could react, the long sword in Shirou's hand had condensed into black and red lightning, and a sharp and ultimate slash came towards him. Quinn subconsciously held the virus cannon barrel in front of him to block the attack, but the next second, he felt a biting chill in his right arm. The virus cannon barrel and his right arm were actually cut off by this blow, and fell to the ground with a clang. Blood spurted out from the wound and splattered all over the ground. Ah, my arm. Quinn's shrill screams echoed throughout the battlefield. He covered his bleeding wound, his face full of pain and disbelief. Seeing this, Yanzai Jin's face changed and he immediately spread his black wings and pounced towards Shirou, trying to stop Shirou from continuing to attack Quinn. Jack the Drow rushed forward and supported Quinn, who was staggering in pain, to prevent him from falling to the ground. Shirou looked at the Yanzai Jin rushing towards him, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. You think you can stop me? That's ridiculous. Before he finished speaking, Shirou had already taken the initiative to attack Yanzai Jin, waving the long sword in his hand, and a series of slashes with black and red lightning came towards Yanzai Jin. Although Flame Disaster Jin, as a member of the Lunalia clan, is born with extremely strong recovery abilities and a physique that can withstand high temperatures, he is extremely talented and his combat power is also top-notch among the beast's pirates, but he is facing Shirou. This powerful man has already stood at the top of the pirates' world. After only a dozen or so rounds of fighting, Yanzai Jin gradually fell into a disadvantage. The long sword in his hand was shaking continuously due to the blow from Shirou, and his arm became numb because he could not bear the huge force, and he could hardly hold the hilt of the sword. There were several wounds of varying depths on his body, and black blood was flowing down the wounds. Just as Shirou was about to take advantage of Yanzai Jin's exhaustion and deliver a fatal blow, a deep and angry voice suddenly rang out from the sky. Jimmy or Shirou, you are so presumptuous. How dare you act so recklessly on my territory and hurt my people? Hearing this, Shi Luo looked up and saw that dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and a huge green figure emerged from the clouds. It was a blue dragon hundreds of meters long, its scales gleaming with a cold sheen in the sunlight, its eyes fixed on Shirou. It was Kaido's blue dragon form. Hot breath. Kaido roared, and his huge dragon mouth opened. A stream of fiery orange energy instantly condensed and shot towards Shirou. At this critical moment, Yi Xiao jumped up with a knife in his hand and stood in front of Shirou. He gripped the hilt of the knife tightly with both hands and slashed fiercely at the scorching hot breath. Cut it off. With a low shout from Yi Xiao, an invisible slash collided with the hot breath, and the originally unstoppable hot breath was split into two and flew towards the sea on both sides. It fell into the sea with a loud bang, causing huge splashes and evaporating countless sea water. Chapter 123 German Pirates vs. Beasts Pirates. Yi Xiao, I'll leave the Flame Disaster Jin to you. I'll go deal with Kaido. Shi Luo's voice was steady and firm. Before he finished speaking, he turned slightly and cast a trusting look at Yi Xiao behind him. As a partner fighting side by side, there was no need for many words. He understood the deep meaning with just a smile and slowly nodded in agreement. After finishing the explanation, a faint spatial fluctuation appeared around Shirou, and he skillfully activated the teleportation ability of the meatball fruit. The next second, he appeared in the sky and landed steadily on top of Kaido's huge blue dragon head. Feeling the cold dragon scales, Shirou exerted a little force with his feet and firmly rooted himself on the head of this strongest creature in the world. Get out of here. Kaido felt a foreign object on his head and was immediately enraged. His low roar shook the air around him. He violently swung his dragon body, which was hundreds of meters long, and his huge head shook wildly. Sometimes he swung left and right, sometimes he bumped up and down, trying to throw Hiro off his head and turn him into a pool of meat. However, Hiro possesses the globule-shaped fruit, an ability that can be called a bug, which makes teleportation as natural as breathing. No matter how frantically Kaido swung, Hiro could always use his teleportation ability to accurately return to Kaido's dragon head the moment he was thrown away, and there was even a hint of calmness on his face. Once, twice, 3 times. Kaido tried dozens of times but still couldn't get rid of Hiro, and his irritation and impatience continued to rise. Finally, he could no longer bear it and roared angrily. The huge body of the green dragon began to shrink and deform rapidly. The green scales gradually faded away, replaced by human skin and clothes. In the blink of an eye, Kaido gave up the blue dragon form, turned back into human form, and landed steadily on the ground of Onigashima. Seeing this, Hiro also teleported to the ground and faced Kaido from a distance. A peak battle that would determine the fate of Wano began. On the other side, Yi Xiao strictly followed Shiro's arrangements, holding a staff knife, with eyes as sharp as an eagle, and walked slowly towards the direction of Yan Jin. Yan Jin spread out his huge wings of fire, and his whole body was burning with flames. The two of them collided with each other, and the sword light and flames intertwined, setting off waves of heat. Jinbei set his sights on Jack the Drow. As a master of Urin karate, Jinbei has steady steps and each punch is packed with surging power. He engages in a fierce close combat with Jack the Drow, a burly man holding a huge axe. The sound of fists and feet colliding with the axe blade is endless. Crocodile was even more ruthless, he turned into a sandstorm and chased after Quinn, who had lost his arm. Although Quinn lost an arm, he continued to fight back with his strong defense and strange technological means. But under Crocodile's sandstorm attack, it was always in a passive situation and could only flee in a panic. From time to time, it was scratched by the sand blade and looked very embarrassed. At this time, in addition to the 3 big bosses of Beast's pirates, Jin, Jack the Drow, and Quinn, 3 powerful members, Black Maria, Runti, and Page 1, had also joined and become important fighting forces of Beast's pirates. However, they also encountered strong opponents. Black Maria's opponent is Brook. Brook holds a cane sword and, relying on the immortality and swift speed brought by the Yomiuri fruit, flexibly shuttles through Black Maria's spider silk traps. From time to time, he also uses strange soul attacks, making Black Maria unable to defend herself. Runti faced Zapu. With the power of the lion fruit, Zeph completely overpowered Runti, who possessed the power of the Zone Devil fruit and was extremely fast. Xiao Ba is responsible for dealing with Peggy Wan. As an octopus man of the Fish Man clan, Xiao Ba's tentacles are flexible and can be used for defense as well as for launching swift attacks. He engages in a strange battle with the zone ability user, the huge Page 1. Moria led the mighty Wano rebel army and rushed into the Beast's pirates' camp like a tiger descending from the mountain. He controlled countless soldiers transformed from shadows and fought bravely alongside the rebels. Wherever he went, the Beast's pirates' minions fell to the ground, and no one could stop him. They killed indiscriminately, along the way, with a clear goal, heading straight for the giant snake's lair, vowing to completely eradicate the tyrant who had oppressed the people of Wano for many years. In the corner of the battlefield, Robin sneaked onto the battlefield despite Hiro's repeated warnings and objections before the battle. She knew very well that her strength was still far behind those of the strong men on the front line, but seeing her companions fighting bloody battles in the front, she really couldn't stay at ease in the back. However, with her current strength, she is indeed unable to participate in the battle of top combat power. He can only use the ability of flower fruit to grow countless arms on the battlefield to clean up the Beast's pirate soldiers that keep rushing up and relieve some pressure for his partners. However, the Red Earl, Redfield had no interest in this kind of chaotic large-scale group battle. He kept his eyes locked on Robin as he followed her silently. This powerful man who once dominated the world did not participate in any battle at this moment. He just took action calmly when Robin was in danger, and silently protected this kind and brave little girl in his own way. On the entire Onigashima battlefield, the battle between Hiro and Kaido is undoubtedly the most intense and eye-catching focus. Both of them were lucky enough to obtain the god-level devil fruit in the Valley of Gods that year. Hiro possesses the meatball fruit, which not only allows him to teleport, but also allows him to shoot out his own injuries through his meatballs, making him essentially immortal. Kaido possesses the fish fruit, mythical beast, blue dragon form, which gives him indestructible skin and bones, and extremely strong recovery ability. In addition, both of them also mastered Conqueror's Haki. Whether it's their devil fruit abilities, Haki levels, physical skills, or combat experience, they are all what can be called hexagonal warriors in the pirate's world. The tetanus blade shone brightly in Hiro's hands, while the 8 precepts mace in Kaido's hands exuded a cold murderous aura. The two magical weapons continued to clash. The sound of metal collision, clang, 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 was deafening, sparks flew everywhere, and each collision produced a powerful shock wave that cracked the surrounding ground. During the battle, the two fought back and forth, neither giving in. Kaido relies on the strong physical fitness brought by the blue dragon form, and has a variety of special moves. Attacks like Heat Breath and Wind Blade came towards Hiro like a violent storm. Hiro, on the other hand, dodged flexibly with the teleportation ability of the meat glob fruit, and used Conqueror's Haki to fight with Kaido, breaking Kaido's attacks one by one. The destructive power of their battle was extremely shocking. The originally solid ground of Onigashima was covered with potholes of varying depths due to the aftermath of the battle between the two. Debris and smoke filled the air above the entire battlefield, preventing people nearby from getting close. Chapter 124 Kaido's Defeat. Time passed by minute. After more than 2 hours of fierce fighting, both sides had exhausted their physical strength, but the fighting spirit in their eyes had not diminished at all. They all knew that the battle had reached a critical moment, so they all used their best tricks. Kaido pushed off the ground with both feet and jumped up. He adjusted his posture in the air, tightly grasped the 8 precepts with both hands, and the Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki in his body surged wildly, converging on the mace. Descending the third world, leading to Naraku. He roared angrily and swung a powerful blow at Shirou with lightning speed. The mace whistled with a sound that tore through the air, as if it was going to smash through the sky and earth. Shirou's eyes narrowed, not daring to be careless at all. He took a deep breath, concentrated his armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki into the tetanus blade, and backhandedly struck Kaido's mace with a divine evasion. In an instant, red and black lightning spread wildly in the sky above Onigashima, and a powerful Haki impact swept over. Some beasts, pirates and rebel soldiers on the battlefield who did not have time to dodge were instantly knocked unconscious by the impact and lost their ability to fight. Boom. After a deafening bang, Shirou and Kaido were each knocked back 2 steps by the other's force before they could barely stabilize themselves. This time, Conqueror's Haki's entangled attack was once again evenly matched, with neither side gaining an advantage. After more than 2 hours of fierce fighting, coupled with the consumption of the ultimate move just now, the two of them had almost exhausted their physical strength. Their breathing became rapid and sweat kept dripping down their cheeks. But none of them chose to retreat. The battle had reached its final stage. Whoever fell first would lose everything. A fierce look flashed in Kaido's eyes. He knew he had no way out, so he no longer held back and released his strongest move, Fire Dragon Torch. In the Fire Dragon Torch state, Kaido's body is burning with raging flames, and the temperature of the flames is extremely high. His speed and strength soared again with the blessing of flames. He swung the mace in his hand faster and faster, so fast that only a series of afterimages were left. The accompanying flame attacks swept across the world like magma. Wherever it went, everything was burned to ashes. In an instant, Kaido was wrapped in flames and turned into a huge fire dragon. He opened his bloody mouth and rushed towards Shirou with the momentum of destroying everything. Seeing this, Shirou knew that it was time to decide the outcome. He also gave his all, continuously fusing and compressing all the armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki in his body, and finally condensed them all on the blade of the tetanus blade. This is one of his trump cards, Huang Yuhun. In order to increase the power of this move to a higher level, Shirou tightly grasped the tetanus blade, and shouted at the blade. Xiaopo, come out quickly and use all your strength. Hearing Hirou's call, a muffled but powerful voice rang out from the blade. All right, master, look at me, Lion Thousand Slice Valley. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling golden sword energy burst out from the blade of the tetanus blade, and the sword energy contained a powerful cutting force. Shirou stared at the incoming fire dragon with sharp eyes, and when the time was right, he wrapped Emission Haki and Conqueror's Haki in the golden sword energy again. The golden sword energy, the pink Emission Haki, and the black Conqueror's Haki, these 3 powerful forces, under Hirou's control, continued to merge and intertwine, eventually forming a giant pink, black, and gold energy sword that exuded a terrifying aura. Shirou suddenly swung the tetanus blade forward, and the 3-colored energy giant sword flew rapidly towards the fire dragon transformed by Kaido with the power to destroy the world. The giant energy sword and the fire dragon collided violently above Ghost Island, and the huge impact force caused the entire Ghost Island to tremble. The two held each other in the air for a full half-minute. The golden, red, black and pink energies kept colliding and dissipating, and the aftermath produced shook away the surrounding clouds. In the end, the 3-colored energy giant sword, with its superior power, pierced through the fire dragon's mouth. Ah! Kaido let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, his voice filled with pain and unwillingness. Flames continued to overflow from his wounds, and the originally huge body of the fire dragon began to tremble violently. A moment later, the 3-colored energy giant sword completely penetrated the fire dragon's body, came out from the tail, and then turned into energy light spots all over the sky and dissipated in the air. The fire dragon that Kaido transformed into also lost all its power after this attack. The flames gradually went out, and its huge body began to shrink and deform rapidly, turning back into human form again. Puff! As soon as Kaido landed on the ground, he could no longer hold back and vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood, staining the ground in front of him red. His huge body swayed and finally fell down slowly, raising a cloud of dust. At this moment, his internal organs had been completely destroyed by the 3-colored energy giant sword. He was only hanging on with his last breath and didn't even have the strength to move. Shirou, on his side, had exhausted all his strength due to the previous attack and was completely exhausted. His legs went limp and he slowly sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Even the tetanus blade he was holding tightly in his hand lost its luster due to exhaustion and fell into a dormant state, becoming no different from an ordinary knife. Shirou raised his head and looked at Kaido who was lying on the ground. His tone was filled with unquestionable judgment. Kaido, you have committed countless evil deeds in Wano Kuni. During the years you have ruled here, the people of Wano Kuni have suffered immensely. Tragedy, with families torn apart and broken apart, is a daily occurrence. Today is the day for you to be judged and pay the price for your actions. Trial. When Kaido heard this, a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He barely supported himself on the ground with his trembling hands and wanted to stand up to refute, but his body could not get up. He gritted his teeth, used up his last bit of strength, and continued with difficulty. No one in this world can judge me. My goal has always been to become the king of pirates. What's wrong with that? Why can Roger become the king of pirates, but I can't? Hiro slowly raised his head and looked around the battlefield. At this time, the battle on the battlefield was nearing its end. Under the attack of the rebels and their companions, the members of the Beast's pirates were defeated step by step. Some surrendered and some fled. Seeing this scene, Hiro took a deep breath and said to Kaido, "Do you think becoming the king of pirates is just about strength?" Chapter 125 Kaido dies in battle. Shiro paused, his eyes filled with admiration for Roger, and continued. No. Captain Roger is called the king of pirates not only because of his immense strength, but more importantly, because he understands the responsibilities of a powerful person. He will not use his power to bully civilians, but when necessary, he will use his power to protect those who are weak, to protect his cherished friends and dreams. Quote. Hiro's gaze turned once again to the Wano Kuni civilians who were still desperately resisting the remaining enemies, and his voice was filled with emotion. And you, to achieve your own ambitions and gain more profits, you wantonly killed, plundered, and enslaved the people of Wano Kuni, making them live in dire straits. Your perverse behavior will never succeed, and you will never be able to become the true king of pirates. Guardian. Kaido was stunned when he heard what Hiro said, and his mind began to involuntarily recall his life. From the beginning in Rock's Pirate, determined to become the strongest pirates, to later leaving Rock's Pirate and venturing out on his own, to finally occupying Wano Kuni and becoming the overlord here. He had come a long and bloody way. In order to gain more benefits and power, he kept killing and occupying other people's territory and wealth. Whenever a faint trace of kindness appeared in his heart, he would always comfort and convince himself with the words, "Isn't being a pirate just about looting and killing?" As a result, he became more and more crazy and cruel. He enslaved the people of Wano Kuni, forced them to mine ore and make weapons for him, and even destroyed many families, making it almost impossible for the people of Wano Kuni to survive. It turns out that it was wrong from the beginning. This thought flashed through Kaido's mind, and his heart was filled with regret and unwillingness. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he spat out another mouthful of blood. In the end, the man who once dominated the world and was known as the strongest creature in the world, tilted his head, completely lost his life, and fell in a pool of blood. Kaido. Deafening shouts exploded above the ruins of Onigashima. They were the roars of the Beast's pirates' top fighters fighting at their full might. The capable generals under the three disasters and the top warriors among the barbarian tyrants all had red eyes at this moment, staring at the burly figure lying on the ground in the center of the battlefield. But no matter how they shouted, the strongest creature, which had stood up from despair countless times and was known as the immortal, remained motionless. Only coagulated blood slowly spread under its body, completely cutting off everyone's hope. As Kaido's life force completely dissipated, the flame cloud that once supported the entire island in suspension quickly faded away. The island, which was originally wrapped in the flame cloud, lost its only support and began to fall rapidly and uncontrollably. Below is a turbulent sea, with a huge shadow cast on the sea. This island, which has carried countless battles and crimes, is about to fall into the sea with the remaining smoke, burying everything completely. Zapu, use the power of the lion fruit quickly to stabilize this island. Hiro's voice was a little hoarse, but still penetrating. He shouted at Zeph, who was not far away. The fierce battle with Kaido just now almost exhausted all his strength, and now he was even a little shaky when standing. But he knew very well that once Onigashima fell into the sea, not only would the remaining companions on the island be in danger, but it might even trigger a tsunami that would affect the nearby sea areas. Zapu was fighting with Runti at this time. Hearing Shiro's cry, his eyes fixed, and he swung the kitchen knife in his hand towards Runti with a sharp blade, forcing Runti to retreat. Taking advantage of this brief gap, Zapu tapped the ground with his feet and his body instantly took off into the air. Immediately afterwards, a faint golden light emanated from his body, and the ability of lion fruit was released without reservation. The invisible force spread rapidly like a huge net, tightly wrapping the entire ghost island. The falling trend gradually slowed down and finally stopped completely. Gaidao finally stabilized his body in midair. Seeing this, Shi Luo breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense body relaxed a little in an instant. He forced himself to use his last bit of strength, formed seals with his hands, and whispered. Space bound. A transparent barrier appeared out of nowhere, tightly wrapping Kaido's body. He knew very well that after the demon fruit power died, the fruit would be reborn in a short time, and this legendary fish fruit must not fall into the hands of others. A few minutes later, just as Hiro expected, a devil fruit that was completely green and covered with strange patterns slowly appeared next to Kaido's body. It was the fish fruit coveted by countless people, the mythical beast species, the blue dragon form. Hiro dragged his heavy steps and staggered towards the fruit. The overdrawn physical strength made his vision black. But just as he was about to touch the fish fruit, a figure suddenly rushed out from behind the ruins next to him and blocked his way. The person who came was Runti, who had been severely injured by Zapu before. She still had unhealed wounds on her body, bloodline hanging from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were as fierce as a wounded beast. You killed Boss Kaido, I want to avenge him. Runti gritted her teeth, her voice trembling with anger. She suddenly lowered her head, and the pair of sharp dragon horns on her head flashed with cold light, and rushed straight towards Xiluo's chest. Hiro's heart tightened, and he wanted to raise his hands to resist, but found that he didn't even have the strength to lift his arms. The battle with Kaido just now had drained all his physical strength, and at this moment, he had no power to fight back at all. Oh no, am I going to die at the hands of this rubbish?
A desperate thought flashed through his mind, and he could even feel the biting chill brought by the dragon's horns. At this critical moment, a red figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them like a ghost, with an ultimate speed that even Runti couldn't react. The next second, Runti's body suddenly stiffened. She looked down at her chest. A strangely shaped umbrella sword had completely pierced her body, and blood kept dripping from the gap of the umbrella sword. Saved. Shirou felt relieved, his tense nerves relaxed instantly, his vision went dark, he completely lost consciousness, and fell straight down. The person who appeared was Redfield. He glanced at Runti who was lying on the ground, then looked at the unconscious Shirou, then bent down to pick up the fish fruit on the ground and carefully put it into Shirou's arms.
Then he reached out to help Shiloh up, put him on his shoulder, and turned to walk towards the Defu, anchored in the distance. Chapter 126 The Biggest Winner, Moria. It was unknown how long it took before Shirou slowly woke up from his coma. He opened his eyes and what came into view was the familiar cabin ceiling of the Defu.
When he turned his head and found that Robin was the only one beside him, his heart suddenly tightened, and his originally confused consciousness suddenly became clear. He struggled to sit up and asked anxiously. Little Robin, where are the others? This battle should be won, right?
When Robin saw him wake up, a glint of joy flashed in her eyes. She nodded and said softly.
Captain, don't worry. We have won this battle. Kaido and his beasts pirates have all been eliminated. That Wano General Orochi's forces have also been completely wiped out, however. But what? Hiro's heart instantly rose to his throat, and he asked nervously, his eyes full of anxiety. What he was most worried about was casualties among the crew. The battle just now was so brutal that he was really afraid of hearing bad news. Robin reached out and gently touched his chin, a hint of doubt on his face. That big snake is so strange. He was stabbed several times. The wounds were clearly fatal, but he never died. Now we have him imprisoned in a cell in the cabin. Hearing this, Shirou finally let go of his hanging heart. He patted his chest, took a long breath, calmed his rapid breathing, and explained with a smile. So that's what happened. I was so shocked. I know what's going on here. The one Orochi ate was the zone, the mythical beast, the snake fruit, the Yamada no Orochi form. The power of this fruit is very special. It has 8 lives. Unless all 8 of his lives are used up, he will not die completely. I see. Robin suddenly understood and nodded thoughtfully. The doubts in his mind were finally answered. By the way, where are the others? Why can't we see any sign of them? Hiro looked around the empty cabin and asked in surprise. Then he propped himself up and sat up, walked to the cabin door, and looked towards the deck. The deck was also empty. The others are over at Onigashima, helping Moria clean up the battlefield. Robin followed him and said with a smile, Bang Moria? Hiro's eyes widened and he asked subconsciously. He found it a little hard to believe. You know, Moria's status on the ship has always been very low. Because of her personality and behavior style, she is often educated by the crew members in a virtue-based way. Most people were teasing him, so why would they suddenly take the initiative to help him clean up the battlefield? Robin looked at Hiro's surprised expression, his eyes rolled slightly, and his tone was a little confused. Yes, you don't know. Moria is now very famous in Wano. After the war, the people of Wano regarded him as a savior and even jointly requested him to stay and lead them in rebuilding Wano. When saying this, Robin herself was a little confused. She really couldn't understand how the usually inconspicuous Moria suddenly became the savior in the hearts of the Wano people. Hiss. Hiro gasped, his face filled with shock. He had never imagined that after such a war, Moria would be treated like this. Little Robin, tell me about the battle at Wano. What happened after I fell unconscious? Yes, Captain. Robin nodded slightly, gathered his thoughts, and began to slowly recount the battle that took place after Hiro fell unconscious. It turns out that in the Battle of Wano Onigashima, after Hiro successfully defeated Kaido, the other companions on the ship also achieved victory on the battlefield. Yi Xiao stood high in the air, holding a cane and sword. He raised his head, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and then he raised his hands high and shouted. Meteorite. A moment later, a huge black hole appeared in the sky, and a meteorite burning with flames fell from the sky, with the momentum of destroying the world, and hit Yanzai Jin directly. Although Jin tried his best to dodge, he was still hit by the aftermath of the meteorite and was eventually pinned to the ground by the huge pressure, completely losing his life. Jinbei had a fierce battle with Jack the Drow on the beach. As a master of fishman karate, Jinbei's strength in water was brought to the ultimate. He used the power of the sea water to perform a move called Fishman Karate, Secret Technique, Takarakan. The huge impact force directly knocked Jack away and he fell heavily into the sea. As the demon fruit power, Jack lost his power after falling into the sea, and was eventually submerged by the sea and buried at the bottom of the sea. The battle between Crocodile and Quinn was equally fierce. Quinn used his cyborg body to continuously release various weapons to attack, but Crocodile was not afraid at all. He controlled the yellow sand, forming a sand wall around him, blocking all of Quinn's attacks. Then, he waved his hands, and countless sharp sand blades appeared out of thin air and shot towards Quinn. Quinn was unable to dodge and was pierced by several sand blades, and his huge body fell to the ground with a bang. In addition, Brook and Zalba also defeated their opponents. Brook easily defeated his opponent with the special ability of the Yumizu fruit and his superb swordsmanship. Xiao Ba used his skilled 9-sword style to force the enemy to retreat step by step and finally won the victory. After stabilizing Onigashima, Zeph has stayed on the island, using the power of lion fruit to maintain the balance of the island and prevent it from falling into the sea, so he cannot return to the ship for the time being. The most surprising thing was Moria. In the later stage of the battle, he led the Wano Kuni rebels and marched all the way to the nest of the big snake. Facing the remaining forces under Orochi, Moria showed no mercy and commanded the rebels to wipe them all out, leaving no one alive. After the war, the people of Wano Kuni looked at the hero, who led them to overthrow the tyranny, and they knelt down in front of Moria, begging him to stay and serve as the leader of Wano Kuni to lead everyone to rebuild their homes. How could Moria miss such a good opportunity? On the surface, he pretended to refuse a few times, saying that he was just doing what he should do. But without waiting for people to persuade him, he accepted the request, looking as if he was doing it reluctantly. After listening to Robin's story, Hiro's expression gradually changed from surprise to calmness. He rubbed his eyebrows and realized that although the war was over, there was still a lot of aftermath work to be dealt with. Zeph is still supporting Onigashima, the Orochi issue has not been completely resolved, and the situation in Moria also needs to be dealt with. Let's solve them one by one. Hiro sighed, then stood up from the bed and walked towards the cell where the snake was imprisoned. Chapter 127. Get rid of the big snake. The cell was dark, and the big snake was tied to a pillar with iron chains. His face, which was usually full of vulgarity and arrogance, was now lifeless, and his eyes were full of fear. When he heard footsteps getting closer and looked up to see Hiro, his body trembled instantly. His originally stubborn attitude collapsed instantly, and he groveled and begged for mercy to Hiro. Please let me go. I promise I will never do such a bad thing again. I am willing to work like a slave for you, just spare my life. Looking at his cowardly appearance, Shirou curled his lips into a sneer. He knew Orochi's character too well. This guy was insidious, cunning, selfish, and would definitely do evil again if given the chance. Kazuki Oden was deceived by him and ended up like that because he was too kind. Do you think I will still believe you? Hiro said in a cold voice, holding the tetanus blade at his waist with his right hand and pulling it out suddenly. A cold light flashed, and accompanied by a scream, the snake's head fell to the ground, and blood gushed out. But Shirou did not leave, but stood there quietly waiting. He knew very well that the big snake had many lives left, and this was only the first one.
Sure enough, not long after, the snake's neck began to wriggle, and a new head slowly grew out.
Before the big snake, who had just regained consciousness, could react, Hiro's knife fell again and a new head was chopped off. This happened 8 times. When the 8th head of the snake was chopped off, its body finally stopped moving and it was completely dead. Only then did Hiro put away his knife and cast spacebinding again to wrap up the snake's body. A few minutes later, a devil fruit with snake scale patterns appeared next to the corpse. It was Orochi's snake fruit, the mythical beast species, the Yamada no Orochi form. Hiro bent down to pick up the fruit, thinking to himself. According to my prediction, this zone mythical beast species has not been fully developed by that useless Orochi. He has 8 lives, but he only uses these abilities to plot and scheme, and cannot bring out the true power of the fruit. In fact, the potential of this fruit is no less than that of the fish fruit. If it is given to the right person, it will definitely play a huge role. After dealing with the Orochi, Hiro turned and left the cell, heading towards the Shogun's mansion in Wano Kuni. He now needs to go and see what Moria, the new general, is up to. The general's mansion was luxuriously decorated. Moria was sitting on the general's throne that originally belonged to Orochi. He was wearing a tailor-made black general's uniform with golden patterns embroidered on the chest, looking quite majestic. He was holding a document in his hand, looking at it with pretended seriousness, frowning from time to time, looking like he was busy with things, and very stylish. But when he caught a glimpse of Hiro walking in from the corner of his eye, the seriousness on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a flattering smile. He almost jumped up from the throne, walked quickly to Hiro, bent his body slightly, and resumed his usual humble appearance, and asked cautiously. Captain, what brings you here? Do you have any instructions? Hiro walked on the smooth wooden boards of Wano Kuni Hall, his footsteps echoing slowly in the empty hall, and walked straight towards the general's chair that symbolized the highest power of Wano Kuni. Without the slightest hesitation, he lifted his cloak and sat down steadily, his knuckles gently stroking the cold armrests, his fingertips running across the varying depths of the wood's grain. A moment of silence made the atmosphere in the hall even more solemn. Moria's breathing began to quicken, and he slowly raised his eyes, his gaze piercing as he looked at the uneasy figure below. Moria, how does it feel to be king of Wano Kuni?
As soon as the words fell, Moria's body suddenly stiffened. She waved her hands hurriedly, her white sleeves drawing a panicked arc in the air. The sweat oozing from her forehead slid down her cheeks, and even her voice trembled a little. I dare not. Afraid that Hiro would misunderstand that he had two minds, he immediately straightened his back and stated his position in an urgent tone. Captain, I will always be a member of the German pirates. Even if the people of Wano treat me as a hero, I will never forget my roots.
Shiro looked at his nervous appearance, and his eyes gradually softened. He leaned forward slightly, and his voice lost its previous laziness, becoming more serious and solemn.
Moria, during your time in Wano, you should know better than anyone what life was like for the people here during the years when Kaido and Orochi ruled. They were fed with coarse grains that were not enough to fill them, and wore tattered clothes that were not warm enough. Even the cries of their children were filled with despair. They were worse than pigs and dogs. At this point, he paused, his eyes sweeping across the village in the distance outside the hall, his tone becoming more serious. Now that Kaido has fallen, Wano needs new people to protect it. I hope you can stay, treat the people here well, and lead them to rebuild Wano so that the elderly can enjoy their old age, the children can grow up with smiles, and everyone can live a good life.
That's for sure. Moria nodded vigorously without thinking, his eyes full of excitement. He never thought that he could gain such trust, but the next second, he seemed to suddenly realize something, his pupils slightly dilated, and he asked tentatively. Captain, you want me to lead the people of Wano in their reconstruction? In other words, you want me to stay? Not return to the Defu with everyone else? That's right. Hiro nodded affirmatively, a faint smile on his lips. Moria, you are now a hero of Wano. The people you once protected trust you with all their hearts. As long as you give an order, whether it's repairing the city or cultivating the fields, everyone will follow you. But as soon as he finished speaking, his tone suddenly changed and his eyes became sharp. But I must warn you, Moria. If I find out that you, in order to satisfy your own ambitions, forget what you said now and start oppressing the civilians, causing the people of Wano to suffer again, then I will never forgive you. He paused, tapping the armrest with his fingers, making a soft dong-dong sound, and his words became more intense, carrying an unquestionable deterrent force. You know, I can teleport. As long as I want, I can appear in front of you in an instant, even if I'm thousands of miles away. Taking your life is as easy as crushing an ant. Moria was just filled with joy at being trusted, but after hearing these words, cold sweat broke out on his back unconsciously, and even his clothes were soaked.
He quickly gathered his thoughts. To save his own life and not betray the trust placed in him, he straightened his body. His voice trembled slightly with nervousness, yet it was filled with unprecedented determination.
Captain, rest assured, I, Moria, swear to heaven that I will treat the people of Wano kindly. I will engrave your philosophy of supporting the weak and suppressing the strong into my bones and heart. I will never let you down. Chapter 128 Finding a suitable person to eat the fish fruit. Okay, Moria, remember what you said. Hiro nodded in satisfaction and slowly stood up from the general's throne, his cloak swaying gently behind him. He walked up to Moria, patted her shoulder, and his tone became gentle again. If you encounter any unsolvable trouble in Wano, whether it's internal rebellion or external enemies, remember to contact me. We, the German pirates, will always have your back. Ship. Captain. Moria felt a sudden pang of bitterness in the corners of his eyes, and a few tears welled up uncontrollably, blurring his vision. He stared at Shiro in disbelief. He always felt that he was forced to join the German pirates. Most of his companions on the ship were strong people who were much stronger than himself. Sometimes if he did something wrong by accident, he would be beaten black and blue by them. So over the years, he has always secretly thought that if he had the chance, he would find a place to start his own business and no longer have to worry about other people's opinions. But now, he really has the chance to become the king of Wano, but he finds that the people in the German pirates group seem to have changed their faces. When he was fighting Kaido on Onigashima before, everyone was helping him clean up the mess. Now Hiro has entrusted such an important matter to him and promised to support him. Moria looked at Hiro's sincere eyes, and thought of the days of sailing with his companions over the years. He suddenly had a new understanding of these crew members who he had been with day and night, and a corner of his heart seemed to be filled with warmth. He silently said in his heart, so, they've always treated me as a partner, not because of my strength, nor because of my interests, but simply as a partner. Shiro looked at Moria standing there in a daze with red eyes and couldn't help but smile. He took a step forward and gently pushed Moria towards the general's chair, asking him to sit back in the chair, with a tone of admonition. Moria, we must continue sailing towards the new world, in search of a wider ocean. You will stay here, be the leader of the Wano people, and protect this land. Remember, no matter how much time has passed, no matter where you are, you will always be a member of our German pirates. After saying that, Hiro patted his body lightly. With a slight fluctuation in space, his figure disappeared in the hall and returned to the Defu, anchored on the coast. Moria sat on the general's chair, raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, and her eyes gradually became firm from the initial confusion. He took a deep breath, straightened his back, and sat firmly on the chair that symbolized responsibility and hope. Hiro returned to the deck of the Defu, and leaned against the side of the ship waiting for the crew. More than half an hour later, the crew members who had gone to various places in Wano to handle follow-up matters finally returned to the ship one after another. Everyone's face was a little tired, but also relaxed after completing the mission. Captain, isn't that Moria kid coming back? Jinbei was the first to walk up to Hiro. He adjusted the hem of his kimono and asked with a hint of curiosity in his tone. After all, we have been together on the boat for so long, and suddenly there is one person missing. I always feel a little uncomfortable. Hearing Jinbei's question, the rest of the crew gathered around. Whether it was the cheerful Zauba or the usually taciturn Redfield, they all looked at Hiro expectantly, and were obviously concerned about Moria's whereabouts. Hiro looked towards Wano. The distant Onigashima island was clearly visible in the sunlight. He replied softly. Yes, Moria will stay in Wano. In the future, he will lead the people there to build their homes and let everyone live a good life. That Moria guy, Redfield, who was always taciturn, frowned, with a hint of doubt in his tone. He's full of evil intentions, and he's always trying to use his shadow to do evil things. Can he really lead the people of Wano to a better life? Hearing this, Hiro couldn't help but turn his head and responded in a teasing tone. Yes, Red Earl. Have you forgotten? People change. Just like you, haven't you changed a lot in the past 2 years? You always liked to be alone before, but now you are willing to fight alongside us, right? Redfield was stunned by what he said, then he snorted softly, and a barely perceptible blush flashed across his face. He turned his face away, pretended to be arrogant and turned towards the cabin, leaving only his tall back, which was regarded as an agreement with Shiro's words. Moria is really lucky. Crocodile was holding a cigar, with smoke slowly coming out of the corner of his mouth. He looked in the direction of Wano, his eyes full of unconcealed envy, and he couldn't help but sigh.
It feels good to think that there is a place that treats him as a hero and a group of people who are willing to trust him. Hiro looked at the former king of the desert, and knew that he had always longed for a home in his heart. He patted Crocodile on the shoulder and said with a smile. Don't worry, Crocodile, everyone has their own mission. It won't be long before your chance comes.
After saying this, he started to think. Where should Crocodile go? Opportunity. Crocodile repeated, removing the cigar from his lips and looking out at the boundless sea. His eyes grew deep as he fell into deep thought. He didn't know what opportunity Shiro was talking about, but he felt a sense of anticipation inexplicably. Hiro retracted his gaze, looked around at the crew on the deck, cleared his throat, and asked loudly. Is everyone here? Check your belongings, we're about to set sail? No, Captain. Xiao Ba immediately raised his hands with his tentacles waving in the air, and responded in an urgent tone. Zeph is still on Onigashima. I just saw him on top of Onigashima, using the power of the lion fruit to stabilize the island. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Hiro slapped his forehead, touched his chin in frustration, and began to mutter to himself. If Zeppu doesn't come back, we won't have a cook on board, and everyone will have to eat compressed biscuits. But if Zeppu is called back and no one uses lion fruit to stabilize Onigashima, Onigashima will fall to the bottom of the sea, which will not only trigger a tsunami but also hurt the people of Wano. What should we do then? As he was thinking, he took out a fruit with spiral patterns from his arms and laid it inside. It was the fish fruit. Hiro stared at the fruit and muttered softly. It seems that we need to find a suitable person to eat this fish fruit. After the fish fruit awakens, it can release a flame cloud. Then let him use the flame cloud to stabilize Onigashima, and Zeph will be able to come back. Chapter 129. Arriving at the Kingdom of Solbi. Many candidates flashed through Hiro's mind, but he rejected them all. It was not until a moment later that his eyes suddenly lit up and he chose the Big Bear. Big Bear is strong, calm, and reliable, so it's perfect for him to stabilize Onigashima. Jinbei, don't drive the boat away. Shi Luo shouted towards the cab, and the voice was clearly heard by Jinbei. I'm going out for a while and will be back soon. Roger that, Captain. Jinbei's voice came from the cab, as steady as ever. Hearing this, Hiro no longer hesitated and patted his body lightly, accompanied by a slight distortion of space. His figure instantly disappeared from the deck of the Defu, and the next second, he appeared on the land of the Solbi Kingdom. The Kingdom of Solbi at this moment is no longer the miserable place shrouded in haze 2 years ago. The entire country has undergone earth-shaking changes. The dilapidated huts that once dotted the streets have been replaced by neat brick and stone houses, and bright flowers are placed on the windowsills of every household.
Pedestrians were walking back and forth on the main road, their faces no longer showing the numbness and fear of the past, but were filled with hope for life. Vendors enthusiastically hawked fresh fruits and vegetables, children chased and played with windmills on the street, and even the guards on the city walls had a little more gentleness and determination in their eyes. The entire kingdom exudes vigorous vitality, and the peaceful atmosphere of a peaceful and prosperous life is everywhere.
All these changes started with the revolution 2 years ago that changed the destiny of the country. About 2 years ago, in order to satisfy his own selfish desires, the former king of the Kingdom of Solbi forcibly implemented a cruel discrimination policy, forcing nearly half of the people in the country to be slaves, forcing them to endure endless labor and bullying. The entire kingdom fell into an abyss of darkness and despair. At this critical moment, the honest and upright Big Bear could no longer bear the suffering of his compatriots and resolutely stood up to fight. With his amazing strength and unyielding will, he led the oppressed people to resist tyranny. But it is ultimately difficult to shake the corrupt rule by one's own strength. So he contacted the leaders of the self-defense forces, Long and Ivankov. Finally, with the help of the dragon with mysterious power and Ivankov who is full of wisdom and courage, the self-brave army who resisted tyranny successfully overthrew the rule of the former king, completely liberated the enslaved people, and brought the Kingdom of Solbi back to life. The Big Bear, who made an indelible contribution to this liberation struggle, naturally became the new king of the kingdom of Solbi with the love and trust of the people. After becoming king, Big Bear never forgot that he was once an ordinary person, and he never let down the people's expectations. He knew that the people had suffered greatly from taxes during the past tyranny, so the first thing he did after taking office was to drastically cut taxes so that every household would have enough money to improve their lives. At the same time, he personally led the people to reclaim wasteland, build water conservancy projects, actively develop agriculture and handicrafts, and teach everyone how to master more efficient production techniques. Under his leadership, the once barren land grew abundant crops, and the abandoned workshops were once again filled with the roar of machines. This country, which was once riddled with suffering and on the verge of collapse, has risen from the ruins step by step and has become a paradise where people can live in peace and work happily. As soon as Shirou walked through the palace gate, before he had time to take a closer look at this now vibrant building, he was surrounded by a group of revolutionary soldiers in neat uniforms. The soldiers reacted quickly, raising their guns in an instant, aiming the black muzzles at Shirou, and the air was suddenly filled with tension. "Don't move. Tell me, why are you here?" A tall, serious-looking army captain stepped forward, staring at Shirou with sharp eyes, his tone full of vigilance and questioning, obviously regarding Shirou as a suspicious person who had trespassed into the palace. Seeing this, Shirou quickly raised his hands to indicate that he meant no harm, and explained in a calm tone. "Don't get me wrong, I'm a friend of your king, I'm just here to visit him." "Impossible. According to the kingdom's rules, anyone who wants to meet with our king must report in advance and obtain permission before entering the palace. Your sudden appearance here is clearly trespassing." The army captain obviously didn't believe what Shirou said. His brows furrowed even tighter and his tone became tougher. He was about to wave his hand to signal his men to come forward and arrest Shirou. Looking at the stubborn revolutionary soldiers in front of him, Shirou knew that it would be a waste of time to continue explaining. He sighed helplessly and then exuded conqueror's haki. This haki swept across quickly, and the soldiers who were originally alert suddenly became distracted, and fell to the ground uncontrollably and fell asleep. The scene immediately returned to calm. After solving the problem of the soldiers, Shirou straightened his clothes and continued to walk deeper into the corridor of the palace. But just as he turned a corner, a huge black figure suddenly rushed towards him from the end of the corridor, bringing with it a strong airflow and an astonishing momentum. Shirou used his keen observation haki to sense the presence of the visitor. Who else but Big Bear could have that familiar feeling of power? He immediately stopped and waited quietly for the other party to approach.
Big Bear rushed to Shirou, and when he saw the face of the person in front of him clearly, he was stunned. His hurried steps stopped instantly, his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. After a moment, he slowly came back to his senses. The surprise in his eyes was gradually replaced by ecstasy. He strode forward excitedly and hugged Shirou tightly in his arms. His voice trembled slightly.
"Shirou, why are you in the kingdom of Solbi? I can't believe my eyes." Brother Big Bear, Sashi ignores Dana. Shirou was a little breathless due to the Big Bear's strong hug, but he was in a very good mood. He reached out and grabbed the Big Bear's strong arms, with a bright smile on his face. "I haven't seen you for so many years, so of course I came to see you. Why, don't you welcome me?" "How can I not be welcome? Ginny and I have been thinking about you all these years and often talked about your past." Big Bear quickly let go of Shirou and touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. His face still had that naive look, but he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. Shirou looked around the spacious and bright palace hall, but didn't see any familiar figures, so he asked curiously. "By the way, where's Sister Ginny? Why can't I see her? Is she okay?" Chapter 130 Big Bear's Child. Ginny is doing fine. She's playing with the children in the bedroom right now. Come on, I'll take you to see her. As Big Bear spoke, he naturally put his arm around Shirou's shoulders and walked towards the bedroom. The smile on his lips was as innocent as a child, full of unconcealable happiness and anticipation. "You and Sister Ginny already have a child?" When Shirou heard the word, children, he looked at Big Bear in surprise, his eyes full of joy. "Yes. Ginny and I have been married for 6 years. She gave birth to a son and a daughter for me, and now both little ones are very lively." When talking about his children, Big Bear's eyes instantly became extremely gentle, as if he was talking about the most precious baby in the world, and his tone was full of happiness and pride. This is such a huge surprise. Shirou's face was filled with a relieved smile, but he couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion in his heart. That's great. The tragedy of Big Bear and Ginny has finally been completely reversed. They can finally live a happy and stable life. After sighing, Shirou asked curiously, "By the way, what are the names of your 2 children? They must be very cute." "My son is called Little Bear. His full name is Bartholomew Bear too. He is 5 years old this year and very naughty. My daughter is Bartholomew Bonnie. She's 3 years old and has a lively personality. Both of them are so cute." When Big Bear mentioned the child's name, the smile on his lips became even more intense, and stars seemed to twinkle in his eyes. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with the name he had chosen. When Shirou heard these 2 names, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitched, and he secretly complained in his heart. Big Bear was so careless in naming his son. He named his son Little Bear and his daughter just used Bonnie's name. It's too simple and direct. But he didn't say much. After all, the name was full of Dashang's love for the child, and this thought was the most important.
2 minutes later, led by Big Bear, the 2 arrived at the door of the bedroom. Before entering the room, they heard the crisp and lively sounds of children playing, and a boy's voice shouted loudly.
Don't run, I'm Roger, the Pirate King. I'm going to dominate the sea and become the strongest pirate. Then, a girl's voice retorted with a hint of anger. No, brother, you're cheating. We just agreed that I would play the Pirate's King this time, why are you stealing my role again? Hiro was intrigued by this cute conversation, and quickly followed Big Bear into the room after opening the door. After entering the room, he was shocked to see two children in small coats chasing and playing on the carpet. The boy was running in front and the girl was chasing behind. The whole room was filled with childlike joy. The boy looked much stronger than the average child of his age. His round face and tall stature were somewhat similar to those of a big bear. After a few seconds, she raised her slender finger tremblingly and pointed at Shirou, her voice a little uncertain. But it's good now, and the most important thing is that they are so happy. Who do you think he is, dear? There was a noise from the palace just now. Did something happen? Is everything okay? Sister Ginny, don't be like this. Brother Bear is watching us. He'll be angry. When the two children saw the big bear come in, they immediately stopped chasing, and bright smiles instantly bloomed on their faces. They rushed towards the big bear with their short legs, shouting as they ran. When Ginny heard the word, old friend, her eyes rolled rapidly, she quickly made a guess, and an expectant expression appeared on her face. It's okay. Big Bear doesn't care about these little things. We are old friends. What's wrong with being a little more welcoming when we meet? It's nothing, don't worry. It's just that an old friend of ours came and I brought him to meet you and the children. Looking at the couple in front of him, whose personalities were still distinct, Shirou was speechless for a moment. The corners of his mouth could not help but twitch, and he sighed in his heart. It seems that in the original novel, there's a reason why Big Bear was later teased as Green Hat Bear. However, his eyes were very sharp, revealing a spirit of not admitting defeat. It was obvious that he had not inherited the simple and honest temperament of Big Bear. Oh, it's really you, little hero. Sister Ginny's carefree personality really makes it easy for people to be misunderstood. The girl next to her had soft pink hair, a petite figure, and round eyes as watery as grapes. She was extremely cute, and one could tell at a glance that she had inherited Ginny's beauty and agility. Hiro took a step forward, a gentle smile on his face, his eyes fixed on Ginny. Dad is back. You're a little hero? I didn't expect that after so many years, you've grown into such a handsome young man. I almost didn't recognize you.
Big Bear deliberately kept the secret, and turned to the side mysteriously, revealing Hiro behind him, and said with a smile. Don't you think so, dear? At this time, Ginny had long lost the immaturity of her youth, and had acquired the gentleness and elegance of a mature woman. Her facial features had also grown, and her appearance had improved a lot compared to when she was a child. She exuded a gentle maternal glow. Yes, Sister Ginny, it's Shiro. Are you okay? Big Bear looked down at Ginny, his eyes so gentle that they could drip water, and his tone was full of doting.
Ginny glanced back at the smirking bear standing nearby, then turned to Hiro, winked mischievously, and continued. Old friend? Could it be Ivankov? He said last time that he would come to visit us when he has time. Ginny, who was sorting clothes nearby, heard the noise and quickly turned around. Seeing Big Bear coming back, she immediately walked over and asked with concern. Big Bear smiled and squatted down, easily carrying the two children, one in each hand, steadily on his broad shoulders. His movements were skillful and gentle, and it was obvious that he often played with children like this. Forehead. Ginny followed Big Bear's gaze, and when she saw the tall, blonde young man in front of her, she was stunned for a moment, then looked at him carefully. After Ginny confirmed Hiro's identity, she screamed excitedly, rushed over quickly, hugged Hiro tightly, and patted Hiro's arm excitedly, her tone full of surprise. No. Big Bear touched the back of his head, still looking simple and honest, and laughed heartily, not seeming to care at all. Haha, that's right, Hiro, don't mind it. Your sister Ginny has always had this personality since she was a child, lively and enthusiastic. I'm used to it over the years. Hiro was embarrassed by Ginny's sudden enthusiasm and quickly pushed her away, with a hint of helplessness and amusement in his tone. Chapter 131 Big Bear Eats the Fish Fruit. The warm yellow candlelight flickered in the palace, stretching everyone's shadows long. Bonnie's little hands tightly grasped the corner of Big Bear's clothes, and his round eyes timidly stared at Hiro standing opposite him. He tilted his head slightly and pointed at Hiro. His voice was as soft as a mosquito but with a child's unique curiosity. Dad, why haven't I seen this uncle before? Who is he? Big Bear lowered his head and stroked his daughter's soft hair. He looked at Hiro tenderly, then turned to the two children and said solemnly. He was Dad and Mom's best friend when they were little. Call him Uncle Hiro. Uncle Hiro. Bonnie and his brother beside him spoke in unison with almost no pause. The two little guys also bent towards Hiro at the same time, looking well behaved and cute. Good boy. A gentle smile instantly appeared on Hiro's face. He took 2 steps forward, reached out and gently touched the two children's heads. His fingertips could feel the softness of their hair, and a warmth rose in his heart. Ginny, standing aside, looked at the scene of reunion after a long separation, but there was some doubt in her eyes. She stepped forward, her eyes fell on Hiro, and asked softly. Little Sheila, why did you suddenly come to the kingdom of Sorbet? We haven't heard from you for so many years, and we thought you were always on the sea. I came here this time specifically to give brother Big Bear something. Hiro smiled mysteriously, and reached into his arms with a gentle yet solemn movement. A dark-colored fruit covered with spiral patterns was held firmly in his palm. It was the legendary fish fruit. This is devil fruit. Ginny's eyes widened instantly, filled with unconcealable surprise. She stared at the fruit in Hiro's hand, and even subconsciously slowed down her breathing, fearing that she had seen it wrong. Brother Bear, do you still remember this devil fruit? The corners of Shi Luo's mouth rose slightly, with an imperceptible amusement in his eyes, and his tone became particularly gentle, as if awakening a long-forgotten memory. This fruit is the fish fruit we encountered in the Valley of Gods. Big Bear was stunned for a few seconds, then his pupils suddenly contracted and he reacted abruptly. His voice was full of shock and he couldn't help but exclaim, his hands clenched subconsciously. Yes, this is the zone, mythical beast, fish fruit, blue dragon form. Hiro nodded slowly, with a hint of nostalgia in his tone. His eyes drifted into the distance while he spoke, apparently lost in memories of the past. If Ivankov hadn't hesitated for a moment, and was snatched away by Auntie Charlotte Linlin, he would have almost eaten this fruit. It's really interesting to think about it now. But I remember that Kaido of the Beasts had already eaten this devil fruit, didn't he? I came here today specifically to give this devil fruit to Big Bear, so you can eat it. For me to eat? Hiro looked at the sincere expressions of the couple in front of him, his tone full of relief. He smiled and shook his head, then handed the fruit to Big Bear again. This power is too terrifying, indeed. Ginny looked at her husband and nodded slightly at him, her eyes full of support. Ginny followed behind with her two children, her eyes full of anticipation. You said you killed Kaido of the Beasts, the so-called world's strongest creature.
As Hiro said this, he grabbed Big Bear's wrist and walked quickly out of the palace. Ginny immediately put her hands on her hips and stood beside Big Bear, joining in the conversation. Hiro nodded, his tone calm as if he was talking about an insignificant matter, but the next second he suddenly changed the subject. Yeah, little Hiro, you can't say that. Brother Big Bear, let's go out. Try to transform into a blue dragon. Ginny blinked hard, wondering if she had heard it wrongly. She leaned forward and confirmed again, her voice still trembling a little. However, I have already killed Kaido of the Beasts. After his death, this devil fruit naturally fell into my hands. Hiro's eyes became particularly sincere. As he spoke, he stuffed the fish fruit in his hand into Big Bear's hand.
After getting his wife's approval, Big Bear carefully put the two children down from his arms, told them to stay with Ginny, then took a deep breath, opened his mouth and swallowed the fish fruit in one gulp. Brother Bear, please eat this devil fruit quickly. I need your help with something important. Big Bear felt the power surging in his body and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, his eyes full of shock. Yes, you heard right, Kaido is dead, and there will be no trace of him at sea anymore. Big Bear took the fish fruit with both hands, and subconsciously looked at Ginny beside him with a questioning look in his eyes, as if asking for her opinion. Big Bear was stunned, his face full of question marks. He pointed at himself, his eyes full of surprise. He had never expected that Shirou would have such a plan. Ginny and Big Bear both widened their eyes and shouted in unison, their mouths opened so wide that a fist could fit in, their eyes full of disbelief. That's right, Big Bear. In an instant, an incredibly powerful force surged out from his abdomen and flowed through his blood throughout his body. Big Bear could even clearly feel that every cell in his body was cheering. Back then, I ate the flesh ball fruit that was supposed to belong to you, and I've always felt bad about it. Now, I'm returning this fish fruit to you to make up for that regret. Hiro waved his hand nonchalantly, as if killing Kaido was a trivial matter. Then he turned his gaze to Big Bear and said seriously. That fleshy fruit was originally meant for someone as smart and capable as you. Only you can bring out its full potential. I never felt that you stole something from me. What? If you hadn't rescued us back then, Dashang and I would have died long ago, let alone being married with children and living such a happy life now. Please don't be so distant with us. Immediately afterwards, his skin began to turn blue at a speed visible to the naked eye, and scaly patterns gradually emerged. The surprise on Big Bear's face had not yet faded, and there was a bit of doubt on his face. He stared at the fruit in Shirou's hand, his eyes never leaving for a moment, and his tone was full of confusion. Little Hiro, I don't like what you said. Okay, I said the wrong thing, let's not talk about this anymore. Big Bear frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He didn't take the fruit, but looked at Hiro and said solemnly.
Chapter 132 Successfully Ejecting Flame Cloud. Arriving at the empty square outside the palace, Hiro released his hand, stepped aside, and said to Big Bear.
Brother Big Bear, concentrate and try to mobilize the power in your body to transform into the form of a blue dragon. Hiro originally thought that the first attempt at transformation would require repeated practice many times before success. But he didn't expect that Big Bear successfully transformed his form into a blue dragon after only one try. Roar, a deafening dragon roar instantly echoed in the sky. The sound was full of majesty and power, and even the surrounding air seemed to tremble. A giant green dragon hundreds of meters long suddenly appeared in front of Hiro. The dragon scales shone brightly in the sun, and its huge wings flapped gently, bringing up gusts of wind. Hiro observed it carefully for a moment and found that this blue dragon was very similar to the blue dragon that Kaido transformed into. The only difference is that the blue dragon transformed by Big Bear looks fatter and is also shorter than the blue dragon transformed by Kaido. Next, Hiro patiently told Big Bear the moves that he had learned before and that Kaido often used, explaining them in great detail from basic attack methods to complex skills. Big Bear learned quickly. Before long, he had mastered the techniques such as hot breath and spitting out flaming clouds, and he used them more and more skillfully. However, Kaido's moves that require the Conqueror's Haki can only be performed, and Kuma has no choice but to give up because he does not have the Conqueror's Haki. After working for most of the day, when Big Bear was completely familiar with the abilities of the Azure Dragon form, Hiro told Big Bear everything about how Wano Kuni Ghost Island needed to be supported by Flame Cloud, otherwise it would sink. After listening to this, Big Bear nodded and agreed without hesitation. No problem, just leave this little thing to me. I'm happy to be able to help you. Afterwards, Big Bear returned to the palace and said goodbye to Ginny and the two children reluctantly, and then followed Hiro to the Ghost Island of Wano Kuni. At this time on Ghost Island, Jeppu was leaning on a huge rock, yawning, his eyes full of fatigue. In order to use the power of Lion Fruit to support the entire Ghost Island, he has been guarding here for a day. As soon as he saw Hiro's figure appear in the distance, Zeph instantly became alert. He rubbed his eyes and quickly stepped forward, asking with a bit of urgency in his tone. Captain, you're finally here. What are we going to do with this Ghost Island? You don't want me to stay here and support it forever, do you? My old bones can't take it anymore. Hiro patted Zeph's shoulder, with a soothing smile on his face, and said comfortingly. Don't worry, Jeppu, I'm here to help you solve this problem. I won't let you suffer forever. Zeph's eyes widened, his tone filled with disbelief. He looked up and down at Hiro, then glanced at the big bear beside him, and asked doubtfully. So, you're planning to sink this island directly into the sea? But wouldn't it make too much noise if such a large island sank? No, I found some help. Hiro smiled and shook his head. He turned to look at the big bear beside him and said with a trusting tone. Brother Big Bear, I'll leave everything here to you. No problem. Big Bear responded crisply, and just as he finished speaking, his body began to change. Green scales quickly covered his entire body, and his body grew larger in an instant, and soon he turned into the majestic green dragon form before. He hovered above Onigashima, then opened his mouth and continuously spit out flames around Onigashima.
Thick clouds of flame slowly surrounded the Ghost Island, like a solid barrier, holding the entire island firmly in place. Big Bear didn't stop until the flame cloud completely surrounded the Ghost Island and there was no longer any risk of falling. Okay, Zeph, now you can withdraw the power of the Lion Fruit. Hiro waved towards Zeph and spoke in a relaxed tone. Jeppu stood there, staring at the giant green dragon in the sky without blinking, and was completely stunned. The appearance of this blue dragon is very similar to the blue dragon that Kaido of the Beasts transformed into. If he didn't know that Kaido was dead, he would almost think that Kaido had come back. After a moment, Zeph suddenly came to his senses and quickly retracted his Lion Fruit ability. Feeling the burden instantly lifted from him, he breathed a long sigh of relief, then looked at Hiro, his tone full of admiration. Captain, your friend looks incredibly strong. His strength is probably not much worse than Kaido's. It's okay. Hiro smiled and explained in a somewhat casual tone. He just ate Kaido's zone fish fruit, the mythical beast species, the blue dragon form, which is why he has this ability. After saying this, he looked at Jeppu again, his tone became serious, and he ordered. You should return to the Defu and rest. I need to send my friend back to the kingdom of Solbi first, and then I'll reunite with you on the ship. Yes, Captain, Jeppu responded respectfully, then flew towards the Defu, with a relaxed smile on his face. Finally, I don't have to guard this heavy ghost island anymore. After Hiro waited until Big Bear transformed from the blue dragon form back to human form, he stretched out his hand and activated the power of the meatball fruit. A transparent shockwave wrapped around Big Bear, and with a light push, he smacked him back to the kingdom of Solbi. Before Big Bear left, Hiro specifically warned him. Brother Big Bear, if you encounter any problems you can't solve after you go back, remember to call my Den Mushi. I'll rush over to help you as soon as possible. Shirou looked at the back of Big Bear as he turned and left, and all the scenes of the past came to his mind, making him feel a lot of emotion. He still remembered that year, the gears of fate were quietly misaligned, and he accidentally ate the meatball fruit that should have belonged to Big Bear. And now, time seemed to have come full circle, and he personally handed the Azure Dragon fruit to Big Bear. This is really an interesting cycle. What made Hiro feel even more relieved was that in this reshaping of fate, the tragedy that Big Bear and Ginny should have experienced was finally completely avoided. The memories gradually faded from his mind, and Hiro withdrew his gaze and returned to the German service. The moment I stepped onto the boat, the familiar bustling atmosphere hit me. The crew members gathered in twos and threes, chatting with each other, and their hearty laughter echoed in the cabin, making the ship full of vitality and vigor. Jinbei leaned against the side of the boat, his round belly heaving slightly due to hunger. He simply stood up, put his hands on his hips, and yelled towards the kitchen. Jeppu, can you please hurry up? We haven't had a proper meal since this morning. Our stomachs are already growling with hunger, and now all we can think about is the delicious food you cooked. If we wait any longer, we'll faint from hunger. As soon as he finished speaking, Zapu's impatient voice came from the kitchen, a little hoarse but still powerful. All right, why are you rushing me? How can you rush delicious food? If it's not cooked right, the taste will be terrible. Wait a little longer, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Stop making noise here, it's disturbing my work.
The conversation between the two caused the surrounding crew members to burst into laughter, and the already lively atmosphere became even more cheerful. The sunlight poured in through the windows and fell on everyone's face, full of warmth and comfort. Chapter 133 Young Yamato. The smoke from Wano had not yet completely dissipated, but the air was already filled with the joy of victory and the aroma of barbecue. The pirate's ship, Defu, was docked at the edge of the harbor, and the deck had already been decorated with great activity. The rum in the wooden barrel was bubbling, the sizzling Sea King's skewers were dripping with fat, and tiny sparks from the charcoal fire were flying. The crew members sat around in groups of 3 or 4, and their laughter and cheers almost drowned out the sound of the waves crashing on the shore.
Everyone had just experienced the brutal battle of Wano and was now immersed in the carnival of victory, looking forward to a hearty banquet. At this moment, a small figure suddenly flashed from the direction of the port.
The figure shuttled among the messy dock cargo, and finally stopped at the shore not far from the Defu, waving his arms desperately towards the deck. The small body swayed slightly due to the force, as if trying to attract the attention of those on the boat. I think I hear someone calling us. Redfield was holding half a piece of steaming barbecue in one hand, taking a big bite, and the fat slid down the corners of his mouth. But he suddenly stopped, frowned slightly, and his eyes, which could detect the subtle movements around him, subconsciously looked towards the port. As a powerful man with the title of Red Earl, his observation haki far exceeds that of ordinary people. Even the noisy banquet cannot cover up that faint but persistent call. The crew members who were still making noise on the deck wanted to laugh and refute when they heard this. After all, at this moment, there were cheers and clinking of glasses one after another, so how could they hear any other sounds? But when the words were on the tip of their tongues, they all shut up when they thought of the Red Earl's almost exaggerated observation haki, which had never been wrong, and looked towards the port curiously following his gaze. Shirou was holding a glass of amber rum, the coolness of the wine still on his fingertips. Seeing this, he quickly put down the glass, and the wine created ripples in the glass. He quickly ran to the railing of the ship, supported himself with both hands, and scanned the people and cargo in the port carefully, fearing that he would miss any clues. When his eyes fell on the small figure on the shore, his steps suddenly stopped and he was stunned for a moment. The figure stood out in the empty harbor. She was a little girl about 8 years old, with 2 thin tentacles on her head, which swayed gently with her movements, like some kind of cute little animal. She was wearing a simple and elegant kimono with faint patterns embroidered on the fabric. Although there was some dust on the corners of her clothes, it could not conceal her exquisite appearance at all. Her round face is fair and tender, and her facial features are particularly 3-dimensional, especially her big eyes, which are as bright as gems dipped in a clear spring. She is clearly a rare beauty. Shiruo's gaze lingered on her face for a moment, a name flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but be startled. Isn't this Kaido's daughter Yamato? How come she is here? He muttered to himself subconsciously. It shouldn't be because I killed her father that she came here specifically to seek revenge, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a faint halo appeared around him, and the next second he teleported to Yamato's side. Yamato was waving at the German service intently when he suddenly felt a figure appear beside him, and he shuddered with fright. The small body couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and its big eyes widened as it looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of it with vigilance and surprise. Seeing her nervous look, Shirou slowed down his tone, touched his chin with his hand, and asked softly. Upon hearing the word, agree, Yamato jumped up excitedly, his small body drawing a joyful arc in the air, his face full of uncontrollable joy. Even the kakuzu above his head shook even more violently. That's right. Moreover, Robin is the only little girl on the boat at the moment. If Yamato joins, she can also find a companion for Robin so that she doesn't have to be alone all the time. He was really curious about what this child had in mind that made him choose to join the enemy pirates. I'm Kazuki Oden. Thank you for killing Kaido and saving Wano. Why did you join our German pirates? You should know that your father's beast's pirates were eliminated by us, and your father Kaido was killed by my own hands. After a moment, she slowly calmed down, and remembering the conditions mentioned by Shirou, she quickly restrained her smile and asked with blinking eyes. Shiruo's expression gradually became serious, his eyes fixed on her, and his tone became more serious. When Yamato heard this question, his expression didn't show any resentment at all. Instead, he became extremely sincere and his tone became much softer. Yes, Captain. You are Kaido's daughter Yamato, right? What can I do for our German pirates? I know Kazuki Oden is your idol, but it would be better if you use your original name. Yes, I am the captain of the German pirates, Jimmel Shiro. Thinking of this, Shiro reached out and gently patted Yamato's shoulder, his tone softened. But on second thought, Yamato has Kaido's blood flowing in his body, so his talent must be extraordinary. If he is trained well, he will definitely be a promising talent. Wait, Yamato? Shiro put on a gentle smile and answered in a calm tone, trying to put her at ease. Hearing the affirmative answer, Yamato seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She puffed out her small chest, her voice became louder, and she introduced herself loudly with some excitement. Yamato's voice was still a little childish, with a noticeable stutter. Then let me ask you, Yamato, Captain, what are the conditions? What? I agree that you can join the German pirates, but you must agree to one condition. She clutched the corner of her kimono tightly, her big eyes full of disbelief, as if she couldn't believe that she had really waited for her target. When Shiruo heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, and his eyes were full of surprise. he secretly complained in his heart. Yamato nodded without hesitation, his bright eyes full of obedience. Yeah. Such a frank and sincere attitude made Shirou stunned for a moment, and he muttered in his heart. Are you from the German pirates? Seeing Hiro's surprised expression, Yamato took a small step forward, his face full of seriousness, and said seriously. Yamato has been calling himself Kazuki Oden since he was so young? Is this a good thing or a bad thing? This kid in front of me is really not a normal person, who would worship the person who killed their father. Shirou quickly reached out and gently touched her head. His fingertips touched the soft hair, and his tone was somewhat helpless and gentle. Kaido is too cruel. The people of Wano have suffered so much because of him. If you can kill him, you will be a hero of Wano and the second person I admire most. Hello, Captain Hero, I'm Kazuki Oden, and I'd like to join your German pirates. Chapter 134 Yamato joins the German pirates. You are no longer allowed to call yourself Kazuki Oden, nor are you allowed to target Kazuki Oden. Hiro's expression was very serious and his tone left no room for doubt. The smile on Yamato's face disappeared instantly, his little brows were tightly furrowed, his originally bright eyes dimmed a little, and his little face was full of hesitation. She stared down at her toes, her fingers unconsciously picking at the fabric of her kimono, obviously engaged in a fierce ideological struggle. Time passed by minute. After thinking for 5 minutes, Yamato slowly raised his head. There was a bit of reluctance in his eyes, but he still bit his lip and said reluctantly. I promise you. Seeing her nod, Shirou smiled with satisfaction and nodded. Okay, I'll take you on board now. Captain, can you tell me why I can't target Kazuki Oden? After taking 2 steps, Yamato suddenly stopped, raised her little face and looked at Hiro, her eyes full of confusion. There was a bit of innocence in her clear eyes that made people unable to refuse. Hearing this, Shirou touched his chin again and fell into deep thought. You can't just tell Yamato that Kazuki Oden is an idiot and that if you follow his example, you'll never know how you'll end up dead. If you say that, the kid will probably burst into tears right there. He quickly organized his words in his mind and thought for a long time before he came up with a reasonable-sounding reason, trying to speak in a natural tone. Let me put it this way. Did you know that Kazuki Oden and I once served in the Roger Pirates? We were comrades who fought side by side. I see, Captain Hero, you're amazing. When Yamato heard this, his eyes lit up instantly, and he looked at Hiro with admiration, and even his tone became more respectful. Seeing Yamato's foolish expression, Hiro sighed helplessly and continued. Now that Kazuki Oden is dead, every time I hear someone mention him or see someone imitating him, I remember those days and feel sad. Do you understand? I understand, Captain. Yamato's eyes instantly filled with tears, sparkling and looking like they would fall at any moment. She sniffed and spoke with a choked voice. You are such a kind and righteous person. The corners of Shiruo's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably again, and he secretly complained in his heart. This little guy is too gullible, right? He believed it so easily? Captain, could you tell me one more thing? Just when Hiro was secretly helpless, Yamato suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of expectation, and his hands unconsciously clenched together. What's up? Hiro frowned and looked at her in confusion, not knowing what the little girl was going to ask next. Yamato took a deep breath, a serious expression on his face, and asked seriously. Who's better, you or Kazuki Oden? Is that even a question? When Hiro heard this question, a glimmer of confidence flashed in his eyes, and his tone was somewhat matter-of-fact. Kazuki Oden was killed by Kaido, and I killed Kaido. Who do you think is better? Yeah, I'm so stupid, I didn't even figure this out. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yamato, and their mouths opened into an "oh" shape at the same time. But the smile soon faded, and the grudge in everyone's heart still existed. The atmosphere was tense when a loud, gurgling sound suddenly came from Yamato's stomach. The concerns in the words lingered in the hearts of everyone present. Yamato patted his chest in sudden realization, his face full of annoyance, and then as if he had thought of something, his eyes became extremely firm, and he looked at Hiro with admiration in his eyes. When Hiro took Yamato's wrist and stepped onto the deck of the Defu, the sunlight shone on everyone's astonished faces. Shirou gently pushed Jinbei's hand away, turned to face the people who were still in shock, and spoke patiently and firmly. Yamato, we're having a party just in time, come and get something to eat. Dear crew members, I'm Yamato. From today on, I'll be your most reliable partner. My goal is to become a man as indomitable as Captain Jimel Hiro. I hope you'll give me your guidance. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw her like this. Forehead, this kid's transformation is too fast, isn't it? Besides, there's probably only one person in the world who idolizes his father's murderer. The sound was so loud that all the crew members present could hear it clearly. Some people were whispering to each other, while others looked at Yamato with complicated eyes, obviously still unable to completely trust this enemy's daughter. Jinbei's voice was the first to break the silence. He quickly pushed through the crowd and stepped forward, his large hand cupped next to Shiruo's ear, his deliberately lowered voice filled with worry. He raised his hand and patted Yamato's shoulder, his voice clearly carried across the deck. Xiao Ba, who was holding the juice, trembled and the orange-yellow liquid dripped down through his fingers. Well, I haven't eaten for a day, and my stomach is really uncomfortable. No one could believe that the captain actually brought the daughter of the brutal pirates on board. As soon as the words fell, the deck fell into silence. Bring Kaido's daughter aboard. just in case she turns against us in the future, or attracts the Marines and other pirates to hunt us down. Hiro was a little embarrassed by her sudden change, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. She raised her chin, her eyes full of seriousness, and shouted out her declaration of joining the ship. Hiro pointed towards the center of the deck. After saying this, she bowed deeply, her head almost touching her chest. She looked so serious as if she was completing some solemn ceremony. I've decided, from now on, Captain Hiro, you will replace Kazuki Oden in my heart and become the person I admire most. Yamato's face instantly turned red. He scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, then reached out and touched his stomach. His voice became much quieter. He paused deliberately, his eyes sweeping over every face filled with doubt. Let me introduce you all, this is Yamato, daughter of Kaido of the Beasts. Captain, are you sure? Although her tone was so serious, the slightly red tips of her ears revealed her nervousness. At this moment, Yamato took a big step forward and slapped his hands heavily on his chest. The crisp sound made the deck quiet. But even so, the doubts on everyone's faces still did not dissipate. Don't hold a grudge against this matter. Yamato, she hated Kaido's brutal rule from the bottom of her heart. When we defeated the Beast's pirates and liberated Wano, she was grateful to us from the bottom of her heart and has always wanted to sail with us. Chapter 135 New Bounty. There was a huge floral cloth spread there, piled with sizzling grilled meat, rice balls wrapped in seaweed, and wooden barrels filled with juice. The aroma drifted all over the boat on the sea breeze. Really? Yamato's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had seen a treasure. She leaned over to the food and sniffed hard, unable to help but exclaim. It smells so good. Before she finished her words, she rushed over recklessly, grabbed a piece of barbecue that was bigger than her palm, and stuffed it directly into her mouth. As soon as she took a bite of the barbecue, her eyes widened and she shouted excitedly with her mouth still full of food. It's so delicious, it smells so good, I've never eaten anything so delicious. Oil dripped from the corners of her mouth, but she didn't care and reached out for another piece of barbecue. Eat slowly, no one's going to snatch it from you. Shiro shook his head helplessly and handed over a clean cloth. Seeing Yamato eating so voraciously and without any care in the world, the crew members on the deck finally let down their guard. It was impossible to associate such a little girl whose mind was only focused on eating with the dangerous identity of Kaido's daughter. The resentment in my heart gradually dissipated, and I finally felt completely relieved. After eating and drinking, Lola took Robin's hand and walked to Yamato, smiling and introducing. Yamato, this is Robin, the smartest person on our ship. You two can talk more in the future. Maybe you can become good sisters. He deliberately emphasized the word, good sisters, hoping that the two girls of similar age would open up their hearts and become close friends. Robin remained as humble and polite as ever. She nodded slightly to Yamato with a gentle smile on her face. Hello Yamato, please take care of me in the future. But Yamato waved his hand, looking like a carefree boy, and patted his chest to assure. Don't worry, Captain, Sister Robin is so gentle, I will definitely protect her in the future. If anyone dares to bully her, I will be the first one to not let him go. Looking at Yamato's serious expression, as if he was giving a military order, Robin couldn't help laughing out loud, his eyes curved into beautiful crescents. Yamato, if you want to protect Robin, you have to train hard in the future, understand? Hiro reached out and touched Yamato's head, his tone full of admonition. Don't worry, Captain, I will definitely train hard and become stronger. Yamato said as he suddenly rolled up his sleeves and tensed his arms to show off his muscles. But her arms are so thin that there are no obvious muscle lines. The look of trying hard to hold his breath but only being able to squeeze out a little soft flesh made everyone on the deck laugh. Even Robin covered his mouth and laughed. But Hiro didn't laugh. He looked at the energetic little guy in front of him with understanding in his eyes. He knew clearly how strong Yamato's talent was. According to the normal development trajectory, when Yamato grows up a little more, she will not only awaken Conqueror's Haki, but also the Zone Dog Fruit mythical beast true god form that she has already eaten. In the future, his strength will definitely be close to the level of Marine Admiral and 4 Emperors, and he will definitely become a major force in the German pirates group.
After the banquet, the Defu returned to its former tranquility. But since Yamato joined, there has been a lot more laughter and joy on the ship. She is always full of energy, and the entire pirates group becomes more lively with her joining. 2 days later, in the morning, as soon as the sun shone on the deck, Robin and Yamato began their daily training. This is his old method to get newspapers every time. It will not hurt the news bird and he can get the newspaper smoothly. Almost all the pages of the newspaper were occupied by news about Wano and the German pirates, with each headline more eye-catching than the last. Robin took a book on basic fighting techniques and patiently explained the key points of the movements to Yamato. Yamato learned very seriously and practiced each movement repeatedly until he was satisfied. Robin's bounty also increased significantly, from 79 million berry to 120 million berry. The German pirates have become the strongest pirates group since Roger Pirates. In the future, I must follow the German pirates group and have adventures, make a name for myself, and have a super high bounty in the future so that the world government will not dare to look down on me. When I saw the small words, 2,000 berries, I couldn't hold back my laughter any longer and laughed out loud. As the ship's chef, Zeph also has a bounty of 430 million berry. Xiao Ba was treated as a pet by the world government for the German pirates, with a bounty of only 2,000 berries, not even a fraction of what ordinary pirates could earn. When Hiro flipped to the bounty section and saw the latest bounty amount for the German pirates, he immediately shouted to everyone on deck. Some people laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs, some squatted on the ground holding their stomachs, and even the usually gentle Robin laughed so hard that his shoulders were shaking. Hiro reached out and took down the newspaper, then healed the news bird and let it go. Wano Kuni changes hands again, Kazuki Moria becomes king. Next was Redfield, whose original bounty was very high, and this time it was increased to 2.16 billion berry. The others gathered around Hiro, staring at the numbers in the newspaper curiously. After the Wano Kuni battle, Moria's bounty increased several times due to his outstanding performance, reaching 1.43 billion berry. Crocodile followed closely behind with 834 million berry. Seeing this, Hiro skillfully used air shock wave to shoot down the news bird. When they heard the word bounty, the crew members gathered around immediately. Yamato didn't laugh. She looked at the bounty offered by everyone in the newspaper, then looked at Xiao Ba who was jumping with anger, and silently swore in her heart. Xiao Ba instantly exploded, waving his 8 tentacles vigorously, baring his teeth and claws in anger, and cursing loudly. Yi Xiao's bounty is 895 million berry. World government bastards. They actually lowered my bounty so low. I fought in Wano Kuni, so how did I become a pet? This is too much. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at the bounty amount on Xiao Ba's line. But when everyone saw Xiao Ba's bounty, they were stunned. He opened the World Economic News in his hand and just glanced at the headline when his eyes froze. The densely packed text reports in detail the course of the Wano Kuni battle, even the details of the battle between Hiro and Kaido are described vividly. At this moment, a news bird carrying a newspaper flew from a distance and circled over the Defu. Jinbei's is 810 million berry. His bounty increased slightly compared to before, soaring directly to 4.98 billion berries, just one step away from 5 billion berries. What? The first name on the bounty list was, of course, Captain Jimel Hiro. The strongest king of the next generation, Jimel Hiro kills Kaido of the beasts. Except for Red Earl, Redfield, who was still leaning against the side of the ship, drinking red wine with a calm expression. He had never been interested in the bounty. Everyone come and take a look, our bounty has been updated. Chapter 136 Auntie's Tea Party Invitation. In the days that followed, the sisters Robin and Yamato were almost inseparable. During the day, they trained together and helped the people on the ship. At night, they would sit on the deck and look at the stars. Robin would tell Yamato stories from around the world, and Yamato would share his experiences in Wano Kuni. But there are exceptions. Whenever Robin was reading a thick book in the library, Yamato would frown and quietly move away, fearing that his movements would disturb Robin. He could only pace back and forth at the library door and wait for Robin to finish reading before going out to play together. Robin's personality is also different from the quiet and introverted one in the original book. Under the influence of Yamato, he becomes more and more cheerful and occasionally jokes with everyone. Half a month later, the German pirates were sailing leisurely in the waters of New World. Some of the crew members were basking in the sun on the deck, while others were practicing their skills. It was a pleasant scene. At this moment, a carrier pigeon suddenly landed on the side of the ship with an exquisite invitation tied to its foot. Hiro reached out and took the invitation. He opened it and saw that the handwriting on it was gorgeous and grand, and the content was clear and concise. We cordially invite Captain Jimel Hiro of the German pirates to attend a tea party at the World on August 15, 1502, see Circle Calendar. The signature is Charlotte Linlin. The crew members put down their work and the noise of their chatter broke the tranquility of the voyage. Someone pointed at the name, Charlotte Linlin, on the invitation, their finger trembling slightly. Some people stood on tiptoe to look around, and even the sound of the sails fluttering in the wind was drowned out by the hustle and bustle. Captain. Jinbei crossed his hands in front of him, his rough fingertips gently touching the stubble on his chin, his eyes full of confusion. He took 2 steps forward, his voice lower than usual. Why would Charlotte Linlin, the auntie from the pirates, suddenly invite you to a tea party? This sounds rather odd. Crocodile, who was standing nearby, slowly frowned, a trace of solemnity flashing across his desert-like eyes. He raised his hand and pulled his wide cloak behind him, his tone carrying an unquestionable warning. In my opinion, this is most likely a trap. Have you forgotten? Kaido and Big Mom had a life-and-death relationship when they were in the Rocks Pirates. We just wiped out the Beast's pirates. Maybe this woman wants to avenge Kaido under the guise of a tea party. His words quieted down the surrounding discussions, and many crew members subconsciously tightened their weapons. But the captain has the meatball fruit. Xiao Ba quickly waved his octopus tentacles, rushing to defend Hiro, his tone full of determination. The meatball fruit can teleport. Even if it's really a trap, they won't be able to do anything to the captain once he's there. Stop guessing. Hiro suddenly raised his hand and waved it. The clear voice reached everyone's ears through the crowd. He took a step forward and glanced at the crew members around him. There was a bit of carefreeness in his eyes. Isn't it just a tea party? I can just go there and find out what's going on in person. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiao took a step forward and gently pressed his rough palm on Shi Luo's shoulder. The force was not strong but full of determination. He lowered his eyes slightly, his tone full of concern. Captain, it's better to be careful. Why don't you let us go with you? We're not far from Wangwo now anyway, so we can take the Defu ship over there. There will be more people to look after you. This. Hiro paused, frowned slightly, and fell into deep thought. Two thoughts flashed through Redfield's mind. On the one hand, he really wanted to find out as soon as possible the reason why Big Mom suddenly invited Hiro. After all, with Big Mom's personality, she would never hold a tea party for no reason. On the other hand, his thoughts unconsciously drifted to the delicious food at the tea party. I once heard about the fame of the anti-tea party. Just thinking about the exquisite desserts and rich sweet soups makes my mouth water. After all, such delicacies are not something you can easily find. After spending some time with the pirates, the Red Earl has completely changed. Yes, Captain. Zapu suddenly walked forward quickly, his face full of anticipation and his tone filled with a bit of urgency. Big Mom's tea party is famous in the pirates' world. It's said that every dessert is a carefully crafted delicacy. I've always wanted to go and see it in person, and this is the perfect opportunity. Yamato beside him nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Robin's lips curled up into an expectant smile, and they both looked at Hiro expectantly, their eyes full of longing. Looking at everyone's expectant expressions, Shiluo raised his hand and patted Jinbei's sturdy arm, with a tone of entrustment in his voice. Okay then, Jinbei, thank you for your help. No problem, leave it to me. Jinbei immediately straightened his back, patted his chest vigorously, and said in a loud and powerful voice. I will control the speed of the Defu, and ensure it arrives in Wangwo on time on August 15th. I will definitely not be late for the tea party. After saying that, he turned around excitedly and strode into the cab. Soon, his shouts for adjusting the course were heard from the deck. The 5-day voyage passed in a flash, and amid the crew's anticipation, the Defu finally slowly sailed into the waters of the world. From a distance, the port of Wangwo is surrounded by colorful Madara candy decorations, and the air is filled with a sweet scent. A huge red banner was prominently hung on the stone pillars of the harbor. The golden lettering on the banner gleamed in the sunlight, and it clearly read. Welcome Captain Jimmel Hiro of the German pirates to the tea party hosted by Wangwo. When the Defu slowly approached the port, Hiro stood at the bow and saw clearly that the person in charge of welcoming the guests was actually Big Mom's most capable son and subordinate, Katakuri. Katakuri was still wearing his signature cape, his hands crossed in front of him. When he saw all the crew members of the Defu following behind Hiro, his brows couldn't help but frown slightly, and a hint of imperceptible surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Sashi ignores Dana, Katakuri. Shiro walked forward with a smile and took the initiative to say hello, with a familiar tone in his voice. Hello, Jimmel Hiro. Katakuri nodded slightly, extended his hand in a friendly manner, and shook hands gently with Hiro. The warmth of his palm was somewhat calm. I didn't expect your mother would send you to greet me. It seems she thinks highly of me. Hiro smiled and withdrew his hand, walking into the port side by side with Katakuri. There was a hint of teasing in his tone, but his eyes were secretly observing Katakuri's reaction. Chapter 137 The Tea Party begins. Of course, Katakuri's steps did not stop, his tone was calm but full of praise. You've made a huge splash in the pirates' world over the years. You dismantled the beast's pirates and established a strong foothold in the new world. You have the highest reputation in the entire pirates' world. Mom often mentions you in front of us, praising your strength and courage. That's quite an honor. Hiro quickly waved his hand, a modest smile on his face, then lowered his voice and approached Katakuri, his tone full of curiosity. But, Katakuri, I still want to ask, what exactly is the reason why your mother asked me to come to the Wano country this time? It can't be just to treat me to tea and snacks, right? Well, Katakuri tilted his head slightly, with a mysterious arc at the corner of his mouth. You'll find out when you get to the castle. Telling it now will make it less of a surprise. He still didn't reveal any information, keeping the matter completely mysterious. Hiro frowned helplessly. Although he was full of doubts, he knew that asking further would get no results. So he had no choice but to follow Katakuri's footsteps and slowly walked into the gorgeous cake castle in the distance. Along the way, the crew of the Defu were completely shocked by the sight of the world. The road was paved with colorful chocolates, the streetlights on the roadside were biscuits covered with icing sugar, and even the roofs of the houses in the distance were decorated with huge creams and fruits. Occasionally, winged homies flew over the head, making crisp laughter. Everyone stopped and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Some even reached out and gently touched the candy decorations on the roadside, their eyes full of surprise. After all, such a fantastical scene can only be found in Wangwo in the entire pirates' world. Soon, Hiro and his group followed Katakuri to the banquet hall of Cake Castle. A huge crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling of the banquet hall, and the light refracted through the crystals, casting a colorful glow on the long table covered with a white tablecloth. The walls are decorated with bright flowers and the air is filled with the rich aroma of desserts. Charlotte Linlin was sitting at the main seat at the front of the banquet hall. Her body was even larger than it had been 6 years ago, and she was wearing a gorgeous dress. The children around her stood neatly on both sides of her, all looking towards the door. Hiro calmly looked at Charlotte Linlin for a moment, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. She is now fatter than she was 6 years ago. The stunning beauty of her youth has completely disappeared, leaving only traces of time and overeating. The ant suddenly let out her signature laugh. She slowly stood up and dragged her huge body towards Shiloh. With each step, the ground seemed to shake slightly. Hero, you're finally here. I thought you were going to be late. Sister Linlin, thank you for inviting me to the tea party. Hero bowed slightly, placed his right hand gently on his chest, and performed a polite gesture with just the right amount of respect in his tone. Shiro, I haven't seen you for so many years. You've become even more handsome. They all picked up their cutlery, some grabbed big pieces of cake and stuffed them into their mouths, while others picked up bowls of sweet soup and swallowed them in big gulps. After a while he added, the crust of this fruit tart is very crispy and the fruit is very fresh, the combination is very refreshing. Hearing this, Hiro coughed twice subconsciously, his eyes drifted to the side somewhat unnaturally, and he muttered to himself. Well, Hiro, you've really matured a lot more than before. The members of the German pirates group were not shy people, and faced with a table full of exquisite desserts, they were not polite at all. He would put down his spoon from time to time and comment on the other desserts on the table. Sister Linlin, you're too kind. Compared to me, you're becoming increasingly wealthy, and your children are all so smart and capable. You can tell at a glance that they're very talented. Every dish exudes an enticing aroma. He held the plate in one hand and the spoon in the other, slowly savoring the dessert on the plate. Hero, not only have you grown a lot in strength over the years, but you've also become more articulate. But to be honest, my children are far inferior to you. The tray was filled with a variety of exquisite desserts, layered cream cakes and steaming sweet soups. Hero's enthusiasm was completely different from everyone else's. He still had no interest in sweets. He just symbolically picked up a small piece of cake, put it into his mouth a little bit with a fork, chewed it carefully for a few times, and then put down the cutlery. On the other side, Zapu was completely immersed in the world of desserts. The homie soldiers placed the food on the long table one by one with quick and orderly movements, and the banquet hall was immediately filled with a sweet aroma. Soon, several homies soldiers in neat uniforms came in carrying trays. You and your crew members should find a seat first. The delicious food will be served soon. I promise you will enjoy it to your heart's content. The crew members had already been tempted by the aroma in the air. Upon hearing this, they immediately found seats and stared at the door of the banquet hall, looking forward to the arrival of the delicious food. Hiro responded immediately, turned around and waved to the crew members behind him, indicating that everyone should find a place to sit down. Auntie, are you trying to covet my beauty? If that's the case, it's going to be troublesome. Who can handle her iron balloon body? The sweet aroma of food filled the air along with the sound of everyone's satisfied chewing. Everyone's face was filled with eagerness for the delicious food, and they began to eat with relish without any hesitation. Every time I take a bite, I squint my eyes slightly and carefully feel the texture and taste of the dessert in my mouth. Good. Just looking at it makes people swallow their saliva. After a moment, Hiro forced himself to come back to his senses and quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile. The ant stopped and stared at Shiloh. As she spoke, she licked her lips gently with her thick tongue, and there was a strange light in her eyes. The ant looked at Shiloh with a look of satisfaction in her eyes. She raised her right hand and pointed to the seats on both sides of the banquet hall. Her tone became gentler. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, and a cold sweat even broke out on his back. Everyone has different talents. Your children may not be talented in combat. But when it comes to other things, like making desserts or managing territory, I can't compare to them. Hiro waved his hands quickly and said modestly. One moment he said, this chocolate cake has a very rich cocoa flavor, but it's a little too sweet. When the ant heard this, she immediately laughed heartily, with a hint of obvious appreciation in her eyes. She waved her hand gently, with a bit of emotion in her tone. He looked like a professional food critic. No. After that, he only occasionally picked up the fruit next to him and took a few bites. There was always a hint of alienation in his eyes, which seemed a bit out of place with the lively atmosphere around him. Chapter 138. Big Mom Wants to Marry Hero. The ant was sitting in the main seat, enjoying a huge cream cake. When she heard Zapu's clear and logical evaluation of the dessert, she couldn't help but stop what she was doing, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. Then he put down the cake, looked at Zeph and asked. Are you the chef Zeph from the German pirates group who ate the golden lion fruit? When Zapu heard the ant's question, he first slowly put the last piece of strawberry cake on the fork into his mouth, chewed it carefully and swallowed it, then slowly wiped the corner of his mouth, raised his head to look at the ant, and answered in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Yes, it's me. Speaking of which, your chefs are quite good, and the texture and taste of the desserts they make are both commendable. The only thing is that the whole table is just desserts, which is a bit too monotonous. If there were some savory dishes to pair it with, it would be perfect. After these words were spoken, there was no obvious reaction on the ant's face. She just raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she didn't care about Zapu's comments. However, the children sitting around the ant stopped what they were doing, looked at each other, and nodded in unison with expressions of approval on their faces. Obviously, they were already a little tired of the table full of sweets. Although they are the ant's children, they have the same blood as the ant flowing in their bodies. However, not everyone has inherited the ant's almost fanatical habit of eating sweets. Many people actually prefer salty and fresh food, but due to the majesty of the ant, they never show it. The ant was keenly aware of her children's reactions. She calmly glanced at the expressions of her children around her, then returned her gaze to Zapu and said in a calm tone. In that case, how about asking you, the famous chef, to help out in the kitchen and personally cook some food with different flavors so that everyone can taste your cooking skills? Upon hearing this, Zeph did not agree immediately, but subconsciously turned his head to look at Shiro, who was not far away, obviously asking for Shiro's opinion. After all, Shiro was the captain of the German pirates group, and everything required the captain's permission first. Hiro felt Zeph's gaze and understood what he meant. He nodded slightly with a hint of approval in his eyes, indicating that Zeph could go to the kitchen. After getting Hiro's consent, Zeph picked up his kitchen utensils and walked towards the kitchen. Watching Zapu's gradually departing figure, the ant played with an exquisite spoon in her hand. Suddenly, as if she remembered something from the past, she spoke to Hiro with emotion. Hiro, you've been incredibly successful on the sea these past few years. You've already taken down 2 of my old comrades, Kaido and Golden Lion. Such strength is truly admirable. As he spoke, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, showing the captain's calmness and wisdom. This is too outrageous. He looked at the ant and said in a calm but meaningful tone. After thinking this through, Shiro slowly loosened his grip on the hilt, but the vigilance in his eyes did not completely disappear. He stared at the ant with wide eyes, his face full of shock, and his heart was in turmoil. He thought to himself. Everyone's eyes were turned to Hiro, their eyes filled with surprise, curiosity, and a hint of unconcealable interest in watching the fun. This is too damn greasy. I usually eat light food, but I can't stand this kind of heavy taste. Although Big Mom doesn't treat the other members of Rock's Pirate very well, she often even has conflicts with them due to conflicts of interest. He frowned slightly and asked back, wondering in his heart what important matter the ant wanted to discuss with him. When Hiro heard what the ant said, a look of surprise appeared on his face. His hand quickly grasped the hilt of the tetanus blade at his waist, and his eyes became sharper, ready to fight at any time. So, I specially invited you to my tea party this time because I actually want to discuss an important matter with you, a matter that concerns the future of our 2 pirates groups. Seeing Hiro's tense state, the ant slowly waved her hand, a meaningful smile appeared on her face, and she began to explain. You know, we Rock's pirates weren't that united before. We all came together temporarily for our own interests, and there wasn't any real friendship between us. There is something behind Hiro's words. It not only points out the cruel reality of the pirates' world, but also secretly reminds Big Mom not to have any thoughts that she shouldn't have. Hiro, you're right, but she has always been very good to Kaido. Not only did she help Kaido when he was down, she even gave Kaido the precious fish fruit, giving Kaido powerful strength. Don't be nervous, Hiro. Just like us now, although we can sit together and enjoy delicious food, and it seems that everything is going well, no one can predict that one day we will go to war due to conflicts of interest, and then we will not care about our current friendship. Hearing this, the indifference on Shi Luo's face disappeared instantly and he immediately became alert. After hearing what Shiro said, the ant didn't get angry at all. Instead, she nodded in agreement. When Hiro heard the word marriage, he took a deep breath. Important things. Hiss. So this, auntie, invited me to the tea party not for any friendly exchange, but because she really likes me. I just saw you and suddenly remembered the past, and I sighed a little. There's nothing else to it. Yes, I went to so much trouble to call you here this time because I want to propose something to you, that we 2 pirates unite and form a marriage relationship. What do you think? It wasn't just Hiro who was shocked. After hearing Big Mom's suggestion, the crew members of the German pirates also stopped tasting the food, and the cutlery in their hands stopped in midair. With her body shape and age, she wants to marry me. She picked up the large bowl of steaming sweet soup in front of her, raised her head and drank it all, then casually wiped the remaining soup from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, and continued. As long as the 2 of us pirates unite into a marriage and become a family, there will be no possibility of war between us again. This will benefit both of us, don't you think, Hiro? After all, the ant brought up this matter suddenly, and no one knew what she would do next. As the ant spoke, she curled her lips slightly, revealing a cunning smile, with a calculating glint in her eyes. She looked at Shi Luo and continued to persuade him. That's good. After all, on this ocean, disputes between various forces are inevitable, and fights between pirates are commonplace. Although Big Mom said this, Hiro knew very well in his heart. Chapter 139. Let Smoothie get on board. Hiro suppressed the discomfort in his heart and barely resisted the urge to vomit. He took a deep breath, tried to make his tone more tactful, and persuaded the ant, hoping that she would give up this ridiculous idea. It's like this, Sister Linlin, I think we might not be suitable for each other. You see, the age gap between us is so huge. Without exaggeration, you are almost old enough to be my mother. Therefore, this kind of marriage is really not appropriate. Sister Linlin, please consider other ways of cooperation. Well, you're right, Hiro, I do want to be your mother. When the ant heard what Shiro said, she not only did not give up, but the smile on her face became even wider. What? When Hiro heard what the ant said, he stood up from his seat, his eyes wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe his ears. The aunt actually wanted to be his mother. This plot development is too outrageous. The crew members of the German pirates were also stunned by Big Mom's words. They all looked at her with wide eyes, shock written all over their faces. For a moment, the entire banquet hall fell into an eerie silence. Hiro, don't get excited, sit down and listen to me. Seeing Hiro's excitement, the aunt waved to him, signaling him to calm down, and then continued to explain. When I said, be your mother, I didn't mean it literally. What I mean is that I will make you, Jimil Hiro, my son-in-law, and choose one of my daughters as your wife. In this way, in terms of seniority, I am your mother, right? What do you think of this proposal? Quote. This. When Hiro heard the aunt's explanation, he was stunned for a moment. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to respond. He could only subconsciously turn his gaze to the children around the aunt, and began to carefully look at the girls who might become his wife candidates. The auntie does have quite a few daughters. At a glance, you can see dozens of young girls standing around, but the looks of most of the girls can only be described as ugly and ugly. Some are obese, some have distorted facial features, and some have faces covered with strange birthmarks that are really unbearable to look at. Shiro even secretly felt lucky that the aunt had not directly designated a daughter for him. Just as Shiro was staring at the aunt's daughters, not knowing how to respond to the aunt's proposal and feeling extremely conflicted, the sound of a cart was suddenly heard at the door of the banquet hall. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Zapu coming out of the kitchen pushing a food cart full of food. The dining car was filled with a variety of steaming meat dishes, including golden and crispy barbecue, soft and tasty stew, and smoked meat sprinkled with spices. The rich aroma of meat instantly filled the entire banquet hall, forming a sharp contrast with the previous sweet smell. As soon as the aunt's children smelled the tempting aroma of food on the dining car, they forgot everything else and rushed towards the dining car. Some people grabbed a piece of barbecue and stuffed it into their mouths, while others picked up plates and kept putting various meats into them, unable to wait to taste them. In a short while, all the meat on the dining car was divided up. Every child who had eaten the meat had a happy and satisfied expression on their face, and they all praised Zapu's superb cooking skills. Some even suggested that Zapu stay in the Big Mom Pirates group to cook for them in the future. Although the aunt did not go forward to taste the meat, she just sat in her seat and watched her children wolf down the food. But from the admiring look in her eyes, it was not difficult to tell that she also deeply admired Zapu's cooking skills. Then he nodded approvingly to Zapu, as a recognition of his cooking skills. Seeing that the food he had carefully cooked was so popular, Zapu smiled with satisfaction. He gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, his heart filled with pride as a chef. I said Hiro. The aunt withdrew her gaze from Zeph, turned her head back, and put her attention back on Hiro, continuing to ask about the topic of marriage. What do you think of my proposal just now? Which of my daughters do you want to marry? You must give me an answer as soon as possible. When Hiro heard the aunt bring up this matter again, the expression on his face became a little embarrassed again. He pondered for a moment, his brain working rapidly, thinking of a way to reject the aunt without causing conflict between the two parties. After a while, he finally thought of a compromise. With a slight smile on his face, he looked at the aunt and said, Sister Linlin, let me put it this way. I really don't want to create unnecessary conflicts with you because of this matter. After all, there is no direct conflict of interest between our two pirates groups. How about this, you let one of your daughters come to my German pirates team and stay for a while, so we can get to know each other and cultivate feelings. If during this period of time, we two get along well and have feelings for each other, then it won't be too late to discuss marriage. Even if we don't get along in the end and there's no way we can get married, your daughter has already become a member of my crew. We, the German pirates group, and your aunt pirates group have such a relationship, so it is naturally impossible for us to become enemies easily. What do you think of my proposal? Upon hearing this, the aunt subconsciously touched her round double chin and fell into deep thought. She carefully weighed the pros and cons of Hiro's proposal in her mind. If he agreed to let his daughter join Hiro's pirates group, on the one hand, it would allow his daughter to develop feelings with Hiro and prepare for future marriage. On the other hand, we can also plant a spy in the German pirates group to understand their movements, so that we can take the initiative if there is a conflict of interest in the future. After a moment, the aunt seemed to have made a decision. A smile appeared on her lips again, and her eyes showed a little more satisfaction. She said to Hiro. Well, Hiro, your idea is indeed good. It takes into account the interests of both parties and gives each other a chance to buffer. Let's do it. You can choose from among my daughters now, and I won't object to whoever you choose. Hearing this, Shi Luo felt relieved. He stepped forward and slowly walked among the aunt's daughters, carefully observing the appearance and temperament of each girl. Finally, his eyes were fixed on a tall, long-legged beauty with silver hair. This girl is Big Mom's 14th daughter, Charlotte Smoothie. Chapter 140 Beehive Island. At this time, Smoothie was only 17 or 18 years old, in the prime of his youth, like a flower that had just bloomed, full of energy and vigor. Although her pretty face still has a hint of youthfulness, her facial features are delicate, her appearance is beautiful, and her long legs are particularly eye-catching. Her beauty can be said to be outstanding among the aunt's daughters. The reason why Hiro chose Smoothie is not only because she is beautiful and pleasing to the eye, but more importantly, Smoothie's strength is also very good. After all, she is one of the 3 generals of the future Big Mom pirates, possessing powerful devil fruit abilities and excellent combat skills. If Smoothie can join the German pirates, she will definitely become a good fighter in the German pirates in the future and contribute to the development of the pirates. When Big Mom saw that Hiro actually chose Smoothie, the smile on her face froze instantly. She frowned slightly, with a hint of reluctance and hesitation in her eyes. She was obviously reluctant to let Smoothie go to the German pirates group. After all, Smoothie has always been one of her most valued and beloved daughters, and she is outstanding in both strength and potential. She had originally planned to keep Smoothie by her side to help her manage the affairs of the pirates. Just when the ant was hesitant and wanted to object, Smoothie took the initiative to walk out of the crowd, bowed respectfully to the ant, and then made a request in a firm tone. Mom, please let me go. I want to go on an adventure on the sea with the German pirates and see the outside world. Smoothie, do you really want to go? When Auntie heard that Smoothie offered to join the German pirates, she looked surprised. She looked at Smoothie and asked in a deep voice, wanting to confirm her daughter's true thoughts. Yes, Mom, I really want to go. Moreover, on the German pirates team, we can often enjoy the delicious food made by Chef Zapu, which I think is a very good thing, much better than staying at home and eating sweets every day. Quote. As Smoothie spoke, he reached out and gently pulled Charlotte Linlin's chubby hand, his tone filled with a hint of coquettish pleading and his eyes full of expectation. Big Mom looked at the expectation and desire in Smoothie's eyes, and thought about the proposal that Hiro had just made, which was indeed beneficial to both parties, so she finally softened her heart. She took a deep breath, patted the table decisively, and said, Since you want to go so much, I won't stop you. Just go with Hiro and the others. But you must remember, no matter what, you are my daughter, Charlotte Linlin. If you are wronged in the German pirates group, you can always come back. Quote. When Hiro saw that Big Mom finally agreed to let Smoothie join her pirates group, he breathed a sigh of relief, and the big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He nodded slightly towards the ant as a token of his gratitude. At first, Robin and Yamato loved the sweet and refreshing juice. During breaks in training or in their free time, they could always be seen holding the juice cup, savoring the exclusive sweetness with satisfied smiles on their faces. One morning, the bow of the Defu broke through the waves and sailed into the bottomless sea of New World. After the tea party, Hiro brought Smoothie to Big Mom and said goodbye to her solemnly. From afar, several rows of artillery were densely installed along the harbor coast, with their muzzles all pointed at the sea. A group of pirates armed with swords, spears, and halberds were patrolling back and forth, looking alert and ready for battle. After hearing this, Hiro's face was full of surprise, and he couldn't help but raise his voice. This island has a clear ban on outsiders entering. A hint of understanding and interest flashed across Hiro's eyes. This lively tea party lasted until the evening. The fingertips were shrouded in the aura of the power of squeezing fruit, and in the blink of an eye, the sea beast was squeezed into a cup of juice, with a strange color. Brooke also played a musical instrument, and everyone sang and danced to the rhythm of the music. The entire banquet hall was filled with laughter and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. But this love completely disappeared after an unexpected experience. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of curiosity and fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand and said to the crew members around him, Isn't this the old Rocks pirate's lair? As soon as the boat docked near an unnamed island, the experienced Zapu offered to get off the boat to replenish some fresh food and water. Beehive Island. That day, Robin happened to pass by the corner of the deck and saw with his own eyes that Smoothie grabbed a large sea beast with his bare hands. Sometimes it's to guide them in honing their close combat skills and correcting the slight deviations in their power. Not only that, Smoothie also always likes to use his fruit squeezing ability to make fresh juice for his 2 sisters. Zapu returned to the ship with full of doubts and reported the whole situation to Hiro. Then he took Smoothie and other members of the German pirates group on board the German pirates ship and headed towards the new sea area. After Smoothie officially boarded the Defu, he quickly became friends with Yamato and Robin on the ship with his gentle and generous personality. Come on, everyone, come with me and see what's going on. In the following time, the members of the Ant Pirates group and the German Pirates group seemed to have really become a family. They sat together, eating the various delicious foods that Zapu prepared later, drinking and chatting. She treats the lively Yamato and the elegant Robin as her own sisters from the bottom of her heart. Whenever she has free time, she will take the initiative to propose combat training with the 2 of them. Time flies, and months of sailing pass in a flash. Our German Pirates group is quite famous in the New World now, but there are still people who dare not give us face and even refuse to let us enter the island. As the eldest sister in the team, she has the demeanor of an elder. The tension that had previously arisen from the marriage proposal disappeared without a trace. Soon, the group arrived at the island's port in a mighty procession. As he spoke, he swept his eyes across the port, and soon he saw a signpost standing in a very conspicuous position. On it were 3 big characters, Beehive Island, written in bold font. Seeing this, Hiro raised his eyebrows and muttered softly. From then on, no matter how enthusiastically Smoothie offered them juice, Robin and Yamato waved their hands and refused, never daring to taste it again. He's really fully armed, quite interesting. But as soon as they reached the entrance of the island, they were stopped by several tight defense lines. Sometimes they simulate actual combat scenarios to teach them how to quickly judge the situation and find breakthroughs in battle. Chapter 141 The New Master of Beehive Island. According to his memory of the original plot, during this period, Beehive Island had already been occupied by Akoku. Speaking of Akoku, he was also a member of Rock's Pirate back then, but he was a real traitor. Not only did he secretly betray Rox, kidnap Shaki and hand him over to the world government, he also leaked the news that Rox, wife and children were in the Valley of Gods. What's even more cruel is that for his own selfish interests, he personally killed Malone, a mafia boss from West Blue and also a member of Rock's Pirate. When the Rock's pirates went to the Valley of the Gods, Akoku took the initiative to stay on Beehive Island on the pretext of staying behind to look after the house. After the Battle of God Valley ended, Rox was killed and the pirates group fell apart, he took the opportunity to completely occupy Beehive Island and turned it into his own territory. Hiro didn't want to waste time on unimportant things, so he made a quick decision and exuded the domineering conqueror's haki. The invisible pressure swept over like a tide. In just a moment, the pirates patrolling the port closed their eyes and fell into a deep sleep. After dealing with the patrolling pirates, Hiro and his crew headed straight towards Akoku's lair. The news soon reached Akoku. Upon learning that someone dared to invade his territory, Akoku was furious. He immediately summoned his men and rushed to fight back. As a former member of Rock's Pirate, Akoku's combat power should not be underestimated. Not only is he agile, he also ate the power fruit. With the power of the fruit, he possesses the strength of a general emperor, and is considered a powerful figure in the New World. However, this time, Akoku encountered the German pirates group, whose entire team participated in the battle and cooperated well. With the combined efforts of the German pirates, the combat power of a mere emperor-level general is simply not enough. After the battle started, the crew members of the German pirates group had a clear division of labor and quickly wiped out Akoku's minions. Then, everyone surrounded the isolated Akoku and started a special education of winning people over with virtue. Akoku was soon unable to withstand the punches and kicks. In less than 3 minutes, Akoku was beaten all over and collapsed to the ground, unable to move, with only a weak breath left. He was breathing in less and breathing out more, as if he was only half alive. He struggled to raise his head, and with his last bit of strength he begged for mercy from Hiro, weakly expressing his willingness to submit to the German pirates and serve Hiro. But Shiro knew Akoku's traitorous nature very well, so how could he give him the chance to betray him again? Without hesitation, he drew his weapon and killed Akoku with one strike of his sword. He didn't want to repeat Rock's mistakes and leave himself with a big problem. After getting rid of Akoku, Hiro immediately used the ability of space binding to accurately take the power fruit that was peeled out of Akoku's body and put it into his pocket. Since then, the Beehive Island, which once belonged to Rox and was later occupied by Akoku, officially changed hands and became the property of the German pirates group. The German pirates rested on the island for a while, and after replenishing enough supplies, they planned to set sail again and head to the next sea area. Hiro smiled and patted Xiaoba's shoulder, and the scene of meeting the companions who got off the ship again one day in the future began to emerge in his mind. If you encounter any problems that cannot be solved in the future, remember to contact me. As long as you need me, I will teleport over to help you immediately. Goodbye, Crocodile. Crocodile's eyes flashed with surprise and excitement when he heard this. For him, this island full of history is fully worthy of his title of King of the Desert. I believe that with your abilities, you will be able to bring prosperity to Beehive Island. With brisk steps, Hiro accurately snatched the rolled-up newspaper from the claws of a flapping news bird. As that's so, maybe on a bustling island or in a vast ocean, we gather again, talk about the past, and write new stories. The other crew members on the ship also waved goodbye to Crocodile until the Defu gradually sailed away and the shadow of Honeycomb Island could no longer be seen. There was a rare touch of emotion in Crocodile's voice. He stretched out his hand and shook hands tightly with Hiro. Crocodile, I plan to let you stay on Beehive Island and become the master of this legendary island. What do you think? And you must remember that for those who leave the German pirates, their roots will always be on our German service. No matter how much time has passed, no matter how far apart we are, this bond will never be broken. The moment his fingertips unfolded the paper, the bold headline on the front page of the World Economic News came into view. Xiaoba, don't be sad. You have to know that life is like sailing on the sea. There will always be a time for gathering and separation. I'm very happy to have fought alongside you all these days. I'm Crocodile, and I'll be a member of the German pirates for my entire life. It is a very precious thing that we have the opportunity to be together and experience this wonderful journey together. Hiro boarded the Defu and stood at the bow, waving his hands. After bidding farewell to Crocodile, the Defu once again raised its sails, carrying the crew on board, and continued to embark on their new journey on this sea full of unknowns and challenges. Just as the crew on the deck were busy tidying up the ropes, a swift figure suddenly passed by. Captain, 3 crew members of our German pirates have already disembarked. Will everyone gradually leave and disembark from now on? Before leaving, Hiro suddenly thought of something, found Crocodile, and said with a smile. He paused, his eyes becoming firm. Yes, of course. After this battle, the German pirates lost another partner who fought side by side with them. Xiaoba touched the back of his head, not quite understanding what was going on. The worry on his face seemed to have dissipated a little, but there was still a hint of doubt in his eyes. Now that he could get a legendary island like Honeycomb Island, he naturally wanted it very much and agreed without hesitation. Hearing this, Xiluo gently touched Xiaoba's head, looked at the vast and turbulent sea in front of him, and said with some emotion. At the time of parting, Hiro walked up to Crocodile, his face full of reluctance. Crocodile, it's such a pleasure to have been on this journey with you. Xiaoba frowned and walked to Shi Luo with a worried look on his face, his voice a little depressed. Half a month later, in the New World waters, the blue waves hit the side of the Defu. He patted Crocodile's shoulder and said firmly, "Thank you, Captain Hiro." He had long envied Moria for having his own territory. Chapter 142, 7 Warlords of the Sea System and the 3 Emperors. To deter pirates at sea, the world government has decided to implement the 7 Warlords of the Sea system. The newspaper clearly explains the details of this system. Anyone who successfully joins the 7 Warlords of the Sea will obtain the legal right to plunder officially recognized by the world government, and no longer need to worry about being indiscriminately hunted by the Marines for plundering. But correspondingly, once the world government faces a crisis and needs external support, the members of the 7 Warlords of the Sea must unconditionally contribute to help solve the problem. This is both an obligation behind power and a way for the world government to restrain these powerful pirates. At the same time as the system was announced, the first list of members selected for the 7 Warlords of the Sea was also revealed. Each name was enough to shake the sea. George Mahawk, known as Eagle Eye, aspires to be the world's greatest swordsman. His sharp swordsmanship is enough to split a 10,000-ton ship. Kazuki Moria, the general who rules Wano, wields the strange power of the shadow fruit, and commands a terrifying army of zombies. Crocodile, who has just become the new owner of Beehive Island, has the sand fruit ability to turn an oasis into a desert in an instant. His ambition and strength should not be underestimated. Bartholomew Bear, the king of the kingdom of Sob, ate the zone fish fruit, the blue dragon form, which made countless pirates fearful. Don Quixote Doflamingo, the heavenly Yaksha, emperor of the underworld, possesses the strange and ever-changing string fruit abilities, controls a vast underground trading network, and holds immense power. There is also the former Beast's pirates big man Hanifsa, who has left countless brilliant achievements on the battlefield of New World and his strength is unfathomable. In addition, the newspaper also mentioned at the end that world government will not stop there. We will continue to select suitable candidates from the powerful pirates on the sea. The team of 7 Warlords of the Sea is constantly replenished to ensure the continued and stable operation of this system. Hiro read the news word by word, his fingertips gently stroking the edge of the newspaper, and a meaningful smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had anticipated this result long ago. It can even be said that the implementation of the 7 Warlords of the Sea system and the selection of some members were inseparable from his promotion behind the scenes. If you count carefully, among the 7 Warlords of the Sea currently announced, 5 of them have long been forces that he has secretly cultivated and have an inseparable connection with him. When these 5 people received the invitation to the 7 Warlords of the Sea from the world government, they immediately contacted Hiro through the encrypted Den Mushi, informed him of the invitation in detail, and asked for his opinion. Hiro's answer at the time was very clear. He accepted the invitation of the world government and became active on the sea as one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. This is not only a great opportunity to get under the nose of the world government, but also to facilitate their subsequent plans with the official identity of 7 Warlords of the Sea. What was even more unexpected to the outside world was that shortly after the 7 Warlords of the Sea system was officially promulgated, the world government immediately selected 3 Sea Emperors to divide the power structure of the new world. The 3 Sea Emperors are Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, holds the title of World's Strongest Man. His shock fruit can trigger tsunamis and rip the earth apart, and his Whitebeard pirates are one of the most powerful forces in the new world. Charlotte Linlin, the Auntie, who controls the Bankoku, has the soul fruit ability to manipulate the souls of others at will. She has a bad temper and is very powerful. No one in the Bankoku dares to disobey her. The 3rd Emperor of the Sea is none other than the owner of the Defu, and the strongest king of the next generation, the tyrant, Jimel Hiro. The idea behind the world government's 7 Warlords of the Sea system, which selects the Emperor of the Sea, is actually quite simple. In this way, they hope to establish a balance of power on the sea. Let the 7 Warlords of the Sea restrain ordinary pirates, and then let the Emperor of the Sea and the 7 Warlords of the Sea and the Marine restrain each other, ultimately achieving the goal of reducing the pressure on the Marine and the world government and maintaining peace on the surface of the sea. It's just that those self-proclaimed wise decision makers at the top of the world government will never know. Most of the members of the 7 Warlords of the Sea that they carefully appointed, as well as the Sea Emperors who were regarded as threats, had close ties with Hiro. The checks and balances, in their eyes, had long been under Hiro's control and had become important chess pieces in his layout of the ocean. After reading the news, Hiro handed the newspaper to the crew member beside him and turned his gaze back to the endless sea. Like a steady giant whale, the Defu continues to sail slowly in the unpredictable waters of the new world. After several days of sailing, one day, the ship saw a peculiarly shaped island in the distance, Egghead Island. The Defu also sailed into the waters near Egghead Island. However, this seemingly calm sea is actually the scene of a fierce dispute, and the protagonists of the dispute are two women with completely different personalities and positions. Over the years, Buckingham Stussy, known as the Science Pirates, has almost never left Egghead Island. She has been collaborating with Vegapunk, a world-leading scientist, on scientific research projects organized by Mads. Relying on top wisdom and technology, Mads has achieved extremely gratifying research results and has successfully developed many high-tech products that are capable of changing the battlefield situation. From new weapons to special potions, every achievement holds enormous potential. This time, Stussy left Egghead Island with several of the latest research results developed by Mads. Her goal is clear: find Edward, Whitebeard, Newgate in the vast waters of the New World. As for her purpose in searching for Whitebeard, no one knows except herself. But what Stussy didn't expect was that not long after her ship left the waters of Egghead Island, a warship flying the marine flag appeared on the sea level and blocked her way. This marine warship belonged to the Marine G-14 branch base, and the commander of the warship was Duoer, who was the Marine colonel at the time. At that time, Duoer was just in her early 20s, at an age full of vigor and vitality. As a rising star in the Marine, she always upholds the justice of the Marine and treats all pirates with the principle of arresting them all. Even though the opponent was very strong, she never backed down. When Stussy saw the Marine warship approaching, he immediately took out his prepared identification card, stating that he was a partner of the world government, in an attempt to get the other party to let him pass. Chapter 143: Duoer is poisoned. However, after checking the identity documents, Duoer didn't buy it at all. In her eyes, anyone who is called a pirate has violated marine justice, no matter who has backing them. So, without hesitation, she drew her sword and ordered her warships to bombard Stussy's ships directly. Boom, boom, boom. Several shells came with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and instantly exploded around Stussy's ship, stirring up huge columns of water. Stussy was immediately furious when he saw this. She didn't want to cause any trouble on her way to find Whitebeard, but the Marine captain's relentless pressure completely ignited her temper. She exerted force on her feet, leapt out of the ship, and rushed directly towards the deck of the Marine warship. Stop her! Duoer saw Stussy coming and gave a stern order. The Marine soldiers on the deck immediately raised their rifles and fired at Stussy. At the same time, soldiers armed with swords quickly surrounded them. But as a science pirates, Stussy not only has excellent fighting skills, but is also good at using various scientific weapons. She dodged the bullets nimbly, and suddenly a small smoke bomb appeared in her hand, which she threw hard to the ground. Bang! The smoke bomb exploded, and dark green poisonous smoke spread instantly. This was one of the research results she brought out from Egghead Island this time, a special poisonous smoke with strong toxicity. The Marine soldiers were caught off guard. After inhaling the poisonous smoke, they fell to the ground and convulsed. Not long after, they died. In just a few minutes, almost all the Marine soldiers on the warship deck, except Duoer, died from inhaling toxic smoke. Seeing this, Duoer's heart tightened, but years of training helped her calm down quickly. She immediately performed the moonwalk from the Marine 6 styles, stomping her feet rapidly in the air and soaring into the air, barely avoiding the invasion of the poisonous smoke. But Stussy didn't want to let go of the Marine colonel who blocked his way. Before the poisonous smoke dissipated, she followed Duoer's breath and chased after her. A short blade made of a special alloy appeared in her hand and she stabbed towards Duoer. Duoer had nowhere to gain leverage in the air, so she could only use paper arts to dodge the attacks while drawing her sword to fight back. For a moment, the two engaged in a fierce battle in the air, with the sound of swords colliding with short blades and the sound of chi exploding intertwined. Duoer had to be on guard against the poisonous smoke that Stussy might release again, while also concentrating on dealing with the opponent's fierce attacks, and gradually fell into a disadvantage. But it is not easy for Stussy to completely win over Duoer. This young female Marine colonel has learned the true skills from the legendary Marine commander Zephyr, and has mastered the Marine 6 styles of shave, moonwalk, paper arts, iron body, tempest kick, and finger pistol, to a considerable degree. Every counterattack was precise and powerful, always able to defuse Stussy's fatal attack at the critical moment. Seeing this, Stussy couldn't help but burst into laughter, his voice full of pride. Oh no, I almost forgot, all the Marines on this warship have been poisoned to death by my poisonous smoke. But her eyes remained firm, with flames of anger and unwillingness burning in them. She stared at Stussy in front of her, her tone filled with gnashing hatred. Do you think my chia fruit powder only has the effect of making you hot? It comes from a very special plant in West Blue, the kiwan tree. Now you know, right? Duoer gritted her teeth and wanted to say something, but swallowed the words back when they reached her lips. Her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. This tree blooms only once every 5 years, and its fruit is extremely rare. Looking around, there's not even a living man here except you and me. You can't detoxify at all. Just a few seconds later, a strange feeling swept over Duoer's whole body. But Stussy was not panicked at all. Instead, a more sinister smile appeared on his face, and he said slowly. If you don't balance your yin and yang within an hour, your blood and chi will completely spiral out of control, and you'll eventually explode and die. Duo bit her lip, forcibly suppressing the blood and energy surging in her body. She gripped the sword tightly with both hands, and the strength in her body quickly gathered, and she was about to launch a powerful, tempest kick, at Stussy. At this point, Stussy pulled out an exquisite medicine bottle from his pocket and waved it in front of Duo. The bottle contained the same green powder as the powder in the air. Marine Captain, I advise you to use less strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Stussy pointed to the deck of the warship below, where the bodies of Marine soldiers were lying in a mess. The sinister smile on his face became even more intense. Antidote. For your current condition, men are the best antidote, Jin ha ha ha. She paused, a hint of teasing flashed in her eyes, and continued. I originally prepared this for that old fellow Whitebeard, but I didn't expect you, a clueless Marine, to be so determined to pick a fight with me. So, I'll have to let you have a taste of it first. Let me tell you another piece of news. The effect of the Kiju powder lasts for a whole month. Even an elephant with thick skin and strong vitality would be aroused if it were poisoned by it, let alone a woman like you. As long as any living creature absorbs the Kiwan fruit powder into its body, its blood will immediately surge and its whole body will feel hot and dry. Jinahaha. The powders were extremely fine and almost unnoticeable in the air. Coupled with the cover of the poisonous smoke, Duo had no time to react and accidentally inhaled some. You despicable villain, hand over the antidote now, or I will never forgive you. You are so despicable. It also has an even more powerful effect. It can inhibit the flow of haki in your body, while weakening your physical strength, making you become soft and weak. She deliberately slowed down the pace of her attack, and while Duo was dodging sideways to avoid a wisp of residual poisonous smoke, her left hand suddenly sprinkled a large amount of green powder into the air. She felt hot and uncomfortable all over, as if a fire was burning inside her. Her originally fair complexion quickly turned red, and her breathing became rapid. What is this green powder of yours? Why do I feel? If you force yourself now, it will only speed up the spread of the Kiwan fruit powder in your body, making the drug take effect even faster. By then, even God won't be able to save you. Duo's body was shaking violently, and an abnormal blush quickly appeared on her fair skin. Every pore seemed to be resisting the raging power of the medicine in her body, making her suffer unbearable pain. This is good stuff, it's the Kaiagwa powder I recently developed on Egghead Island. If you want to detoxify, go find a man. When Stussy heard the word, antidote, he laughed again, with an undisguised sinister smile on his face. Just when the two were in a stalemate, a sly smile suddenly flashed across Stussy's lips, and a calculating gleam flashed in his eyes. Chapter 144 A flower falls from the sky. You, damn it. Duo used all her strength to squeeze out these 3 words from between her teeth. At this time, the feeling of softness in the body became more and more intense, and the legs began to become weak, and it seemed that I was about to fall down. But as a well-trained and determined Marine officer, she was unwilling to surrender to the enemy. She gritted her teeth, a flicker of determination in her eyes, and risking the effects of the Kiwan fruit powder to intensify, she forcibly mobilized the remaining strength in her body, performed moonwalk, turned around and fled quickly in the direction away from the warship. Stussy looked at Duo's hurriedly fleeing back, snorted coldly, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. In her opinion, Duo had been poisoned by the Kiwan fruit powder. Even if she could escape for a while, she could not escape the effects of the drug. There was no need to waste time chasing her. She straightened her clothes, turned back to her boat, and continued sailing in the direction of finding Whitebeard. This time, using Chichiha powder against Duo made her more convinced of the power of this potion, and also made her more confident that she could successfully defeat Whitebeard next time. At this time, the German pirates group was taking advantage of the break in their voyage to rest on a small island. All the crew members did not want to miss this rare moment of relaxation. Except for Hiro, the others had already landed on the island in 2s and 3s. Some people carried fishing rods and walked towards the stream in the center of the island, some sat and chatted on the beach with portable wine buckets, and others curiously explored the tropical vegetation on the island. The hearty laughter of the crew members could be heard from time to time in the distance, interweaving with the sound of the waves to create a lively scene. Hiro was lying alone in the hammock in the middle of the deck, with a soft wool blanket under him. He squinted his eyes and looked at the sky above his head comfortably. The sea breeze blew through his hair, bringing with it the warmth of the sun, gradually relaxing his nerves that had been tense for a long time, and even his breathing became slow. Suddenly, Hiro's originally relaxed brows slightly frowned, and the aura around him instantly became sharp. His observation haki quietly covered the surrounding sea and islands. Just at that moment, a strange breath broke into the perception range without warning. They were neither members of the island's crew nor ordinary islanders. Without any hesitation, Hiro suddenly jumped up from the wool blanket. His movements were quick and decisive, and when he landed, his feet lightly stepped on the deck, making almost no sound. He quickly looked in the direction where the breath came from, his eyes sharp as an eagle, fixed on the rapidly approaching figure in the distant sky. When he saw the iconic marine cloak draped behind the newcomer, Hiro's eyes became alert, and his right hand subconsciously grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist. The touch of the cold hilt made his nerves even more tense. The marine cape spread out in the wind, and the eye-catching white color was particularly dazzling against the background of sea blue and emerald green. In this sea area, pirates and marines have always been incompatible, and he has to be prepared to fight at any time. Just as Hiro exerted a little force with his fingers and was about to draw his sword and swing it towards the Marine, something unexpected happened. The Marine's body seemed to have lost all its strength, and he fell straight from the air, landing heavily on the deck of the Defu, with a thump. Marine's cloak also slipped off, revealing the clothes underneath. What's going on? Hiro frowned, his tone filled with doubt. He didn't step forward immediately, but stood there, carefully studying the Marine in front of him. I saw him lying on the deck, seemingly unable to get up for a while, his short black hair sticking messily to his forehead, a few strands of hair soaked with sweat, and his long eyelashes casting a faint shadow under his eyelids. Even though she looked awkward at the moment, her tall figure could not be concealed, especially her long, straight legs, which were particularly eye-catching. Looking at her outfit again, it has a strong rock style. The upper body is a dark short-sleeved top that tightly outlines the slender waist. The lower body is wearing a neatly cut dark leather pants that perfectly show the leg lines. She wore a silver spiked collar around her neck, and her earrings were exaggerated hoop-shaped designs that shone coldly in the sunlight. What is even more eye-catching is that there is a blooming black rose tattooed on her bare arm, which adds a bit of wildness and publicity. Isn't this Marine Vice Admiral Duoer? Looking at this familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar face, Hiro blurted out in surprise. But as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately realized that he was wrong. As far as first remember, Marine Vice Admiral Duoer should be around 40 years old. The Duoer in front of him looked to be in her early 20s, with a much more youthful face. It was obviously not time for her to be promoted to Marine Vice Admiral yet. Just as Shi Luo was thinking, Duoer, who was lying on the deck, slowly raised her head, her face flushed abnormally. She opened her mouth and whispered in a weak voice. Hurry. Help me detoxify. Before she finished speaking, her body swayed, and she seemed to have no strength to support herself to sit up, and the flush on her skin spread to her neck. What poison have you been poisoned with? Hiro frowned and took a step forward unconsciously, his mind lost in tangled contemplation. I'm a pirate, she's a marine, we're sworn enemies. Logically, her poisoning has nothing to do with me. In fact, it's actually a good thing for me if she gets into trouble. But Duoer is already so weak. If I take advantage of her, it would be too shameful. Wouldn't it be a joke if it got out? After a moment, Hiro finally suppressed his concerns. He walked to Duoer, squatted down, and activated the power of the meatball fruit. A pale white meatball appeared in the palm of his right hand. He gently placed his palm on Duoer's back, wanting to use the power of the meatball fruit to knock out the toxins in her body. He has used this method of treatment countless times, and it has always been effective in treating injuries and dealing with various toxins. But this time, when the power poured into Duoer's body, it had no effect. The toxin seemed to be firmly rooted in her blood and could not be discharged at all. I've been poisoned by the kiwan fruit powder, which is an aphrodisiac. I need a man's help to detoxify. Duoer said these words with difficulty using the last bit of consciousness she had. Her breathing became more and more rapid, and her eyes became blurry. After saying that, she seemed to have grabbed the last straw and rushed towards Shirou in front of her desperately. She hugged his waist tightly with both hands, resting her cheek on his chest, feeling the warmth from his body. The hero in front of me has a handsome face, a tall figure, and a faint smell of sea breeze. For Duoer, who is out of control due to the poison of the kiwan fruit powder, it is really attractive. Chapter 145 Helping Duoer Detoxify. At first, Shi Luo wanted to resist. He subconsciously wanted to push Duoer away, but when he touched Duoer's warm skin and saw her flushed cheeks and blurred eyes, he stopped. Duoer was already very beautiful, and with her blush on her face, she looked even more charming. Coupled with her hot body, he, a man who had been single for over 20 years, finally couldn't help himself and gave up resisting. An hour later, the sea breeze was still blowing on the deck. The blush on Duoer's face finally faded a little, and her eyes regained some clarity. She let go of the hand that was holding Hiro and leaned against the side of the boat, breathing heavily. Shi Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up, straightened his messy clothes, looked at Duoer who had regained some strength, and said, "Your poison should have been cured by now. Let's go. This is a pirate's ship. It's not safe for you." But Duoer shook her head. She slowly stood up by the side of the boat, her voice still a little weak. "The poison from this kiwan fruit powder is not so easy to cure. I have only suppressed it temporarily. I am still feeling weak all over and the poison still remains in my body. You'd better use armament hockey to help me continue to detoxify, otherwise the poison will take effect again in a while." Hiss. Hearing the two key words, armament hockey, and continue detoxification, Hiro took a deep breath. He understood what Duoer meant, and a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. But then he thought again, he had already helped her once, as the saying goes, help people to the end, and send Buddha to the west. If he left her alone now, she might really be in danger. In the end, Hiro reluctantly agreed. He carefully picked up Duoer and turned to walk towards his room in the cabin. Another hour later, the curtains in Shirou's room were closed, and the atmosphere in the room gradually calmed down. Duoer leaned against the head of the bed. The blush on her body finally faded away and her complexion returned to normal, but there was still a hint of fatigue in her eyes. Hiro threw back the quilt and got out of bed, then began to dress silently. As he did so, he asked, "It should be okay now. Should the toxin be completely eliminated this time?" Today's poison has been resolved. Duo hugged her knees with her hands and rested her chin on them. A hint of shyness appeared on her face and she avoided looking at Shirou. But just when Hiro thought that the matter was finally over, she suddenly changed the subject, her voice as thin as a mosquito. However, the toxicity of this kiwan fruit powder will last for a month. Today is only a temporary relief. I'm afraid I'll have to rely on you for the next month. What? When Shirou heard this, he froze in place, and the clothes in his hands fell to the ground. He stared at Duo with wide eyes, unable to believe his ears. So, you're going to stay here for another month? On my pirate's ship? That's right. Duo raised her head and nodded, a faint blush appeared on her pretty face, but her eyes became firm. I will lose my mind when this poison takes effect. I don't want other men to touch me. Only you can. After all, we already. As she spoke, her voice became softer, and her head lowered unconsciously. Forehead. Shiro stood there in a daze, his mind blank. He had never expected things to develop to this point. It took him a while to come back to his senses, and the first thought in his mind was, how should I explain to the crew that a female marine officer is on board? If the crew saw it, who knows what kind of joke it would cause, or even cause unnecessary panic. Just as Shirou was struggling, Duo suddenly blinked her big eyes and broke the silence in the room. By the way, what's your name? I don't even know your name yet. My name is Jimel Hiro, you should have heard of my name. When Hiro heard this question, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his previous entanglement was instantly replaced by confidence. He straightened his back, and his every move revealed a sense of calmness and pride. You are the strongest king of the next generation, Jimel Hiro. When Duo heard the name, her eyes lit up instantly. She suddenly stood up from the bed, completely forgetting that she was only wearing a thin shirt. She didn't care about the risk of exposing herself at all, her eyes full of shock and disbelief. She had heard of this name before and knew that he was the most promising young pirate in South Blue and was extremely powerful, but she never expected that she would meet him in this way. Yes, that's me. Shirou looked at Duo's shocked expression, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and there was a hint of ridicule in his tone. What? Now that you know my identity, do you still want to arrest me? After all, you are a marine. Duo was stunned by Shiruo's words. The shock on her face gradually faded, replaced by entanglement and hesitation. She stood there, caught in a dilemma. On one hand, it is her duty as a marine to arrest the pirates. But on the other hand, not only did Shiro save her, but something like that happened between them, and Shiro's strength and handsomeness made her heart beat faster involuntarily. After a moment, Duo raised her head and looked at the handsome and powerful man in front of her. She finally sighed, and her originally firm eyes softened, and her voice became softer and softer. Forget it. What has happened is irreversible. For the next month, I will stay here and remain anonymous. You, just continue to help me detoxify. That's fine if you don't mind. I don't care anyway. Shiro spread his hands and showed an indifferent expression on his face, but in fact he had already accepted this reality in his heart. He straightened his clothes and continued. You should continue to rest. You have used up so much energy just now. You must be hungry. I will bring you some food later. After that, Shirou said no more, turned and walked out of the room, and closed the door gently. Duo looked at Shiruo's departing back, the blush on her cheeks deepened a little, and her heartbeat accelerated again. She reached out her hand and gently stroked her cheek. The scene just now appeared involuntarily in her mind, and a faint smile quietly appeared at the corner of her mouth. When the crew finished their brief replenishment and returned to the ship chatting and laughing, several sharp oars suddenly intertwined in the cabin. Those who have been facing danger on the sea for many years have already honed their observation haki to be extremely keen. Almost the moment they stepped onto the deck, they simultaneously realized something was wrong. It seemed as if there was a strange aura on the ship, something the crew of the German pirates had never encountered before. Everyone stopped and became alert. Chapter 146 The Surprised Crowd. Something's wrong. Yi Xiao stopped first, raised his blind eyes slightly, and tapped the deck lightly with the sword in his hand. There's a strange aura in the cabin, very faint, like someone is injured. Jinbei also frowned. The unique perception of a mermaid allowed him to clearly catch the faint breathing sound deep in the cabin. He subconsciously touched his chin, his eyes unconsciously turning to Captain Hiro who had just walked from the cabin. Sensing the crew's puzzled looks, Hiro quickly stepped forward and explained in a serious tone. A woman in distress broke in. She collapsed beside the boat, barely breathing. I checked her and found she'd been poisoned by a rare type of poison. She needs to rest and recuperate. Please don't disturb her for now. The crew members all showed doubtful expressions on their faces. After all, anyone would find it strange that there was suddenly a strange woman on the pirates' ship. Xiao Ba scratched his head, and his 8 tentacles moved uneasily. Zapu crossed his arms over his chest, his brows knitted into knots. Smoothie stood behind the crowd, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, her eyes scanning sharply towards the cabin, obviously wary of this uninvited guest. But due to the captain's order, no one asked any more questions and just returned to their posts. However, the doubts in their hearts did not diminish in the slightest. In the following days, Shiro almost became a full-time caregiver. Every day, he would personally carry the 3 meals and tiptoe into the room. In addition to delivering meals, he also had to spend a lot of time detoxifying the woman. The crew members occasionally saw Hiro coming out of the cabin looking a little tired, with a hint of fatigue in his eyes. This hard-working appearance made everyone more curious about the woman in the cabin. Before I knew it, a month had passed. That morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the cabin through the porthole, the cabin door was finally gently pushed open. Duoer walked out of the cabin with confidence. She stood tall and straight with a gentle smile on her face. She nodded and greeted the German pirates who were busy on the deck. Thank you for your care during this time. However, when the cloak behind her gently spread out in the sea breeze and the eye-catching word, justice, came into everyone's sight, the atmosphere on the deck froze instantly. Robin took a step back in shock, his hands clenched into fists. Zapu's face darkened, and his hands unconsciously pressed on the kitchen knife at his waist. Even Jinbei, who was usually calm, had a sharp look in his eyes. What's going on? Why is there a marine on our ship? Yamato couldn't help but exclaim, his voice full of alarm. Yishao held the sword in his hand and walked forward slowly and steadily. Although his blind eyes could not see, the aura around him was somewhat oppressive. This aura is coming from near the captain's room. Could it be the person in distress? Jinbei touched his chin and fell into deep thought, his eyes unconsciously turned to Shi Luo again, with a questioning look in his eyes. Pirates and marines have always been sworn enemies. How could the captain allow a marine to stay on the ship? Just as everyone was discussing this, Xiao Ba's expression suddenly changed. He went from being cautious at first to waving his hands and shouting excitedly. Captain, you even managed to handle a female marine. You truly deserve to be the strongest king of the next generation. She frowned tightly and stared at Duoer, her eyes filled with undisguised hostility. The fingers gripping the hilt of the sword turned slightly white due to the force, and the aura around her became icy cold. What? Only Redfield stood at the end of the crowd, with no trace of surprise on his face. Then he turned around, with a faint white light appearing under his feet, and he flew towards the distant sea, following the moonwalk from Marine 6 styles, and soon turned into a small black dot. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Hiro quickly stepped forward, opened his arms to block Duoer, and explained to the crew. Xiao Ba was so frightened that his mouth opened wide enough for several fists to fit in. Zapu's eyes widened, and even his smile froze for a moment, with the sword in his hand stopped in midair. These two words were shouted out almost simultaneously by all the crew members. Duoer smiled and nodded without saying anything, but her gentle eyes said it all. Because she has become my woman. Duoer nodded and kissed Shiro on the cheek. Damn it, that female marine actually seduced my future husband. How can I not be angry? Smoothie angrily put the sword back into the scabbard, and the scabbard and the hilt collided with a loud clang. Alright, just go back to the marine branch and be careful. Everyone, please don't be like this. This Colonel Duoer was poisoned and accidentally landed on our ship. She's not here to oppose us pirates. At the critical moment, Robin took action in time. She gently clasped her hands together, and several pink arms emerged from the deck, tightly holding Smoothie's sword-holding hand to stop her movement. But Captain, she is a marine after all, and we are naturally hostile to each other. Honey, it's always inconvenient for me to be here. I still have things to deal with at the marine side. I'd better leave. This intimate gesture completely ignited Smoothie's anger. She shouldn't be our enemy anymore, don't you think, Duoer? He had already seen through the feelings of Xiluo and Duoer through the pervert observation hockey. At this moment, he just crossed his arms and watched the farce in front of him indifferently. Being held in Shi Luo's arms, Duoer's cheeks flushed. She leaned gently on Shi Luo's chest, her tone full of tenderness. Why? Hearing this, Shi Luo smiled confidently. He turned to look at Duoer beside him with a gentle look in his eyes. Her cheeks flushed red with anger, her eyes were filled with jealousy and resentment, and her hands were clenched into fists. Shi Luo looked at Duoer with a smile, stretched out his hand and gently held her in his arms, then raised his head and said loudly to everyone. But on the other side, Smoothie's expression became more and more ugly. Zeph retorted with a frown, his tone filled with worry. Robin quickly walked to Smoothie, raised his hand and gently patted her shoulder, and whispered. She couldn't bear it any longer, and suddenly pulled out the long sword at her waist. The tip of the sword flashed with cold light, and she was about to chop in the direction where Duoer left. Zapu was still worried and continued to ask. The marine always pursues us pirates. What if she approached us on purpose? No one expected that in just 1 month, the captain would get together with a female marine officer. Sister Smoothie, no. Hiro looked down at her with reluctance in his eyes, but he also knew that it would be bad for her to stay here, so he let go of her hand and said gently. Sister Smoothie, calm down. That person has already left. If you take action now, it will not only be useless, but will also make the captain unhappy. Chapter 147, Finding a Disciple for Vegapunk. Robin looked at Smoothie's excitement and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In fact, she really wanted to tell Smoothie. This matter between you and the captain is just wishful thinking on your part. It's not finalized at all. Who knows, it might not work out in the end. But when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he saw Smoothie's eyes that were almost spitting fire, so he swallowed them back. He just patted her on the back gently and said nothing more. At this moment, Yamato came over carelessly. She was straightforward and said whatever she wanted to say. She looked at Smoothie and said, Sister Smoothie, to be honest, the relationship between you and the captain seems to be just that of an ordinary crew member and captain. There's nothing special about your interactions. It's nothing like the intimacy between the captain and that female marine. Hearing this, Smoothie was stunned for a moment as if he had been poured with a bucket of cold water. She stood there blankly, replaying her daily life with Shirou in her mind. Indeed, apart from work, she seldom took the initiative to communicate with Shirou, let alone be as close to him as duoer. Thinking of this, she seemed to realize something. The anger on her face gradually faded, replaced by a trace of confusion, and then she slowly fell into deep thought, and the hand holding the hilt of the sword loosened. At night, as the darkness deepened, the Defu sailed steadily on the sea. Smoothie lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, and what Yamato said during the day kept echoing in her mind. Finally, she gritted her teeth, got up from the bed, tidied her clothes, then tiptoed out of the room and headed towards Shirou's room. At this moment, Hiro was sitting at the desk looking through the logbook. He heard the door being gently pushed open. He looked up and saw that it was Smoothie. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Smoothie, what's up with you this late? As soon as he finished speaking, Smoothie walked up quickly and threw him onto the chair impatiently. Hiro was startled by this sudden action and quickly reached out to push her away. Hey, Smoothie, don't be so impulsive. Let's talk it over nicely. But Smoothie seemed determined, hugging him tightly, with his cheek pressed against his chest, his voice filled with a bit of grievance and unwillingness. Why can that female marine be close to you, but I can't? I've liked you for so long, can't you see? As she spoke, she raised her head and put her pink lips directly to Hiro's mouth. Hiro looked at Smoothie's face so close to him. She had long eyelashes and a pair of beautiful eyes filled with moisture. Further down, she had a pair of eye-catching, heaven-defying long legs, which were now gently wrapped around his waist. Hiro felt his throat dry and couldn't help swallowing. He thought of Duoer's back as she left today, and he felt a little lonely. Looking at Smoothie who was taking the initiative, he hesitated for a moment, then simply went along with it and didn't push her away. During this time, the German pirates passed by Egghead Island, which is known as the Island of the Future. With the strong approval of the two, Hiro immediately teleported Frankie back to Egghead Island and introduced him to Vegapunk. Mr. Vegapunk, our German pirates will always remember this kindness. You've been looking for an apprentice who can inherit your mechanical and shipbuilding skills. I know someone who is not only Master Tom's disciple, but also has a great talent for mechanical modification. When he found Frankie who was studying the new ship design in the studio, and Master Tom who was instructing his apprentice, he immediately explained Vegapunk's invitation and Egghead Island's advanced technology one by one. Looking at the brand new ship, Hiro's heart was filled with gratitude. He tightly grasped Vegapunk's hand and said. From then on, Smoothie would always sneak into Hiro's room at night, under the pretext of strengthening their relationship. It's Tom's work. The load-bearing design and streamlined curvature of the hull are a perfect combination of shipwright artistry and practical sailing. The first time he saw the Defu, Vegapunk walked around the ship, touching the wooden structure with his fingers from time to time, and exclaimed in admiration. That's Vegapunk. Studying with him is the opportunity I've always dreamed of. In order to repay this help, Hiro thought for a moment and said. More than an hour later, Hiro slowly stood up and wanted to go to the table to get a glass of water. But before he took 2 steps, Smoothie caught up with him from behind and hugged his waist again, with a somewhat stubborn tone. Captain Hiro, I've recently developed a brand new, pulse propulsion system, that's 3 times more powerful than the most advanced steam power currently at sea. I'll lend you my ship today and give it a new lease of life. After making up his mind, Hiro used his teleportation ability to come to the shipbuilding island of the Seven Water City. Frankie, this is a rare opportunity. Go to Egghead Island and study hard. You will definitely become a shipbuilder who surpasses me in the future. When Vegapunk's exclusive mechanical servant told him the origin of the Defu, and mentioned that the ship was built by the legendary shipbuilder Master Tom. Seeing the two of them having a heated discussion around technical issues as soon as they met, Hiro felt relieved and continued to move forward with the German pirates team. Although Hiro felt tired occasionally, seeing Smoothie's enthusiasm, he could only accept it reluctantly. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegapunk led a group of mechanical assistants to get busy. The sound of metal colliding and the hum of energy running were intertwined. I have to be with you more times than that female marine. I can't lose to her. Master Tom also smiled and nodded. The scientist, who was usually devoted to research, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes. He immediately put down the experiment in his hands and went to the port to greet them in person. When Frankie heard the name, Vegapunk, his eyes lit up with enthusiasm and he slammed the table and shouted. The person that Hiro was talking about was Frankie, who had crossed paths with him in the Seven Water City. In less than half a day, the new power system was successfully installed on the Defu. He knew that Smoothie was always competitive and would not give up easily once he made up his mind. Smoothie, I need a break. After carefully observing the power system of the German service, Vegapunk excitedly pulled Hiro to his laboratory and said mysteriously. Smoothie raised his head, his eyes filled with a paranoid competitive spirit. Looking at Smoothie's serious and somewhat stubborn look, Hiro was also very helpless. When the Defu slowly sailed into the island full of mechanical devices and sci-fi buildings. The owner of the island, the genius scientist Vegapunk, had already captured this uniquely shaped ship through surveillance. Helplessly, he had to sit down and rest for a few minutes before cooperating with her again. Shirou looked back helplessly. Don't leave, we're not done yet. No. Chapter 148 The Kidnapped Princess. After completing this task, the Defu sailed freely in the vast New World waters with its new power system. After drifting on the sea for a whole year, one morning, I finally saw Dressrosa's iconic pink castle and fields of flowers from afar. Captain, Dressrosa is just ahead. Do you want to go ashore and take a look? I heard the bullfighting arena there is really lively. Jinbei lay on the side of the boat and shouted excitedly to Shi Luo. Just as everyone was gathered on the deck, discussing the plan to dock, Xiaoba on the watchtower suddenly pointed in the direction of Dressrosa and shouted in a hurried tone. Hey, 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 look everyone. That pirate ship that rushed out of Dressrosa looks so panicked, like it's fleeing. Everyone looked in the direction of little Aide's finger and saw a pirate ship flying a tattered skull flag speeding across the sea like crazy, with chaotic noises coming from the ship from time to time. No, listen carefully. Someone on that pirate ship seems to be shouting for help. Redfield, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, frowned tightly, and spoke in a serious tone. Hiro's eyes flashed, and he immediately ordered the crew, stand by here, I'll go check the situation out front. Before he finished speaking, he activated his ability and flew himself onto the pirate's ship. The moment he landed on the deck of the pirate's ship, Shiro saw an infuriating scene. A group of pirates with ferocious faces were standing in a circle, staring at the red-haired girl in the circle. The girl was about 1.7 meters tall, her pink dress was covered in dust, her delicate features were distorted by fear, and her originally gentle and lovely temperament was replaced by endless panic. She is none other than Scarlet, the princess of Dressrosa. At this moment, she was trembling all over, with her hands tightly clasped against her chest, as if trying to resist the malicious gazes of the pirates around her. Captain, look at this Princess Dressrosa. She's so beautiful, what should we do next? A wretched-looking pirate rubbed his hands, licked his lips, and asked with greed in his eyes. The captain, wearing a worn-out pirate hat, laughed heartily upon hearing this. He slowly walked towards Scarlet, his eyes gleaming with a sickening lust. Since she's a princess, then of course I have to let this captain have a good taste first. I've been out to sea for so many years, but I've never touched a princess before. Today I've finally opened my eyes. It's better to be the captain. You'll get all the good things first. A tall and thin pirate came forward and sighed. The captain raised his chin proudly, waved his hand towards the crew members around him, and said in a pretentious and magnanimous manner. Listen up, my dears. This captain is a man of economy. Not a single grain of rice should be wasted. After I'm done enjoying myself, it'll be your turn to have the princess. Come one by one, and no one should be left out. Long live the captain. Your excellent qualities are truly invaluable. Joining your pirates group is the best decision I've ever made. We will follow the captain until death. The pirates were instantly excited, waving their weapons and shouting, the bestial light in their eyes growing stronger and stronger. Scarlet was so frightened that her whole body went limp, her legs barely supporting her body. She used up her last bit of strength and shouted towards the sea. Help! Who can save me? Just scream. The louder you scream, the more excited this captain will be. The captain lowered his head obscenely and grabbed Scarlet's dress with his rough hands. With a ripping sound, the neckline of the dress was torn, exposing the snow-white skin to the air. The pirates held their breath, swallowed continuously, and kept their eyes glued to Scarlet. Just as the captain's hand was about to touch Scarlet, a golden figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his movement. The person who came was Shiro, who came to see what was going on. He stared at the captain coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. Who the hell dares to hinder this captain's good deeds? Are you tired of living? The captain was startled by the sudden appearance of the figure, then he shouted angrily and raised his head to glare at Shiro fiercely. You are the one seeking death. Shiro shouted angrily, and before he finished speaking, the tetanus blade at his waist was unsheathed. A cold light flashed, and with a puff sound, before the pirate's captain could react, his body was split in two, and blood dyed the deck red. He killed the captain. Hurry up and grab your weapons, avenge the captain. The pirates were stunned for a few seconds, then they shouted in fear and reached for their waists, trying to take out weapons to resist. Shiro snorted coldly, his figure flashed quickly on the deck, and the long sword in his hand kept swinging, and each swing was accompanied by a scream. In less than a moment, all the pirates fell in a pool of blood, breathless. After dealing with all the pirates, Shiro turned to look at Scarlet, who was huddled in the corner in disheveled clothes, and frowned slightly. He immediately took off his black cloak, walked forward and gently draped it over Scarlet, and said softly. It's okay, the bad guys have been dealt with. Woo woo woo. Thank you for saving me. Scarlet could no longer hold back the fear and grievance in her heart, and burst into tears. She suddenly threw herself into Hiro's arms and grabbed his clothes tightly. At that moment, she really thought she was going to be insulted by those pirates, or even lose her life. The appearance of Shiloh was like a ray of light, saving her. Don't cry, I'm here, no one can hurt you from now on. Hiro patted Scarlet's back gently and let her lean on his shoulder, his tone full of unquestionable hockey. Scarlet nodded and buried her head completely in Hiro's arms. Her crying gradually became softer, and only her shoulders were still trembling slightly. Hiro frowned slightly, not because he felt embarrassed about being hugged by a strange girl, but because he silently complained in his heart. Princess Scarlet, I know you're scared, but could you please stop wiping your tears and snot on me? I just changed into this cloak. Just as Hiro was lost in thought, his observation hockey suddenly sensed a small boat approaching at a very fast speed not far away, and a strong aura was emanating from the boat. Before he could push Scarlet out of his arms and stand up to check, he saw a tall figure leap up from the boat and land on the deck like an iron tower. The man was nearly 3 meters tall and had a burly build. He had a hideous scar on his face that extended from his forehead to his chin. His upper body was naked, revealing his strong muscles, and he was holding a sharp sword in his hand. Chapter 149 The Power That Feared Cyrus. When the man saw the dead bodies scattered on the deck and Scarlet leaning on Hiro's arms, anger flashed in his eyes. He immediately rushed towards Hiro with a sword and shouted. Princess Scarlet, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. I'll kill that B************* D who dared to bully you. Scarlet heard the familiar voice, looked back in surprise, and immediately shouted in panic. Cyrus, no, he is. However, before Scarlet could finish her words, Cyrus's sword, accompanied by the sound of wind, was about to strike Hiro's head. When Hiro saw Cyrus's sword coming towards him with a sharp sound, he didn't have time to say anything and instinctively dodged to the side. At the same time, he turned his wrist and the sword at his waist was unsheathed. There was a crisp sound of clang, and the sharp blade in his hand cut through Cyrus's sword like cutting paper. The long sword that had accompanied Cyrus in countless battles suddenly broke in the middle. The upper half of the blade flew out with the remaining force and hit the deck heavily. Ding ding ding. The broken sword blade bounced a few times on the wooden deck, and the crisp sound of metal collision echoed in the air, each sound hitting Cyrus, hard like a hammer. Impossible. Cyrus. Pupils suddenly shrank, his eyes fixed on the intact sword in Hiro's hand and the half-broken hilt in his own hand, his face full of disbelief. His hand holding the broken sword trembled slightly, and his mind went blank. He couldn't imagine that this seemingly young man in front of him could be so powerful. You know, he is a strong man who has never lost in the Dressrosa arena and set a record of 3,000 consecutive wins. Over the years, no matter how fierce the opponent was, he had never been so embarrassed, let alone unable to withstand even a single move from the opponent. Even if I die, I will protect Princess Scarlet. After a brief shock, Cyrus's protective heart for the princess overwhelmed his fear. He gritted his teeth and silently prayed, his eyes becoming firm again. He gripped the broken sword tightly in his hand, and regardless of the disparity in strength between the two sides, he rushed towards Hiro again. You rude man, won't you listen to what I have to say? Looking at Cyrus who was rushing towards him, Hiro muttered helplessly, with a bit of a helpless laugh in his tone. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next second, with the ability of teleportation, he appeared behind Cyrus, and the tetanus blade in his hand was firmly placed on Cyrus' neck. The cold blade touched his skin so hard that it hurt. Cyrus' body froze instantly, his heart went cold, and cold sweat slid down his cheeks. He could clearly feel the sharpness of the sword at his neck and the powerful aura of the man behind him. Only one thought remained in his mind. I am about to die. Don't want. At this critical moment, Scarlet, her face pale, quickly stepped forward, waving her hands and shouting anxiously. Sir, please don't hurt him. He is the captain of my father's guard. He just misunderstood the situation. I know. Upon hearing this, Hiro retracted his wrist and the tetanus blade was instantly sheathed. The whole set of movements was smooth and seamless. He turned sideways and gestured to Scarlet. You should explain the situation to him, so that he won't be so tense all the time. Scarlet finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to Cyrus, telling him everything about how she was kidnapped by the pirates and rescued by Hiro. After hearing this, the shock on Cyrus' face gradually turned into regret. He suddenly knelt on one knee, clasped his fists towards Hiro and apologized, his voice full of guilt. I'm sorry, sir. I was too impulsive and acted without understanding the whole story. Thank you for not killing me. It's okay, Cyrus. You're a man who's dedicated to protecting your master. I respect you very much. Hiro grinned, reached out and helped Cyrus up, with no blame in his eyes, but rather a bit of appreciation. You know I. When Cyrus was helped up, his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. He had never introduced himself to the person in front of him, so how did the other person know his name? Of course, you're the man who managed to win 3,000 games in the Dressrosa arena. This record is rare in the entire ocean and it's not easy. Hiro patted his shoulder and continued to comfort him. The sincerity in his tone made Cyrus's guilt fade a little. But I'm still far behind you. Cyrus sighed helplessly, his eyes dimmed, and his tone was full of frustration. He originally thought that his strength was enough to protect the princess, but today he realized that there are always people better than you. You're already pretty good. Hiro looked up at the rolling waves in the distance. The sea breeze blew the corners of his clothes, and his tone was filled with the unquestionable confidence of a king. If your opponent is not me, then most people in this ocean are no match for you. Sir, Would you please come with me to Dressrosa to meet my father? I'd like to thank you and have my father treat you and your crew well. Scarlet stood aside, a hint of shyness on her pretty face, looking at Hiro with eyes full of anticipation. Hiro stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. Anyway, they didn't have a clear destination, and the crew members had previously mentioned that they wanted to see the scenery of Dressrosa. Thinking of this, he nodded and agreed. Alright, my crew also wants to visit Dressrosa anyway, so let's just stop by. After saying that, Hiro strode to the railing of the ship and shouted loudly to his own ship, Defu, not far away. Jinbei, get ashore immediately, we're getting on Dressrosa. Roger that, Captain. Jinbei's voice came from the German service, with his usual calmness. Soon, everyone saw Jinbei skillfully manipulating the rudder, and the Defu slowly turned and headed towards the coast of Dressrosa. Hiro turned to look at Cyrus and Scarlet and said with a smile. To save you the trouble of waiting for the boat to dock, I'll take you there first. Before he finished speaking, he raised his hands and gently waved them towards the two people and himself, and a soft but powerful force enveloped the three of them. The next second, the three of them flew steadily to the shore of Dressrosa. Not long after, Hiro, Cyrus and Scarlet met up with the German pirates who had arrived. Captain, is this the man who just called for help at sea? Xiao Ba came forward and pointed at Scarlet and asked curiously. Just now on the boat, he only vaguely heard Shiro say that he wanted to save people, but he hadn't seen the other person clearly. Yes, she is the princess of Dressrosa, Scarlet. Hiro held the back of his head with both hands, leaning against the tree trunk beside him, and his tone was full of matter-of-factness, as if saving a princess was a very common thing. Chapter 150. The princess will be married to you. What, Captain, you actually saved the princess of Dressrosa? Jinbei's eyes widened in surprise. He quickly took a few steps forward and looked at Scarlet carefully. He had only heard that there was a beautiful princess in Dressrosa, but had never seen her in person, and he never thought that his captain would meet and rescue her at sea. The other crew members also gathered around, their faces full of surprise, and they talked about it in a flurry. Only Smoothie's eyes changed slightly, and he moved forward calmly, walked to Hiro's side, and gently took his arm. He glanced at Scarlet with a hint of vigilance, silently declaring his sovereignty. The group did not stop for long and soon headed towards Dressrosa's palace. At this time, in the square outside the palace gate, King Liku was pacing back and forth anxiously, his brows furrowed, his hands behind his back, and from time to time he looked up at the sea in the distance. After hearing the news that his eldest daughter Scarlet was kidnapped by pirates, he has been restless and has no time to deal with the affairs of the palace. Father, I'm back. Seeing King Riku from afar, Scarlet could no longer hold back. Her eyes turned red, and she shouted with tears in her eyes and ran quickly towards King Riku. Scarlet, my daughter. King Riku heard his daughter's voice and turned around suddenly. Seeing Scarlet return safely, his voice trembled with excitement. He rushed forward quickly, hugged Scarlet tightly in his arms, and gently patted her back with both hands, his face full of excitement at having lost and regained her. I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you, father. Father, I'm sorry to have worried you. It's my fault. Scarlet leaned into King Riku's arms, unable to hold back her tears any longer, as they slid down her cheeks, her voice choked with sobs. Did Cyrus save you? King Riku gently pushed his daughter away, wiped the tears from her face, and asked softly. No, father, it was this gentleman who saved me. Scarlet shook her head, turned around and pointed at Hiro who was standing beside her. King Riku followed his daughter's finger and when he saw Hiro's appearance clearly, his pupils suddenly contracted, his body trembled slightly, and his tone was a little uncertain. Are you the next generation's strongest king, the one on the wanted list? Gimme your hero. Hiro smiled and took a step forward, nodded slightly to King Riku, and admitted frankly. Yes, King Riku, it's me. Scarlet stood aside, looking at King Riku in surprise. Father, do you know the identity of this gentleman? She only knew that Shi Luo was very powerful, but she didn't expect that her father actually knew him. Yes, although my father has never seen him in person, he is quite famous on the sea. King Riku's forehead gradually began to sweat, and his tone was a bit solemn. He was a former member of Roger Pirates, and now he's one of the most powerful pirates on the sea. The bounty on his head is unimaginably high. What? Scarlet exclaimed, her eyes widening as she looked at Hiro in disbelief. He's also a pirate, but he just saved me. In her impression, pirates are evil people who burn, kill and loot, but what Shiro did was completely different from the pirates she knew. Princess Scarlet, don't be nervous. Hiro walked up to the two of them, and gently placed his right hand on the hilt of the sword. A powerful aura instantly spread out, making the air around them seem to solidify a little, but his tone was very gentle. We, the German pirates, are different from those evil pirates. We believe in winning people over with virtue. We specifically target those evildoers who oppress the people on the sea. We are a righteous pirate group. Is there justice for pirates? Cyrus stood aside, stroking his chin, muttering something quietly, a look of confusion in his eyes, lost in thought. He was once a wrongdoer, but later turned over a new leaf and became the captain of the guards. However, this was the first time he had heard of the term, righteous pirates. Of course, Cyrus. Hiro turned to look at him and explained patiently. There are good and bad people in every field. There are scum who abuse their power in the Marines, and there are good people who stick to the bottom line in the pirates. Didn't you also make mistakes in the past, and only after you turned over a new leaf did you become the captain of King Riku's guard army, protecting Dressrosa? After listening to this, Cyrus nodded in sudden understanding, and the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated. Hiro's words woke him up. Indeed, one cannot use one label to define everyone. Seeing that the misunderstanding was resolved, King Riku quickly put away his previous solemnity, walked forward enthusiastically, and bowed to Hiro and the members of the German pirates group and said, "Everyone, please follow me into the palace. Thanks to Mr. Hiro for rescuing my daughter today, I have already had a banquet prepared. I will definitely treat you all well." After saying that, he led everyone into the palace. Candlelight flickered in the banquet hall, the gilded tableware glowed warmly under the lights, and the air was filled with the aroma of barbecue and the sweetness of fruit wine. It is the moment of enjoyment after 3 rounds of wine and 5 kinds of dishes. The crew members of the German pirates were holding up their glasses and chatting. There was still half a roasted lamb chop on the plate next to King Riku, and the fruit wine in the glass was almost empty. It was obvious that this banquet, which was held to thank Captain Hiro for saving his daughter, had already made everyone let down their restraints. In this lively atmosphere, King Riku suddenly put down his wine glass, and a gleam of inspiration flashed in his eyes. He cleared his throat, turned his gaze towards Hiro who was sitting in the main seat, and said to everyone in a voice that was somewhat solemn and yet could not conceal his expectation. "Captain Hiro, thanks to your help, my daughter Scarlet returned safely. Dressrosa is incapable of repaying this kindness. After much deliberation, I have decided to betroth my daughter, Scarlet, to you. What do you think?" King Riku naturally thought carefully before saying this. You know, although Dressrosa is a member country of the world government, it is located in remote waters, thousands of miles away from the marine headquarters. Once the country is invaded by those tyrannical pirates, the military is simply unable to resist and can only watch the country suffer. What worries him even more is the 7 warlords of the sea system, promulgated by the world government. It seems to be a restriction on pirates, but in fact it gives many powerful pirates the power to plunder legally. Countries like theirs with weak military strength are always shrouded in crisis. Captain Hiro is well known throughout the ocean and has a huge influence. If such a powerful person could be Dressrosa's son-in-law, no matter which pirate force in the future would dare to easily lay hands on this land. Scarlet, who was sitting next to King Riku, heard this and a faint blush instantly appeared on her fair cheeks. She lowered her eyes slightly, gently twisting the hem of her skirt with her fingers, but never spoke up to object. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with Hiro. Chapter 151 I want to go with my sister. Ah, Shiro was stunned, his mouth wide open for a long time. The barbecue in his mouth, which he had not swallowed in time, slid down the corner of his mouth and fell onto the dining table covered with a white tablecloth, leaving a small oil stain. He muttered to himself, "Have I been too popular with women lately? First it was Smoothie, then it was Duoer, and now there's a princess. This development is too sudden." Not only Hiro, but the rest of the crew of the German pirates group also looked at King Riku in surprise, with the wine glasses in their hands stopped in midair. The originally noisy banquet suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Even the crackling sound of the burning candle became clearer. "I object." Just as the silence lasted for a moment, a female voice with a strong haughty tone suddenly rang out, breaking the tranquility of the banquet hall. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and the speaker was naturally Smoothie, who had been sitting next to Hiro, with an increasingly gloomy expression. King Riku frowned, looked at Smoothie who had stood up, and asked with a puzzled tone. "May I ask who you are to Captain Hiro?" I am." Smoothie opened his mouth, but the words were stuck on the tip of his tongue. She said she was Shiro's fiancé, but the two of them had never officially entered into an engagement. Let's say she is his lover. Besides her, there is also Duoer by Shi Luo's side. I really didn't have the courage to say this out loud, so I could only stand there, hesitant to speak. Since you are not Captain Hiro's wife, there is no need to ask about this matter. King Riku's voice, with a hint of kingly majesty, interrupted Smoothie's hesitation. He turned his gaze back to Hiro, and his tone softened a bit. Captain Hiro, I wonder what your impression of Princess Scarlet is. Princess Scarlet is gentle and charming, speaks softly, and has excellent manners and appearance. Whether it's her temperament or her looks, she's a very good girl. Hiro didn't hide anything and spoke frankly about his true thoughts about Scarlet, his tone full of approval. In that case, that couldn't be better. King Riku's mouth instantly curled up into a smile, his eyes full of anticipation. He leaned forward and said, "Why don't you agree to marry Scarlet and become my son-in-law? Wouldn't that be a good thing for both of us? King Riku, Princess Scarlet and I are just meeting for the first time today. We're not familiar with each other yet, so I'm afraid it's inappropriate to talk about marriage right away." Hiro frowned slightly, with a subtle refusal in his tone. He paused and added, "Besides, my voyage isn't over yet. I have to continue sailing on the sea. I can't stay in Dressrosa for long, so, I'm really sorry." The smile on King Riku's face froze. He was caught in a dilemma for a moment. His fingers tapped the table unconsciously, and he quickly thought of a countermeasure in his mind. King Riku was so angry at Violet's stubbornness that he slapped his thigh and his face darkened, but he couldn't bear to really scold her. "Besides, you possess the teleportation ability of the meat globe fruit. If Dressrosa encounters any emergency problems later, you can always come back to rescue her. This way, you don't have to worry about the safety of our country. After the banquet, King Riku immediately ordered Scarlet to return to the palace to pack some common clothes and personal belongings, and prepare to set off with Hiro's fleet. Captain Hiro, how about this? After a moment, King Riku's eyes suddenly lit up, and he slapped his thigh violently, as if he had suddenly come up with a great idea, and said quickly. Scarlet is indeed beautiful and has a good personality. She is the dream lover of many men, and it is not difficult to take her on the voyage. He paused, as if afraid that Hiro would not agree, and quickly added. Finally, he couldn't help it anymore, so he stood up, left the banquet angrily without even saying goodbye, and quickly returned to the Defu, docked in the port. Father, I want to go on an adventure on the ship with my sister too. I've always wanted to see what the sea looks like. Sister, can you take care of me? I will be very good and won't cause you any trouble. He finally decided to agree and nodded to King Riku. She was a little girl about 10 years old, with healthy chocolate-colored skin and a pair of big round, bright eyes, looking very cute. Hiro lowered his head and thought for a moment, then calculated in his mind. Violet pouted and ran to Scarlet quickly. She grabbed the corner of her clothes tightly and looked up at Scarlet with pleading eyes. Why don't you let Scarlet go sailing with you? This way you can develop a relationship with her without delaying your trip. Doesn't that solve the problem? She lowered her head slightly, her long eyelashes hiding the loss in her eyes. When your sailing trip is over, why don't you return to Dressrosa together? Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? She was carrying a small bundle on her back, and she ran to King Riku, looking up at her little face and shouting loudly. Violet, stop messing around. Sailing is no joke. It's very dangerous on the road. Go back to the palace and be obedient. When King Riku saw his daughter Violet, he immediately put his right hand on his forehead helplessly and said with a bit of blame in his tone. She raised her head and looked at Shiro expectantly, even her breathing quickened a little. You child, why are you so disobedient? Scarlet looked at Violet's face, which was full of expectation and a bit of stubbornness, and her heart softened. She turned to King Riku and whispered. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the German pirates group looked at each other in surprise. That's a feasible approach. At this moment, a small figure suddenly jumped out from the crowd at the port and ran in front of the two of them. Father, since Violet wants to go on an adventure so much, let her come with me. We sisters will have a companion on the ship and can look after each other. And I will keep an eye on her and make sure she doesn't get into trouble. When Scarlet heard this suggestion, a glimmer of hope rekindled in her beautiful eyes. Smoothie sat aside, watching that Hiro was going to have another companion, feeling angry and anxious, but unable to get a word in. When Scarlet heard Hiro's rejection, the blush on her pretty face gradually faded, replaced by a look of disappointment that was hard to conceal. I want to follow my sister. This approach is almost exactly the same as what Auntie Charlotte Linlin did when she asked for a marriage alliance, which was to let the woman follow the fleet. The next morning, at the port of Dressrosa, the sea breeze was blowing gently. King Riku was holding his daughter Scarlet's hand, reminding her again and again about the precautions on the voyage, his eyes full of reluctance. Chapter 152 Tiger was captured. When King Riku heard this, he was stunned for a moment. For the sake of national security, he had to grit his teeth and sacrifice his daughter, which was the limit he could bear. Now, his only two daughters are leaving him and sailing with the pirates' fleet. The king felt so sad and reluctant in his heart that he couldn't even speak for a while. Hiro stood aside, watching this scene, and also persuaded King Riku, since the little princess also wants to come to our ship, then agreed to her request. Don't worry, we will take good care of the two sisters. And if you miss your daughter one day, I can use the teleportation ability of the meatball fruit to send her back to see you at any time. It's very convenient. Since you all said so, then Violet, you should go too. King Riku was silent for a moment, and finally sighed helplessly, waving his hand at Violet, his tone full of compromise. But you have to remember to be obedient when you get on board and not cause trouble for Captain Hiro and your sister, okay? Great. Thank you, Father. Father, you are the best. When Violet heard this, she jumped up excitedly, let go of Scarlet's clothes, ran to King Riku, stood on tiptoe and hugged his waist. Then he quickly ran back to Scarlet, excitedly took her hand, and looked at the German service, expectantly. Well then, King Riku, we'll take our leave. Hiro waved to King Riku, then turned around and boarded the Defu, with Scarlet, Violet and other crew members. With a long whistle, the Defu slowly left the port and continued to sail towards the depths of the sea. King Riku stood at the dock, watching the ship gradually get smaller until it disappeared on the sea level. Then he slowly turned around and walked back to the palace step by step with a heart full of concern. On the deck of the Defu, with the addition of Scarlet and Violet, the originally cheerful atmosphere like sunshine was injected with more vitality. The laughter on the deck changed from sporadic banter to lively conversations one after another, and Violet's curious eyes appeared beside the historical textbook in Robin's hand. Yamato swung his mace, and Scarlet clapped and cheered. Even the sails seemed to flutter more freely in the sea breeze because of the excitement. Scarlet had the elegance of an aristocratic girl, but without any airs, and she quickly struck up a conversation with Robin. Violet was very interested in the legend of Hero that Yamato mentioned. The two of them gathered in a corner, chattering and exclaiming from time to time. They were so familiar with each other that it seemed as if they had known each other for many years. But Smoothie on the other side was completely different. Her eyes were full of resistance when she looked at Scarlet, and her brows were always furrowed. In his hand, he was holding a newspaper that he had just taken from the news bird. His originally relaxed brows became more and more furrowed, and his eyes became more serious. Pale white balls appeared in the palms of his hands. With a gentle push, he and Jinbei were enveloped by an invisible force. Sometimes we sail through storms, sometimes we dock at nameless islands, and our days are plain but stable. Shi Luo looked at Jinbei's distraught appearance, his frown still fixed on his face. This day was particularly lucky. The sky was cloudless, the sea breeze was as gentle as silk, and the sun shone warmly on the deck. If it were in the past, with Smoothie's personality, facing Scarlet, her love rival, she would have used her fruit ability to squeeze her into a pool of juice, and would not have just put on a face like she does now. Until Shirou's figure broke the tranquility. Robin was leaning against the side of the ship, reading an ancient book. Yamato was practicing martial arts on the deck. Smoothie was sitting under the awning, drinking juice slowly. Everything was as peaceful as usual. But the more he looked, the paler his face became, and his originally puzzled look was instantly replaced by shock. Time slipped away quietly during the voyage of the Defu, and in a blink of an eye, another whole year passed, and the hands of the sea circle calendar officially pointed to 1504. This pirate ship without a fixed destination is still like a free leaf, wandering aimlessly in the unpredictable waters of the new world. The look that kept people at a distance made the air around him seem a little colder. Jinbei, don't panic. Let's go to the Fishmen Island and ask what's going on. There might be a misunderstanding. He reached out and gently patted Jinbei's shoulder, his tone soothing. Jinbei didn't hesitate at all and ran towards Arlong's home in a hurry, with anxiety that was hard to hide in every step. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Brother Tiger is so strong, how could he be captured and become a slave of the celestial dragons? Jinbei snapped back to his senses and threw the newspaper onto the deck, sending it swirling in the sea breeze. He nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with anxiety. Captain, what's going on? Did we run into a marine up ahead? Hiro shouted towards the wheelhouse, his voice carrying a subtle urgency that was particularly clear on the quiet deck. Jinbei looked in the direction Hiro pointed, his eyes quickly scanning the text. As soon as he finished speaking, Hiro activated the ability of the meat glob fruit. Yes, go to the Fishmen Island. I want to find out for myself. Come and take a look, there is a piece of news. The next second, he disappeared from the deck of the German service ship, leaving behind only the newspaper that was blown by the wind and slowly fell into the corner. Jinbei, who was adjusting the course in the cockpit, heard the shout and immediately put down the steering wheel and ran out. His dark blue fish man's skin shone in the sun, and his face was full of confusion. Jinbei reacted very quickly, reaching out to catch Arlong's fist. With a slight force on his wrist, he grabbed Arlong's arm with his backhand, making him unable to move. His tone was filled with suppressed anger. Arlong saw Jinbei suddenly rush in, and his already volatile temper instantly flared up. His eyes glared red, and he threw a punch at Jinbei. The sound of wind whistling in his fist was evident, as he was filled with a lot of anger. What are you doing, Arlong? Calm down. What's going on with Brother Tiger? Tell me now. Jinbei, how dare you come back? Not only did she not say a word the entire time, she even pushed away the juice Scarlet handed her with a cold face. Everyone still performs their duties. Hiro didn't answer directly. He just pointed to an inconspicuous corner of the World Economic News in his hand, and his tone became serious. Jinbei, come here quickly. He froze in place, the cold sweat on his forehead trickling down his cheeks. Even his breathing became rapid, and he kept muttering, his voice trembling with disbelief. When they reappeared, the two were already standing on the familiar streets of the Fishmen Island. Chapter 153 Girl Boa Hancock. Calm down. How can I calm down? Arlong struggled, his voice full of impotent rage, his eyes reddened. Jinbei, if you had stayed here and not followed Xiluo on the voyage, how could Brother Tiger have been captured by those beasts? It's all your fault. Get to the point. What exactly happened? Jinbei's patience was almost exhausted, his tone became extremely impatient, and the strength in his hands increased a little. Shilo, who was standing aside, looked at the stalemate between the two, his eyes turned cold, and his voice was cold. Arlong, I advise you to explain things clearly and honestly, and don't waste time. I don't have the patience of Jinbei. If you wait until I lose my patience, the consequences will not be something you can bear. Arlong was still struggling, but when he heard Hiro's voice, his body suddenly stiffened. He slowly turned his head, and when he saw that the person who spoke was Hiro, his previous anger was instantly replaced by fear. His body trembled involuntarily, and even his speech became stammering. Captain Hiro, you're here too. I'll tell you right away. Don't be angry. Seeing that Arlong's attitude had finally softened, Jinbei let go of his hand, but his eyes were still fixed on him, waiting for his explanation. Arlong rubbed his arm, which was sore from being grabbed, took a deep breath, and then told the story in a halting manner. 5 days ago, a group of slave traders suddenly arrived at the Fishmen Island. They were not ordinary traffickers, but were directly ordered by celestial dragons. There were also several extremely powerful masters among them, all holding weapons in their hands, who started to capture fishermen and mermaids as soon as they arrived. When Brother Tiger saw this, he immediately led the guards to rush forward and tried his best to stop them, but those people were too cunning, and dozens of mermen and mermaids were captured by them and imprisoned on slave ships. Brother Tiger couldn't bear to see his compatriots become slaves, so he boarded the slave ship alone under the cover of night, hoping to secretly rescue them. But unexpectedly, they were discovered. The slave traders surrounded them and trapped Brother Tiger. In fact, with Brother Tiger's strength, it is no problem for him to get away. But those slave owners were so vicious. They dragged the captured mermen and mermaids onto the deck and threatened Big Brother Tiger with their lives, saying that if Big Brother Tiger dared to escape, they would kill all the mermen and mermaids. Brother Tiger looked at the frightened eyes of his compatriots and finally stopped resisting. He was captured and taken prisoner. Hiro stepped forward and comforted him softly, his tone filled with unquestionable certainty. The girl looked only 12 or 13 years old, but she had a beautiful face with delicate features. Her big eyes were full of fear, and tears were streaming down her cheeks. When Jinbei heard this, he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gradually turned red, a few tears rolled in the corners of his eyes, and his voice was full of heartache and anger. However, Hiro was not familiar with the terrain of the Holy Land of Mariejois, so the destination of this teleportation was particularly random. It was a fat celestial dragon's, with a face full of fat and facial features squeezed together, looking like an ugly pig. In its hand was a chain, the other end of which was tied to a girl's collar. No, help, please, don't do this to me. When Shi Luo saw the girl's appearance, he was shocked and a thought flashed through his mind. She's a little small, but I like younger ones like this. They're more obedient. He. Ha 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 ha. Arlong, who was standing by, heard the conversation between the two and was so frightened that he trembled all over. He sat on the ground, looking at the direction where the two disappeared, muttering to himself. Jinbei quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, raised his head, and looked at Shi Luo with hope rekindled in his eyes. The Holy Land of Mariejois is the home of celestial dragons and is the most sacred and dangerous place in the world. Just as the two were still observing their surroundings, a lewd male laugh suddenly came from outside the room, the voice full of greasy desire. Isn't this the young Empress Boa Hancock? Brother Tiger, you really are. This is a calamity Tiger has to go through. He can't avoid it. What we need to do now is not to be sad, but to quickly find a way to help him resolve this calamity. Hiro put his hands in his pockets, his expression became solemn, and he looked firmly in the direction of the Holy Land of Mariejois. His voice was clear and powerful. Today, I am going to have some fun with you, the female slave I bought at such a high price. It's worth it that I specially fed you the devil fruit. You have to serve me well. The door was suddenly pushed open at this moment, and a bloated figure wearing a space suit walked in. That vulgar and perverted voice sounded again, mixed with an uncomfortable laugh that made people's scalps tingle. Then, a girl's voice rang out, filled with fear and helplessness. He slowly walked towards the bed, pulling the chain, with a disgusting grin on his fat face, as if he was admiring the prey's final struggle. Despite her young age, she already exudes a charming temperament. This room was exceptionally spacious, with a white wool carpet on the floor, priceless oil paintings hanging on the walls, a crystal chandelier on the ceiling emitting soft light, and even the furniture was made of precious mahogany. Every detail exudes luxury, and it is obviously the residence of some celestial dragons. After Hiro finished speaking, he didn't give Jinbei time to react and directly activated the ability of the meatball fruit. He gently clapped his hands at himself and Jinbei, and the figures of the two disappeared again. Jinbei, don't be sad. Of course, we should go straight to the celestial dragon's lair and rescue Tiger. Of course, stop talking nonsense, time waits for no one, let's go now. When Jinbei heard this, his eyes widened instantly, full of disbelief, and even his breathing stopped for a moment. The pig celestial dragons was dressed in a white robe studded with jewels and diamond-encrusted slippers. The heavy chain in his hand made a harsh, clattering sound on the floor, and every step seemed to trample on Boa Hancock's dignity. Captain, what should we do now? As long as we can save Brother Tiger, I'll do anything. You mean, we go directly to the Holy Land of Mariejois? Except for rocks back then, no one had ever dared to break in easily, let alone rescue people. They're crazy. They must be crazy. That's Holy Land. It's where the celestial dragons live. If they go there, they're basically going to die. When the two appeared again, they found themselves standing in a room of a luxurious villa. Chapter 154 Rescuing the Three Sisters. Boa Hancock's wrists were red from being shackled by the chains, and the rough metal rubbed her skin painfully, but she didn't even have the strength to struggle. The seastone shackles had long since drained all the strength from her body. She was forced to move forward slowly, pulled by the chain. The bare ankles rubbed against the cold floor, leaving tiny scratches. Those eyes that were once as bright as stars were now filled with thick despair, without even a trace of light. Her long eyelashes drooped, hiding the humiliation and helplessness in her eyes. Just as she was about to be dragged to the bed, she suddenly caught a glimpse of two figures standing in the shadows in the corner of the room. She looked up suddenly and her heart skipped a beat. They were two strange men, one was dressed in black and had a cold temperament. The other one had the blue skin unique to murlocs and sharp eyes. In an instant, a terrible thought crept into her mind like a lion majesty, chilling her whole body. Am I going to be insulted by 3 beasts today? Are they accomplices of this celestial dragon's? When the pig celestial dragons saw Boa Hancock suddenly stop and stare straight ahead, they immediately frowned and looked in the direction of her gaze suspiciously. The moment he saw the 2 strange figures clearly, the hideous smile on his face froze instantly, his pupils suddenly dilated, and his whole body froze in place. It took him a while to react, and he screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice as shrill as a cat whose tail was stepped on. You, who are you? Why are you here? This is the holy land of Mariejois. How dare you? His tone was filled with panic, and his previous arrogance was gone. Before celestial dragons could finish, Hiro's figure had already flashed in front of him. Bang! A loud slap landed heavily on celestial dragon's face, and the crisp sound echoed in the luxurious bedroom. The slap was so powerful that it not only sent the celestial dragon spinning in a circle. The glass hood on his head shattered with a loud crash, and sharp glass fragments splashed everywhere, and several pieces of glass penetrated deeply into his fat cheeks. Ah! It hurts. My face. The celestial dragons covered their wounds and rolled on the ground in pain, screaming like pigs being slaughtered one after another. Jinbei, I'll leave this celestial dragons to you. Don't let him yell and ruin our business. Hiro glanced coldly at the celestial dragons on the ground, gave instructions to Jinbei behind him, then quickly walked over to Boa Hancock, carefully bent down, and reached out to help her. Boa Hancock raised her head and looked at the handsome man in front of her. His eyes were clear and firm, without any malice, but she still couldn't control her trembling, and the fear on her pretty face was like a tide that was difficult to recede. She subconsciously shrank back, clutching the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands, and looked at Shiro warily. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I will get you out. Hiro's voice was gentle yet powerful, like a warm current flowing into Boa Hancock's heart. Without further explanation, he clenched his right fist slightly, wrapped the red emission hockey around it, and then punched the seastone shackles on Boa Hancock's wrist fiercely. Crack! After a crisp sound, the sturdy seastone shackles instantly shattered into several pieces and fell to the floor. As the shackles broke, Boa Hancock's strength gradually returned. She finally broke free from her bonds and gained freedom. It was not until this moment that the future Queen of 9 Snakes completely believed what Hiro said. The fear in her eyes slowly faded away, replaced by gratitude. Hiro turned around and gave Jinbei some instructions, then let Boa Hancock pull him along as he quickly walked towards the prison. Hiro followed Boa Hancock through the corridors of Mariejois, occasionally encountering patrolling guards and servants of celestial dragons along the way. Receive. Hiro agreed without hesitation, his tone full of certainty, without the slightest hesitation. You are free. The heavy iron door was kicked open by Shiro, and the dim prison came into view. Hiro shouted to all the slaves. Boa Hancock became excited, grabbed Hiro's wrist, and was about to pull him out, even his steps became anxious. Boa Hancock opened her mouth, her eyes hesitant, about to speak, her hands clasped together nervously. But this is the holy land of Mariejois. Even if we can escape from the prison, we will still be caught as soon as we get out. And then we will die a more miserable death. An education on conquering people with virtue was about to begin, and the screams of the celestial dragons suddenly became more shrill. The small space was packed with people, with more than 100 slaves being held there. Anything else? Boa Hancock rubbed her small hands, her eyes full of pleading and expectation, staring at Hiro closely, afraid that he would refuse. You're welcome. It's just a small favor. She bit her lower lip lightly, leaned forward slightly, and said with a choked voice. The air was filled with a foul smell of mold and sweat. Seeing this scene, Shiro suddenly felt a surge of nameless anger in his heart. Thank you for saving me. Soon, the two arrived at the prison where the slaves were held. Anyone who dared to block his way would be shown no mercy by Hiro. He would draw the long sword from his waist, and with a flash of cold light, the blocker would instantly fall in a pool of blood. No one could stop him. A gray-haired slave stood up tremblingly, his face full of anxiety and his tone filled with despair. Boa Hancock followed behind him, watching his quick and decisive movements with even more admiration in her eyes. They were all wearing heavy chains, their eyes were numb, and their faces were full of despair. Okay, follow me, no problem, take me to where they're being held. Jinbei, interrogate this celestial dragons and find out where Tiger is being held. Don't let him play any tricks. His words resonated with the other slaves, and they all lowered their heads, and the hope that had just been ignited was extinguished again. He suddenly pulled out the tetanus blade, and swung it to cut off all the chains in the prison. Hiro waved his hand nonchalantly, his tone relaxed, as if he had only done something insignificant. My 2 sisters, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, have also been imprisoned by these damn celestial dragons. Can you save them too? Jinbei responded in a deep voice, his gaze coldly falling on the celestial dragons, a pig that was still wailing on the ground. He then walked over step by step and rolled up his sleeves. Hiro noticed her concern and asked suspiciously, with a hint of patience in his eyes. The sound of chains breaking came one after another, and the slaves raised their heads and looked at everything in front of them in a daze.
5 pp. Chapter 155 Boa Hancock's predecessors. Listen to me. All you have to do is tell me where your hometown is, and I will use my devil fruit ability to send you home. Hiro's voice was firm and confident, echoing through the prison, causing the slaves to look up with puzzled looks in their eyes. Although some people still don't quite believe that Hiro has such heaven-defying abilities, after all, Devil Fruit has all kinds of abilities, but the ability to send people back to their hometown instantly is really too incredible. However, when they looked at Zailuo's confident eyes and the strong posture he showed when he just killed the guards, they couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Perhaps this young man can really save them. Since we're all going to die anyway, we might as well trust this young man. A burly middle-aged man was the first to react. He wiped the dust off his face, rushed to the front, and looked at Hiro with a firm gaze. My hometown is Feng Village in East Blue, please help me. Hiro nodded, carefully noted the location, then stretched out his right hand, and a white ball of flesh appeared in the palm of his hand. He gently placed his palm on the middle-aged man's shoulder and pushed him hard. With a whoosh, the middle-aged man's figure disappeared in the prison and was teleported to his hometown. When all the slaves witnessed this magical scene, they no longer hesitated and gathered around, vying with each other to report the location of their hometown. Hiro patiently wrote them down one by one, then used the power of the meatball fruit to slap them away one by one and send them back to their respective hometowns. At the same time, Boa Hancock also found his two sisters in the corner of the prison. Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold see their sister. Suddenly their eyes turned red, and the three little girls hugged each other tightly. The tears that had been suppressed for a long time finally burst out, and their cries echoed in the prison. Are you done crying? If you are, I will take you somewhere. Hiro's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of coldness in his tone, interrupting their crying. Boa Hancock became alert upon hearing this. She protected her two sisters behind her, looked at Hiro sharply, and said in a trembling voice. Where? Where are you taking us? What is your purpose? She was afraid that Hiro was also a bad person and just wanted to take them to another place to continue enslaving them. I plan to find a teacher for you to make you stronger. A playful smile appeared on the corner of Hiro's mouth, but his eyes became serious. Don't forget why you were captured and made slaves. Boa Hancock's body trembled slightly when she heard this, and her eyes dimmed. She slowly lowered her head as she spoke, her voice filled with a hint of self-blame. It wasn't until Shirou appeared at the door of the bar that they breathed a sigh of relief, took a step forward, and followed him carefully. Little Sheila, stop beating around the bush with us. Tell the truth, are these three people from Nine Snake Island? The aura they carry is exactly the same as that of the people from Nine Snake Island. They had never seen such a scene before, and they couldn't help but feel nervous and huddled together tightly. Hiro denied it righteously, stepped forward, patted Boa Hancock's head gently, and said solemnly. Teacher Rayleigh, the thing is, I was just in the holy land of Mariejois and happened to rescue these three little girls. They were being bullied by celestial dragons and were in a very dangerous situation. I've observed them carefully and found that all three of them have great talents. They're good materials for cultivation, so I thought of bringing them to you. I want you to help guide them and improve their strength. Do you think it's okay? Shaki's eyes fell on the three little girls behind Hiro. She looked at them carefully, and then a knowing smile appeared on her lips. Inside the rip-off bar, in the Sabaody archipelago, the lights are dim and the air is thick with the smell of alcohol. Yes, if they were strong enough, they would not be captured as slaves and would not have to experience such pain. It was because we went out to sea without listening to our tribe that we were captured by those hateful slave traders and ended up like this. Behind the bar, a middle-aged man wearing glasses was holding a wine glass. These three girls have the aura of Nine Snake Island. There are pirates, businessmen, and some guys who look tough. That's right, they're indeed from Nine Snake Island, and they share the same bloodline as you. So, they should even call you senior. You are too weak. If you were strong enough and had the power to protect yourselves, how could those slave traders have the ability to capture you? Weakness is the fundamental reason why you were bullied. He looked at their unique hair colors and the expressions in their eyes and eyebrows, his brows unconsciously furrowed, his fingertips tapping his chin lightly, his tone filled with uncertainty. The three Boa Hancock sisters stood in the middle of the bar, looking at the various people around them with confused expressions. Rayleigh followed Hiro's gaze and fixed his eyes on the three Boa Hancock sisters, looking them up and down. Hiro waved to the two old acquaintances at the bar counter with a relaxed tone. She put her hands in her pockets and walked out of the bar slowly. Her eyes fell on the three sisters and she asked with a firm tone. Little Hiro, why are you here? Then he stretched out his hand, patted his body lightly, and disappeared into the prison. Just then, there was a crisp sound of metal collision from behind the bar. Shaki was holding a lit cigarette, and smoke slowly overflowed from the corner of her mouth. Seeing that he had been discovered, Sheila no longer concealed his true intentions, nodded, and answered in a clear voice. The three little girls huddled together, their eyes filled with vigilance and uneasiness. The three of them, Teacher Rayleigh, Sister Shaki, Shaky ignores Dana. Another elegant woman in a red cheongsam was wiping a cup. Hiro stood there, his fingertips subconsciously touching the back of his head, meeting Rayleigh's gaze, and explained. When Rayleigh heard this familiar voice, the wine glass in his hand paused slightly, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he raised his head to look at Hiro with a look of surprise in his eyes. Rayleigh placed the glass of amber rum on the wooden bar, then put it down and walked slowly but steadily towards Hiro. He spoke with a hint of confusion and surprise. Wrong. Hiro looked at them with a thoughtful look, and without saying anything more, he activated the power of the meatball fruit again and knocked the 3 Boa Hancock sisters away one by one. After a pause, he leaned forward again, his eyes full of anticipation, and continued. The 3 little girls fell into deep thought after hearing this. Shiloh's words were like a wake-up call that woke them up. Chapter 156. You let me say it. Boa Hancock raised her head and looked at the lady in front of her with delicate makeup and a cool temperament. The calm and confident aura of the person in front of him made Hancock envy him. She clutched the corner of her clothes, mustered her courage, and asked tentatively with a trembling voice. Please. May I ask if you are the King Shaki who once ruled Nine Snake Island? I saw your portrait on the island, and you look exactly like me. Upon hearing this, Shaki showed a gentle smile on his face. She walked forward, reached out and gently touched Boa Hancock's head. The warmth from his fingertips instantly made Hancock relax a lot. She smiled and said, Not bad, kid. I didn't expect you to know me. It seems the younger generations of Nine Snake Island are very attentive. However, I have abdicated for many years, and the current king of Nine Snake Island should be Toritoma. You should have met her when you were on the island, right? Boa Hancock nodded vigorously, her eyes full of obedience, and her previous tension had mostly dissipated. Shaki withdrew his hand, put his right hand on his waist, his eyes became firm, and he made a decision quickly. In that case, you should stay. After all, I am your former king. How could I sit back and watch you suffer when the people of Nine Snake Island are in trouble? From now on, just follow Rayleigh and I and practice here without worrying about anyone bullying you. Rayleigh stood aside, looking at Shaki's decisive appearance, and shook his head helplessly. He had no say here at all, so he could only sigh softly, but there was a hint of indulgence in his eyes. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Shirou smiled happily. He waved to Rayleigh and Shaki and said in a light tone. In that case, I'll leave them to you. I'm relieved to have you take care of them. Then, he remembered that he had something important to attend to, and quickly added. Teacher Rayleigh, Sister Shaki, I have something important to do and need to return to the Holy Land of Mariejois. I'll take my leave now. I'll come and have a drink with you guys next time. As he spoke, Shirou activated the ability of the meatball fruit. With a light push, an invisible force wrapped around him and he was instantly knocked away, leaving only a shadow. Hey, this kid is really. He's always so impulsive and he hasn't even said a few words yet. Rayleigh looked in the direction where Shirou disappeared, his right hand still frozen in midair. I originally wanted to talk to him a few more words about cultivation, but he had already disappeared. He complained helplessly, but his tone was full of doting. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious celestial dragon's mansion in the Holy Land of Mariejois, the air was filled with the smell of blood. Jinbei stood in the middle of the room, having just given the fat, fleshy pig celestial dragons a lesson on conquering others with virtue. The celestial dragons collapsed on the ground, wailing incessantly. He couldn't control his emotions when he thought about the suffering tiger might have suffered. Celestial dragons lay on the ground, panting heavily. He summoned his last bit of strength and said weakly. Well, if I had known you'd tell me so quickly, I wouldn't have bothered to lecture you with my conquering others with virtue method just now. It was such a waste of effort. I think all of you celestial dragons are mentally ill. You won't tell the truth unless you get beaten. When the pig celestial dragons heard this, they suddenly felt an urge to die. Captain, this pig-like celestial dragon has fainted. What should we do with him? Keeping him here might cause trouble. He had never seen such an unreasonable fishman. He had just rushed back using the meatball fruit's ability, and looking at the scene in the room, he anxiously asked Jinbei. Jinbei was stunned when he heard this. He scratched his head and began to recall what had just happened. It seemed that he had indeed been taking action and did not give the other party a chance to speak. He looked at the celestial dragon's weak appearance and was afraid that if he continued to fight, he would directly kill the pig celestial dragons, and then no one would know Tiger's whereabouts. Tell me, are you going to tell me or not? Where on earth did you guys keep Tiger? The pig celestial dragons was lying on the ground, its face covered with tears, snot and blood, and it looked extremely miserable. Jinbei stood up, dusted himself off, spread his hands, and complained bluntly. Every time he tried to open his mouth to speak, Jinbei's fist would fall on him, leaving him no chance to speak and only able to groan in pain. I'm so sorry, I was so excited just now. I was so focused on saving Tiger that I forgot to stop. I was too impatient. Have you calmed down now? Can you tell me now? He clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly with excitement, and asked anxiously. The pig celestial dragons raised a trembling hand and pointed to the northeast. His voice became weaker and weaker, and he dropped his hand weakly after he finished speaking. You let me speak. Speak, you keep hitting me. I don't even have a chance to speak. How can I talk to you? He couldn't understand why the celestial dragons were still unwilling to reveal any information even at this point. How's it going? Jinbei, have you found out about Tiger's whereabouts? Where is he now? Jinbei's expression hardened, and his eyes instantly became sharp. At this moment, Hirou's figure suddenly appeared at the door of the room. It was not until later, when the pig celestial dragons was beaten to the point of being on the verge of death, breathing more than breathing in, that Jinbei stopped. Jinbei questioned angrily while punching and kicking celestial dragons, each punch carrying full force, his eyes full of anger. After resting for over a minute, the pig celestial dragon slowly raised its head and spoke in a still weak voice. That Murloc named Fisher Tiger is supposedly being auctioned off at the auction house right now. The celestial dragons are waiting to bid for him. When Celestial Dragons heard this, his chest heaved violently, he couldn't catch his breath, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Why is this guy so stubborn? He's been beaten like this, but he still refuses to talk. It's in the northeast, about 2 kilometers from here, that's the tallest white building. Jinbei squatted down, touched his chin, frowned tightly, and his eyes were full of confusion. Is that so? I asked, and he's at an auction house 2 kilometers away from here, and he should be being auctioned off right now. After a moment, he suddenly realized what was going on. He slapped his thigh fiercely, a trace of apology on his face, and said. Jinbei turned around and nodded to Shirou. Where is the auction house? Where is it exactly? As he spoke, his gaze fell on the unconscious pig Celestial Dragons, and he asked hesitantly. Chapter 157 Breaking into the auction house. Kill him, or he'll wake up and tell on us. That would ruin our plan to rescue Tiger. We can't leave any hidden dangers. Hiro's gaze swept over the Celestial Dragons on the ground, his eyes were cold and there was no hesitation in his tone. When Jinbei heard this, his brows furrowed, he hesitated for a moment, and clenched his hands unconsciously. Hiro noticed Jinbei's hesitation, frowned slightly, and asked. What's wrong? Are you afraid to do it? No, it's not that I don't dare. I'm afraid that after I kill the Celestial Dragons, the world government will vent their anger on the Fishmen Island. Then the people of the Fishmen Island will be in danger because of me. I can't let them get hurt. Jinbei raised his head, his eyes full of worry, and expressed his concerns. The Fishmen Island is his home, and he cannot let his home fall into crisis because of his own decision. Don't worry, I will handle this cleanly. I won't leave any evidence. The world government won't be able to find out it was us, and the Fishmen Island won't be implicated. There was a glint of ruthlessness in Hiro's eyes, and he spoke in a firm tone. He had already thought of a solution and would not let Jinbei's concerns come true. Then he urged. Hurry up, Jinbei. Time is running out. Tiger is still waiting for us to rescue him at the auction house. We can't delay any longer. Hearing this, Jinbei took a deep breath, and the worries in his heart gradually dissipated. He knew that saving Tiger was the most important thing now. He walked up to the pig Celestial Dragons, raised his palm, gathered his strength, and hit the pig Celestial Dragon's crown hard with one palm. There was only a muffled sound, and the pig Celestial Dragons died completely without even a grunt, and passed away. As Hiro activated the ability of the meatball fruit, the meatball pattern on his palm flickered with light. He wrapped the corpse of the pig Celestial Dragons and pushed it gently. The body was slapped away and disappeared out the window, completely disposed of. While asking Jinbei, how does it feel to kill Celestial Dragons? Is it different from before? I can't explain it, but I feel like something in my heart has been broken, like a psychological barrier has been broken through. The fear I had when facing the Celestial Dragons before seems to have mostly disappeared. Jinbei kept staring at his palm. The touch of the palm just now was still there. He could clearly feel that his aura had increased a bit without him noticing, and he became more powerful. Perhaps, you have the opportunity to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Hiro grinned, walked forward, and patted Jinbei's shoulder, his eyes full of affirmation. He could feel the change in Jinbei's aura, which was a sign of awakening Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki? Jinbei muttered to himself, repeating these words over and over again, his eyes full of confusion and expectation. He never thought that he would be able to awaken this legendary Haki one day. That's right. The most important thing about Conqueror's Haki isn't strength, but courage. It's the courage to challenge everything and not bow to any power. Shi Luo looked at Jinbei and stated his inference, explaining in a serious tone. He paused and added, Celestial dragons claim to be the gods of this world, high and mighty, wantonly trampling on the lives of others. And you killed the Celestial dragons today, which is equivalent to killing a god. This behavior of not retreating and daring to resist in the face of power will bring you tremendous pressure. But it also helps you improve your courage and push your limits without you even realizing it. This will make it possible to awaken Conqueror's Haki. I see, I understand. Jinbei nodded thoughtfully, the confusion in his eyes gradually fading away, replaced by determination. He finally understood the reason for the changes that had taken place in him. We can discuss this later. The most important thing right now is to save Tiger. Let's go to the auction house first to save Tiger, right? If we're late, Tiger might be bought by someone else, and then we'll be in trouble. Shiro glanced at the sky outside the window. Time was running out. While urging Jinbei, he activated the power of the meatball fruit to wrap both himself and Jinbei. With a light push, the two were slapped away and arrived near the auction house. Inside the exclusive auction house of the Holy Land Mariejois, the air was filled with a strange aroma mixed with precious perfume and the smell of money, and the noise was so deafening that it almost overturned the gilded dome. Celestial dragons, dressed in gorgeous costumes and wearing bubble hoods, reclined on auction chairs covered with snow-white fox fur. The huge gem rings on their fingers reflected dazzling light as their arms swung wildly. From time to time, he pointed at the slaves bound by chains below the stage, with undisguised contempt and arrogance on his lips. They looked so arrogant, as if all the creatures in the field were just toys for them to manipulate at will. The auction table was carved from a single piece of rare deep-sea coral jade. A scarlet velvet tablecloth was spread in the center of the table, on which were neatly laid many rare gold, silver, and jewelry. A necklace made of sapphires the size of pigeon eggs, a gold crown inlaid with diamonds, and jade ornaments carved with intricate patterns. Each piece is priceless. But compared to these treasures, most of the space on the auction table was occupied by various slaves chained to special metal racks. There are the long-legged people with slender legs and graceful figures. Even when they are bound, they cannot hide their innate elegance. There are the dwarves, short and stocky, with thick, powerful arms, their skin still bearing unhealed scars from being whipped. There are also fishmen with shimmering scales and mermaids with beautiful fishtails. Their eyes are full of despair and unwillingness. They can only be forced to reveal their special value under the gaze of celestial dragons. Whenever the auctioneer in a neat tuxedo introduces a product, in an exaggerated and flattering tone, raises the jewel-encrusted auction hammer high and starts bidding. The celestial dragons in the audience immediately raised their number plates to bid like a powder keg that had been lit. 50 million berry, 80 million, I'll give you 100 million. The constant bidding was filled with indifference to life, as if they were not bidding on a living person but an inanimate object. Shirou, who was mixed in the crowd, quickly scanned every corner of the auction room. Luxurious yet cold decorations, the ugly faces of celestial dragons, and the desperate eyes of slaves. All this made a cold flash in his eyes. After taking a quick look at the situation in the field, he no longer hesitated and released a suffocatingly powerful conqueror's haki from his body. The invisible momentum swept across the entire venue like a tsunami. Chapter 158, The Emancipation Movement 3 years ahead of time. The noise in the originally noisy auction hall gradually subsided as if a slow-down button had been pressed. First the bidding stopped, then came the whispering, and finally even the breathing became faint. Those celestial dragons that were so arrogant just now didn't even have time to scream before their bodies collapsed on the seats with their eyes closed. Most of them were knocked unconscious by the haki. The auctioneer looked at the celestial dragons falling one after another, the flattering smile on his face froze instantly, and the auction hammer in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. His pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes revealed a deep fear, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He looked around the venue frantically, trying to find the source of this terrifying power. Until his eyes fell on Shirou and Jinbei, who were standing quietly in the corner. Shirou exuded a subtle sense of oppression, while Jinbei crossed his arms and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. The two of them were out of tune with the chaotic environment around them. You. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Holy Land auction house? The auctioneer stumbled back, pointing at Shirou and Jinbei with a trembling hand. His voice became sharp and shrill with fear, trying to cover up his panic with the majesty of the Holy Land. A cold light flashed in Shiluo's eyes, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared directly in front of the auctioneer through teleportation. He stretched out his right hand and lifted the auctioneer up easily like a helpless chicken, letting his feet dangle off the ground. Tell me, where did you keep those fishmen and merman slaves? Shirou's voice was like winter ice and snow, his face was murderous, and his tone was full of unquestionable threats. The strong murderous intent made the auctioneer feel like he was being targeted by a shinigami. In the backstage, in the cage next to the storage room. The auctioneer was so frightened that his teeth kept chattering and he responded in a trembling manner. His body was shaking like a sieve and he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. After getting the answer, there was no ripple in Hiro's eyes. He exerted a little force with his arms, and with a crisp click, he broke the auctioneer's neck directly, and then threw him to the ground like garbage. He shouted to Jinbei, who was not far away. Kill all the people here and leave no one alive. Good. Jinbei responded in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped up, and his strong leg muscles burst out with amazing strength. Each punch was accompanied by a whistling sound as he walked towards the celestial dragons that were still sleeping, and began to eliminate these pig celestial dragons one by one cleanly and neatly without any hesitation. Hiro turned and walked towards the backstage of the auction house. He walked through a red carpeted corridor and soon arrived at the backstage area. The light here is dim, and the air is filled with rust and mildew. Dozens of slaves are each locked in a sturdy iron cage, each engraved with special patterns to prevent fruitability users from escaping. When the slaves saw someone coming in, a glimmer of hope flashed in their eyes, but then it was replaced by despair. It was obvious that they had become accustomed to the life of slavery. Hiro's eyes quickly moved between the cages, carefully searching for his target. After searching for a while, I finally saw a familiar figure in the innermost cage, the fishman Fisher Tiger. Tiger. After rescuing all the slaves in the auction house, Tiger did not stop at all and rushed out of the auction house regardless of everything. Tiger, just go for it. I and the German pirates have you covered. Don't worry about the trouble later. This is a place where slaves who have not yet been auctioned are imprisoned. The dim cells stretch as far as the eye can see, and there are thousands of slaves imprisoned inside. He first bowed deeply to Hiro and expressed his gratitude sincerely. When he heard the familiar voice, he slowly raised his head, which had been lowered, and looked forward blankly with his cloudy eyes. With a few loud bangs, the sturdy iron cage bars and seastone chains were instantly shattered, breaking into several pieces and falling to the ground. His exposed skin was covered with wounds of varying depths, some of which were still oozing blood. His face was also covered in dust and blood, making him look particularly disheveled. When Shi Luo heard this, his heart moved, and he immediately realized something, and an idea flashed through his mind. As Hiro spoke, he activated the emission haki in his body. A faint red glow appeared on his palm and he slapped it towards the bars of the iron cage. As soon as the chains fell, Tiger was free again. Looking at the slaves huddled in cages with terrified eyes, among them were the elderly, children, and many fishmen like him, his heart was extremely conflicted. In just a few minutes, all the slave cages were opened, and the imprisoned slaves walked out of the cages one after another, their eyes full of excitement and gratitude. When he saw clearly that the person in front of him was Shirou, his body shook violently. Bang, bang, bang. He stepped forward quickly and shouted across the iron cage. At this moment, Tiger's whole body was tightly locked by black shiny seastone chains. With the touch of the meatball, the pain and fatigue in Tiger's body seemed to be extracted and turned into a pink ball of air and was patted out. Tiger felt the pain in his body disappear instantly, and he was filled with strength. Most of them looked haggard, with empty eyes, and had long lost the courage to resist. They headed for the slave camp in Mariejois, a holy place, with a clear goal. A thought flashed through his mind, and Shirou no longer hesitated. He took a step forward and activated the power of the meatball fruit in his body. A white meatball appeared in his palm and gently slapped Tiger's body. I'm here to save you. Jinbei is here too, and he's dealing with the celestial dragons outside right now. He nodded solemnly to Shirou, then immediately activated his haki, clenched his fists, and attacked the slave cages around him. It seems that because of his intervention, the slave liberation movement led by Tiger will be carried out 3 years earlier. Before he could finish his words, Tiger's eyes fell on the slaves imprisoned around him. Thank you, Shirou. Bang, bang. According to the original history, Tiger would not launch the slave liberation movement until 3 years later. Thank you, Shirou. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid. Shirou, I can't just save myself, I have to rescue all the slaves in the holy land of Mariejois. His eyes widened in surprise, full of disbelief, and his voice was so hoarse that it was almost inaudible. Shirou. Why are you here? He immediately regained a lot of strength and struggled out of the cage. Tiger, who had a chivalrous heart since childhood and could not bear to see the weak being bullied, clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, turned around and said to Shirou seriously. Chapter 159 Inches Slave. Tesoro. Those responsible for guarding these slaves were just ordinary CP members. They leaned lazily against the wall with weapons in hand, not taking these slaves seriously at all. When Tiger rushed in, they were stunned for a moment, then picked up their weapons and rushed towards Tiger. But under the powerful Tiger, these CP members were completely vulnerable. They could not hold on for less than half a minute before they were all knocked to the ground and lost the ability to resist. The reason why the number of soldiers guarding the slave farm was so limited was simple. This is Mariejois, the holy land where celestial dragons live. Throughout history, no one has ever dared to act recklessly here, and no one has ever successfully rescued slaves from the holy land, so the guards have long since relaxed their vigilance. This time, the appearance of Tiger and Shirou completely rewrote this history. As Tiger personally opened the outermost prison door of the slave farm, thousands of slaves swarmed out like birds breaking free from their restraints. They cheered and shouted as they ran towards the port of the holy land. Soon, they captured several slave ships docked in the port. Under Tiger's command, the slaves boarded the ship in an orderly manner and sailed away from the holy land of Mariejois, their faces full of joy at regaining their freedom. However, among these slaves who fled in a hurry, there was one who was different. He walked out of the slave yard slowly and leisurely, without any of the panic of other slaves. The man was in his early 20s, with short, slightly curly, bright green hair, a tall and slender figure, and was wearing a slightly worn white shirt. Even when he was in a miserable environment, there was an unconcealable heroic spirit between his eyebrows, and his eyes were calm and sharp, which was inconsistent with his age. Shirou had been following Tiger, paying attention to the surrounding situation, and naturally noticed this special young man. His gaze lingered on the other person for a few seconds, and he had the answer in his mind. He had already recognized the young man. This person is none other than Tesoro, who in the future would dominate the underground world with the help of the gold fruit and would be known as the Golden Emperor. Tiger also noticed this young man who did not flee with the main group. He stopped and looked at Tesoro in surprise, and asked doubtfully. Why don't you run away with me? If you don't leave now, you won't be able to escape once the Holy Land Army arrives. Jimir Shiro. You're the man known as Tyrant, from the Roger Pirates? You even know about this? The smile on Shiluo's face became more intense, and the corners of his eyes were slightly raised, with a bit of arrogance. What's the rush? Tezuo mumbled something incoherently, and his hands clenched suddenly, causing the veins on his arms to bulge slightly. But the next second, his tone suddenly paused, and the subject suddenly changed, as if he was announcing something major that could change the situation. Make sure everyone has freedom. Do you know who I am? Tezuo. Tezuo, I know you harbor a tremendous hatred in your heart. You hate those high and mighty celestial dragons. You hate them for taking away the person you cherish most in your life, the life of your beloved Stella. So, do you want revenge? It was as if the slave farm before him, which symbolized the authority of celestial dragons, was just an ordinary station for him to rest. Shiro looked at Tesoro's guarded expression, a meaningful smile on his face. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud but clear enough for Tesoro's ears. You know me? Who are you? How do you know me? So the world outside has become like this. I had no idea at all. After Tiger left, Tezuo turned his gaze to Shiro. His eyes instantly became alert, his body slightly tense, ready to deal with any emergency at any time, with a hint of inquiry in his tone. Revenge? Revenge? Against the celestial dragons? That's simply impossible. What kind of beings are celestial dragons? They're the gods of this world, the rulers standing at the top of the pyramid. No one can shake their position, let alone revenge. He disagreed with Tessero's negative point of view and was about to open his mouth to refute him and tell him the value of freedom. You are imprisoned as a slave in this dark cage, and you may not be aware of the changes in the outside world. I don't know if you have ever heard of my name. My name is Jabbar Shiro. Tiger, don't be impatient. I want to talk to this person. Maybe we can get something different from him. Tetsuo frowned, 2 deep lines twisted together on his forehead. He stared at the ground and kept muttering to himself. Tetsuo put his hands in his trouser pockets, raised his chin slightly, and glanced at the slaves who were fleeing in a hurry, his eyes full of disdain. Hiro put his hands casually in the large pockets of his pirate's trousers, his shoulders slightly slumped back, a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth, and even his eyes revealed a fearless and unruly look. Even if these weaklings escape now, they are unable to protect themselves and are likely to be captured and enslaved again in the future. Looking at his distraught appearance, Hiro took a step forward and moved closer. His smiling expression instantly faded, replaced by a serious look, and his tone became grave. Upon hearing this, Tiger frowned. Has the Roger Pirates disbanded? When Tessero heard Shiro accurately call out his name, his pupils shrank suddenly, a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes, his originally steady breathing became rapid, and his voice became stammering. Hiro on the side immediately stepped forward, stretched out his hand to pull Tiger, shook his head at him, and said. When Tessero heard the name, his pupils suddenly contracted and his body unconsciously staggered back half a step, his rough heels leaving a shallow mark on the cold stone floor. Fine beads of sweat instantly oozed out of his forehead, slid down his thin cheeks, and dripped onto his dusty clothes. Even his voice was trembling with an unconcealable tremor. But you may not know that the Roger Pirates disbanded many years ago. Now, I have formed a new team called the German Pirates. Tiger looked at Shiro, then at Tesoro, and finally nodded, turned and walked towards the interior of the slave farm to see if there were any slaves who had not been rescued. But after a few seconds, he seemed to have lost all his strength, and he let go of his hand in frustration, letting it hang by his side, swaying slightly, and his eyes became dim. You're right, it's me. Before this, he was just an inconspicuous slave who had never mentioned his name to anyone. Hiro's words filled him with confusion and uneasiness. What do you want from me? I don't remember knowing anyone like you. Chapter 160. The most important thing is strength. Tesoro, stop saying such discouraging things. Hiro suddenly reached out and grabbed Tessero's shoulders, slowly exerting force with his fingers, digging his fingertips deeply into his thin flesh. It wasn't until Tessulo's brows furrowed and a look of pain appeared on his face that he continued. You're in this state now, you can't even stand on your own. How can you possibly avenge Stella? How can you live up to her expectations of you? I'm just a loser who escaped from a slave farm. The pain in his shoulder pierced Tessulo's body and he couldn't help but roar in pain. Tears slipped from the corners of his eyes unconsciously and fell on the back of Hiro's hand along his cheek, with a scorching temperature. I can't even protect myself, how can I have the ability to seek revenge? Tetsulo, look at me. Hiro let go of his shoulders and instead grabbed Tetsulo's collar, shaking him hard, trying to pull him out of his despair. Listen to me, if you haven't given up on revenge and still want justice for Stella, then join my pirates, follow me, train constantly, grow stronger, and one day you'll be able to tear apart the celestial dragon's disguise with your own hands. Hearing this, Tetsulo slowly raised his head and looked into Hiro's determined eyes. The despair in his eyes slowly disappeared, replaced by a faint but increasingly bright determination. He sniffed, wiped his tears with the back of his hand, and asked in a tentative tone with some uncertainty. Are you really willing to let a useless slave like me join your pirates? Certainly, Hiro gave an affirmative answer without hesitation, his tone was firm and without the slightest hesitation. What I, Jimil Hiro, said always counts, okay, I'll join. Tessero clenched his right fist, raised his arm high, and roared towards the endless sea in the distance. His voice was filled with years of suppressed resentment and rekindled hope. Captain, take me sailing. I want to become stronger, I want to make more money, I want to buy everything in the world, and never let anyone take away the things I care about like they took away Stella. Don't worry, I will give you this chance. Hiro patted Tessero's shoulder, neither too hard nor too soft, with a hint of encouragement. But at this moment, his tone suddenly paused, and he changed the subject again, his eyes becoming serious. But, Tetsulo, there is something I must remind you. He paused and continued, I hope you can establish a correct view of money. What's the right view on money? Tessero's fighting spirit, which had just been ignited, faltered slightly. He turned around and looked at Shiro, his eyes full of surprise, and his brows furrowed again. In his opinion, money is the power that can change everything. Yes, money is indeed important. Hiro put his arm around Tetsulo's shoulders and brought him closer to him. His tone was very firm, but there was no hint of coercion. When we sail on the sea, we need money to buy supplies. When we want to protect the people around us, we sometimes also need money as support. But you have to remember that money is not omnipotent, nor is it the most important thing in the world. No, I don't agree. Tetsulo suddenly broke free from Shiro's arms, his voice suddenly rising, almost arguing at the top of his lungs, his face filled with pain, his eyes reddening again. Money is so important. It can even buy a person's life. Stella. She was bought by the celestial dragons with money. If I had enough money back then, she wouldn't have become a slave and wouldn't have died. You're wrong. Hiro also raised his voice. His tone was a bit harsh, but also contained a hint of urgency, as if he wanted to wake up Tessero, who was obsessed. Stella will become a slave and will eventually die tragically at the hands of celestial dragons, not because you don't have money, but because neither you nor she is strong enough. He paused, his eyes swept across Tessero's painful face, and said word by word. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, strength is everything. Without sufficient strength, no matter how much money you have, you can't protect it. No matter how much you want to protect someone, you can't protect them. Power, power, Tessero's voice became trembling. He lowered his head, squatted on the ground with his hands on his head, and fell into deep thought. Hiro's words were like a hammer, hitting his long-held obsession hard, making him begin to doubt his past cognition. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head, the confusion in his eyes disappeared, replaced by unprecedented clarity. He gritted his teeth, his lips turning white from the force, and said word by word. You're right, Captain, strength is what matters most. Even if you have money, if you don't have enough strength, it will eventually be taken away by others. I'm glad you understand. Hiro nodded with satisfaction, a smile on his face again, and patted his back. Once you arrive on our pirate ship, you'll have to start training hard. You can't slack off at all, understand? Understood, Captain. Tezulo stood up, straightened his spine, his eyes full of fighting spirit. He nodded vigorously, his tone firm and unquestionable. Please give me the most rigorous training. The harder the better. I want to become incredibly strong, so strong that no one can bully me anymore, so strong that I can protect everyone I care about. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard and Tiger ran out of the gate of the slave yard. There was still some dust on his clothes and beads of sweat on his forehead. It was obvious that he had just finished freeing the slaves. He shouted to Hiro. Hiro, all the slaves here have been liberated. Support from the world government may arrive soon. We should retreat. Okay, I understand. Hiro responded and turned to look at Tiger. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and white fleshy patterns appeared on the palm of his hand. He wanted to use the power of the meatball fruit to send Tiger directly back to the Fishman Island to prevent him from encountering danger here. But at this critical moment, a deep and majestic middle-aged man's voice suddenly came from a distance, exploding in the ears of the three people like thunder. None of you can leave. How dare you trespass into the slave farm of the holy land of Mariejois and let all these lowly slaves go? You are simply courting death. Damn you. Hiro, Tezulo and Tiger immediately looked in the direction of the sound. On the cobblestone road not far away, a middle-aged man with golden curly hair and dressed in a luxurious white robe was holding an exquisite western sword and running towards them with swift steps. Behind him were 6 subordinates dressed differently, some in black armor, some in red cloaks. Each of them exuded a suffocatingly powerful aura, and they were obviously powerful men with considerable strength. Chapter 161 Pirates. The world's #1 scumbag Hiro recognized the identity of the visitor at a glance. He is actually the leader of the Knights of God, Figeland Glinsang. Shi Luo's heart suddenly shuddered, a chill running from the soles of his feet to his heart. All kinds of memories about Jiel and Sheng instantly emerged in his mind, and a cold evaluation also appeared. Pirates are the world's #1 scumbag. He clearly remembered that this guy had been to the Valley of Gods and met the mother of red-haired Shanks there. The woman who was born and raised in the Valley of Gods. Later, the woman gave birth to twins, Shanks and Shamrock, for Garinsheng. But what is the result? Jiel and Sheng is worse than a beast. Not only did he not take responsibility for the woman and child, but he also proposed to the celestial dragons to hold the once every 3 years nation annihilation game in the Valley of the Gods, causing countless innocent people to die in this cruel game. After arriving at the Valley of the Gods, he personally beat the woman severely and even wanted to forcibly take the young Shanks and Shamrock back to the holy land of Mariejois and treat them as his private property. What's even more shameless is that he even boasted in front of the seriously injured woman that he was going to marry Shaki, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the world at the time. He didn't care about their past affection at all, nor did he care about the woman's feelings. These actions are simply the best among scum, despicable to the extreme. Captain, what's going on? Who are these people? Judging from their attire, they don't look like Marines or ordinary noble guards. Jinbei rushed over after dealing with the celestial dragons in the auction building. As soon as he stood firm, his eyes met the mysterious team wearing gilded armor and looking very imposing. His originally relaxed brows instantly twisted into knots, a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Hiro's gaze was fixed on the holy swords on the waists of the Knights of God and the sacred emblems on their chests. Upon hearing Jinbei's question, he spoke slowly, his voice solemn. This is the Knights of God who guard the holy land of Mariejois and answer directly to the highest levels of the world government. They usually operate only within the holy land and rarely appear in the outside world unless carrying out special missions. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand had already quietly pressed on the tetanus blade at his waist, and his muscles were tense, ready to deal with emergencies at any time. Oh, someone can actually recognize our identities. It seems that you are not an ordinary slave. The members of the Knights of God had already been ready for action. After hearing the order, they immediately drew the holy swords at their waists and rushed towards Tiger, Jinbei and Tezuro in unison. What? When Qilin Gomsheng heard this name, his eyes widened like copper bells, his face full of disbelief and surprise. He subconsciously took a half step back, his voice trembling. As this guy the tyrant, Hiro, that even the 5 elders themselves said they were afraid of? No wonder his aura was different just now. His reputation is well deserved. When the soldier next to him heard the word, Emu, his face instantly became serious, and his voice also took on a bit of sarcastic sarcasm. That mysterious organization that only existed in legends and was known as the last line of defense of the world government, actually appeared before his eyes. It seems that you are not a simple character. You even know the ultimate secret of this world. Today is really interesting. You're so ignorant, you don't even recognize him? He's a former member of the Roger Pirates. He's become famous in the New World in recent years, and many people even call him the strongest king of the next generation. Do you think I'm right, Hiro? Slaves? You, the Knights of God, are the loyal slaves of that I am? He quickly gathered the power of the meatball fruit in his left hand, and a white circle of light appeared on his palm. At the moment when Tessero was about to be attacked, he suddenly slapped his palm in his direction. Of course I know that, Hiro. I can't stop you on my own, but I'm afraid your friends will die here today. What? You actually know about Lord Yimu's existence? The arrogance on GL and Sheng's face did not diminish at all, instead a hint of ruthlessness flashed across his face, he said coldly. GL and Sheng slowly took a step forward, his eyes sharp as a knife, looking straight at Shirou. On the other hand, Tessero had not yet mastered the powerful ability of the fruit at this stage, and was completely unable to resist the sharp sword energy of the knights. Hiro had long noticed Tessero's dangerous situation and was prepared for it. The muscles in Tiger's arms swelled up, and every punch was accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, and he blocked the attacks of the 2 knights. At this moment, a calm yet arrogant voice sounded, breaking the confrontation. Hiro didn't bother to waste time talking to them. He clenched the tennis blade in his right hand. The sharp blade emitted a cold light, and the conqueror's hockey around him unconsciously overflowed a little, making the air around them heavy. Hiro met Saint Somas's gaze fearlessly, his tone full of disdain, and his words directly hit the vital point of the Knights of God. In his view, these people who worked for the world government and suppressed the rebels were no different from slaves bound by chains. After all, Tiger and Jinbei are strong men who have experienced many battles. Facing the attack of the Knights of God, they immediately took the starting posture of Murloc karate. Their movements were swift and precise, and every step carried an unquestionable sense of oppression. They were obviously elites who had experienced countless life and death battles. Stop talking nonsense, Fergaland Galen. With your limited ability, it's impossible for you to keep me, Hiro. The Knights of God. He opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't speak for a moment. Peace-eye Gallop Fruit. Shoot, Jinbei, with his agile body, shuttled through the sword light, and occasionally launched a Samahata palm heel strike, to temporarily force back the enemy. His face was filled with fear, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, and he subconsciously stepped back, about to be struck by the holy sword. Go. Capture those 3 men, dead or alive. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a wicked smile mixed with contempt and amusement, and his eyes swept over Shirou and Jinbei. Tezzolo's body became light, as if wrapped by an invisible force, and disappeared from the spot the next second. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand towards the members of the Knights of God behind him and gave a stern order. Among the knights, a man with a sinister face slowly spoke. It was Saint Somas. After hearing this explanation, Jinbei froze in place, his pupils slightly dilated. Chapter 162. A message to Yimu. Tessero himself felt dizzy, as if he was sucked into a time tunnel. When he came to his senses, he found himself standing on the deck of a gorgeously decorated pirate's ship. The crew members around put down their work, gathered around in surprise, their eyes full of confusion. Who is this stranger who suddenly appears? On the other side, after Hiro slapped out a palm to save Tessero, without any pause, he held the tennis blade in his right hand and quickly swung out a silver-white slash. The slash flew towards the members of the Knights of God with fierce momentum, trying to block their advance. But Saint Garin was quick-eyed and quick-handed. At the moment when the slash was about to hit the knights, he quickly drew out his rapier, flipped his wrist lightly, and a golden sword energy burst out from the blade, accurately blocking Hiro's slash. With a crisp, clang sound, the 2 sword energies collided with each other, bursting out dazzling sparks. The members of the Knights of God took the opportunity to bypass Shirou and quickly surrounded Tiger and Jinbei. The 6 knights attacked simultaneously, and the swinging of the holy swords formed an impenetrable sword net, and the attack came towards the 2 like a storm. Tiger and Jinbei used the fishman karate to the ultimate level, using fists and feet to block the knights' attacks again and again. However, facing the joint siege of 6 elite knights, they gradually fell into a disadvantage. In just a moment, several wounds appeared on the 2 men's bodies. Blood slowly flowed down the wounds, staining their clothes red. Shank's father, Fergland Galen, is truly formidable. Hiro sighed inwardly, not daring to delay any longer. He immediately activated the meatball fruit ability, teleporting himself behind Tiger and gently patting Tiger on the back. Tiger, go first. Tiger only felt a surge of power, his body flew out, and disappeared from the spot the next second. Then, Shirou teleported behind Jinbei and knocked him away as well. The members of the Knights of God had not yet reacted. When they stopped attacking, they found that Tiger and Jinbei had disappeared, leaving only Shirou standing there. Damn it. If you want to save your friend, then leave your own life behind. Seeing that Hiro had rescued two people one after another, Sheng was filled with rage. As he spoke, the Conqueror's haki around him instantly erupted, and light red lightning wrapped around the western sword. It was the Conqueror's haki. He suddenly swung his sword towards Hiro. The sword wind whistled, carrying the momentum of destroying the world. Noisy. Shiro shouted softly. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he also activated Conqueror's haki, wrapping his arms with Tyrant Wrap, and then fired a divine evasion. Two powerful attacks containing terrifying power collided violently in midair, tearing the surrounding air apart and changing the color of the sky. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. The powerful Conqueror's haki spread out in all directions from the point of collision between the two, like an invisible shock wave. The 6 members of the Knights of God felt this terrifying aura and had to avoid it. They retreated one after another with expressions of fear on their faces. Is this the strength of Tyrant, Jimmy Hiro? He was able to tie with Sheng. After fighting for half a minute, both Hiro and Sheng felt the terrifying power of each other's attack, and took a half step back at the same time, each stabilizing their body. Sheng looked at Shirou. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he sighed in his heart. At this age, he's already this talented. He's probably on par with rocks back in the day. If such talent can't be utilized by the world government, keeping it around will ultimately be a hidden danger. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and swung his sword again, the sword energy on the blade even sharper than before. Hiro didn't want to get entangled with him anymore. He glanced at the sky in the distance and said to Sheng. I'm not going to play with you anymore, Figaland Garen. Go back and tell I am that one day in the future, Jimmy Hiro, will definitely attack the Holy Land of Mariejois. Tell her to be prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped his palm towards himself and disappeared, leaving only a voice echoing in the sky above the Holy Land. Sheng looked in the direction where Hiro disappeared, and with some annoyance, he put the rapier back into the scabbard, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. This guy's meatball fruit ability is too terrifying. Not only can he slap others away, but he can also teleport himself. It seems that apart from Lord I Am, no one in this world can provoke him. After this battle, the names of Hiro and Tiger became famous all over the world. The 5 elders did this to prevent the celestial dragons in the Holy Land from panicking and to protect their own rule from being impacted. Therefore, every possible means was used to block the news of Hiro's fight in the Holy Land of Mariejois. Only the story of Fisher Tiger, a relatively non-threatening fishman, freeing slaves was allowed to be publicized. As for Hiro, they could do nothing about it and could only give up. They knew very well that if they d off Shiro, people might come to the Holy Land from time to make a scene, and then just walk away. At the same time, on the New World's Defu pirate's ship, the crew was surrounding Tiger, Jinbei and Tezulo. Taij and Jinbei still had wounds on their bodies and looked a little pale. Tezulo stood aside, his eyes full of confusion. The crew members were talking to each other, asking how they suddenly appeared on the ship. They had no idea about the fierce battle that had just taken place in the Holy Land. Jinbei didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Hiro appeared on the deck. He hurried forward and told the crew in detail about their encounter with the Knights of God in the auction house, the fierce battle between the two sides, and how Hiro rescued the 3 of them. After hearing this, the crew members suddenly realized what was going on and looked shocked. It turns out that the captain had just fought with the Knights of God in the Holy Land. Yamato's eyes sparkled with admiration, and he clenched his fists tightly and said excitedly, "The captain is so amazing. He's not even afraid of the Knights of God, and he even saved Mr. Tiger and the others from them. He's worthy of being my idol." Robin stood aside with a faint smile on his face, feeling very at ease. With a powerful captain like Hiro as their backer, they will be able to overcome any danger. Violet cheered directly, waved at Hiro, and shouted, "Brother-in-law is awesome. He's worthy of being my brother-in-law, so awesome." Scarlet quickly walked to Hiro's side, her eyes full of worry. She reached out and gently touched Hiro's arm, and asked, "Are you okay? Were you injured in your fight with the Knights of God just now?" Smoothie stood in the corner of the deck, looking at Hiro's back, muttering to himself, "My man is truly the most powerful being in the world. He can handle any enemy with ease." After listening to Jinbei's story, Redfield and Yishao just glanced at Shiro indifferently, then turned and left indifferently, as if all this was taken for granted. In their opinion, with Hiro's strength, rescuing people from the Knights of God was something that was expected. Zeppu and Zauba frowned somewhat dissatisfiedly. Zeppu crossed his arms and muttered, "They didn't even take us along for the fight. What a shame that we missed such an exciting battle." Xiaoba also nodded repeatedly and echoed, "That's right, if I go there too, I can definitely help." Brook leaned against the side of the boat, tapping his skull with his fingers. When he heard the words, Holy Land Mariejois, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, as if some vague memories were brought back. He thought hard for a long time, but still couldn't remember anything. He could only sigh helplessly. "Alas, my memory is still so confused. I clearly have an impression of the Holy Land, but I can't remember it at all." Chapter 163 New 7 Warlords of the Sea. Hiro looked around at the people with different reactions. A smile appeared on his face, and then he raised his voice and announced loudly to the entire crew. "Listen everyone, I have something important to tell you today. We have a new crew member on board the pirates. His name is Tessero. From now on, he will be a member of our Defu As he spoke, he walked over to Tezulo, patted him on the shoulder, and gave him an encouraging look. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately gathered around and asked Tesoro all sorts of questions. Tezulo, what did you do before? How do you know the captain? If you need any help on the boat, just let us know. Looking at the enthusiastic crew members in front of him, Tesoro's originally tense mood gradually relaxed, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Zeph knew that the pirates had a new member and that according to the rules, a banquet must be held to celebrate, so he immediately turned and ran towards the kitchen, shouting as he ran. You guys chat first, I'm going to the kitchen to prepare the banquet, we must celebrate well today. The deck suddenly became lively, and laughter echoed over the sea. Some people were sharing freshly grilled barbecue around a wine barrel, some were leaning against the side of the boat and reminiscing about yesterday's sailing adventures, and even Xiao Ba, who was in charge of lookout on the mast, couldn't help but hum along to the pirates' tune, creating a scene of great joy. Tiger stood on the other side of the ship, looking at the bustling crowd, his fingertips unconsciously clenched the corner of his clothes, and a trace of envy that was difficult to conceal emerged in his heart. It had been a long time since he had seen such pure companionship, and it had also been a long time since he had dared to hope for a seafaring bond of his own. How about it, Tiger, are you interested in joining my pirates group? Hiro's voice suddenly came from behind, with a tentative gentleness, and fell into Tiger's ears. The captain, who always had a calm smile on his face, seemed to have seen through the desire in his eyes, but there was no hint of coercion. Tiger turned around, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke seriously. Hiro, I admire you very much. I admire your trust in your companions, and I also admire your original intention of sailing. To be honest, I really want to see the end of the ocean and experience the true freedom of sailing, but... He paused, his tone becoming more resolute. I want to organize my own pirate group to go out to sea, and all the members of the pirate group must be from our fishmen tribe. The smile on Hiro's face didn't change at all, as he had already expected Tiger's answer. He patted Tiger's shoulder gently, his tone full of support. Tiger looked at his injured companions, anger burning in his eyes. He knew he couldn't retreat. When I reappeared, I had returned to the familiar fishmen island surrounded by seawater. As soon as he finished speaking, Tiger's figure disappeared from the spot. Hanef's membership in the 7 Warlords of the Sea has been revoked. The Murloc Fisher Tiger, with his immense power and influence, has been appointed as the new member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Jinbei, listen to your captain and don't act on your own whim. When he broke the news, the entire pirates' crew cheered for him. At the same time, on Hiro's Defu, as the welcome ceremony for Tesoro came to an end, life on the ship gradually returned to its previous relatively peaceful rhythm. This is the first time in history that a fishman has become a Shichibukai. One more thing. Tiger, if you ever run into any trouble you can't solve, remember to call my Den Den Mushi number. No matter where you are in the ocean, I can always show up on your pirate's ship. The 2 pirates' regiments fought from sunrise to sunset, and from late night to dawn, a whole day and night of hard fighting. After Hiro patiently taught Jinbei the techniques for awakening Conqueror's Haki, he studied day and night and finally broke through the bottleneck during a training session and successfully awakened Conqueror's Haki. At this moment, Taiji suddenly remembered something. He turned to look at Jinbei, who was looking at him not far away, and shouted. Thank you so much, Hiro. Well, goodbye. The flag with the sun pattern on it symbolizes their determination to bring light to the Murlocs. Over the past 2 years, the Sun Pirates have continued to grow on the sea. With Tiger's leadership and the tacit cooperation of his companions, they have overcome all obstacles and finally reached the New World successfully. Then, they hoisted the sails and officially began the merman's sailing adventure. Hiro suddenly pulled out a folded piece of paper from his pocket. On it were clearly written numbers in charcoal. He put the paper into Tiger's hand, his fingertips holding a hint of warmth. The Shichibukai, known for his brutality, ordered an attack on the Sun Pirates without any reason. Shells rained down on the Sun Pirates' ship, and the deck was covered in smoke. Hiro raised his hand with a smile and slowly patted Tiger's shoulder as a final farewell. When Tiger heard this, a trace of gratitude flashed in his eyes. He nodded slightly to Shirou, and his voice was a little serious. This news shocked the entire ocean. He was forced to draw the knife from his waist and engaged in a fierce battle with Hanefza. For the dignity of the fishman and for the companions behind him. The world government soon learned of Hanefza's defeat. To maintain the balance of the sea, they immediately announced it to the world through newspapers. In order to stop being a weakling who can be bullied, Tezulo took the initiative to undergo high-intensity and rigorous training. His training suit was soaked with sweat, and every punch he threw was filled with the determination to become the strongest man in the world. From then on, Tiger did not delay at all. He quickly found like-minded fishman partners such as Arlong and formed a team called Sun Pirates. Broken planks and bloodlines floated on the sea, and everyone was trying their best. As a result, he became the 3rd person on the current German server to awaken this rare ability. Tiger clenched the note in his hand. The rough paper seemed to carry a heavy weight of friendship. He nodded deeply again, his voice full of gratitude. Then thank you for your help. But no one expected that as soon as they set foot in this sea area, they inadvertently broke into the territory of Hanefza, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In the end, Tiger successfully defeated Hanefza with his tenacious will and protective heart for his companions, allowing the Sun Pirates to gain a foothold in the New World. But beneath this calmness lies everyone's growth. Well, I completely agree with your idea and absolutely support it. Since you have your own goals, I will send you back to the Fishman Island now so that you can start preparing earlier. Chapter 164 Helping Boa Hancock Awaken Conqueror's Haki. Over the next 5 years, the sea remained generally calm. This is partly due to the 7 Warlords of the Sea system introduced by the world government. Those chosen strong men, as legal pirates, intimidated countless small and medium-sized pirate groups, bringing a touch of order to the chaotic sea. On the other hand, the existence of the 3 emperors also played an indispensable role. They were like overlords of the sea, each occupying a vast territory. Their powerful strength deterred countless pirates who wanted to challenge their authority, and they could only restrain their ambitions in fear. Time quietly came to the year 1509 in the Sea Circle calendar. The little girls who used to chatter on the defu have now grown into graceful young ladies. Robin still maintained his calm and intelligent temperament, but there was a bit more maturity between his brows. Yamato, wearing the familiar samurai uniform, has a much more cheerful personality than before. What's even more surprising is that during a sparring match with her companions, she accidentally awakens Conqueror's Haki, becoming another powerful warrior with unlimited potential on the ship. Violet still likes to hold her drawing board and record the scenery on the sea one by one, with a gentle and bright smile. Smoothie and Scarlet, compared to 5 years ago, have become more mature women. During these 5 years, Scarlet and Hiro's relationship gradually deepened as they spent time together in daily life. From the initial care for each other to the subsequent mutual understanding, everything seemed so natural, and she eventually became Hiro's other woman. At first, when Smoothie heard the news, she was full of dissatisfaction. After all, she had long regarded Hiro as the most important person in her life, and occasionally she would deliberately cause trouble for Scarlet. But over time, she was gradually moved by Scarlet's gentleness and thoughtfulness. Scarlet would offer her warm water when she was tired from training, would patiently comfort her when she had a tantrum, and would even take the initiative to share with her the things that Hiro liked. Gradually, Smoothie also accepted Scarlet's identity, and a wonderful and harmonious way of getting along gradually formed between the 3 of them. Hiro naturally enjoys this. He always carefully staggered his time with Smoothie and Scarlet. Accompany Smoothie to the deck to practice swordplay and listen to her stories of interesting training experiences. Accompany Scarlet to watch the sunset by the side of the boat and listen to her humming the tune of her hometown. Occasionally, he would enthusiastically invite the 2 of them to play Dodiju together. On the other side of the ocean, near the Rip-Off Bar, in the Sabaody archipelago, Boa Hancock and her 2 sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, are undergoing arduous special training with Rayleigh and Shaggy. Hancock, who was 18 years old at the time, possessed amazing talent. She made rapid progress in both physical skills and the use of Haki, and Rayleigh praised her highly. But surprisingly, despite Rayleigh's careful teaching, she has not been able to awaken Conqueror's Haki. This makes Hancock anxious and frustrated, and she even begins to doubt her own abilities. Hiro accidentally learned about Hancock's situation during a Den Den Mushi call with Rayleigh. After he hung up the phone, without any hesitation, he activated his teleportation ability and appeared at the door of the Rip-Off Bar. When he met Hancock, he got straight to the point. "Come with me, I'll help you awaken conquerors." Without waiting for Hancock to react, Hiro grabbed her wrist and teleported again, arriving at the holy land of Mariejois. The place that once enslaved Hancock and left him with countless nightmares. As soon as he stepped onto the streets of Mariejois, Hancock's body began to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes filled with fear, and his nails dug deep into his palms. Hiro didn't try to comfort her. Instead, he pointed to a celestial dragon not far away, who was leading a slave and was arrogant. He said calmly, "Hancock, go kill him." "No, I don't dare." Hancock's voice was filled with tears, and her former pride was gone. The sacred mark of the celestial dragons and the torture she had suffered in the past hung over her like a shadow, preventing her from taking even a single step. Shiloh looked at her frightened expression and did not force her. He just spoke slowly with a hint of guidance in his voice. "Boa Hancock, think about this. If you don't dare to face them today, if you live in fear forever, perhaps one day in the future, they will find you again and find your 2 sisters. Do you want to watch your sisters being captured by them, tortured like you were, or even die in front of you?" "No. No way. I can't let the celestial dragons hurt my family." These words were like a key, instantly unlocking the shackles in Hancock's heart. She raised her head suddenly, the fear in her eyes was replaced by determination, and the anger and unwillingness that had been pent up for many years burst out at this moment. She roared, and rushed towards the celestial dragons like a cheetah. She gathered powerful strength in her toes and kicked the opponent in the chest cleanly. There was only a crisp, crack, sound, and the celestial dragons fell to the ground and died without even having time to scream. At the moment the celestial dragons fell to the ground, Hancock felt the haze in his heart completely dissipate, as if a huge rock pressing on him had been removed. At the same time, an inexplicable power surged in his body. That power carried a domineering aura, causing the surrounding air to vibrate. "Remember this feeling. This is the prototype of Conqueror's Haki." Hiro's voice sounded at the right time. Without stopping, he immediately grabbed Hancock's wrist, teleported again, and took her back to the Rip-Off Bar. Hancock had just returned to the bar and had not yet recovered from his previous emotions when the domineering power in his body surged again. This time, she clearly felt the flow of power and finally awakened the true Conqueror's Haki. The surrounding wine glasses swayed slightly due to Hockey's impact, and even Rayleigh couldn't help but smile in surprise. Rayleigh, Shaki and Harrow gathered around and cheered for Hancock's breakthrough, and the bar was filled with a joyful atmosphere. But at this moment, Shaki's Den Den Mushi suddenly rang. After she answered the call, the smile on her face gradually disappeared. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Hancock, her tone heavy. News has come from Nine Snake Island that Queen Teritoma has passed away from lovesickness. Now the throne of the Amazon Lily Kingdom is vacant, and the people on the island are very anxious. Gloriosa, the flame flower of Nine Snake Island, called Shaki and anxiously asked for her opinion, hoping that she could recommend a suitable successor. Shaki didn't hesitate at all and directly recommended Boa Hancock. Hancock is not only powerful, but also has a tenacious spirit that refuses to give up. More importantly, she cares about Nine Snake Island and her sister. She will make a good empress. Upon hearing this, Gloriosa immediately decided to have Boa Hancock return to Nine Snake Island as soon as possible to accept the test of becoming the queen. Chapter 165. Defeating you is enough. Harrow is naturally happy to see this happen, as he knows it is a new beginning for Hancock. So, he activated the power of the fleshball fruit and sent Boa Hancock and her two sisters Sandersonia and Marigold to Nine Snake Island. In order to ensure that Hancock could pass the test and succeed to the throne, Hero did not leave, but followed her to Nine Snake Island, intending to provide her with assistance when necessary. Inside the palace of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, the snake-like carvings wrapped around the gilded pillars glowed coldly under the candlelight, and the faint fragrance of flower petals lingered in the air. Flame flower. Gloriosa was looking down as she adjusted the vine belt around her waist when she suddenly heard light but unfamiliar footsteps behind her. She looked up suddenly and her eyes met the figures of three girls dressed in the costumes of the nine snakes. Her silver-gray hair swayed slightly with her surprised movements, her cloudy yet sharp eyes suddenly widened, and her face was full of unconcealable surprise. He even subconsciously pressed the crutch in his hand to the ground, making a slight thump sound. After a moment, she finally saw the face of the leading girl clearly in the light from the top of the palace. The bright facial features, the upright posture, and the hint of rebelliousness between her eyebrows clearly show that she is the stubborn little girl of that year, Boa Hancock. And beside her, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold have also grown up. Gloriosa slowly stood up, tightly grasping the jewel decoration on the top of the cane, and walked towards the three sisters step by step. The sound of the cane hitting the ground finally stopped in front of Hancock in the silent palace. She asked in a voice as cold as frost, "Hancock, Shaki just recommended you to be the next king of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. How could you show up here with your sister so soon? Could it be that this was planned from the beginning?" As soon as she finished speaking, Boa Hancock, who was standing at the front, took a step forward, her right hand neatly placed on her waist, and the snake-shaped necklace on her chest swayed gently with her movement. Now that she had successfully awakened Conqueror's Hockey, an invisible aura seemed to linger around her. She met Gloriosa's gaze with confidence, her voice clear and undeniably powerful. Premeditated. Granny knew. You have to understand one thing first. It's not that I, Boa Hancock, am determined to seize the throne. It's that Nine Snake Island simply cannot do without a king like me who can lead my people to become stronger. Hancock, you're a little too confident. There was a subtle hint of sarcasm in Gloriosa's tone. She raised her cane and pointed to the throne inlaid with pearls and rubies at the deepest part of the palace. The flag of the nine snakes hanging above the throne was fluttering slightly. This throne is not for anyone who wants to sit on it. If you really want to fight for it, you must first withstand the test passed down from generation to generation by the Nine Snake clan. Test? Hancock raised his eyebrows, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, and then he said without hesitation. Gloriosa covered her bruised waist and abdomen, frowning in pain, but she still slowly stood up from the carpet. After a moment of silence, she responded with a hint of helplessness in her tone. I see. More and more tribesmen joined in the discussion, and the noise in the square gradually became noisier. There was a crack sound, and the gem on the top of the crutch fell off. Gloriosa was also thrown out by this huge force and fell heavily on the carpet 4 or 5 meters away. A corner of her vine clothing was scratched. The crutch collided with Hancock's toes with a dull, bang sound, which made Gloriosa's hand numb slightly. Hancock, I'm old now, my body isn't what it used to be, and my strength has long since declined. Even if you can beat me today, it doesn't mean you're qualified to sit in this seat. That's right. The successor king must undergo the Snake Cave trial on Nine Snake Island. Could it be that she simply crowned herself king because she wanted to? This is too outrageous. There's no point in talking anymore, big perfume femur. Why did you attack me directly? Black armament Hockey gathered at the tip of her toes and kicked hard on Gloriosa's crutch. Come on. She struggled to resist Hancock's attack with her crutch and said breathlessly. After saying this, her attack became more fierce, and her legs were like 2 black lightnings, kicking towards Gloriosa continuously. Everyone was startled when they heard this, and then they began to whisper to each other, and the discussion came like a tide. A fierce look flashed in Hancock's eyes, and he suddenly increased his strength, shouting. Boa Hancock and her 2 sisters walked to the platform at the palace entrance. With one hand on her waist, she glanced at the densely packed tribesmen below and announced to them with great joy. The elders nearby also echoed this, their faces full of disapproval. From this day forward, I, Boa Hancock, will be the new king of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Stop making excuses. Gather all the people of Nine Snake Island right now. I want to prove in front of everyone that I, Boa Hancock, am worthy of being king. You were once the great king of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Your strength must be among the best in your clan. After all, there has never been any news of a new king taking over. Soon, the huge square outside the palace was filled with people from the Nine Snake Island. They were wearing various costumes and standing in groups of 3 or 4, with confusion on their faces. What's going on? Hancock is going to succeed the king. Why didn't we receive any news before? Hey, I haven't finished telling you what the test is. A young female warrior holding a spear frowned, her tone full of confusion. Seeing this, Gloriosa quickly retreated. Although her steps were a little slow, she still dodged flexibly with her years of combat experience, and raised her cane to block in front of her. Hancock retracted his legs, put his right hand on his waist again, and looked at Gloriosa, who was slowly getting up from the ground with a very strong attitude. His voice spread to every corner of the palace. After saying that, she picked up the crutches on the ground and limped out of the palace. The air in the palace seemed to be stirred by this fierce move. Before she finished speaking, a black halo appeared around her body, and armament hockey instantly wrapped around her legs. The hem of her skirt drew a neat arc as she raised her legs and kicked fiercely in the direction of Gloriosa. Hancock retracted his leg and immediately kicked out a second time, his tone full of confidence. That won't do. The rules of the 9 snakes cannot be broken. Even if it's Master Shoki's recommendation, we must follow the rules. If I defeat you, won't it prove I'm worthy of the throne? After more than 20 rounds, Gloriosa's breathing gradually became rapid, fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, and her originally upright back slightly bent, and she was obviously out of breath. Chapter 166 Let me give my body to you. Boa Hancock stood on the high platform and could clearly hear the discussions below. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her already cold and beautiful face became even more frosty. After a moment, she no longer hesitated, and a strong aura suddenly burst out from her body. Conqueror's Haki is unleashed without reservation. Suddenly, an invisible force with red and black lightning emerged in front of her. The force spread around the square like a strong wind, and even the flags hanging on the platform were blown to pieces. In the square, some relatively weaker members of the 9 Snake Island turned pale in an instant, their bodies swayed uncontrollably, and then they slowly fell to the ground and fainted completely. The remaining tribesmen were also shocked by this Haki. The discussion stopped abruptly, and they all looked up in shock at Hancock on the platform. This is Conqueror's Haki. Gloriosa, who was standing aside in the crowd, suddenly felt her pupils shrink. She couldn't help but scream, and slammed the crutch in her hand to the ground again, her face full of disbelief. Yes, this is the Conqueror's Haki that I awakened not long ago. Boa Hancock slowly retracted some of her haki, and with a sharp gaze, she looked around at everyone present. Her voice was filled with a sense of oppression. Now, who still doubts that I am not qualified to succeed the king of the Amazon Lily Kingdom? Gloriosa, standing aside, looked at Hancock, who was exuding a powerful aura on the podium. She involuntarily took a half step back, her lips trembling slightly as she muttered to herself. This is the first person on 9 Snake Island to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Even the first-generation queen couldn't do it. Everyone in the square fell into deathly silence, with only the sound of wind blowing through the flags. Not long after, a loud voice suddenly came from the crowd. King Hancock, I will follow you to the death. The speaker was a female warrior who had sailed with Hancock. She knelt on one knee, her eyes full of admiration. Soon after, more and more tribesmen reacted and followed suit by kneeling on one knee. The cheers in the square welcoming Boa Hancock as the new king were deafening like thunder, and even the windows of the palace trembled slightly at the sound. Under the gaze of the crowd, Boa Hancock slowly turned around and walked towards the throne in the palace step by step. The hem of her skirt swept across the flower petals on the steps. Finally, she sat down gracefully, her hands lightly resting on the armrests, her eyes full of the majesty of a king. At this moment, on the roof of the palace, Shirou was leaning on the tiles, playing with a shell in his hand. He looked at the scene in the square below, a satisfied smile on his lips, and whispered to himself. Looks like I don't need to help. This girl is more powerful than I thought. After saying that, he wanted to get up and leave. Suddenly, a clear yet somewhat gentle voice came from below, landing precisely in his ears. Mr. Shirou, please don't leave yet, I have something to tell you. Hearing this, Shiruo's body stiffened, and his raised foot stopped in midair. He slowly turned around and looked in the direction of the sound in surprise. Boa Hancock was standing on the windowsill of the palace. With a few light jumps, she landed on the roof. The hem of her purple cheongsam rose gently with her movements. 2 faint blushes appeared on that bright and pretty face, making her look completely different from the haughty look she had just had in the square. What's up, Hancock? Shirou looked at the stunningly beautiful, world's most beautiful woman, in front of him with suspicion. His eyes inadvertently swept across her snow-white skin faintly visible under her cheongsam, as well as her perfect body proportions, and he couldn't help swallowing. He had been busy instructing Hancock on how to control haki and hadn't paid much attention to the beauty of the 9 Snake Queen. Now she has put on the cheongsam that symbolizes the king's status, and her temperament instantly becomes elegant and charming. Any normal man would probably be fascinated by such a face. Mr. Hero, thank you so much. Hancock's pretty face flushed even redder, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her cheongsam, her words becoming a little incoherent. If you hadn't saved me back then, I would have become a plaything of the celestial dragons. And it was only through your guidance that I was able to successfully control the Conqueror's haki. I will always remember this kindness. Hancock, these are just small things, don't take them to heart. Shirou waved his hand, trying to keep his tone calm to avoid making the atmosphere awkward. After all, you are a junior whom Sister Shaki values. For her sake, it is only natural that I help you. No, it's not like that. Hancock shook his head quickly, with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. You have no obligation to help me. I am lucky that you are willing to help me, so I must repay you. As she spoke, her hands trembled slightly as they caressed each other. She looked shy and even her voice softened. Repay? Shirou touched his chin and fell into a brief moment of thought. He looked at Hancock's expectant eyes. Various possibilities flashed through his mind quickly, but he really couldn't think of what help he needed. The German pirates group now has sufficient supplies and the crew members are safe, so it seems that there is really no need for Nine Snake Island to contribute. After a moment, he suddenly thought of something, then slapped his forehead and said with a smile. Since you insist on repaying me, how about this? In the future, when our German pirates pass by Nine Snake Island, you can have the tribe treat us well and prepare some fresh fruits and water for us. That would be enough. Is that all? When Hancock heard this answer, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He pursed his lips slightly and muttered something in a low voice, his tone full of resentment. I thought I could do something more meaningful. Otherwise, I don't need your help for now. Shirou thought carefully and made sure that nothing was missed, then he said in a very sincere tone. So, Hancock, don't be so obsessed with repaying your debt. We, the German pirates, and your Nine Snake Island are friends. It's only natural for friends to help each other. There's no need to be so clear-cut. No, I just want to repay you. Hancock still refused to give in, with a stubborn look in his eyes. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and slowly took a few steps towards Shirou. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. She was almost touching Shiluo's body. Her warm breath gently brushed past Shiluo's ears. Her voice was so soft that it was almost as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but it was clearly heard by him. Just let me pledge my love to you. Hirou's pupils suddenly contracted, and his originally calm expression was instantly torn apart by shock. His eyes suddenly widened, his gaze fixed on the Empress's face, and he blurted out subconsciously. What? The tone was full of disbelief, as if he hadn't heard the straightforward question clearly. Chapter 167 Tezulo's progress. Seeing his reaction, Empress Boa Hancock's beautiful eyes instantly misted over, and crystal tears slowly slid down her fair cheeks, even her voice trembling slightly. Mr. Sheila, you don't like me? She clenched the hem of her skirt slightly with both hands, her shoulders were tense, and her whole body exuded a sense of fragility and anxiety. The pride and strength she possessed as the Nine-Snake Queen had now been completely washed away by her anxiety. Seeing this, Shirou quickly collected his thoughts and spoke in a very calm tone, comforting softly. That's not the case, Hancock. You are recognized as the most beautiful woman in the world. There is hardly any man in the world who can't be attracted by you. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly changed the subject, his eyes becoming more serious. However, there is no deep emotional foundation between us after all, so if you say it so directly. But before he could finish his words, the Empress seemed to have made up her mind. She took a step forward, wrapped her arms tightly around Hirou's neck, and covered him with her soft lips. Shirou froze in place for a moment, his mind went blank, as if even his breathing had stopped. Even though he already had several partners around him, he never thought that the usually arrogant Empress would take such a bold action on her own initiative. Faced with such sudden intimacy, even though he was a powerful pirate's captain, his heart couldn't help but beat violently and he naturally would not remain indifferent. After the passionate kiss, the Empress's cheeks flushed, and she looked at Shirou with a dazed look in her eyes, her voice filled with a hint of tentativeness and expectation. Now, do we have a foundation for our relationship? Shirou looked at the seriousness in her eyes, and suddenly the ancient legend of Nine Snake Island flashed through his mind. If empresses of all dynasties fell in love but received no response, they would suffer from fatal lovesickness. If they could not go to sea to solve the problem, they would eventually die in pain like Toritoma. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. He raised his hand, gathered his strength, and with a light push, he pushed Boa Hancock towards his pirate's ship, the Defu. For the next 3 days and 3 nights, Shirou and the Empress spent every day together in the captain's room of the Defu ship. During this period, Shirou, with his rich experience, patiently taught the Empress a lot of knowledge that she had never been exposed to. The relationship between the two became closer through these exchanges. 3 days later, Shirou personally sent the Empress back to Nine Snake Island. Seeing the renewed light in the Empress's eyes, he was certain. After this experience, the Empress will definitely not die from lovesickness again. Before parting, the two solemnly agreed that they would find an opportunity to meet once every month to ease the pain of missing each other. Soon after, at Hirou's suggestion, Empress Boa Hancock led the Nine Snakes pirates on an official sea expedition. The new Empress was already very powerful. As soon as she went to sea, she won a bounty of 80 million berry with a wonderful battle. She was then noticed by the world government and successfully recruited as a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, and became famous in a short time. After resolving the issue of the Empress, Hirou's life returned to its former peace. On this day, the sun was shining brightly, and the captain of the German pirates was lazily lying on a lounge chair on the deck, basking in the sun and enjoying his rare leisure time. Suddenly, an excited voice, almost a roar, broke the silence on the deck. Great. I finally awakened armament hockey. Together with the observation hockey I awakened earlier, I now have two-color hockey. Shirou looked in the direction of the voice and saw Tessero pacing on the deck with his fists clenched and his face full of excitement, his eyes flashing with unconcealable ecstasy. Looks like it's time. Seeing this scene, an idea suddenly flashed through Hirou's mind. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing an intriguing smile. He shouted to Tessero. Tessero, come here, I have something to tell you. Upon hearing this, Tessero's face became even more excited. He almost ran to Shirou excitedly, his eyes full of anticipation, and asked impatiently. Captain, what do you want from me? Are you going to teach me some powerful tricks? Like the advanced use of hockey? No, Shirou shook his head slightly, his eyes fell on Tezulo, and he slowly said. I want to find a devil fruit and give it to you to take your strength to the next level. Devil fruit? When Tessero heard these 4 words, his eyes widened, and the expectation on his face was replaced by shock, and his face was full of disbelief. Shirou looked at his reaction and continued to ask tentatively. Have you ever thought about what kind of devil fruit you'd like to eat? Do you value offensive power, or are you more interested in supporting abilities? Upon hearing this, Tezuro's eyes moved rapidly, and his gaze unconsciously swept over Yishao, who was wiping his sword on the deck, and Jeppu, who was sorting ingredients at the kitchen door. His brows furrowed slightly, and he fell into deep thought. He knew that Yishao's gravity fruit and Zapu's abilities each had their own merits, but it seemed that these were not what he really wanted. After a moment, Tessero finally raised his head, his eyes becoming extremely firm, and he answered in a resounding tone. Captain, I've thought it through. I want to eat a devil fruit that will give me endless wealth. Only with enough wealth can I truly have the confidence to navigate this ocean. Is that really the case? Hearing this, Shirou sighed softly, and quietly put the snake fruit that he was about to take out back into his arms. This fruit obviously did not meet Tezulo's expectations. Seeing Hirou's silence, Tessero frowned even more tightly, and a hint of anxiety appeared on his face. He asked cautiously. Captain, could it be that such a devil fruit doesn't even exist? No, it can be operated. Shirou slowly stood up, raised his hand and patted Tezulo's shoulder, his tone was firm. Come with me to a place where you may find what you want. Before he finished speaking, Tessero felt that the scene in front of him suddenly began to change rapidly. The smell of the sea breeze disappeared, replaced by a strange and slightly oppressive air. When he finally reacted, he was already standing on a land he had never seen before, and the surrounding architectural style was also extremely unfamiliar. Ship. Captain. Where are we? Zoro was completely stunned, looking around in confusion, and asked with a hint of panic in his tone. Don't ask any more questions, just follow me. Shirou didn't explain much, and as he spoke, he strode towards a magnificent castle not far away. This towering north blue building was exactly the destination of his trip. Chapter 168 helped you solve the problem inside the castle. In a spacious hall, a man wearing sunglasses and a pink feather coat was sitting lazily on a high throne, listening to a bloated and sticky man below reporting something. The one sitting on the throne is none other than the Emperor of the Underworld, Doflamingo. The person who reports to him is one of his highest-ranking officials, think tank Torpal. You said, that guy Rosinante betrayed me. The signature, playful smile on Doflamingo's face froze instantly, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and his tone was filled with murderous intent. Even the air around seemed to become oppressive. Torpal sniffed, his expression becoming more serious as he reported truthfully. That's right, Dover. According to the information Virgo relayed within the Marine Corps, Rosinante has secretly defected to the Marine Corps and is now working for Marine Marshal Sengoku. He's even secretly gathering intelligence on our family. My dear brother, I didn't expect you to be so good at disguising yourself. You deceived me so badly over the years. Foo 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 foo. Doflamingo's face showed a ferocious expression, the veins on his forehead were clearly bulging, and his laughter was filled with a biting chill that made people shudder. At this moment, an unruly and somewhat casual voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Sassy ignores Dana. Dover, it seems you have quite a lively place here. Doflamingo, with an angry face, turned his head suddenly when he heard the familiar voice. When he saw that the person coming was Shirou, the murderous intent in his eyes instantly faded, replaced by full of surprise. He did not dare to be negligent and quickly stood up from the throne. He walked quickly to Shirou, knelt on one knee, and bowed respectfully, his tone full of awe. Godfather, why did you suddenly come to me today? Do you have any instructions? Torpal and all the Don Quixote family cadres in the hall were so respectful when they saw Doflamingo. They all knelt down with great vigilance, not daring to breathe. They were afraid of disturbing the man whom even Dover called Godfather. Dover, get up and don't be so reserved. Shirou reached out and helped Doflamingo up, then walked to the throne without any hesitation and sat down naturally. He glanced at everyone in the hall and spoke slowly. I came here today because I wanted to trouble you with something. However, seeing how you look now, it seems like you're in trouble. In that case, I'd better help you solve your problem first. Godfather, you are willing to help me? Doflamingo's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard that. He quickly moved closer and asked with an expectant tone, his hands even clenched unconsciously. Rosinante's betrayal was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. If he could get Hirou's help, then this matter would undoubtedly be much easier to resolve. Certainly. The corners of Hiro's mouth slightly raised, a sincere smile appeared on his face, and he said in a firm tone. I've personally raised you up, how can I watch you get into trouble? No matter who or what it is, as long as it gets in your way, I won't just sit back and watch. Doflamingo's scarlet pupils were filled with rage. He gritted his teeth and bowed to Hiro, who was sitting in the main seat, and reported. Godfather, this is what happened. My brother Rozinante, the guy who always pretended to be docile, actually betrayed me. Not only did he leave his family, he also despicably joined the Marines, and now he dares to hinder my plans. I must personally take care of him and make him pay the price for his betrayal. As he spoke, his clenched fists turned white from the force, and his voice was filled with an urgency and resentment that was difficult to conceal. Hiro, who was sitting in the main seat, slowly opened his eyes. His deep gaze swept across Doflamingo's tense face. His tone was filled with unquestionable confidence as he responded immediately. Yes. Where is he now? I will send you there immediately and personally deal with this traitor. As soon as he finished speaking, Hiro stood up from the large chair, his golden cape drawing a neat arc behind him. He walked steadily to Doflamingo, exuding the oppressive aura of a superior. It's on Minion Island. That B********D got the news from somewhere and actually tried to snatch the op fruit I've been eyeing. Doflamingo's fists clenched tightly, and the sound of his knuckles colliding was particularly harsh in the silent hall. His entire body was trembling slightly due to Ultimate's anger. Even his signature sunglasses couldn't hide the murderous intent in his eyes. Okay, let's go together and show him the consequences of betraying the Don Quixote family. Before Hiro finished speaking, a white fleshy luster appeared on his palm. It was the power of the fleshy fruit at work. He raised his hands and patted Doflamingo and his own shoulders respectively, and at the same time turned to look at Tessero in the corner of the hall, his voice clear and steady. You stay here and we'll be back soon. As soon as the words fell, two white balls of light enveloped Hiro and Doflamingo. The next second, he disappeared from the meeting room, leaving only a faint energy fluctuation in the air. When they reappeared, they were already standing on the ice field of Minion Island. The biting cold wind blew up fine snow particles, which hit their clothes fiercely. The glacier in the distance showed a cold and hard luster under the gray sky. Without any hesitation, Hiro closed his eyes and emitted invisible observation hockey from his body, which quickly covered the white snow like a fine net. In just a moment, he accurately locked onto two figures on the snow slope not far away. A big one and a small one were squatting beside a pile of wooden boxes, their figures looking particularly thin in the wind and snow. Only when I got closer did I see clearly that the tall figure was Doflamingo's younger brother Rozinante. The child beside him, wearing a thin coat and with a sickly pale face, was none other than the young Trafalgar Law. Mr. Corazon, do you really want me to eat this strange-looking devil fruit? Luo blinked his big round eyes, and gently touched the op fruit handed to him by Rozinante with his little hand. There was a hint of hesitation in his childish voice, but it also revealed his trust in Mr. Corazon, as he asked seriously. Rozinante squatted down and gently touched Luo's head with his calloused palm. His eyes were full of eagerness and tenderness, and his tone was firm. Eat it, Luo. Only by eating this op fruit can you cure your platinum lead disease and survive. This is your only chance. As he spoke, he stuffed the op fruit with strange patterns directly into Luo's mouth and added hurriedly. After eating the fruit, you will immediately hide in this largest wooden box. No matter what happens outside, you must not come out. Understand? Chapter 169. Keep a little humanity. Luo Gang swallowed the fruit, and a unique, disgusting bitter taste of devil fruit exploded in his mouth. He was choked and started coughing non-stop, his little face turned red and he almost coughed out tears. But before he could recover, Rozinante had quickly picked him up, carefully stuffed him into the wooden box, and carefully closed the lid, leaving only a tiny gap for air to pass through. Then, Rozinante quickly took a few steps back, turned around and ran in the opposite direction. He wanted to distract the approaching enemy and buy Luo time to escape. But he had just run a few meters when two figures appeared in front of him and blocked his way. My dear brother, where are you going, running so fast? Doflamingo's voice was like ice in the cold winter, freezing cold in Rozinante's ears. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of mockery. Rozinante raised his head and looked at Doflamingo coldly, but did not say a word. He knew that any excuses at this moment would be meaningless and would only add to the humiliation of the other party. What? Are you still pretending to be dumb now? Doflamingo's signature, eerie laugh rang out again. Before his laughter died down, he suddenly raised his right foot and kicked Rozinante in the chest with great force. There was a dull thud as Rozinante was kicked out, sliding more than 10 meters on the snow before hitting a piece of ice and stopping. Foo 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 foo. Doflamingo's laughter became more and more rampant. He slowly walked up to Rozinante, looked down at him, and said in a teasing tone. My dear brother, you've deceived me so much. For so many years, you've been playing the role of the docile pawn by my side, but secretly you've already defected to Marine and are trying to ruin my plans. Tell me, how should I punish you? Rozinante was kicked so hard that his internal organs seemed to be dislocated. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the bright red blood fell on the white snow, which was particularly dazzling. But he still didn't make any sound. He just raised his head with difficulty, his eyes passed over Doflamingo's shoulder, and quietly drifted towards the wooden box where Luo was hidden not far away. As long as Luo can leave safely, it will be worth it even if he dies. In an instant, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and he was ready to die. Back then, I killed that cowardly father with my own hands. Today, I have to personally kill you, my own brother who betrayed our family. Hee, this is really interesting. Doflamingo laughed loudly, pulled out a silver pistol from his pocket, aimed the muzzle steadily at Rosinante's forehead, and said in a cold tone. Go to hell and meet that old man. Remember to tell that coward that I, Doflamingo, have never regretted killing him. His legs softened immediately, and he fell to his knees on the snow with a plop. He lowered his head, and his voice trembled slightly. This way, at least you won't have to bear the stigma of brother killer anymore. Shirou gently lowered the pistol, directing the muzzle away from Rosinante. He then turned to look at Doflamingo, his tone persuading him. Dover, I killed him for you and made his body disappear completely. This way, you won't have to bear the guilt of killing your own brother. When Shi Luo heard this, the expression on his face instantly turned cold. I don't want the day when we become enemies because of your ruthlessness, and you, my godson, whom I raised, die in my hands. You have already killed your father with your own hands, and this sin is heavy enough. Let me, your godfather, do the killing of your own brother. Hiro's eyes fell on Doflamingo's face, which was twisted with anger, and he spoke slowly, his tone heavy. In an instant, the sharp blade pierced through Rosinante's body. Blood slowly dripped along the blade and landed on the snow, spreading a dark red. Before he finished speaking, Hiro's figure had already flashed beside Rosinante. Doflamingo turned his head suddenly and looked at Shirou in surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. Doflamingo froze in shock at the chill in Hiro's words. The arrogance on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a deep fear. So, in your eyes, I, your godfather, could become a trouble at any moment, a danger at any moment? Rosinante took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. There was no fear on his face, only a sense of relief and calm. He could finally pay the price for his choice and finally protect Luo. Godfather, you don't have to go to so much trouble. I, Doflamingo, dared to kill my own father, so what does a brother who betrayed the family mean to me? I can bear this little guilt. Dover, I still say the same thing. I hope you can still retain a little bit of humanity, although it may be difficult for you. Shirou naturally put the tetanus blade back into the scabbard, and the swish sound of the blade being sheathed was particularly clear in the silent snow. But Doflamingo didn't appreciate it. He put away his gun, put on a nonchalant smile, and said nonchalantly. Just as Doflamingo's finger was about to pull the trigger, a large bony hand suddenly reached out, tightly grasped the barrel of the pistol, and stopped his action. Godfather, you. What are you doing? Then, Shirou raised his hand and slapped Rosinante's body. Why? Why? Godfather, you knew he betrayed me and the entire Don Quixote family. Why did you stop me? He turned around and looked at Doflamingo, who was still stunned, and said calmly. Dover, I don't want you to kill your own brother with your own hands. The white ball of flesh flashed, and Rosinante's body disappeared from the spot, without even a trace of bloodline left. The tetanus blade on his waist was instantly unsheathed, and with a flash of cold light, it stabbed towards Rosinante's abdomen. I absolutely didn't mean that, Godfather, you've been so kind to me, how dare I be disrespectful to you in the slightest. He really couldn't understand why Shirou, who always supported him, would stop him at this time. He slowly walked up to Doflamingo, leaned over slightly, and whispered in his ear in a cold tone that only the two of them could hear. No, I wouldn't dare, Godfather, I didn't mean that. Shirou looked down at Doflamingo, who was kneeling on the ground, his tone still cold. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, his voice carrying a hint of impatience, and for the first time, obvious dissatisfaction surfaced on his usually arrogant face. Dover, I hope you can retain a bit of humanity and not completely degenerate into a demon that only knows how to kill. He paused, his eyes sweeping across the empty snowy landscape. The cold wind blew up his cloak, adding a touch of majesty to his appearance. Chapter 170. Pay attention to the golden fruit. No, that day will never come. Doflamingo's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Even in the cold snow, the sweat quickly soaked his collar. He hurriedly assured. I will never betray you and will always be your most loyal godson. Get up. Hirou's voice finally softened a bit. He looked at Doflamingo with a hint of warning in his tone. I asked you to keep a little humanity, not for him, but for your own sake. I don't want that day to ever come. Doflamingo felt as if he had been pardoned. He slowly stood up from the snow, lowered his head, and stood aside obediently like a child who had made a mistake, not daring to look into Hirou's eyes again. After a moment, Doflamingo managed to calm himself down, forced a respectful smile onto his face, and slowly spoke. Godfather, now that everything is done, shall we go back first? You came all the way here with me, so I should prepare a sumptuous banquet for you in the castle to honor you. There's no rush for this. Shirou waved his hand, his eyes suddenly falling on the wooden box where Luo was hiding not far away. He moved his feet, teleported to the wooden box, reached out and gently opened the lid. Trafalgar Law, who was inside the wooden box, clenched his fists tightly and saw everything that had just happened through the gap. Being discovered by Shirou at this moment, he did not show any fear. Instead, he stared at Shirou with wide eyes, his little face full of hatred and sadness. The pain of losing one's only relative had completely replaced the fear in one's heart. He gritted his teeth, tears rolling down the corners of his eyes uncontrollably. He waved his small fist at Shirou, his voice tearful but resolute. It's you who killed Mr. Corazon. I won't let you go. I want to avenge Mr. Corazon. Shiloh looked at Luo's excited expression. Without saying a word, he just raised his hand and lightly struck him on the back of the neck. Luo's body went limp, he lost consciousness and fell into the wooden box. Doflamingo also walked over quickly. He recognized Luo in the wooden box at a glance. A trace of doubt appeared on his face. He looked at Luo puzzledly and asked. Godfather, this guy is in cahoots with Rosinante, and he ate the op fruit. Keeping him around is a potential threat. Why don't you kill him? This kid ate the op fruit and is still useful to me. Hiro bent down and picked up the unconscious Luo and said in a calm tone. I'll take him away, and you don't have to worry about this matter. He held Luo in his arms and walked slowly towards Doflamingo, adding. By the way, I need your help with something else. I'll tell you in detail when I get back. Although Doflamingo also covets the power of op fruit in his heart. But he knew very well that since Hiro had already decided to keep Luo, he had no right to refute. Being in Hiro's hands, he could only suppress his greed and bow respectfully in response. Godfather, if you have anything to say, just tell me. As long as it's something I can do, I will do my best to complete it and will never refuse. Let's go back first. After Hiro finished speaking, he raised his hand and activated the power of the meatball fruit again, slapping himself, Doflamingo, and the unconscious Law respectively. The white ball of light lit up again, and the next second, the three of them disappeared on the ice field of Minion Island. When they reappeared, they were already back in the Don Quixote family's castle hall. The hall was bustling with activity at this moment. Tessero was standing in the middle of the hall, wearing a gorgeous golden suit, introducing himself to the Don Quixote family cadres. His tone was full of confidence and assurance, as if he was the master here. However, those cadres who usually acted so majestic and arrogant in the family now lowered their heads, without any dissatisfaction on their faces. Instead, they looked respectful and humble, not even daring to breathe. They all knew that Tezulo was a member of Hiro's crew. And Hiro is the godfather that even Doflamingo has to respect. To offend Tessero is to offend Hiro, and no one dares to joke with his own life. Tessero was boasting about his past, glorious deeds, to the people around him with saliva flying all over his body, and his saliva almost splashed onto the corners of other people's clothes. After hearing the familiar footsteps, he suddenly stopped talking, and the pride on his face instantly turned into respect. He walked quickly to the side of Shiluo, and even deliberately lightened his breathing. Tezulo, keep an eye on this kid. As soon as Hiro finished speaking, he raised his arm and threw the still unconscious Trafalgar Law steadily towards Tessero. Tessero subconsciously bent down and stretched out his hand, carefully catching Luo, for fear of bumping into this child who looked particularly fragile. Then, Hiro slowly turned around and looked at Doflamingo, who was playing with the scepter not far away, with a sharp gaze. His tone was calm but carried unquestionable weight. Dover, this is my crew member. He wants to find a suitable devil fruit. I hope you can pay more attention to the auction houses scattered throughout the underground world. Devil fruit? The ending tone of Doflamingo rises slightly. He first glanced at Luo in Tessero's arms with the corner of his eye, a trace of imperceptible inquiry flashed in his eyes, and then he returned his gaze to Shiro, his right fingers tapping the back of his left hand casually, waiting for the next step. The devil fruit I need is the Paramecia gold fruit. Shiro said calmly, without any hesitation, and directly announced the name of the fruit. Gold fruit. The smile on Doflamingo's face froze instantly, his voice became a little stammering, and his right hand tightened unconsciously. Obviously, Hiro's sudden request made him, who was usually calm, feel a little helpless. After all, the gold fruit is something he has coveted for a long time. Who can resist the devil fruit that can control a city's gold at will? Having it is almost equivalent to having an endless source of wealth. The Don Quixote family cadres heard it clearly, and everyone who was originally talking in low voices suddenly fell silent. You look at me, I look at you, our faces full of shock, our brows tightly furrowed, our eyes unable to hide our worry about this matter. What's wrong? Can't you, Dover? Hiro's voice suddenly rose a few notches, carrying the majesty of a superior, echoing in the empty castle, making the air freeze for a moment. No, how could I, Doflamingo, not give the godfather what he wants? Doflamingo quickly waved his hands, forcing a smile on his face. But there was a hint of fear and worry in his tone, and even beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Chapter 171 Corazon is not dead. That's good. Hiro reached out and gently patted Doflamingo's shoulder. The force from his palm made Doflamingo's body stiffen slightly, while Hiro showed a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth and continued. Contact me immediately upon receiving news of the gold fruit. Yes, godfather. Doflamingo bowed his head respectfully, leaned forward slightly, and performed a standard salute. He did not dare to look up until Hiro turned around. That's it for now, I'm going back first, Dover. As Hiro spoke, he raised his right hand and activated the power of the meatball fruit. Several transparent shockwaves enveloped Tessero, Law, and himself respectively. The next second, the three of them disappeared out of thin air in the castle and were sent flying back to the German service. Inside the castle, Doflamingo and a group of cadres maintained a respectful posture until they could no longer sense Hiro's presence, then they slowly stood up. A minute later, Torpal wiped his nose with a handkerchief, sniffed, and asked hesitantly. If we really did obtain the gold fruit, would we really have to give it to Hiro? The other cadres also looked at Doflamingo expectantly. Nonsense, do you think I don't want this devil fruit that can easily bring countless wealth? Doflamingo's eyes swept over everyone, and he suddenly clenched his fists. His expression became extremely solemn, and his eyes were full of unwillingness, yet helplessness. If he really dares to embezzle it, even if he has countless gold, he won't be able to spend it all. Do you think we can compete with Shiruo's methods? Meanwhile, the deck of the Defu was bustling with activity. Everyone gathered around Trafalgar Law and Tessero's arms, craning their necks, constantly looking at this strange child and whispering to each other. Captain, you're back. A crew member was the first to spot Hiro and shouted excitedly, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Captain, why did you bring back another child? It's a boy this time? Jinbei pushed through the crowd and walked in front of Shiruo. Looking at the unconscious Luo in Tezulo's arms, there was obvious confusion in his tone. After all, this was the nth time that Shiruo had brought back a special child. This kid ate the op fruit that was auctioned for 5 billion berries. Shiro spoke gently, raising his palm and gently patting Luo's cheek, trying to wake him up. What? 5 billion berries? When the crew heard this number, they were all stunned for an instant as if they were under a spell. The originally casual look in his eyes turned into a fiery and shocked one, staring at Luo intently, as if he was looking at a priceless treasure. That's right. This op fruit is said to be able to grant immortality to others, so its value is extremely high. Hiro crossed his arms and explained nonchalantly, his tone very calm. Immortality. When everyone heard these 4 words, their eyes widened, their mouths opened so wide that a fist could fit in, and their faces were full of disbelief. Yishao walked forward with a cane, frowning tightly, and asked with a worried tone. Captain, you didn't bring this kid here because you wanted to achieve immortality, did you? Of course not. Hiro immediately denied it, his tone firm. After performing the immortality surgery, the person who performed it will die immediately. I am not so cruel as to use someone else's life in exchange for my own eternal life. Redfield, who was leaning against the side of the ship not far away and looking at the sea, was originally resting with his eyes closed. When he heard the words, immortality surgery, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he opened his eyes abruptly, his sharp gaze cast at Luo. His fingers unconsciously stroked the hilt of the umbrella sword, and his mind began to calculate rapidly. Obviously he was interested in this ability. Luo slowly woke up from his coma under Luo's pat. He opened his eyes drowsily, and when he saw a group of strangers surrounding him and looking at him, his body instinctively shrank back, his eyes full of vigilance. But when his eyes swept across Hiro's face, flames of hatred instantly ignited in his eyes, and his little fists clenched tightly together, making a crisp, crackling sound. It's you killed Mr. Corazon, I want to avenge him. Regardless of his physical weakness, he struggled to jump out of Tessero's arms and punched Shiro desperately. The small fist was filled with anger and wanted to hit Hiro's chest. Hiro reached out his hand and grasped his fist easily and steadily, controlling the strength just right, not hurting Luo but also making him unable to break free, and said calmly. Trafalgar Law, calm down. I can't calm down. I'm going to kill you to avenge Mr. Corazon. Luo roared madly, his voice became hoarse with excitement, and he was in a state of near madness. After his punches failed, he opened his mouth with red eyes, wanting to bite Shiro's hand to vent his hatred. Hiro shook his head helplessly, and casually threw him onto the soft deck to prevent him from getting hurt. Then he squatted down, looked at him and continued. Listen to me. Corazon is not dead. Luo Gang was about to prop himself up and stand up, rushing towards Luo again. But when he heard the words, Corazon is not dead, his movements quickly froze, his body seemed to be nailed to the deck, and the hatred in his eyes gradually faded. Instead, there was confusion and disbelief, and the tone softened a lot, and he even began to stutter. What did you say? Mr. Corazon isn't dead. Yes, although I pierced his abdomen at that time, I also used the power of the meatball fruit to heal all the wounds on his body. He was only temporarily unconscious and was not in danger of death. Hiro walked closer to Luo, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and he explained patiently. Now, do you still want to seek revenge on me? Really? Really? You really didn't kill him, so where is he now? I want to see him. A hint of surprise flashed across Luo's face, his eyes lit up again, and his voice was filled with eager anticipation. He stared at Luo, waiting for an answer. Luo, you have to know that the Mr. Corazon you mentioned is actually Marine. Hiro reached out his hand and patted Luo's head gently, his tone somewhat serious. I've already sent him back to Marineford, the Marine headquarters. He should have rejoined his team by now. Mr. Corazon is a Marine. Luo stood there in a daze, his eyes blank, muttering to himself. Obviously he had not fully digested the news. After all, in his heart, Corazon has always been the good guy who protects him, and he never thought that the other party would be Marine. Corazon already knew the secret that he was a member of the D clan. But this Marine still tried his best to get the op fruit, just to save himself from platinum lead disease. Chapter 172 Redfield's Disciple. That's right. To save you, he even disobeyed the mission assigned to him by Marine headquarters and gave up his own duties. You must survive well to live up to his efforts. Looking at Luo's dazed look, Luo softened his tone and tried to comfort him gently. Mr. Corazon is so nice to me. Woo? Luo couldn't hold back any longer. Tears fell like beads from a broken string. His voice was filled with sobs, his shoulders twitched, and he cried out all the grievances and fears in his heart. After a moment, he wiped the tears from his face, slowly raised his head, his eyes became extremely serious, bowed deeply to Hiro, and apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, and thank you for saving Mr. Corazon." As he spoke, the young man bent his knees, slowly knelt on the deck, and kowtowed solemnly to Hiro to express his apology and gratitude. Hiro took a step forward and steadily lifted the staggering boy up from the deck, his palm providing gentle yet strong support. He looked at the stubbornness in the boy's eyes and said with unquestionable certainty, "Trafalgar Law, if you truly wish to repay me, then stay with our German pirates. Rest assured, you and Corazon will surely meet again someday." Luo lowered his eyes in silence, his fingers unconsciously clenching the corner of his clothes. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, and the hesitation in his eyes was replaced by determination. He nodded vigorously. "I promise you." Oh, as soon as Luo finished speaking, a burst of warm cheers broke out on the deck. Some crew members clapped their hands, some excitedly bumped shoulders with each other, and even the sea breeze seemed to be filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Jeppu, who was standing aside, crossed his arms and looked at the lively scene in front of him. He shook his head helplessly, but a smile quietly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He lowered his voice and murmured to himself, "Okay, time to prepare for another party." The cheers gradually died down, and everyone dispersed to do their own things. Order was soon restored on the deck. At this time, Redfield walked over slowly with steady steps, with a hint of thought in his deep eyes. He stopped, looked at Hiro and said, "Captain, I have an idea. Do you think it's feasible?" "Red Earl, speak frankly." Hiro looked up at Redfield and saw that he looked serious, his relaxed sitting posture slightly adjusted, and an expression of interest appeared on his face. After all, the Red Earl has always been taciturn, always looks cold and distant, and rarely takes the initiative to offer suggestions. In Hiro's impression, as long as he is willing to speak, it will never be a trivial matter. "I think that little brat named Luo's immortality surgery is feasible. This operation requires sacrificing a young life in exchange for the ability to live forever. We can't do this. After all, it was I who first proposed this proposal." When Hiro heard this, he immediately waved his hand and rejected the proposal without hesitation, explaining in a serious tone. This has a lot to do with the fact that he has been training alone and lacks guidance from famous teachers. In this way, Luo became the first and only disciple in Redfield's sailing career. These days, as a veteran and powerful man who was once a force to be reckoned with, Redfield has clearly felt the signs of aging spreading across his body. Redfield's special training can be described as hell level. A gleam flashed in Shiro's eyes. This kid named Trafalgar Law will indeed fall into a near-death state due to overdrawing his vitality when undergoing the immortality surgery. From early morning to late at night, whether it is the control of fruit abilities or the training of physical skills, they are all extremely strict. He knew that once aging worsened, not only would the strength cultivated throughout his life decline significantly, but the shadow of death would also draw closer. When Redfield heard this, his eyes widened instantly, and the calmness on his face was replaced by surprise. "Red Earl, what you said seems to make sense. Why didn't I think of it?" "But Captain, you have the meatball fruit, which can heal all injuries. Doesn't this form a perfect closed loop?" After all, according to the original plot, even if Luo possessed this legendary Paw fruit, his final strength would remain below the level of a general. "Captain, that's not what I meant. Listen to me." Luo was often tormented so much that his whole body ached and he didn't even have the strength to lift his hands, but he never complained. He even often fantasized in his mind that one day in the future, under Redfield's careful teaching, Luo would be able to break through the bottleneck in strength and reach the coveted level of General Emperor. Redfield's voice rang out, with an expectation that was hard to conceal in his tone. His face, which was usually as calm as a still pond, was now filled with an urgent desire, and even his eyes brightened a little. Every time Hiro saw Luo fall down and get up on the training ground, he knew that although Redfield's training method was cruel, it was definitely the most effective, so he never stepped forward to stop it. "Red Earl, this won't do." Hiro frowned, his tone becoming more unhappy. He really couldn't understand why Redfield would make such a suggestion. In the days that followed, Luo K suffered a lot. He first glanced at Trafalgar Law, who was carefully observing the ship's structure not far away, then turned to look at Redfield beside him, a sly smile on his face, and then said. His obsession with power and fear of death made him constantly think about the possibility of a breakthrough, which led to this bold idea. Redfield stroked his chin, his eyes falling on Luo, who was adapting to the new environment not far away. With a hint of concern in his tone, he analyzed calmly. "Since this idea was proposed by you, Red Earl, then Luo's training will be handed over to you. You will be his teacher." Redfield quickly expressed his thoughts, becoming more and more excited as he spoke. He even gestured with his hands unconsciously, and his eyes flashed with excitement. "But this kid is still too weak. He probably can't use the power of the Paw Paw Fruit proficiently yet. Performing the surgery rashly is too risky. He needs special training first." "So, what do you mean?" "That's right, I've thought about it, and it can be done this way." After hearing this, Hiro slapped his forehead suddenly, with an expression of sudden enlightenment on his face. Then he smiled a little embarrassedly, realizing that he had indeed misunderstood what Redfield meant. Seeing that Hiro had misunderstood, Redfield hurriedly and eagerly explained, with a barely perceptible anxiety in his tone, fearing that Hiro would deny his idea. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but felt it difficult to refuse. In the end, I could only nod helplessly and agree. Chapter 173. Meeting Roger again. One day 2 months later, Redfield took the initiative to find Shirou, with a hint of relief on his face, and said, "The special training has yielded some results. Luo is now proficient in mastering the power of the Paw Paw Fruit and can now begin experimenting." As soon as he said this, he frowned with some regret. Upon hearing this, Luo immediately caught a huge sea beast from the sea and asked Luo to perform the immortality surgery experiment in front of him. Everyone knows that this operation is extremely risky. If there is any mistake, not only will the sea beast undergoing the operation die on the spot, but Luo, who is controlling the operation, will also die from overdrawn vitality. Therefore, Luo did not dare to be negligent at all, and kept his eyes on Luo's every move. All the muscles in his body are tense, ready to use the power of the meatball fruit to save people at any time. Luo took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, there was no hesitation in them. He quickly operated the Paw Paw Fruit ability with both hands. The moment he initiated the immortality surgery, his whole body was covered with dazzling white light. The white light was soft yet powerful, enveloping him completely. The moment he drew his sword from his waist and steadily thrust the blade into the belly of the sea beast. The white light on his body seemed to come to life, slowly flowing along the blade into the body of the sea beast. As the white light continued to fade, Luo's face became paler and paler, his lips lost their color, and his body began to shake slightly, almost unable to stand. Everyone on the deck held their breath, clenched their fists, and was worried about Luo, not even daring to breathe. Just as the white light completely dissipated, Shirou rushed forward like an arrow, instantly condensed the power of the meatball fruit in his palm, and slapped Luo's back hard. Suddenly, a large mass of thick red gas appeared in front of Luo. It was the form of the vitality lost from his body that was extracted by the meatball fruit. The sword spirit Xiaopo reacted extremely quickly. The moment the red gas ball appeared, it turned into a stream of light and flew over, swallowing the gas ball into its stomach in one gulp. Almost at the same time, Luo's originally pale face quickly regained its color, and his shaking body stabilized and returned to its original state. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A smile of relief appeared on their faces, and their tense bodies finally relaxed. Of all people, Redfield was undoubtedly the most worried. Just now, when Luo was pale and shaky, several times he couldn't help wanting to rush forward to stop Shirou from continuing the experiment, and his hands were even slightly raised. In the end, I gritted my teeth and held back. During these 2 months of special training, he spent time with Luo day and night, watching this stubborn young man grit his teeth and persevere in difficult situations time and time again. Before they knew it, a deep bond had formed between the two. Shirou is obviously not satisfied with this. In this way, the core members of the former Roger Pirates group will be able to live safely until the day when the Sun God tree bears fruit again. Without much thought, this person is naturally Roger, who gave up the title of King of Pirates, and chose to live in seclusion. Just as Shirou was about to go forward and say hello, he heard brisk footsteps behind him. After confirming that Luo was fine, everyone turned their eyes to the sea beast that had undergone surgery. He immediately activated the power of the meatball fruit and traveled around the world at the speed of teleportation. Buggy joked that he had not earned enough treasure yet and did not want to continue taking risks under the pressure of immortality. "I would like to take this opportunity to have a good chat with the captain who changed my life, to make up for the regret of not being able to meet him properly over the years." When she learned from Shirou that the surgery could allow her to keep her current beauty forever, she was so excited that she almost spoke without thinking. She held Shirou's hand and thanked him repeatedly, and she also became much more polite to Luo, who was performing the surgery. The crew members gathered around excitedly, and hurriedly grabbed Luo, throwing him up again and again, and catching him steadily. The man was leaning against a rock, holding an opened bottle of rum in his hand, looking at the surging waves with a distant gaze. That kind of excitement was totally unlike the usually calm and capable tavern owner. Seeing their firm attitude, Shirou did not try to persuade them too much. Except for a few girls who were under 20 years old and whose bodies had not yet fully developed, the surgery was temporarily abandoned. Everyone on the ship gained the long-desired ability of immortality through this operation. Among them, Shanks and Buggy were particularly free and easy. They touched their still youthful cheeks and smiled as they refused the surgery. More importantly, the surgery precisely preserved their peak combat prowess. The hockey and skills that once roamed the seas remained unchanged by the passage of time. Because everyone knows that in this way, everyone on the ship can escape the threat of aging and death through this immortality surgery and stay with each other forever. The sea breeze blew across his shoulders, lifting a few strands of his hair that were already somewhat madara white, and they shone with a faint silver light in the sunlight. An atmosphere of joy filled the entire deck. Through this reunion journey that extended the lives of his companions, Shirou was able to meet his old crew members again after many years of separation, listen to their stories about life after seclusion, and recall the passionate time when they sailed with Captain Roger. When Shirou and Luo arrived at Batarilla Island in South Blue with the power of the meat glob fruit, they saw a familiar figure sitting on the beach from afar. In the days that followed, Luo began to perform immortality surgery on everyone on the ship one by one. Immediately afterwards, warm cheers broke out on the deck again. As for Captain Roger's surgery, Shirou deliberately arranged it for last. He had a little idea in mind. Every time he finds an old partner, he will cooperate with Luo to carefully complete the immortality surgery for the other party. The usually indifferent Red Earl became more and more appreciative of this hardworking and resilient child. The gentleness that was usually hidden under the cold appearance gradually began to show its true feelings. From Rayleigh's seaside taverns to Jabba's mountain cabins, we've got you covered. Jinbei was the first to react, a pleased smile appeared on his face, and he was the first to applaud. Especially Shaki. Shanks said he wanted to experience a normal life. I saw that the sea beast was jumping happily on the deck at this moment, and occasionally making a few excited roars. It looked energetic and its vitality was even stronger than before. The islands, small towns and even deep-sea secrets where the former members of Roger Pirates lived in seclusion became the destinations of his trip. It seems that this immortality surgery was very successful. However, it is a bit regrettable that he was never able to find Bullet. No one knows where in the world this former descendant of the devil is hiding. However, the rest of the partners met smoothly. Chapter 174 Roger's Wife and Children. A little boy rushed out from the bushes not far away and ran straight towards Roger. The boy was about 8 or 9 years old, wearing a simple coarse cloth short-sleeved shirt. He had a pair of bright eyes that looked very much like Roger, and a few light pockmarks on his cheeks. Who else could it be if not the Ace from his childhood? Dad, watch this. Little Ace grabbed a small wooden stick he had picked up and stood on tiptoe to hit Roger on the back, his movements full of childish mischief. Roger seemed to have noticed it long ago. He neither dodged nor looked back. He just slowly stretched out 2 fingers, gently pinched them, and easily caught the small wooden stick. No matter how hard Ace tried, the stick didn't budge at all. You rebellious son, you want to kill me, your father. Roger turned around with a smile, his tone full of doting. As he spoke, he stretched out a pair of rough but warm hands, hugged Ace into his arms, bent down and kissed his little face again and again, and his stubble rubbed against Ace's face, making him grin. Dad, your beard is too long and it pricks me. Ace frowned, reached out and pushed Roger's chin, complaining with dissatisfaction. Yeah? Hearing this, Roger deliberately rubbed Ace's cheek with his chin, causing the child to laugh. Then he slowly raised his hand and stroked the 2 iconic mustaches grown from his nostrils, his eyes full of tenderness. In the interval between the father and son playing, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in Roger's ears, with a familiarity that he had not heard for a long time. Captain Roger, Sarcy is ignoring Dana. Roger paused, then quickly turned around and looked towards the source of the sound. When he saw clearly that the person coming was Shirou, his originally relaxed body instantly tensed up, then relaxed again. A hearty smile suddenly appeared on his face, and even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were stained with smiles. Little Shirou, why are you here, Dad? Who is he? Ace was held in Roger's arms. He poked his little head out, blinked his big eyes, and looked at the unfamiliar Shirou in front of him and Luo standing behind him with confusion. Roger lowered his head and touched Ace's head, then introduced him. He's Dad's old friend on the ship. You have to call him Uncle Shirou, okay? Uncle Shirou. Ace grunted reluctantly, his voice small. It was obvious that he was still holding a grudge against the beard P*K he had just received, and he had no intention of greeting strangers. Ace is so good. Shirou smiled and took a step forward, then reached out and gently touched the pockmarks on Ace's cheeks. The touch was soft, like the marshmallows he had touched as a child. Well, little Shirou is doing great. You have a child so soon? Judging from the age of this child, it seems that he is even older than Ace. Roger's gaze suddenly fell on Luo behind Shirou, his eyes suddenly widened, his tone full of surprise, and a bit of, old father-like, relief. Luo stood behind Luo, and a look of embarrassment suddenly appeared on his face. He subconsciously clenched the corner of his clothes, his eyes fell on the legendary man in front of him, and his heart beat uncontrollably. The invisible aura on Roger's body seemed to be able to penetrate a person's soul, causing him to hold his breath involuntarily, secretly marveling in his heart. Is this the Roger who once conquered the Grand Line and became the king of pirates? Just standing in front of him makes me feel breathless. Captain Roger, you're mistaken. Shirou waved his hands quickly, scratched his head awkwardly, his cheeks slightly hot, and then changed the subject, his tone becoming serious. I'm not married yet. He's not my child. He's my partner who came here with me. Trafalgar Law. Oh, and I came here this time because I have something very important to tell you. Oh, is that so? Then let's not stand on the beach anymore. Let's go to my house and talk it over? Roger slapped his forehead as if he suddenly understood something, then held Ace in his arms, pointed to a small group of houses not far away, motioned for Shirou and Luo to follow, and walked briskly towards their residence. After walking along the beach for about 5 minutes, a simple but cozy seaside cottage appeared before them. The roof of the hut was covered with thatch, and a string of dried shells hung at the door, making crisp sounds when the wind blew. Wife, there are guests at home, hurry up and make some snacks. Roger called out towards the door of the cabin. Then he carefully put Ace down from his arms, patted his little butt, and let him run in first. Ace immediately jumped towards the hut, shouting as he ran. Mom, open the door, Dad is back with his friends. A moment later, the wooden door of the cottage was pushed open with a creak, and a young woman in a simple dress walked out. She has fluffy orange wavy long hair, fair skin, gentle eyes and eyebrows. Even without makeup, it is difficult to hide her beautiful face. It was Roger's wife, Portgas de Rouge. Rouge first bent down and picked up Ace, who rushed over, kissed him on the face, then looked up at Roger, and then his eyes fell on Hiro and Luo. A gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said softly, "This is really rare, husband. After all these years, you still have friends visiting our home." "Mom, this Uncle Hiro was a crew member on Dad's old ship. Dad asked me to call him Uncle." Ace lay on Rouge's shoulder, pointed at Hiro with his little hand, and took the initiative to help introduce him, with a proud look of, "I know a lot," on his little face. "I see, you're my husband's old sailors. I apologize for not recognizing you two earlier." Rouge held Ace in her arms and bowed slightly towards Hiro and Luo. Her manners were elegant and proper, which made people feel good about her. "Sister-in-law, you are too polite. We are sorry to disturb you and the captain by showing up so unexpectedly." Luo hurriedly took a step forward, nodded slightly, and his tone was full of respect. According to the original plot, this is a great mother who postponed her delivery for 20 months in order to protect Ace. He admires her from the bottom of his heart. "You guys sit in the yard for a while. I'll go to the kitchen to cook. It will be ready soon." Rouge smiled gently, then carefully placed Ace on the ground, turned around and walked quickly towards the kitchen next to the cabin, her skirt swaying slightly with her steps. Hiro looked at Rouge's departing back, then turned to look at Roger, his tone full of appreciation. "Captain, you have a really good eye. My sister-in-law is not only beautiful, but also very understanding. She is a perfect match for you." "Of course." Roger proudly put his hands on his hips and patted his chest vigorously, with the same pride as when he showed off his spoils on the ship. But the next second, his gaze drifted to the distant sea again, with a hint of nostalgia and ridicule. "If that guy Rayleigh hadn't always been competing with me, I might have ended up with the most beautiful woman in the world." Chapter 175. Let's have a showdown. "Captain, please stop thinking about Sister Shaki." Hiro frowned helplessly and complained rudely. "Although Sister Shaki is beautiful, she has a wild personality. Like you, she loves to make trouble. She may not be suitable for this kind of stable family life." "You're right." Roger sighed, a trace of disappointment flashed across his eyes, then he shook his head and said with a bit of self-mockery, "And even if Shaki is the most beautiful woman in the world, she's getting older now, and I'm afraid her beauty isn't what it used to be." When Hiro heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He actually wanted to tell Roger that Shaki had undergone an immortality surgery. Not only did his fighting ability remain the same, but his appearance also remained relatively beautiful and would not age at all. But after changing his mind, he swallowed his words back. It's better not to tell the captain. The best option is to let him completely give up the regrets of the past and live a peaceful life with his sister-in-law and Ace. After a moment, Hiro took a deep breath, his fingertips unconsciously stroking his cuffs, and quickly sorting out the wording in his mind to ensure that every sentence could clearly convey the key information. Then he looked up at Roger and continued in a firm tone. "Captain, I'm here this time just to stop you from aging." Stop aging. Wait, Hiro, what did you just say?" Roger sat up abruptly, his relaxed posture suddenly tense. He subconsciously leaned forward, staring at Luo with his weathered eyes, his eyes full of astonishment, and his tone was filled with unconcealable disbelief. "Did I hear wrongly?" Hiro met Roger's gaze, nodded emphatically, and pointed to Luo, who had been waiting silently beside him. His voice became clearer. "Captain Roger, it's like this." He paused, emphasizing his words deliberately so that every word would sink into Roger's heart. "This crew member of mine, Luo, ate the Paw Paw Fruit. Combined with my meatball fruit, the two of us can perform surgery to grant immortality." "Immortality surgery?" These 5 words struck Roger's ears like a thunderbolt. He clenched his fists suddenly, the beard on his chin stood up with excitement, the surprise on his face was even more intense than before, and even his breathing unconsciously quickened a little. "Right." Hiro's tone was firm, his eyes full of confidence. "I've already done this on the former Roger Pirates crew. Except for Bullet, Shanks, and Buggy, everyone else underwent this immortality surgery. Now they can all remain in their current state and won't age again until the Sun God tree bears fruit again." "Really, Hiro-chan?" Roger stared into Hiro's eyes, and after confirming that he was not joking at all, the excitement that had been pent up in his heart suddenly burst out, and he slapped his thigh and laughed out loud. "This is really great news, ha 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 ha." That signature hearty laughter penetrated the doors and windows, echoing throughout the entire cabin, and even the air seemed to be filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Shirou looked at Roger's cheerful expression and smiled as well. He added with a very affirmative tone. "Of course it is true, Captain. We just need to find a quiet place to perform the surgery right away, and we can also help Rouge's sister-in-law with the surgery as well, so that you can be together forever and no longer be bound by time." "That's great, come with me, I know a place that's perfect." Roger's eyes sparkled with excitement. He put his arm around Hiro's shoulders and walked briskly with him towards an empty room in the cabin. Even his pace was much faster than usual. Pushing open the door of the empty room, the furnishings inside were simple. The most eye-catching thing was a sword placed against the wall. That was Ace, who had been with Roger for many years. The blade lies quietly on the knife holder, exuding a sense of heaviness that has gone through time. Shiro and Luo looked at each other. There was no need for many words. The cooperation over the past few days had already formed a tacit understanding between them. Luo quickly took out the scalpel and activated the Op Fruit ability, while Hiro activated the Meat Glob Fruit ability to provide support at any time. The two of them moved smoothly and skillfully, and completed the immortality surgery successfully in a short while. As soon as the surgery was over, Roger couldn't wait to stand up, clenched his fists and gently waved them a few times, feeling the power surging in his body, his face full of surprise. This surgery is truly miraculous. I feel full of energy and my blood is boiling. It's like I've returned to my youth. That feeling of vitality is so familiar. Shirou looked at his energetic appearance and explained casually. That's what happens after an immortality surgery. Not only does it stop aging, but it also restores your body to peak condition to a certain extent. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly remember something and asked quickly. By the way, Captain, has your haki recovered? This is very important for the subsequent condition. Haki and swordsmanship, I fully recovered 5 years ago. Roger's tone was filled with pride. He walked over to his sword, ace, and reached out to grip the hilt tightly, his fingertips gently stroking the cold blade. Suddenly, he changed the subject, a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Little hero, we haven't had a proper duel since you grew up. How about we have a fight after dinner? His eyes sparkled with a desire for battle, which was the instinct and passion of a strong man. Forehead, Shirou was stunned for a moment, and the scene of the two men fighting in the past flashed through his mind. He was still a child at that time, and in order to improve his strength as quickly as possible, he constantly challenged Roger, Rayleigh and Jabba. The result was naturally that he was beaten up every time. After a brief recollection, he smiled and nodded, quickly agreeing. That's no problem, I'm looking forward to fighting the captain. Afterwards, Shirou and Luo went to Rouge's room and performed the immortality surgery on Rouge according to the same procedure. Seeing the surprised smile on Rouge's face, Roger felt even happier. At noon, everyone sat around the dining table and savored the delicious food prepared by Rouge, including fresh sea fish, fragrant grilled meat, and sweet fruits and vegetables. Every dish was full of the taste of home. After dinner, Roger couldn't wait to take Shirou outside the house, and finally stopped at a secluded beach. I discovered this place by chance. It's in a remote location, so basically no one comes here. Roger looked at the vast ocean in front of him, the sea breeze blowing the corners of his clothes, and there was a hint of nostalgia in his tone. In the past, I often practiced swordsmanship and hockey here to regain my strength. Every reef and wave here has witnessed my sweat. He turned to look at Shirou, the fighting spirit in his eyes rekindled. Let's fight here. Chapter 176 Roger vs. Shirou. On the other side, Luo and Ace had already heard the news that the two powerful men were going to fight. Unable to contain their excitement, the two men followed stealthily, found a high reef to hide on, and watched the two people on the beach from afar, not daring to even breathe, for fear of missing this exciting battle. Shirou and Roger stood facing each other on the soft sand. The sea breeze whistled past, lifting the hems of the two people's clothes, and the air was instantly filled with an unprecedented aura of strength. The invisible aura made the surrounding waves seem to become a little calmer. The two looked at each other and reached a tacit understanding without any conversation. At the same time, he exerted force on his feet and leapt onto a reef surrounded by Uzumaki not far away like two lightning bolts. The sea water around the reef was swirling, and white waves were rising. The atmosphere of a decisive battle was instantly full and ready to break out. Roger was the first to break the silence. Wahahahahaha. He raised his head and let out a heroic laugh. He did not unsheath the famous sword, Ace, in his hand, but just grasped the hilt and swung it lightly. The next second, a red and black slash appeared out of thin air, cutting through the atmosphere with the momentum to tear everything apart. That power seemed to be able to ignore any external defense and go straight into the depths of the soul, so terrifying that it was suffocating. This is his signature move, divine avoidance. Facing this extremely oppressive attack, Hirou's eyes remained calm, without any panic. He gripped the tetanus blade tightly in his hand, turned his wrist, and swung it out in the same attack. As expected, the move he used was the exact same, divine avoidance, as Roger's. Two identical slashes with red and black lightning collided in the air. There was no expected loud noise, only the space itself was squeezed and made a slight whimper, and the air around seemed to solidify. The next second, the reef beneath their feet shattered silently, turning into powder and falling into the Uzumaki below, and was swallowed by the sea. Shirou and Roger were both slightly stunned, then looked at each other, with an excited smile of understanding in their eyes. The feeling of meeting a worthy opponent is so refreshing. Then, the two men's swordsmanship styles suddenly change. The domineering and fierce slash just now disappeared, replaced by a nimble sword technique containing the power of nature. The ace in Roger's hand trembled slightly, causing the sea in the distance to roar. His sword moves were as powerful as a tsunami, and every swing carried the momentum of rolling waves. And Hirou's tetanus blade stirred up a strong wind in the sky. The sword's momentum was as wild as a typhoon, and when the blade cut through the air, it brought with it a whistling sound. On the beach, swords and sabers flashed and two figures kept flashing. It was a fierce collision of two completely different but equally advanced soul sword techniques. He was well aware that the swordsmanship contest with Roger was now in a stalemate. The speed, angle, and power of their strikes were both accurate to the ultimate level, and in terms of pure swordsmanship, it was difficult to tell who was better. Hey, I almost forgot, little hero, you still have this meatball fruit. After all, Roger has been immersed in swordsmanship for decades, from the small port of East Blue all the way to the top of New World. Every move embodies the experience of countless life and death battles. However, Hiro didn't care about it at all and didn't even frown. As he spoke, he moved and attacked Hiro again. The battle on the beach intensified. Hiro kept dodging and dodging in Roger's fierce attack, knowing full well that defending for too long would lead to loss. In terms of pure sword skills, he is still slightly better than Hiro. When the crisp sound of metal clashing continued to echo on the sea for dozens of rounds, Hiro's palm holding the tetanus blade had become slightly numb. This time, the two of them used the same trick, Huang Yuhun. You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. The slash with Conqueror's Haki was as fast as lightning. Although Hiro dodged to the side in time, his left arm was still cut open with a deep wound that could be seen to the bone. If we continue to passively defend like this, Roger will find our flaws sooner or later. Let's get on with it. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly stopped dodging. He thrust his left palm forward in Roger's direction, and the palm of his hand burst out with countless pale white shockwaves that could not be captured by the naked eye. Captain Roger, there's nothing I can do. When we were in the Roger Pirates, I always thought your special move was the most powerful. Who else should I learn from if not you? The blood dyed the black sleeves red, dripped down the arms onto the sea surface and stirred up tiny ripples. Roger's cheerful voice, with a hint of helplessness, came from the opposite reef, but the ace in his hand did not stop at all, but attacked Hiro faster. The sword light was as dense as a rainstorm. But Roger is a legend after all, having roamed the ocean for decades. He retracted the tetanus blade, and gently pressed his injured left arm with his left palm, and the palm of his hand trembled slightly. He seemed to have predicted Hiro's thoughts long ago. When Hiro switched his abilities, he suddenly flipped his wrist and ace slashed down at a tricky angle that almost violated the laws of physics. After this fierce battle, Roger sheathed his sword and stood up, his signature bright smile on his face again. He looked at Hiro, his tone full of relief. Just as Roger's ace brushed past his shoulder armor again, bringing up a wisp of sea breeze, Hiro's eyes suddenly focused, and he decisively gave up the idea of a pure sword fight. Okay, you're worthy of being someone Roger values. You really have good taste. Roger smiled even more happily. He patted Hiro's shoulder, then tightened his grip on the ace in his hand, his eyes sharp again. This ability is simply a cheat. The iconic fleshball on the palm of his left palm instantly glowed with a faint white light, and the power of the fleshball fruit was activated. Hiro scratched his head, with a sly smile on his face, and responded in a relaxed tone. But in an instant, Hiro's breath became full and sharp again, his condition completely returned to its peak, and even his eyes regained their original clarity. Every fight shook the surrounding environment. Every collision produced dazzling sparks, causing the surrounding seawater to tremble slightly. I saw pale white energy seeping into the body through the wound, and the originally hideous wound stopped bleeding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The soreness in the arm and the fatigue accumulated from the fierce battle just now were beaten out of the body. Roger was not panicked at all, but laughed out loud. The ace in his hand was wrapped with rich armament haki, and the sword light surged several feet. Wahahahahaha, little Hiro, you actually learned all my special moves and practiced them so well. I'm so happy. These shockwaves were extremely fast, reaching Roger as soon as they were released, with a sharp sound that could tear through the air. He flipped his wrist, and ace drew an impenetrable sword net in front of him as if it had life, either blocking the shockwaves sent by Hiro or directly splitting it in half. Chapter 177. The result of the war. Seeing that the shockwave could not hurt Roger, Hiro immediately changed his strategy. He tapped the reef lightly with his foot and used the reaction force to step back several meters, while at the same time activating the teleportation ability of the meatball fruit. A faint white halo appeared around him, and his figure disappeared from the spot, appearing behind Roger the next second. The tetanus blade stabbed towards Roger's back with a sharp sound, obviously intending to use teleportation to launch a close-range surprise attack. But Roger's top-notch observation haki has already reached the level of foreseeing the future. The moment Hiro teleported, he had already predicted Hiro's position. Coupled with decades of rich combat experience, Roger almost instinctively took a step to the side, just avoiding Hiro's attack. At the same time, he flipped his wrist back and ace slashed back towards Hiro with Conqueror's Haki. The speed was even faster than Shiro's attack, forcing Shiro to teleport away again. For a moment, there were only two flickering figures on the sea, and the sparks and shockwaves produced by countless collisions. This battle completely turned into an ultimate contest of speed, strength and prediction. Hiro relied on the teleportation and shockwaves of the meatball fruit to constantly look for opportunities, while Roger firmly took the initiative with his top-level haki and swordsmanship. Every fight between the two was enough to make people tremble with fear. Even the surrounding seas were suppressed and calmed by their aura. Only the occasional splash of waves proved that a peak showdown was taking place here. After fighting for more than an hour, both of them were out of breath and their clothes were covered with wounds. Hiro wiped the sweat from his forehead, and Roger exhaled a breath of turbid air. They both realized at the same time. With the current conventional means, it is impossible to defeat the opponent. Almost at the same time, the two of them suddenly retreated dozens of meters, each standing on a floating reef, and began to increase their haki to the limit. Roger held ace tightly in both hands, and the Conqueror's haki around him was like tangible red lightning. It entangled madly with his body and sword. Even the surrounding air was distorted by this haki, and huge waves several meters high were raised on the sea surface. He was obviously preparing to deliver his strongest blow. Shirou was not to be outdone. He completely merged the energy of the meatball fruit with his own conqueror's haki. In an instant, the white energy of the meatball fruit wrapped around the tetanus blade, like a stream of water, intertwining with the red and black conqueror's haki, forming a strange halo. The sword body vibrated slightly, making a low humming sound. His eyes were determined, and he had obviously decided to use the powerful move he had created. Basic attack. Shirou shouted loudly and slashed forward with the tetanus blade in his hand. A massive slashing wave containing the energy of Conqueror's haki and the meatball instantly took shape, flying towards Roger with the power to tear apart the world. Soul Slash. Almost at the same time, Roger also swung the ace in his hand. The rich red Conqueror's haki condensed into an even larger slashing wave, colliding with Shirou's slashing wave. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and the sounds of the waves, wind, and even the breathing of the two people around them disappeared without a trace. The center of the collision first produced a black hole-like energy ball. The energy ball continued to compress and rotate, sucking in the surrounding seawater and air, and then suddenly exploded. The terrifying energy shockwave spread wildly in all directions with the collision point as the center. The originally turbulent Uzumaki in the entire sea was forcibly smoothed by this force, and even the huge waves several meters high dissipated instantly. A huge circular gap was torn in the clouds in the sky, and the sunlight shone directly onto the sea through the gap, forming a dazzling beam of light. Ace and Luo, who were watching the battle on the beach in the distance, were severely affected by the powerful energy aftermath even though they were hundreds of meters away. The two figures were blown away and rolled 3 or 4 meters on the beach before they managed to stabilize themselves in a panic. Ace was still young and had never eaten devil fruit, so his physical fitness was far inferior to Luo's. Not only did he feel sore all over, but he also accidentally swallowed a mouthful of sand. Paw, paw, paw. He quickly sat up and kept spitting out the sand in his mouth. His little face turned red. He was so depressed that he almost choked on tears. Luo was so shocked by the scene that he stood there in a daze, not saying a word for a long time. He originally thought that he had witnessed some strong battles, but today's confrontation between Shirou and Roger made him truly understand the meaning of peak combat power. That power was enough to change the celestial phenomena and completely overturned his understanding of the strong. The smoke and dust produced by the explosion slowly dissipated, and the two figures on the sea became clear again. Roger and Shirou each stood on a floating reef. Although their clothes were torn and stained with seawater and bloodline, their postures were still upright. There was no trace of fatigue in their eyes, but instead they were filled with the joy after a fierce battle. Both men had sheathed their swords, and it was obvious that the duel had come to a temporary end. Wahahahahaha, it feels so good, it feels so good. Roger was the first to break the silence. He wiped a trace of bloodline from the corner of his mouth, raised his head and laughed out loud, his signature laugh. The sound spread across the entire sea. I didn't expect that besides those two guys Newgate and Garp, there would be someone else who could fight me to this extent. He looked at Shirou, his eyes full of admiration. Little Shirou, I didn't expect that after all these years, your devil fruit ability and swordsmanship have reached this level. Shirou also smiled happily, and the ball of flesh on the palm of his left hand glowed slightly again. He first slapped away the wounds and fatigue on his body, then waved gently in Roger's direction. Pale white energy floated through the air to Roger, healing the wounds on his body. After doing all this, Shirou exclaimed sincerely, Captain Roger, you are truly amazing. After all these years, you still retain your peak combat power. It's truly not easy. Peak combat power. Roger frowned unconsciously when he heard this, and his eyes subconsciously looked at the seal on his abdomen. His most powerful force was sealed there. He gently stroked the seal, with a barely perceptible sense of melancholy in his tone. Perhaps I will never have that power again. Seeing this, Shirou quickly put away his smile and said comfortingly, Captain Roger, don't worry about the seal. With your current strength, you are still more than enough to roam this sea. Few can be your opponent. Forget about galloping on the sea. Roger shook his head, his eyes softened, and he looked towards the small house not far away, which was his current home. I've been sailing for most of my life, visited countless islands, and seen countless landscapes. Now I just want to stay here and watch my son grow up. At this point, he suddenly changed the subject. His eyes became sharp again, with a hint of unquestionable determination. Then, when that time comes, fight Yimu again. Chapter 178 Tezulo eats the golden gold fruit. Shirou's heart trembled. He understood what that time meant in Roger's words, and he also knew that in this time and space, I was Roger's lifelong enemy. He nodded and said seriously, I understand, Captain Roger. You can enjoy yourselves here. I will continue my voyage. I believe that when that day comes, we will fight side by side again. After saying that, Shirou waved towards Roger. A pale white halo appeared around him, and the next second he teleported to the side of Roger, who was still in a daze. Luo was still immersed in the shock of what had just happened. His mind was blank, and suddenly he felt dizzy. When he came to his senses, he found himself standing on the deck of the Defu. The familiar sails and sea breeze made him sober up. Goodbye, Captain Roger. Shirou's voice came from behind. After he shouted this sentence to Roger in the distance, he lightly slapped himself with his left palm. With the help of the power of the meatball fruit, he was instantly slapped onto the deck of the German service. Little Shirou is becoming more and more reliable. Roger stood on the reef, watching heroes disappearing back. A relieved smile appeared on his face, then he turned and slowly walked towards the beach. At this time, Ace finally spit out the sand in his mouth. He didn't bother to shake off the sand on his body, and quickly ran to Roger's side, raised his little face, and said with admiration in his eyes. "Dad, you and Uncle Hiro are both amazing. That move just now was so cool." Really?" Roger squatted down and touched Ace's head, his eyes so gentle that tears could drip from them. "Dad, I want to go on adventures on the sea too. I want to be as powerful as you and Uncle Hiro." Ace clenched his fists, his eyes full of longing. "Sure." Roger smiled, but his tone became serious. "But you have to train hard from now on. You can't be lazy, and you can't be afraid of hardship. Got it?" "No." Ace nodded vigorously, his voice loud. "Dad, let me train with you starting tomorrow. I won't be lazy." Roger couldn't help laughing at his son's determined eyes, and took Ace's hand as they walked towards the cabin step by step. The setting sun stretched the two people's figures very long, leaving a warm trace on the beach. Just as Hiro stood firm on the deck of the Defu, with the corners of his clothes fluttering slightly in the sea breeze, the Den Den Mushi in his arms suddenly made a vibrating, bulu bulu bulu, sound. He subconsciously raised his hand and pressed it against his chest. His fingertips could clearly feel the unique touch of the Den Den Mushi, and then he quickly took it out of his arms. But in the blink of an eye, the Den Den Mushi in his palm expanded slightly, and the patterns on its shell gradually became clearer, accurately transforming into Doflamingo's iconic sunglasses and arrogant outline. "Godfather, we have a clue to the golden gold fruit you're looking for. It's in the most secret auction house in the underground world." A sharp light flashed in Hiro's eyes, and his tone was crisp and clear. He nodded and bowed hurriedly, went to the warehouse and took out the golden fruit that was golden all over and emitted a strange luster. He held it in both hands and handed it to Shiro, not even daring to breathe. As soon as they arrived at the castle of the North Blue Don Quixote family, Doflamingo was already waiting there with several of his men. His pink suit was particularly eye-catching in the dim environment. At this time, Luo Zheng was standing in the middle of the crew, gesticulating and recounting the earth-shaking battle between Shiro and Roger, his saliva flying in his eyes full of admiration. Hiro pointed to the empty wine barrels that were tilted and stained with wine in the corner of the nailplate and said calmly, "How come?" However, after a few seconds, the barrel remained in its shabby state, without any changes. "Turn useless items on the ship into gold." As soon as he finished speaking, before he even had time to turn around and say hello to the busy crew members on the deck, a faint white light began to appear around him. When Tessero heard Hiro's call, he immediately stopped what he was doing and ran quickly to Hiro, with curiosity and expectation in his eyes, wondering what the captain wanted to talk to him about. The crew members around also listened with great interest, exclaiming in surprise from time to time. Tessero immediately concentrated his mind, mobilized the power of the gold fruit that had just awakened in his body, and slowly released it towards one of the empty barrels. He carefully reached out and took the golden gold fruit from Hiro. Hiro took the gold fruit, thanked Doflamingo lightly, and activated his teleportation ability again, returning to the deck of the Defu. He stared at the fruit for a full half-minute, with countless visions of wealth flashing through his mind. The next second, the figure disappeared, leaving only a slight airflow fluctuation, and then teleported to North Blue. As soon as he entered the auction hall, Doflamingo made no secret of his majesty as the underground emperor. He swept his cold eyes over the staff present, his tone carrying an undeniable sense of oppression. Tezulo looked at his hands, which were glowing with a faint golden light. He stood there in a daze, his eyes filled with confusion and loss. "The gold fruit can't create gold directly. Try using this power to inject gold powder into the wine barrel. Hand over the gold fruit. You are not worthy of it." Hiro's voice suddenly rang out, clearly spreading across the entire deck, interrupting Luo's narration. "Can't this power transform objects into gold?" Tesoro looked at the golden fruit in front of him, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Immediately afterwards, Tesoro felt as if a volcano was about to erupt in his body. A powerful force surged through his limbs and bones, ready to burst out, making him unable to help but clench his fists. Then he swallowed the golden fruit without hesitation. Seeing this, he immediately stepped forward, nodded slightly to Shiluo, and then took him to the auction house in a hurry. "This is the Paramecia gold fruit, Tesoro, eat it. With the power of this devil fruit, you will have untold wealth. Tesoro, come here." The moment the fruit entered the mouth, a burning force slid down the throat into the stomach. He took out a small piece of heavy gold from his pocket, and with a little force from his fingers, he crushed the gold into fine gold powder, and then said, "Okay, Dover, I'll be right there." Hiro touched his chin, his face showing no surprise at all, as if he had anticipated this result. "Try it. It really doesn't work." The person in charge of the auction house looked at Doflamingo's determined look, and remembered his ruthless methods that made him a powerful figure in the underground world. How could he dare to disobey him? Hiro slowly handed the golden fruit in his hand to Tesoro. The golden lines on the surface of the fruit were particularly dazzling in the sunlight. He explained softly. Chapter 179. Tezulo, you should leave. Upon hearing this, Tesoro immediately regained his spirits. Following Hiro's suggestion, he concentrated on controlling the power of the gold fruit and slowly poured the gold powder in his hand into the empty wine barrel. As the gold powder was injected, The originally gray surface of the wine barrel was gradually covered with a layer of gold. Soon, the entire empty wine barrel turned into a dazzling gold, sparkling in the sun. Success! Tezulo jumped up excitedly, his face filled with irrepressible joy. With this power, I can turn any object into gold. Don't be too happy, Tezulo. Shiro sighed helplessly and pointed at the empty wine barrel that had just turned into gold. Look at this empty golden wine barrel. Tezulo looked in the direction of Shiro's finger, the smile on his face froze instantly, and he froze in a daze. The originally golden wine barrel was losing its golden color at a speed visible to the naked eye, and turned back into the appearance of a shabby wooden barrel. What's going on? His voice was trembling, his face full of disbelief. It just turned into gold, how come it turned back again? Shiro stepped forward, gently patted Tezulo's shoulder, and patiently explained. The gold fruit's ability can only temporarily turn items into gold, it's not permanent. What? Tezulo took a step back, his eyes dimmed instantly, and his tone was full of frustration. That means this gold fruit has no effect. That's not the case, Tezulo. Shiro shook his head, his tone becoming very serious. This gold fruit can give you great power, which is the most important thing. Moreover, you can use this power to sense the location of nearby gold. Calm down and give it a try. Although Tezulo still felt lost, he chose to believe Shiro. He took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, concentrated all his energy, and slowly released the power of the gold fruit in his body. A faint feeling spread through his consciousness. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand and pointed towards the warehouse in the cabin, with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Captain, I sense the presence of gold in the warehouse. As he spoke, he tried to control it with his mind. The door of the warehouse slowly opened, and several small pieces of gold slowly flew out and landed steadily on the deck. I see, this ability can be used like this. Tezulo looked at the gold floating in front of him, and suddenly realized something. He reached out and picked up a piece of gold to play with it, and a smile appeared on his face again. As long as you know how to use your abilities, that's all. Shiro stepped forward, snatched the gold from Tezulo's hand, stuffed it into his pocket, and continued. From now on, when you go to other places, you can use your abilities to sense the location of gold and gold mines. It's up to you to decide how much wealth you want, but don't even think about coveting the gold on our German service. Understood, Captain. Tezulo scratched his head embarrassedly and quickly averted his gaze. Shiro looked at Tezulo's appearance, patted him on the shoulder gently, and his tone suddenly became serious. Tezulo, I want to discuss something with you. What's the matter, Captain? Why are you so serious all of a sudden? Tezulo looked at Shiro's serious expression, his heart skipped a beat, and he asked with a puzzled look on his face. Tezulo, you have been a member of the German pirates for more than 5 years. Shiro stared into Tezulo's eyes and spoke in a very sincere tone. What do you think of this place? When Tezulo heard this question, his eyes softened instantly. He slowly raised his head and looked around at the crew on the deck. Some were wiping their weapons, some were sorting supplies, and some were chatting and laughing with each other. Everyone had a relaxed smile on their face. He expressed his true feelings and said with great emotion. This is the warmest place I've ever been in. Every partner is very nice. I love being here and have never thought about leaving. That's fine. A relieved smile appeared on the corner of Zailuo's mouth, but then he changed the subject and his tone became serious. However, I hope you will leave our German pirates group. What? Tezulo was struck by lightning, and took 2 steps back. His eyes widened, his face was full of disbelief, and his voice was trembling. Captain, you. What did you say? Did I hear correctly? You want to kick me out? Tezulo, don't be impatient, listen to me. Shiro quickly stepped forward, put his arm around Tezulo's shoulders, and tried to calm him down. Your role on our ship is indeed limited, and we pirates are not short of money. However, there is an organization that desperately needs your participation and needs you to help them provide financial support. What organization? Tezulo's brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes full of suspicion. Revolutionary Army. Shiro looked into Tezulo's eyes and blurted out the 3 words word by word. Revolutionary Army. Tezulo's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He opened his mouth, but it took him a long time to react. You mean, you want me to join the Revolutionary Army? The Revolutionary Army that aims to overthrow the Celestial Dragon's rule? That's right. Shiro nodded and continued to explain. The Revolutionary Army has always aimed to overthrow the brutal rule of the Celestial Dragons, which is consistent with your goal. They are still in the development stage and are in urgent need of a large amount of money to expand their strength and rescue more oppressed people. If you join them, with the power of the gold fruit, you will surely give the Revolutionary Army a boost and accelerate the pace of achieving their goals. Upon hearing this, Tezulo fell into deep thought. Stella's figure involuntarily emerged in his mind. He remembered the agreement they had made, the miserable days when he was a slave in his youth, and the oppression and bullying of ordinary people by the Celestial Dragons. Those painful memories came flooding back like a tide, making his eyes gradually become firm. After a moment, Tezulo suddenly raised his head, his face clear of any hesitation, and said in a firm tone. Captain, I am willing to join the Revolutionary Army. I will use my strength to help the Revolutionary Army overthrow the rule of the Celestial Dragons and free more people like me from oppression. Well, Tezulo, I was right about you. Shiro patted Tezulo's shoulder, his tone full of undisguised admiration, and his eyes also hid a bit of pride in his crew. Remember, even if you leave our German pirates in the future, this ship and these brothers will always be your family. No matter what obstacles you encounter in the future, please feel free to contact me. I will definitely bring everyone on board and do my best to help you solve it. Chapter 180 Shanks and Luffy. Thank you, Captain. Tezuro's voice was choked with sobs, and crystal tears quickly welled up in his originally bright eyes. The tears rolled around in his eye sockets, but stubbornly refused to fall. He took a deep breath, knelt on one knee in front of Shirou, clenched his right fist and pressed it against his chest, his tone firm as if he was swearing an oath. I also promise you that as long as you say the word, Captain, no matter where I am or what I am doing, I will come back immediately. Don't cry, it's not like we'll never see each other again. Seeing this, Shi Luo quickly reached out to help him up from the ground, and gently patted the dust off his knees with his fingertips. His tone was a bit teasing, but also gentle. I'll take you to the kingdom of Sorbet now. There's someone there who can directly contact Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Once you get there, you'll see it's a place where you can display your abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, the familiar fleshy pattern appeared on Hiro's palm. Without waiting for Tessero to react, he chuckled and activated his ability, wrapping the two of them in a gentle force. The next second, they were blown over the sky above the kingdom of Sorbet and landed steadily on an open meadow. The two soon met Big Bear. When Big Bear heard that Hiro was going to recommend a crew member who had eaten the gold fruit to join the Revolutionary Army, his originally calm face instantly showed excitement, and even his tone quickened a bit. He knew very well what the Revolutionary Army lacked most now. He didn't dare to delay and immediately picked up the special communicator and called the Revolutionary Army leader Long. At this time, Long was sitting behind the huge desk in the Revolutionary Army Command Center, his brows tightly furrowed, his fingertips repeatedly tapping on the financial statements on the table. The densely packed numbers on the report reminded him. The cost of forming such a huge army spread all over the world is staggering. Although they have seized several islands from the world government as bases in recent years, most of these islands are remote and barren, and they cannot extract much resources. More importantly, the Revolutionary Army has always followed the principle of not plundering civilians, and can only occasionally rob property from the nobles who exploit the people. But this amount of money is still a drop in the bucket for maintaining the daily operations of the entire army, weapon supply, and treatment of the wounded. Long rubbed his swollen temples and was worried about not being able to find a breakthrough when the communicator on the table suddenly rang. When Long received a call from Big Bear and heard that the user of the gold fruit is willing to join, he almost thought he had heard it wrong and confirmed it 3 times. It was not until Big Bear told him about Tezuro's situation in detail that he was sure that Hiro had really sent him a god of wealth. Long's voice suddenly became cheerful, and he immediately agreed. Have him come to the command center immediately. I want to see him in person. In order to save time, Hiro did not delay any longer. After knowing that the Revolutionary Army knew the specific location of the center, he activated the ability of the meat glob fruit again. Tessero only felt a flash before his eyes, and the next second he was standing in the hall of the Revolutionary Army Command Center. Luffy pouted in dissatisfaction, reached out and picked up a piece of barbecue from the table next to him, took a big bite and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing with his cheeks puffed out, as if to prove his strength. Luffy ignored everyone's laughter. He looked around curiously and his eyes were suddenly attracted by the treasure chest covered with red cloth next to Shanks. Finally, he activated the gold fruit's ability to sense gold and extracted all the gold from the dragon. Facing the dragon's scrutinizing gaze, Tezulo showed no sign of fear. Then, he drew the sword from his waist and launched an attack with the power of the fruit. His moves were sharp and his strength was amazing. His impressive combat power surprised the Revolutionary Army cadres present. Hey, Luffy, you're still so young, wait a little longer. He stood at the bow, looking at the endless sea, with the cheering crew behind him. This child was Luffy. His small body seemed to contain endless energy, and his eyes were as bright as stars. Luffy, you can't just say you want to be the king of pirates. You have to wait until you grow up and have enough power. Don't be naughty. Outside a tavern by the sea, a little boy of about 7 was standing with his hands on his hips, his head tilted back, shouting at a group of people in pirates' uniforms. The Revolutionary Army no longer had to worry about lack of money and entered a period of rapid development. A red-haired young man came over with a glass of wine, smiling, his tone full of teasing. See Circle Calendar 1510, East Blue, Windmill Village. Time flies and a year has passed. No, Shanks, I'm not little, I want to be a pirate, and I want to be the king of pirates. Those hard metals instantly turned into drops of liquid gold, condensing into a sharp golden sword in the air. A round fruit lies quietly inside, and the surface of the fruit is covered with black spiral lines, which looks particularly strange. Directly opposite is the legendary Revolutionary Army leader Long, who can control the wind and rain. Shanks reached out and gently touched Luffy's head, his fingertips feeling the child's soft hair, and his tone unconsciously carried a hint of pampering. The group continued to sail in the waters of the New World, pursuing their own adventure. I want to join you. I want to be a pirate too. The number of recruits is rising steadily, and the speed of updating weapons and equipment is much faster than before, even slightly exceeding the pace of marine development. He was none other than Shanks, the captain of the Red Hair Pirates. His red hair stood out in the sunlight, and the smile on his lips was gentle and casual. Luffy retorted angrily, his little face flushed red, and he looked so serious with his hands on his hips that it was a little cute and made people want to laugh. In the days that followed, Tesoro did not disappoint. Tesoro, from today on, you are the financial officer of the Revolutionary Army. Your status is equal to Ivankov and Big Bear. From now on, you will be responsible for the financial affairs of the entire army. He took a deep breath and demonstrated the power of the gold fruit on the spot. Who says I'm small? I can eat a lot. Since then, the gap in strength between the Revolutionary Army and the world government has become smaller and smaller. The red hair pirates couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw this scene. The laughter echoed along the beach, making it lively and heartwarming. Relying on the power of the gold fruit, he searched for hidden gold mines everywhere. He also used the ductility of gold to forge weapons and exchange supplies, thus filling the financial gap for the Revolutionary Army. He raised his hand towards the metal bracket in the corner, his fingertips glowed with golden light, and he injected the gold powder prepared in advance into the metal bracket. After settling Tesoro, Shirou returned to the Defu. Long watched this scene with approval in his eyes. Without saying anything, he stood up and announced. He stood on tiptoe, secretly lifted the red cloth, and opened the treasure chest. Chapter 181. A different development. Luffy had never seen this kind of fruit before. Driven by curiosity, he didn't think twice, reached out, picked up the fruit and put it in his mouth. Wow, it tastes so bad. Cough cough cough. As soon as he took a bite, a strange taste exploded in his mouth. Luffy's face instantly twisted into a ball. His brows were wrinkled so tightly that they could kill a fly, and he kept coughing, almost coughing out tears. Shanks, who was originally laughing, heard Luffy's cough and glanced at the empty treasure chest beside him, and his expression changed instantly. He suddenly stepped forward and slapped Luffy on the back, trying to knock the fruit out. However, Luffy had already completely swallowed the fruit, so no matter how he hit it, it was useless. Looking at the empty space in the treasure chest, Shanks frowned tightly and said anxiously, Luffy, why did you eat this devil fruit? Huh? Devil fruit? Luffy looked at Shanks blankly, the unpleasant taste still lingering in his mouth, his eyes full of clear stupidity. He had no idea why Shanks was suddenly so nervous. At this time, Ben Beckman walked up to Shanks, holding a cigarette in his mouth, frowned and asked, Shanks, is this devil fruit the one he gave you last year when Shirou came here and said he wanted to perform immortality surgery on you? Yes. Shanks recalled for a moment and nodded, with a hint of regret in his tone. At that time, Shirou told me that this fruit is the zone mythical beast snake fruit and that eating it grants 8 lives, making it very precious. But I was worried that eating the devil fruit would make me lose the ability to swim in the sea, which would be detrimental to my navigation, so I never dared to eat it and put it in the treasure chest. I didn't expect. What? When Luffy heard the words, lost the ability to swim, his eyes widened and his mouth opened in shock. What kind of fruit will make me unable to swim if I eat it? How will I sail in the future? How will I become the king of pirates? After a moment, he finally reacted, sat down on the ground, and began to throw a tantrum, slapping the ground with his hands and crying. Shanks. Think of a solution. Can you please take this fruit out of my body? I don't want to be unable to swim. Shanks sighed helplessly, bent down, picked up Luffy from the ground, gently brushed off the dust on him, and patiently comforted him. Luffy, although the devil fruit will make you lose your swimming ability, it will also give you great strength. As long as you train hard and learn to control this power, you will definitely have the chance to become the king of pirates in the future. At this point, Shanks suddenly paused. He suddenly remembered that Captain Roger had performed Hirou's immortality surgery, and as long as Roger was still there, the position of king of pirates would not be replaced. Then he added, of course, if you want to be the king of pirates, you must first defeat my old Captain Roger. Luffy stopped crying instantly when he heard this. He jumped down from Shanks's arms, stood up straight, his little face lit up with fighting spirit, and said with a firm look in his eyes. Don't worry, Shanks, I will definitely defeat Roger and become the king of pirates. Hey, Luffy, this kid is so easy to please, isn't he? This single-celled organism is really interesting. Not far away, Usopp held the back of his head with his hands, complaining with a smile, his eyes full of helplessness and pampering. Shanks listened to Usopp's words, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, thinking silently in his heart. Did I just exaggerate? He touched his chin subconsciously and muttered to himself. Is it really possible to surpass Captain Roger? Maybe. Hiro-kun still has a chance. What happened next seemed like fate. Luffy accidentally fell into the sea while playing at the beach. The surging waves swept him into the deep sea, and a huge sea king suddenly appeared and swallowed Luffy in one bite. Shanks' pupils shrank when he saw this scene, and he instantly released Conqueror's Haki, shocking him. Without any hesitation, he stretched out his hand and tore the body of the King of the Sea into pieces, then quickly carried the frightened Luffy out of the sea. This time, the plot of Shanks losing his arm in the original novel did not happen. Because he had never been to the Holy Land of Mariejois, he was naturally not cursed by Im, and his arm was intact. When they parted, Shanks took off the straw hat that had been with him for many years and gently placed it on Luffy's head. He squatted down, looked into Luffy's eyes, and said seriously, Luffy, I'll give this straw hat to you for safekeeping. When you become a powerful pirate and can stand on your own, return it to me. You must work hard to become stronger. Luffy touched the straw hat on his head and nodded heavily, his eyes full of determination. The blue sea is sparkling, and the pirate's ship, Defu is sailing steadily. Hiro lay lazily on the deck covered with soft canvas, with his arms behind his head, his eyes gazing leisurely at the cloudless sky above his head. Occasionally, a few seagulls spread their wings and fly across the sky, leaving behind a few crisp cries. Just as he was enjoying this moment of peace, his nose suddenly felt a little itchy, followed by "Itchu, itchu." 2 consecutive sneezes came without warning, breaking the comfort. He rubbed the tip of his nose, sat up, glanced at the sea breeze flowing around him with some doubt, and muttered. "What's going on? The sea breeze isn't that strong today, so why are you sneezing?" Just as he finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure standing on the other side of the deck out of the corner of his eye. The figure was tall and slender, wearing a familiar dark dress that outlined her graceful curves, and her long black hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall. It was none other than Robin, who was only 18 years old and had already grown into a graceful young lady. "What's up, Robin?" Hiro immediately stood up and his eyes fell on Robin. Robin has now grown to a height that is only half a head shorter than herself. She has lost some of her youthful immaturity and gained the gentleness and intelligence that only a girl can have. Robin stood there, her brows slightly furrowed, her slender fingers unconsciously clenching the hem of her skirt, as if she was struggling with something. After a moment of silence and hesitation, she raised her head and said seriously, "Captain, I have something to tell you, then tell me." Shirou looked at Robin's beautiful face with a rare solemnity, and couldn't help but feel a little surprised, wondering why she looked like this. "No." Robin shook his head slightly, then raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the cabin, his tone pleading. "I want you to come with me to my room and talk. I don't want anyone else to know about this." After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the cabin with her long legs in a slightly hurried pace. Chapter 182 Robin's Concern. Is there something that needs to be so secretive? Hiro frowned, his doubts growing even stronger, but he still followed Robin's instructions and followed. As soon as I opened the door of Robin's room, a faint scent of gardenia hit me in the face, fresh and elegant. This girl, who has always been intellectual and delicate, keeps her room exceptionally clean and tidy. The neatly folded bedding was spread beside the bed, a few books and a map were neatly placed on the desk, and even the small potted plants on the windowsill were full of vitality. Hiro found a random stool and sat down, looking at Robin standing opposite him, and spoke first. "Robin, if you want to know the secret of the final island, I can tell you now. But I have to warn you, once you know the answer in advance, you may lose the motivation to pursue your dream." "No, Captain." Robin immediately shook his head, walked quickly to the table, picked up a transparent glass, took a fresh orange from the fruit bowl next to it, skillfully squeezed the juice into the glass, and then handed the glass to Hiro. "You don't need to tell me the secret of the final island. I want to unravel it step by step by my own strength. This is what I really want." "Then why did you let me in? Is there anything else that can't be said in front of everyone?" Shiro took the juice and took a sip. The sweet and sour taste spread in his mouth, but the doubt on his face did not diminish at all, but became even stronger. Robin walked over to the chair opposite Hiro and sat down, facing him, with a complicated look in his eyes, and slowly spoke. "Captain, I've been thinking a lot lately, and I've discovered that my goals and those of the German pirates seem to be diverging. You sailed primarily to enjoy the scenery and see different islands, never deliberately seeking out historical texts. Of course, with your presence, Captain, perhaps there's no need to dwell on these things." Having said that, she paused, her fingers gently stroking the corner of her clothes, her tone becoming more resolute. "And my goal has never changed from the beginning to the end. I want to find historical texts scattered around the world and uncover the secrets of the lost 100 years with my own hands. Only in this way can we live up to the trust of those deceased historians in Ohara and my mother's expectations." When she finished speaking, some crystal tears had already welled up in her clear and beautiful eyes, and her vision became a little blurry. Looking at her like this, Shirou understood instantly. Robin must have been thinking of her long-deceased mother, the great woman who sacrificed her life for historical research. "Robin, I definitely support your idea." Shirou stood up and gently moved his broad shoulders to Robin, just like when Robin was wronged as a child, so that she could lean on him. "Go. Chase your dreams and do what you've always wanted to do without any worries." Robin didn't hesitate at all and naturally leaned his head on Hiro's shoulder. Tears finally couldn't be held back and he choked and said, But I can't bear to leave you, Captain, I can't bear to leave the Defu. I can't bear to leave everyone. Robin, you've been on our ship for so long, you should know." After hearing this confession, Hiro's mind instantly went blank. To be honest, if Shiro didn't feel moved at all when faced with the affectionate confession of such a peerless beauty, he would be lying. Our German pirates group has never been constrained. From time to time, some people join for their own goals, and some leave for new pursuits. This is all very normal and not a problem at all. "I want to repay you." After a moment, he suddenly came to his senses, quickly pushed Robin away, and urged anxiously. He subconsciously looked at Robin in his arms. As one of the 3 beauties of pirates, her beauty is enough to make anyone fall in love with her. This meticulous care has long been engraved in her heart. From childhood to adulthood, Shirou always took care of her like a brother, giving her support when she was helpless and guiding her when she was confused. Faced with the kiss that Robin gave him unexpectedly, Hiro's eyes widened, and his pupils were full of disbelief. Hiro patted her back gently, his tone gentle and somewhat relieved. "Captain, I'm not being coquettish." Hiro took out 2 heavy gold pieces from his pocket and placed them gently on the table. The gold shone brightly under the light. Emotions surged in his heart, and Robin could no longer control himself. He suddenly stood up and hugged Hiro, burying his face in his chest, feeling the familiar warmth of his body. No, Captain, this is not just a matter of repaying a favor. Robin, don't be impulsive. You don't need to repay a favor this way. There's no need for this between us. Now he suddenly has to change from the role of brother, which makes him feel particularly strange. This is also because of my feelings for you. I have liked you since the first time I saw you. Robin looked at the 2 pieces of gold on the table, his eyes moistened again. Okay, Robin, go pack your things. Robin, you're already a grown-up girl. You can't act like a spoiled brat with me like you did when you were little. If anyone sees you, you'll be laughed at. She is 1.88 meters tall, with an upright posture, and her appearance and figure are both top-notch. She has the youthfulness and agility of a girl, as well as the gentleness and intelligence of a mature woman. He reached out and picked up a clean white handkerchief from the table, carefully wiped away the tears from the corners of Robin's eyes, and continued. Robin stepped forward again and hugged Hiro's waist directly. A faint blush appeared on her pretty face. Her voice was a little trembling, but she spoke very clearly the words that had been hidden in her heart for many years. Hiro was startled by Robin's sudden action. After a few seconds of silence, he gently patted her forehead and said in a helpless yet doting tone. He froze in place, even his breathing stopped for a few seconds. So, just leave without worry. If you ever miss us or run into trouble, just call my Den Den Mushi. I can use the power of the meatball fruit to bring you back to the ship at any time. Robin raised her head, her eyes serious and a little shy. She stretched out her hands, gently held Hiro's face, and slowly put her lips on it. But he was more conflicted. Okay, thank you, Captain. Scenes from the past emerged in my mind. Take this gold and use it on your journey. Don't be stingy with it. If you run out of money, remember to contact me, the captain, immediately. Don't be polite to me. He watched Robin grow up since she was a child, and watched her grow from a thin little girl to the graceful young lady she is today. Unconsciously, he had already taken care of her like his own sister. Robin nodded vigorously, his tears gradually stopped, and his eyes became firm again. Chapter 183 Tiger's injured Robin felt a little uneasy when he saw that Hiro hadn't moved or spoken a word, but he still mustered up the courage and took the initiative to close the distance between them, expressing his feelings with his actions. Shiloh looked at Robin's determined and expectant eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't resist the throbbing in his heart and gently hugged her back. It was over an hour later that Hiro came out of Robin's room. He leaned against the cabin wall, his hands in his pockets, his brows slightly furrowed, his heart filled with mixed emotions. There is joy, panic, and some complex emotions that are hard to describe. And Robin in the room was lying on the bed with a happy look on his face, a faint smile on his lips. But at the same time, the thought of leaving Hiro and the familiar, German service, made her feel reluctant to leave. After struggling with conflicting thoughts, Robin gritted his teeth, sat up from the bed, and began to pack his clothes and books carefully. She knew that she couldn't give up her dream just because of love, nor could she let Shirou down for his support. Soon, the Defu arrived at a beautiful island. Robin stood at the side of the ship, carrying his packed luggage, and said goodbye to the crew members one by one. The crew members were reluctant to let her leave and told her to be careful on the road and to contact them if she encountered any difficulties. Among them, the one who was most reluctant to part with Robin was naturally her good sister Yamato, who grew up with her. Yamato stood on the deck, waving his hands vigorously in Robin's direction and shouting loudly. Robin, you must find all the historical texts and fulfill your dream. We are all waiting for your good news. Robin stopped, turned around and waved to Yamato, a bright smile on his face, and said in a firm tone. You should also work hard and become stronger as soon as possible, and become someone as powerful as Captain Hiro. Then, we can drink together again. After saying that, she turned around and walked step by step towards the depths of the island, her back firm and resolute. And everyone on the Defu still stood on the deck, watching her back until she could no longer see her. Robin's melancholy after leaving the Defu had not yet completely dissipated from the ship's side, but this pirate's ship that carried countless adventures and ties had quietly returned to its former bustle and tranquility. On the deck, the crew members were either polishing their shiny weapons or laughingly sharing interesting stories from the past. Time flows quietly like the waves under the boat. A few months pass in a flash, and the days move forward slowly in peace and warmth. On this day, sunlight streamed through the porthole, casting Madara-like shadows on the floor of Hiro's room. Inside the room, Hiro was playing Do Diju with Smoothie and Scarlet with great interest. From time to time, strange sounds were heard in the room. At this moment, a rapid burst of bulu bulu sounds suddenly rang out. The Den Den Mushi on the table kept jumping, its round eyes moving, and its antennae swaying, breaking the coziness in the room. Hiro paused, smiled helplessly, and said to Smoothie and Scarlet. Looks like I have to take a call first, we'll continue later. After saying that, he stood up, picked up the Den Den Mushi, walked out of the room, and came to the quiet corner of the deck. When Hiro pressed the call button, Den Den Mushi's body suddenly began to change. Its appearance gradually twisted and reshaped, and finally turned into the scaly and somewhat rugged face of the fishman Arlong. Hiro's pupils shrank slightly, and the calmness on his face was replaced by surprise. He frowned, his mind full of doubts. I have never told Arlong the Den Mushi number, so why did he call me suddenly? What's up? Arlong, Shiro's voice turned cold, with a barely perceptible hint of impatience in his tone. He really couldn't understand why this fishman, with whom he didn't have much interaction, suddenly contacted him. The voice that came from the Den Mushi was Arlong's stuttering, trembling voice. Fear and anxiety were transmitted through the electricity. Captain Hiro, no, it's not good, brother Tiger, he's dying. Something happened to Tiger. When Shirou heard this, his heart sank suddenly, his pupils contracted suddenly, and scenes from the original plot flashed through his mind. Tiger was once betrayed by humans and seriously injured. Later, he died because he could not accept human blood. A sense of urgency surged in his heart, and he immediately asked, "Where are you? I'll come right over." We are on Chester's Island near Araba's. Please come quickly, it's too late, brother Tiger might." Arlong's voice became lower and lower, and his words were filled with despair. At the end, there was even a hint of crying in his voice. His hesitant look made Hiro realize the urgency of the situation. "Tell Tiger to hold on, I'll be there soon." Hiro gave the instructions in a firm tone, and as soon as he finished speaking, he quickly hung up the Den Mushi. He turned around and quickly walked back to the room, grabbed a piece of clothing from the hanger and put it on. Without even having time to button it, he immediately used the ability of the meatball fruit. The next second, the body disappeared from the room and appeared on the coast of Chester's Island in the blink of an eye. As soon as he set foot on Chester's Island, Hiro immediately released observation haki. The invisible perception was like a huge net, quickly covering the entire island, carefully searching for the presence of the Sun Pirates members. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood and the salty seawater, which made his heart even more tense. Half a minute later, Hiro's eyes suddenly focused, and he finally caught the familiar breath of Tiger and others. Without any hesitation, he activated the power of the meatball fruit again and teleported to the place where the breath came from, in front of a simple little clinic. When I pushed open the wooden door of the clinic, a strong smell of medicine hit me in the face. The light in the clinic was a little dim. On the bed in the middle of the room, Tiger's face was as pale as paper, his eyes were closed, his chest was rising and falling weakly, and he was breathing hard. It was obvious that he was on his deathbed. Several fishmen crew members gathered around the bed, their faces full of anxiety and helplessness, their eyes red, but they could only watch Tiger's life slip away bit by bit. Arlong saw Sheila suddenly appear, as if he had grabbed the last straw. He suddenly knelt on the ground, crawled a few steps to Hiro, hugged Hiro's thighs, tears mixed with snot kept sliding down, and cried hoarsely. "Captain Hiro, please save brother Tiger, I beg you." "Get out of here." Hiro frowned. He didn't have time to waste on his emotions at the moment. He raised his foot and gently kicked Arlong aside. He controlled his strength very well, only making Arlong move away without hurting him. Then, Hiro quickly walked to the bedside, activated the power of the meatball fruit without hesitation, and gently slapped Tiger's chest with his palm. Chapter 184 Who Hurt You? As Hiro moved, the air in front of Tiger began to distort, and a huge red air mass slowly condensed. The air mass contained healing energy and continuously emitted warm light. The tetanus blade that had been waiting on the side opened its mouth tacitly and swallowed the red air mass in one gulp. But in just a moment, Tiger, who was originally dying, regained his color at a speed visible to the naked eye. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the rise and fall of his chest became steady and strong. The next second, he sat up from the hospital bed and moved his hands and feet. Except for some slight fatigue, the pain in his body had disappeared without a trace. When he saw Shiro standing in front of the bed, a flash of understanding appeared in his eyes, and he immediately realized that it was Shiro who saved him. "Thank you, Hiro, you saved me again," Tiger said excitedly. He immediately got up from the bed and knelt down in front of Hiro to express his gratitude. Seeing that Tiger was pulled back from the brink of death by Shiro, the surrounding fishmen also knelt on the ground, looking at Shiro with eyes full of gratitude and awe. Seeing this, Hiro quickly stepped forward, stretched out his hand to hold Tiger's arm, and stopped him from kneeling. Then he said to the surrounding fishmen, "It's just a small favor. Get up now, everyone. Remember, I, Jamil Hiro, will always be a friend of the Fishmen Island. Helping friends is a matter of course." As soon as these words were spoken, the gratitude in the eyes of the fishmen became even stronger. They all stood up and stood respectfully aside. In their eyes, when they looked at Hiro, in addition to awe, there was also a bit of respect from the bottom of their hearts. Hiro looked at Tiger, frowning slightly, with a hint of complaint in his tone. "Tiger, you're being too righteous this time. Why didn't you give me a blood transfusion? If I had been a step later, you really wouldn't be able to come back." Tiger clenched his scaly palms, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force, and he gritted his teeth and said, "But those humans are so despicable. I was the one who saved them, but for a little money, they turned around and informed those D pirates of our news, putting us in danger. When I think of this, I can't accept their blood. Tiger, remember when I was still with Roger Pirates and first came to the Fishman Island, I told you not to trust humans too easily. Many people in this world are blinded by profit and do treacherous things for the sake of bounty and selfish desires." Hiro reached out and gently grasped Tiger's wrist, which was shaking with anger. Feeling the trembling in his palm, he suddenly changed the subject and softened his tone. "However, not everyone is a bad person. Don't forget, I am also a human being. And those humans who helped the Fishman Island, didn't they also prove their kindness with their actions? Upon hearing this, Tiger's tense body relaxed slightly, and his clenched hands began to slowly relax. He raised his head and looked into Hiro's sincere eyes. After a moment of silence, he nodded to Hiro and said in a calm tone. Hiro, you're right. I was blinded by hatred for a moment and ignored those kind people. Okay, I'm glad you figured it out. Shilo smiled with relief. His eyes slowly swept over the group of fishmen and finally landed on Arlong. He said in a serious tone. However, I must remind you that there are good and bad people among humans, and there are bad people among merfolk as well. Don't deny the entire race because of the evil deeds of a few people. Be wary of possible traitors around you. Tiger was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said firmly. That shouldn't be the case. These fishmen I brought with me are all brothers who have experienced life and death with me and have a life and death friendship with me. They will definitely not betray me. Hiro looked at Tiger's determined eyes and did not refute him. He just patted his shoulder and said softly. I hope so. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he asked doubtfully. By the way, Tiger, you're now a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. According to the rules, the world government and the Marines won't easily attack you. So who else has the ability to injure you like this? When Tiger heard this question, his brows furrowed instantly and he fell into a brief memory. The clinic was silent, with only the occasional sound of wind coming from outside the window. After a moment, Tiger slowly opened his eyes, a look of fatigue and helplessness on his face. He sighed and said in a heavy tone. That's a kid who can control lightning. He looks young, but his strength is terrifying. My fishman karate mainly relies on manipulating seawater to launch attacks, but this guy took advantage of the conductive properties of seawater to integrate lightning into the seawater. Not only did my attack fail to injure him, but I was severely damaged by his lightning, leaving me completely powerless to fight back. I see. Hiro suddenly understood, and a face with arrogant and conceited face and iconic earrings appeared in his mind, Enel. He thought to himself, it seems that Enel has eaten the thunder fruit and mastered the ability to control lightning. No wonder he was able to injure Tiger so badly. Tiger, I'm leaving now. You've just recovered, so get some rest. Be careful in the future and don't be too aggressive. If you encounter any problems you can't solve, remember to contact me immediately. Hiro glanced at the sky outside the window and knew that someone was waiting for him on the defu, so he said something and prepared to say goodbye and leave. Tiger quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Hiro, bending very low, and expressed his sincere gratitude again. Thank you so much, Hiro. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be here today. I, Tiger, will always remember this kindness in my heart. Hiro waved at him with a relaxed smile on his face. Don't be so polite, we are friends. After saying that, he used the power of the meatball fruit, and his figure flashed and disappeared in the clinic. When he appeared again, he had returned to the deck of the defu. But after Hiro left, the atmosphere on Chester's Island changed dramatically. A fierce look flashed in Arlong's eyes. He rushed out of the clinic angrily with several fishmen who were also full of resentment towards humans and ran towards the village where the family who had betrayed Tiger lived. Along the way, Arlong and others had ferocious expressions on their faces, and the anger in their hearts had long since devoured their rationality. Arriving at the village, Arlong did not hesitate at all, and without caring whether the villagers had participated in betraying Tiger, he ordered the massacre of the entire village. Screams and cries resounded throughout the village, blood dyed the streets red, and the originally peaceful village quickly turned into a hell on earth. Chapter 185 Buggy's call for help. After Tiger heard the news, he immediately rushed towards the village. But when he arrived, he saw only corpses and burning houses everywhere, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and burnt food.
He looked at the tragic scene before him, and angrily rushed to Arlong, pointing at his nose, his voice trembling with anger.
Arlong, are you crazy? Why are you so cruel? Kill everyone here? There are old people and children among them? Brother Tiger, these humans deserve to die. They betrayed you and they must pay the price. Arlong didn't think he was wrong at all. He glared at Tiger, his tone full of hatred for humans, and argued fiercely with Tiger. Several fishmen nearby also echoed Arlong's statement, believing that humans do not deserve sympathy. The quarrel became more intense, and the gap between them became deeper and deeper. Not long after, seeing that he could not convince Tiger, Arlong took those fishmen who shared his ideas and resolutely parted ways with Tiger and left the Sun Pirates. 2 more years passed. In the past 2 years, Arlong and his men traveled to many places and finally arrived at Kikoyashi village in East Blue. Here, they relied on the power of the fishmen to enslave the entire village, turning the village into their own territory, plundering resources wantonly and oppressing the people. The villagers dared not speak out and lived in dire straits. Nami, a girl born in the village of Kokoyashi, had to reach an agreement with Arlong in order to save her hometown and villagers. She agreed to join Arlong's pirates and help Arlong draw sea charts, and agreed that as long as she earned 100 million berries, she could redeem the entire village. Arlong has completely transformed into the evil and terrifying, evil dragon, causing a bloody storm in East Blue. At the same time, the scene on the defu was quite different. The sun was shining brightly and the sea breeze was gentle. 19-year-old Violet stood on the deck, looking at Hiro's back with a bit of shyness and determination on her face. Over the years, she had fallen deeply in love with Hiro, a gentle, strong and reliable man. Finally, on this day, Violet plucked up the courage, walked up to Hiro, and confessed her feelings to him with sincere eyes. Hiro wanted to refuse. After all, Violet was Scarlet's sister, and he was worried that this would affect his relationship with the two sisters. But when he looked at Violet carefully, he couldn't help but hesitate. Violet has delicate facial features, a tall figure, and a gentle and kind personality. Except that her skin is a little darker than ordinary people, she is almost the top configuration. He thought to himself, isn't it just a little dark? It's the same anyway when the lights are turned off. Besides, she has far more advantages than that. Afterwards, Hiro found Scarlet, told her frankly about Violet's confession, and asked for her opinion. Scarlet looked at Hiro's sincere eyes, and thought of her relationship with her sister. Finally, she smiled and nodded, expressing her support for Hiro's decision. After getting Scarlet's consent, Hiro accepted Violet's confession and took her into his harem. In this way, the two princesses of Dressrosa, Scarlet and Violet, became important women in Hiro's life. That afternoon, Hiro was playing Do Diju with Scarlet and Violet. At this moment, there was a sudden bang sound from outside the door, a sound of heavy object hitting the door panel. Then the door was suddenly pushed open and Yamato rushed in. The strands of hair on his forehead swayed slightly because of running, and his bright eyes scanned the scene in the room. When she saw Shirou and the other two playing Do Diju very happily, her originally anxious expression was immediately replaced by envy. She rushed into the room, put her hands on the edge of the bed, leaned forward, and spoke with undisguised expectation. You guys are having so much fun. No, I want to join in too. At this time, Yamato had just turned 18, an age full of energy. She was wearing a neatly tailored outfit that clearly outlined her sexy figure. Her delicate facial features and cheerful temperament made her look absolutely beautiful. He is just a bit carefree and straightforward in character. He always speaks and acts in a quick and decisive manner, never beating around the bush. Hiro looked at Yamato's expectant eyes and said helplessly, Do Diju can only be played by 3 people. If you join, there will be more people. He thought for a moment, then came up with an idea. How about we try a different game? Since there are 4 of us, how about playing mahjong together? When Yamato heard this, his eyes lit up instantly and he nodded immediately. Okay, this will definitely be fun. In the following days, Yamato gradually became addicted to this 4-player game. Not only does he often play with Hiro, Scarlet, and Violet. Later Smoothie joined in. When a few people get together, they can always hear some wonderful sounds. Later, under the careful guidance of his 3 sisters Scarlet, Violet and Smoothie, Yamato gradually understood his feelings for Hiro. Eventually, she became another important member of Hiro's harem, accompanying Hiro with everyone. 3 months passed in a flash like this, a warm and peaceful life. That morning, Hiro was sitting in the courtyard reading a newspaper when the Den Mushi in his arms suddenly vibrated. Bulu bulu bulu. After he answered the call, the Den Mushi immediately transformed into Buggy, and a somewhat anxious voice came from it. Brother Shiro, are you free? Hearing Buggy's hurried tone, Hiro put down the newspaper in his hand, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said with a bit of doubt. What is it? Buggy, you sound worried. Buggy paused on the other end of the line, his voice clearly a little more embarrassed, even a little lacking in confidence. I want to ask you for a favor. Hiro had always taken good care of Buggy, so he agreed without hesitation. No problem. Where are you now? I'll come find you right away. Hearing Hiro's straightforward agreement, Buggy's face instantly lit up with a happy smile, and his tone became excited. He quickly Kaido. I'm in Orangetown in East Blue, Brother Sheila, please come quickly, there's some trouble here. Okay, I'll be there right away. After Hiro finished speaking, he hung up the Den Mushi. A faint halo appeared around him, and the next second he activated his teleportation ability and disappeared in the courtyard, leaving only the unread newspaper lying quietly on the table. At this moment, at the Orangetown Pier, Buggy was standing under an old locust tree, pacing back and forth, his hands unconsciously twisted together, his face full of anxiety. Chapter 186 The thief stole Buggy's wallet. It wasn't until he saw Shiluo's figure suddenly appear not far away that his eyes lit up. He immediately rushed forward and hugged Shiluo's arm, his tone full of dependence. Brother Shiro, you're finally here. Hiro smiled helplessly, reached out and touched Buggy's head, as if he were his own brother, and asked gently. Buggy, what's going on? How can I help you? Buggy pulled Hiro to the stone steps and sat down. After taking a deep breath, he explained the whole story. Here's what happened. A few days ago, I sent my men to Kokoyashi village to buy fresh oranges. I was planning to squeeze the oranges into juice and ship it to other towns to sell. I could make a lot of money. Who knew that a bully appeared in Kikiyaxi village? He not only robbed all the money my men had brought with them, but also beat up several of them. At this point, Buggy's voice dropped. He lowered his head in embarrassment, his fingers picking at the corner of his clothes, his tone a little embarrassed. My men couldn't bear this, so they told me to go and fight that bully, but you know my limited strength. I can't beat that bully at all. Hiro listened to Buggy's words, sighed helplessly, and patted his shoulder. Well, okay, since you're here, I'll help you. But Buggy, I can help you this time, but if you encounter this kind of problem in the future, you have to learn to find a way to solve it yourself. You can't always rely on me, okay? It's time for you to grow up. That's great, Brother Hiro. With you here, that bully will definitely be beaten to a pulp. Buggy was so happy that when he heard the first half of Hiro's promise to help, he immediately jumped up from the stone steps excitedly, waving his fists. He didn't hear Hiro's words that reminded him to be independent. His face was full of anticipation. Looking at Buggy's appearance, Hiro shook his head helplessly. He was about to say something else but suddenly stopped. He stroked his chin, his eyes filled with thought, and muttered to himself. But then again, I think I've heard the name Kokoa West Village somewhere before. It feels a little familiar. Brother Shiro, why are you overthinking so much? Let's go now. I can't wait to see you beat up that bully and avenge my men. Buggy pulled Hiro's arm and urged him, waving his fist as he spoke, looking excited and eager to try. Seeing Buggy's anxious look, Hiro stopped worrying about the name and smiled helplessly. He stretched out his hand and patted himself and Buggy lightly, using his ability to knock them both away. With a whoosh, the two figures disappeared above Orange Town. A moment later, Shiro and Buggy landed steadily at the entrance of Kokoazi village. The village was quiet, with occasional farmers working in the fields. Hiro looked around and said to Buggy, "Let's first ask someone where the bully usually stays." Buggy nodded and followed Hiro deeper into the village, asking villagers along the way about the bully's whereabouts. As a result, when the two men just walked to the gate of a farmer's house and were about to knock on the door to ask, a little girl in old clothes suddenly ran out from the yard. Because he was running too fast, he didn't notice Buggy at the door and bumped into him head-on. "Don't you have eyes when you walk?" Buggy was knocked back a step and suddenly became angry. He frowned and yelled at the little girl with a ferocious look on his face, his tone filled with a bit of impatience. The little girl was startled by Buggy's roar and quickly stood up from the ground. She lowered her head, her hands tightly clutching the corner of her clothes, and her voice trembled with fear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Buggy looked at the little girl's frightened expression, and his anger subsided a lot, his tone softened. Forget it. Be more careful when you walk next time and don't be so reckless." When the little girl heard that Buggy had forgiven her, she nodded quickly and turned around to leave quickly. "Stop." At this moment, Hiro's voice suddenly sounded, with a serious tone. When the little girl heard this, her body stiffened noticeably. Instead of stopping, she ran even faster. Shi Luo's eyes focused, and his figure flashed, appearing in front of the little girl, blocking her way. The little girl stopped abruptly, her face full of panic. Buggy also ran up quickly, and saw Shiro stopping the little girl, his face full of confusion, and said doubtfully, "Brother Sheila, she's already apologized, so let it go. There's no need to be so serious, right?" Shi Lola grabbed the little girl's collar and gently lifted her up, then turned to Buggy and reminded him. "Buggy, check your trouser pockets first to see if you're missing anything." Buggy heard this, and although he was confused, he subconsciously touched his trouser pocket. When he touched it, his expression changed instantly and he suddenly screamed. My purse is gone. It was in my trouser pocket just now." Seeing Buggy's panic, Hiro quickly pulled out a brown purse from the little girl's arms, handed it to Buggy, and asked, "Is this it?" "Yes, it's my purse. I didn't expect that she, who looks so young, is actually a thief." Buggy quickly took the purse back from Hiro and held it tightly in his arms. He looked at the little girl and her eyes turned angry. He yelled at her. "You've already learned to steal at such a young age? That's too much?" The little girl was held in the air by Hiro, struggling constantly with a stubborn look on her face. When she heard Buggy's roar, she also lost her temper and shouted at Hiro and Buggy. You let me go. Do you know who I am? I'm from the Dragon Pirates. If you dare to touch me, our Captain Arlong will not let you go." When Hiro heard the words, Dragon Pirates, a playful smile appeared on his face. With a hint of teasing in his tone, he looked at the little girl and asked. "Oh, someone from the Dragon Pirates? Do you think Arlong will go against us for you, little Nami?" How do you know my name?" When Nami heard Hiro say her name accurately, her eyes widened and her struggling stopped. She turned her head and kept looking at Shiro, trying to find the figure of this person in her memory. But no matter how hard I thought, there was no such person in my memory, and my heart was full of confusion and shock. "Don't worry about that," Hiro said in a calm tone, and after a pause, his eyes became serious, and he asked in a deep voice. "Little Nami, let me ask you, did you agree with Arlong that once you earn 100 million berries and give them to him, he will leave Kikoyasi village and stop harassing the villagers here?" Chapter 187 Arlong, the bully. That's right. That's what Arlong said. He promised me that as long as I collect 100 million berries, he will leave. He will definitely keep his promise. When Nami heard Hiro's question, a determined look appeared on her face and her tone was filled with unquestionable certainty. She had full faith in Arlong's promise. "Then let me ask you again, if he accepted your 100 million berries but didn't leave here and instead continued to enslave you and exploit the villagers of Kikoyasi village, what would you do?" Hiro stared closely into Nami's eyes and continued to question her, his tone somewhat guiding. When Nami heard this question, the determination on her face disappeared. She opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but didn't know what to say. She could only lower her head and think for a moment, and finally remained speechless. At this moment, Arlong's usual domineering and arrogant appearance suddenly flashed through her mind, and she finally came to her senses. Even if he really earned 100 million berries, given Arlong's personality, there was no way he would leave Kokoazi village obediently. His promise may have been a scam from the beginning. "Little Nami, you have to remember not to make promises to these evil pirates. Their words are simply not trustworthy." In this world where the strong prey on the weak, if you want to truly survive and protect the people you want to protect, you must become strong enough. Hiro spoke earnestly, slowly putting Nami down, his eyes filled with seriousness and expectation. Nami stood on the ground, head down, hands clenched into fists, nails almost digging into her palms, her face full of anger, tears welling up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to let them fall. She jerked her arm up, looking at the tattoo that represented the Arlong pirates. The tattoo was extremely glaring in her eyes at this moment. She could no longer hold back and roared at the top of her lungs. Arlong, you be *****. You actually lied to me, you never planned on leaving. Since this tattoo is a shame to you and a symbol of Arlong's enslavement, I will help you remove it. Hiro said calmly as he looked at Nami's excitement. Before he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the tattoo on Nami's arm. With just a slight hiss sound, the tattoo on Nami's arm and the surrounding skin instantly became bloody and blurred, looking shocking. Nami's face turned pale, cold sweat oozed from her forehead, and her arms felt a tingling sensation, but she clenched her teeth and said nothing. He just looked at Shirou with a firm gaze, without any retreat. Hiro looked at Nami's stubborn look and nodded slightly. He then stretched out his other hand, using the power of the meatball fruit to gently slap the wound on Nami's arm. A light blue halo enveloped the wound, and the bloody area was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the wound completely disappeared, leaving only smooth skin, and no trace of the tattoo could be seen. No. Gone. Is the tattoo really gone? Nami raised her arm in disbelief, repeatedly looking at the place where the tattoo had originally been, her face full of surprise. She raised her head and looked at Shirou with complicated eyes, her voice trembling a little. Ah. Arlong is very strong, he's a fishman, his strength is far greater than that of an ordinary person, and he has many subordinates. Are you sure you want to go find him? It might be dangerous. The middle-aged man's clothes had long been torn to shreds, and the bleeding wounds were shocking in the sunlight. Who is this foolish person who dares to meddle in Arlong's business? Are you tired of living and want to feed the fish? But when he saw the young man standing in the sun with golden hair as dazzling as flames, the anger on his face froze instantly. Arlong, however, had a hideous, evil smile on his face, and even stepped on the opponent's wrist, saying in a playful and cruel tone. At this moment, Arlong was excitedly holding a barbed whip like a wild beast out of control. Little brat, what do you know? Instead, he rolled and crawled in front of Shirou, his knee slamming on the ground with a thud, not even daring to raise his forehead. The tip of the whip even emitted a cold glow, clearly intending to kill the unarmed villager. Captain Hiro. Why did you come to a small place like Cocoa Village? Nami looked at Buggy's confident expression, then looked at Hiro's calm yet powerful expression, and finally nodded, took a deep breath and said. Arlong was enraged by this sudden interruption. Stop. Hiro patted Nami's head, his tone filled with unquestionable authority. Every swing was accompanied by a whistling sound, hitting the middle-aged villagers back hard. Okay, I'll take you to find Arlong. His lair is on the beach east of the village. It's a big wooden house, easy to find. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of coldness and ruthlessness flashed across his smiling eyes, and the hand holding the whip suddenly raised high. After saying that, Nami turned and walked towards the east of the village, followed closely by Hiro and Buggy. The three of them headed towards Arlong's lair. Don't be surprised, it's just a small matter. Then his whole body began to shake violently and uncontrollably. He looked so miserable, like a rabbit seeing a tiger, completely different from the bully image just now. Buggy came over at this time, patted his chest, and said proudly. She looked at Hiro and said hesitantly. His voice was noticeably trembling, and he no longer had the arrogance he had just had. Our brother Shilao is much stronger than Arlong. As long as Shilao gets there, Arlong will not only resist, but may even have to kneel down to greet Shilao. At this critical moment, a penetrating young man's voice suddenly came from the alley. After all, Buggy had been in the Roger Pirates group in his early years and had met Arlong before. It's just that when Roger Pirates went to the Fishman Island, he was still young and didn't have a very deep impression of Arlong, but he was full of confidence in Hiro's strength. He curled up on the ground and groaned in pain. The long whip in his hand, which he had just used to commit violence, slipped from his stiff fingers with a snap, and fell heavily to the ground. When Nami heard the word, Arlong, her body began to tremble involuntarily and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. He shouted angrily, turned around abruptly and looked in the direction of the sound, his eyes filled with a fierce look as if he wanted to tear the person to pieces. No money to pay protection fees? In this sea area, if you dare to bargain with me, Arlong, you will die. Little Nami, take us to find Arlong now. Since he dares to do evil here, I will help Kokoyasi village solve this trouble. The voice was filled with undeniable hockey, instantly drowning out the screams and Arlong's arrogance. Chapter 188. BR Navigator Nami on the side was already stunned. She clutched the corner of her clothes tightly, muttering doubtfully in her heart. Who exactly is this blonde man? Arlong has been running rampant in East Blue for so long, even ignoring Marine. Why is he so scared of him? Is he a big shot who is countless times more powerful than Arlong? Hiro looked down at Arlong, who was kneeling on the ground. He gently kicked away the other's hand with his toes, and his voice was filled with the majesty and coldness unique to a superior. Arlong, I remember you were always with the Sun Pirates, right? Tiger was still alive and well. Why did you go to this small village in East Blue and do evil instead of staying there? I had some issues with Boss Tiger, and I couldn't stand it any longer, so I brought my brothers to East Blue. Arlong lowered his head even lower, his voice as thin as a mosquito's, and he didn't dare to make any excuses. The fishmen who were hiding in the dark and watching around also gathered over when they heard the noise. But when they saw Hiro's face clearly, the arrogance on his face was instantly replaced by fear. Everyone froze in place, even breathing became cautious. Some people even felt their legs go weak and almost fell to their knees like Arlong. It seems like you were born to do evil. No matter if Tiger is watching over you or not, you can't change your nature of bullying the weak. Hiro frowned, his tone even colder than before, as if even the air around him was frozen. In that case, there's no need for scum like you to remain in this world. Before he finished speaking, Shi Luo's figure almost turned into a shadow, and the tetanus blade in his hand was instantly unsheathed. A dazzling white light, accompanied by a fierce sword energy, slashed towards Arlong. The speed was so fast that people could not see the movement clearly. They only heard a light, swish, sound, and a sharp slash had already passed through Arlong's body. Arlong hadn't even realized what was happening yet, the fear on his face still lingered. The body had been cut in half. The two body parts fell heavily to the ground, and blood dyed the surrounding ground red. The fishmen present were so frightened by this that they fell to their knees one after another, begging for mercy without even raising their heads. Captain Hiro, spare our lives, we will never do evil again. I'm giving you a chance to live. Now go back to the Sun Pirates and follow Tiger's lead. Hiro stood in a pool of blood holding the tetanus blade. The oppressive feeling emanating from him was like a demon god walking out of hell, and his tone was full of irresistible threats. If you hesitate even a little, or if you dare to harm others again, you will end up like Arlong. Yes, we'll be back to the Sun Pirates right away. We will never leave Brother Tiger again, we will be very obedient. Please Captain Hiro, spare our lives. The cries of begging for mercy came one after another, and the fishmen didn't even dare to raise their heads, for fear of angering Hiro. Seeing this, Hiro took out his Den Mushi and dialed Tiger's number, briefly explaining the situation. After learning the location of the Sun Pirates, he waved his hand and swatted these frightened fishmen away one by one, flying accurately towards Tiger's pirate's ship. Nami stood aside, watching Hiro effortlessly defeat the pirates, the evil dragon group that terrified the entire Cocoa village. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable horror, and she muttered to herself. That's amazing. Who is he? Hiro sheathed his sword, turned around, a gentle smile on his face, and said to Nami, who was still in a daze. Little Nami, now your Kokoazi village is completely liberated. You don't have to be afraid of Arlong and the others anymore. Are you happy? Thank you, Captain Hiro. You saved the lives of our entire village. Nami finally came to her senses and quickly bowed deeply to Hiro respectfully, her tone full of gratitude. It's nothing, I just did it for the sake of convenience. Hiro shook his head slightly, but as soon as he finished speaking, his tone suddenly became serious, and he changed the subject and asked. However, little Nami, I can save you this time, but if other pirates come to harass the village again in the future, will you be able to resist? Nami was stunned when she heard that, and the joy on her face gradually faded. Yes, Kokoazi village is just an ordinary fishing village. There is no strong man in the village. If they encounter pirates like Arlong again, they will have no ability to resist at all, and the tragedy will happen again. Looking at Nami's red eyes, helpless and confused look, Hiro sighed softly and then comforted her. Little Nami, how about this? I'll let your village hang the flag of my German pirates group. With my flag here, no pirates in East Blue will dare to run wild here. What do you think? But, is this okay? Nami suddenly raised her head, a glimmer of hope bloomed in her eyes again, and her voice was trembling. Of course, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. A sly smile suddenly appeared on Shiro's face, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. What conditions? Nami instantly became alert. She subconsciously took a half step back and stared at Hiro closely, fearing that he would ask for money like Arlong did. You don't want to make us pay protection money like Arlong? Haha, of course not. Hiro couldn't help laughing. He walked forward and gently patted Nami's shoulder. His tone became extremely sincere. I want you to join my German pirates, and become our pirates navigator, little Nami, are you willing? In fact, since the establishment of the German pirates group, there has never been a dedicated navigator. Hiro originally didn't take it too seriously, thinking that as long as he had a boat, it would be fine to sail on the sea. However, Jinbei, the helmsman of the pirates, has recently been complaining that because there is no navigator to plan the route, they have wasted too much time wandering around on the sea, which not only delays the trip but also greatly increases his workload. Now that he has met a navigator as talented as Nami, Hiro naturally does not want to miss this opportunity and must fight for it. Nami was stunned when she heard the request, then lowered her head and thought seriously for a moment. Although joining the pirates sounds dangerous, Shirou is the benefactor who saved the entire village, and by following him, you may learn more and be able to better protect the village in the future. Thinking of this, she raised her head, nodded firmly and agreed. However, she had one more request. Before leaving, I wanted to go home to say goodbye to my sister Nokagao and explain the situation to her. Hiro agreed with a smile, and stayed there waiting with Buggy, who had been silent the whole time. By the way, Buggy, I was just about to ask, why did you suddenly start a juice business? Hiro suddenly remembered this and asked casually, his eyes full of curiosity. Chapter 189 The Eternal, Little Thief Cat. Brother Hiro, don't you remember? When we were in Roger Pirates, your favorite drink was orange juice. You always brought several buckets with you every time you went out to sea. Buggy was stunned for a moment, then fell into memories. A nostalgic smile appeared on his face, and his tone became gentle. After I left Roger Pirates, I thought about making orange juice and selling it to every corner of the world. That way, no matter where you are, you can always drink your favorite orange juice. Buggy, you little b********. When Hiro heard this, a warm feeling instantly surged in his heart. He couldn't help but reach out and touch Buggy's head lovingly, with a hint of sob in his voice. You remember these trivial things so clearly, this is no small matter. Buggy quickly raised his head and looked at Hiro seriously, his tone full of gratitude. When I was in the Roger Pirates, everyone thought I was young and incompetent. Only you, Brother Shiro, always took care of me and encouraged me, saying that I would become something great in the future. I've always remembered your kindness and wanted to do everything I could for you. Okay, it's not a small matter. I was wrong, okay? Hiro rolled his eyes in mock anger, but his tone was deliberately harsh. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, don't try to handle them alone. Contact me more often, okay? I don't want to see you fall. I know, Hiroko. Buggy nodded vigorously, his eyes red, and was about to come over and throw himself into Shiro's arms excitedly. Get lost. Lousy doesn't like this. Hiro reached out and pushed Buggy's head away in disgust, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Okay, I'll take you back to Orange Town. Remember what I said, don't give up on your dreams easily. You will definitely make a name for yourself in the future. After saying that, Hiro raised his hand and gently patted Buggy's shoulder. A gentle force lifted Buggy up and flew towards Orange Town. Thank you, Hiro. I will definitely do my best. Buggy's voice still echoed in the air, gradually fading away. Hiro stood there, looking at the direction where Buggy disappeared, his eyes unconsciously moistened. The days in the Roger Pirates group were such a nostalgic time. Not long after, hurried footsteps were heard in the distance, and Nami was seen rushing over breathlessly, carrying a large bulging package on her back. Behind her, there was a large group of angry villagers chasing and shouting. Nami, give me back my purse, and my fishing rod, it's a relic my grandfather left me. Nami, you're going too far. This is the only decent outfit I have, and you stole it. Nami turned a deaf ear to him and just ran forward desperately. When she saw Hiro, she shouted. Captain, quick. Let's get out of here. If we're any later, they'll catch us. When Hiro saw this, he immediately understood what was happening. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This girl actually didn't forget to pick up some things before leaving. In desperation, Hiro rushed forward, grabbed Nami's arm with one hand, and patted himself and Nami lightly with the other hand. The two of them quickly turned into a shadow, leaving behind only a group of villagers who were still stomping their feet. The day Nami boarded the Defu, it was as if a fresh spring of life was injected into this pirate's ship that has been sailing on the Grand Line all year round. Her lively eyes always seemed to be filled with starlight, and the ending of her voice would unconsciously rise slightly when she spoke. Occasionally, she would tilt her head, blink, and stick out her tongue to look cute at the crew members. Even the most serious Redfield could not help but curl his lips at her amusements. However, in just 3 days, whether it was helping the chef at breakfast or sitting on the side of the ship in the evening and sharing interesting stories about East Blue with the young crew members, I was very impressed. Her lively and cheerful personality melted away all the unfamiliarity like the warm sun, and she easily became one of the people on board. Even the canvas drying on the deck seemed to grow lighter because of her laughter. Especially the fishman Jinbei, when he heard from other heroes that Nami had a talent far beyond ordinary people in drawing nautical charts. It can not only accurately mark reefs and ocean currents, but also predict weather based on changes in clouds. This tough guy who once served in the Fishman Island Guards could not hide his excitement, and a hint of heat appeared on his dark cheeks. From then on, during breaks in training or when organizing the logbook, he would always take the initiative to find Nami with a stack of nautical charts, and ask about the details of the route planning in a tone that was somewhat serious but not without humility. From the tidal patterns of a certain sea area to the optimal route through the calm belt, every question reveals awe for the maritime industry. Nami never kept anything to herself. She would always squat on the deck with Jinbei, pointing her fingers at the lines on the nautical chart, and sharing her experience without reservation. The figures of the two of them discussing together became a heartwarming scene on the German service. Even when Nami later learned that Arlong was Jinbei's childhood friend, she only fell silent for a short while. Not long after, Nami took the initiative to find Jinbei and help him draw a nautical chart. Jinbei was very pleased with Nami's understanding and that such things did not affect their friendship. However, ever since Nami came on board, a strange little thing has gradually begun to happen on the ship. The crew always loses things for unknown reasons. Half a bag of freshly baked dried meat in the kitchen was missing, the spare sewing kit in the warehouse disappeared, and even a few Baileys in a crew member's pocket disappeared the next day. Although everyone was puzzled, they did not take it seriously, they just thought it was a minor incident during the sea voyage. No one connected this matter with Nami, who always had an innocent smile on her face. That afternoon, the sun was shining brightly and the sea breeze blew across the deck with a salty and humid scent. Hiro was leaning on the railing of the ship, watching Yamato holding a mace and patiently teaching Nami the stick method. Nami held a specially made lightweight wooden stick, following Yamato's movements to swing and block, occasionally stumbling when she lost her balance, and would stick out her tongue and make a face in Hiro's direction. At this moment, Scarlet and Violet, the sisters from Dressrosa, suddenly ran to Hiro in a hurry. They usually have delicate makeup and elegant demeanor, but at this moment they have lost their usual composure. The hem of her skirt swayed slightly as she ran, her face was full of unconcealable worry, and even her hair was a little messy. "What's wrong? You too?" Hiro immediately stood up, his eyes fixed on the sisters' tense faces, his tone full of obvious concern, and he reached out to gently support Violet, who had almost hit the railing. "Are you bored on the boat? Or are you feeling unwell?" Chapter 190. A phone call. Scarlet's eyes were red, with crystal tears welling up in them, and her voice was trembling with suppressed emotions. She clutched Hiro's sleeve tightly, as if she was holding onto her only support. "Father. Father just called and said that Doflamingo of the Don Quixote family is leading all his officers to attack Dressrosa." "Yes." Violet beside her also clenched her fair fists, her gentle eyes were full of determination, and her tone was filled with unquestionable determination. "We must go back and help our father defend our country. We can't let that be ******** D. Doflamingo destroy Dressrosa." After hearing this, Shi Luo smiled gently, reached out and hugged the two emotional girls into his arms, and the warm embrace instantly soothed their panic. He patted them on the back, his tone as light as if he was talking about a trivial matter. "It's just a small matter, don't worry, I can take care of it with just one phone call. You don't even have to run back to Dressrosa. Just stay on the boat." After saying that, he took out his own Den Den Mushi from his pocket in front of the two sisters who were still in a daze. The shell of the Den Den Mushi was shining white, and its eyes were bulging. It was lying quietly in his palm. Hiro dialed Doflamingo's number with a light tap of his fingertips, waiting for the moment the Den Den Mushi answered. His originally gentle tone became steady, with unquestionable majesty. "Dover, retreat immediately. You cannot attack Dressrosa, do you hear me?" Den Den Mushi immediately transformed into Doflamingo's avatar. The iconic blonde hair and devilish smile are clearly visible. But at this moment, his expression was full of surprise, his eyebrows raised high, and his tone was a bit puzzled and unwilling. "Why, Godfather, you know that Dressrosa is an important springboard for my Don Quixote family to enter the New World. If we give up this place, all our previous plans will be messed up. Just retreat when I tell you to. Why all that nonsense?" Hiro frowned slightly, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. His scolding voice reached Doflamingo's ears through the Den Den Mushi, carrying irresistible pressure. "Listen carefully. The current king of Dressrosa, King Liku, is my father-in-law. Did you ask me before you wanted to take over my father-in-law's country?" "What?" Doflamingo in the Den Den Mushi's eyes widened instantly, his mouth opened wide enough to fit a fist, and his speech became stammering. His original arrogance disappeared without a trace, leaving only panic and awe. "Godfather, I will immediately lead my men away from Dressrosa and will never set foot here again. Don't worry, I will order a retreat immediately. That's all." Hiro's tone softened a bit, and he continued to instruct. "Dover, if you have nothing to do, don't come to the New World to join in the fun. Your status as the Emperor of the Underground World already makes you extremely powerful. Just run the underground business well and accumulate strength. Don't be greedy and do things you shouldn't do." After this little episode, the German service returned to its former tranquility. Upon hearing this, the two girls' eyes instantly became wet with excitement. He blindfolded Nami and moved quickly around her, guiding her to find his position by sensing the changes in air currents. But as time passed and he had experienced so many adventures over the years, Hiro had completely forgotten about this matter. Nami frowned, her nose twitching slightly as she concentrated on sensing the surrounding air. Scarlet and Violet were looking at each other at this moment, their eyes full of disbelief. The sea breeze still blew the sails, and the laughter of the crew and the shouts of training once again filled the deck, as if the crisis concerning the survival of the country had never happened. Scarlet couldn't even help choking up. Shirou stared at the face and thought for a moment. Suddenly, a vague memory flashed through his mind, and he finally remembered that this person was the original god of Sky Island, gone full. Sure enough, half an hour later, the Den Den Mushi on Scarlet's waist suddenly rang. After the call was connected, the Den Den Mushi's body gradually transformed into a somewhat unfamiliar face. Time flies, and 2 years later, the hands of the Sea Circle calendar quietly point to 1514. I still remember that many years ago, when the German service had just been established and the pirates were short of funds, Hiro broke into Sky Island alone and moved most of the mountains of gold in the Sky Island treasury to the German service, solving their urgent problem. Okay, that's it for now. Violet hugged Hiro's arms tightly, her face full of admiration and gratitude. The two sisters opened their mouths, but didn't know what to say for a moment. They only felt their hearts beating rapidly due to the tension just now and the shock at this moment. Fortunately, I haven't taken any formal action yet, otherwise if I angered Hiro, the consequences would be unimaginable. The man had a solemn expression and a hint of anxiety in his eyes. But no one expected that Hiro could easily resolve the crisis with just one phone call. Even a tough guy like Doflamingo was so in awe of him. They all marveled at Hiro's ability to be so all-powerful that he could make the pirates, who roamed the underworld, bow down to him with just one sentence. Scarlet, Violet, Doflamingo has withdrawn his troops. Not only did he leave Dressrosa with all his cadres, he also sent 5 boxes of treasure as an apology. The crisis is over, and our country is safe. Hiro continued to hold the 2 of them in his arms, gently patting their backs to comfort them, with a gentle smile on his face, and his voice slowed down. Suddenly, the Den Den Mushi in Hiro's pocket made a crisp, bulu 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 sound, breaking the tranquility of the early morning. Hiro was standing in the middle of the deck, trying to teach Nami how to practice observation hockey. Before leaving, in order to thank Gonfowl for his acquiescence and help, he specifically left his Den Den Mushi number to the other party and solemnly promised. After Hiro finished speaking, he pressed the hang-up button on the Den Den Mushi, put it back in his pocket, and turned to look at the sisters who were still in a daze. If Sky Island encounters any trouble, you can call me on this number. No matter where I am, I will come and help you solve the problem. Early in the morning of that day, the morning sun just rose from the sea level, dyeing the sea surface golden red. She quickly answered the call, and immediately heard King Riku's trembling voice on the other end. They originally thought that Dressrosa was about to face a bloody battle and were even prepared to live and die with the country. Alright, don't just stand there. Relax and wait here. It won't be long before your father brings good news, believe me. I didn't expect that after such a long time, Gonforal would actually call me. Doflamingo quickly lowered his head humbly. Even through the Den Den Mushi, one could sense his submissiveness at the moment, and a hint of fear flashed through his heart. I understand, Godfather, this time I was too reckless, I apologize. Hiro signaled Nami to stop training and reached out to take out the Den Den Mushi. Chapter 191. God of Sky Island. Enel. Mr. Hiro, I am Gonfowl, the God of Sky Island. Do you remember me? Gonfowl's earnest voice came from the Den Den Mushi. His expression was extremely solemn, and beads of sweat could even be seen on his forehead. We are in big trouble now, the situation is critical, please help us. What happened? Tell me slowly. Hiro's expression also became serious, and he asked with a frown. He could sense an unprecedented sense of urgency in Gonfowl's tone. That's right, Mr. Hiro. Gonfowl sighed heavily, and with a voice full of fatigue and helplessness, he began to tell the whole story. Not long ago, a guy named Enel suddenly broke into Sky Island with a group of his men. That kid ate Logia's thunderfruit and became incredibly powerful. He could control lightning, and his speed and destructive power far exceeded that of ordinary people. I led the Sky Island warriors to fight hard, but we were defeated one by one. Even my mount, Pierre, was injured. Now he has taken Sky Island for himself and proclaimed himself the new god. He has begun to wantonly oppress the people of Sky Island, burning down houses and plundering resources. Everyone lives in fear. I really have no other choice but to think of you. I hope Mr. Hiro can help us defeat Enel and let the people of Sky Island return to their normal lives. So that's what it is. After hearing this, Shi Luo's tone instantly relaxed, and he agreed without hesitation, his voice filled with reassuring certainty. Don't worry, I'll be here soon to help you deal with this Enel. Thank you so much. Mr. Hiro, you are truly the savior of Sky Island. Upon hearing this, Gonforge's voice trembled with excitement. He bowed deeply to the Den Den Mushi, his tone full of gratitude. Hiro hung up the phone, turned to look at Nami beside him, reached out and rubbed her hair, and said, I'm going to Sky Island to take care of something. You continue to practice your observation hockey here. Don't be lazy. I'll check on your progress when I come back. Nami quickly nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Hiro did not delay any longer. A faint halo of the meatball fruit's ability appeared around his body, and he disappeared from the deck the next second. When he set foot on Sky Island again, Hiro clearly felt the changes here. Compared to the bustling and peaceful atmosphere when he came here more than 10 years ago, Sky Island is now depressing everywhere. The cloud islands floating in the sky were no longer as pure white as before, but were covered with a layer of gray. Most of the shops along the roadside had their doors and windows closed, and occasionally one could see Sky Island residents hurrying by. Their faces were filled with worry, their eyes were filled with fear, and they didn't even dare to speak loudly. Faced with such provocation, Gonfor frowned slightly, but did not show too much anger. Hey, isn't this the former god of Sky Island? Mr. Hiro, you are finally here. At this moment, Gonforl had changed out of the gorgeous attire that symbolized God, and was wearing a simple combat uniform. There were a few shallow scars on his face. He was protecting several elderly, weak, women and children and hiding in an abandoned house, vigilantly observing the movements around him. Enel was sitting lazily on the throne in front of the shrine, which symbolized the authority of God. But now, I am no longer the god of Sky Island. I am merely a knight of the sky, who protects the civilians. Enel took everything from me, but he couldn't take away my determination to protect the people. His determined eyes made Gonfor put aside all his worries. He raised the golden staff in his hand, the gem on the top of the staff flashing with strange lightning, and pointed it at Sheila. The arrogance in his tone was like a real pressure. Sky Island had a complex terrain with intertwined clouds. It took him about 5 minutes to find Gonfowler, the Sky Knight, in a dilapidated residential area. The two said no more, walked out of the abandoned house one after the other, and walked quickly towards the Island of God, Apila, where Enel was. Gonfowl expressed his gratitude again, and then said with a bit of frustration in his tone. One of them was playing with the weapon in his hand, and the mockery in his tone was almost overflowing. When Hiro's footsteps sounded on the platform, Enel finally raised his eyes slowly. The moment his gaze fell on Hiro, His pupils were filled with undisguised disdain. Mr. Hero, thank you for your generosity. Don't worry, it won't be long before you can sit back on the throne of the god of Sky Island, and Sky Island will return to its original state. How dare a mere mortal set foot in the realm of God without permission? Are you tired of living and are you seeking death? As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot out, stepping on the invisible energy, and rushed straight to the top of the huge bean vine that pierced the sky, leaving only a faint afterimage that dissipated on the spot. The other priests followed suit and burst into laughter, their laughter echoing across the empty sea of clouds, filled with contempt for the old rulers. They are none other than Enel's most capable, 4 priests. Hero didn't waste any words and spoke in a straightforward tone. He glanced at the shivering residents in the house, and felt a little more dissatisfied with Enel's behavior. Why, seeing the new gods ruling this land, you feel dissatisfied and want to come back to take back your place? Shiro's voice came from the side, his tone was crisp and clear, without any dragging. Having experienced the turmoil on Sky Island, he is no longer the impulsive person he was before. They were suspended in midair, their clothes fluttering in the strong wind, and their eyes were full of undisguised sarcasm when they swept over Gonforl. It's great that you can come. Sky Island is saved. God of Sky Island, let's deal with Enel now and prevent the people from suffering anymore. Without stopping, Hero immediately released observation haki. His immense perception spread out like a tide, carefully searching for Gonfor's presence. Leave Enel's 4 priests to you. I'll deal with Enel. As Gonforl's figure emerged at the edge of the sea of clouds, several figures carrying a cold aura quickly rushed over. Seeing Hero's figure appear at the door, Gonfor was stunned at first, then he stood up excitedly, walked quickly forward and hugged Hero's arms tightly, his eyes full of hope, and even his originally tense shoulders relaxed. The entire Sky Island seemed to be shrouded in an invisible haze, and even the wind became heavy. At the top of the giant bean vine is a platform surrounded by clouds and mist, in the center of which stands a dilapidated but still majestic shrine. He slowly tightened his grip on the spear that had accompanied him for many years. The spear shaft glowed coldly in his palm. The muscles in his arms tightened quietly, and he was ready to fight at any time. His eyes were full of a firm fighting spirit. Hero patted Gonfowl's shoulder, his tone full of unquestionable confidence. The golden throne glowed with a cold light. He glanced indifferently at the sea of clouds below, as if all things in the world were just ants in his eyes. Chapter 192 Hero vs. Enel. Hearing this, Sheila raised a scornful arc at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of ridicule towards the false god. He retorted mercilessly, "You're just a clown who doesn't even know how big the universe really is. With your mediocre skills, you have the audacity to call yourself a god. It's ridiculous. Presumptuous." Enel's expression suddenly changed, his originally indifferent eyes instantly ignited with anger. He suddenly stood up from the throne, wielding the golden staff fiercely in his hand, and the lightning around him suddenly surged. "You dare to offend God's authority? Then I will turn you into dust under God's thunderbolt, God's punishment." The moment the words fell, a huge lightning pillar as thick as a bucket fell from the clouds, carrying a sizzling sound that tore through the air and suffocating divine power, and headed straight for Hero. However, Hero was not at all flustered. He did not even draw the sword at his waist, but slowly raised his left hand covered with emission haki. The palm glowed with a deep red light, like the hardest steel. He raised his arm slightly, and the ball of flesh in his palm collided violently with the destructive lightning column. Bounce. Hero's voice was calm but held undeniable strength. There was no expected earth-shattering explosion. The lightning column that was powerful enough to destroy the boulder seemed to have hit an invisible mirror, instantly changing direction and reflecting towards the sea of clouds in the distance. There was a loud bang, and the lightning column fell into the sea of clouds, directly cutting a huge gully hundreds of meters long in the thick clouds. The clouds at the edge of the gully were still rolling and dissipating. Enel's pupils shrank slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by excitement, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. "Interesting. You can actually deflect my lightning. Then I'll give you a taste of this, 10,000 thunders." As he roared, the thunderclouds in the entire sky quickly rioted, and the originally scattered clouds quickly gathered together to form a thunderstorm cloud as black as ink. The next second, countless lightning bolts as thick as arms poured down from the clouds like a rainstorm, bombarding the entire platform indiscriminately. The sizzling sound of electricity filled every corner. Black smoke continued to emerge from the place where the ground was struck by lightning, and gravel flew everywhere. This time, Hero finally moved. His figure shuttled through the dense lightning strikes like a ghost, and every movement was as precise as if predicted in advance. With a light touch of the toes, the body will slide several meters due to the reaction force, just avoiding a lightning bolt that brushed the corner of the clothes. Sometimes it would even twist its body in the air and dodge 2 simultaneous lightning strikes at an incredible angle. That was the future foreseeing observation haki at work, allowing him to walk through the violent thunderstorm as if he were strolling in the garden, calm and unhurried. Occasionally, when he encountered lightning that he could not completely avoid, he would either raise his hand and use the flesh in his palm to deflect it away, or draw the scabbard at his waist and gently block it with the scabbard wrapped with armament haki. With a crisp, clang sound, the lightning was blocked, and not even a trace was left on the scabbard. "Can your mind net see this?" Hero's voice suddenly sounded in Enel's ears, with a hint of teasing. Enel was shocked. His mind network clearly predicted that Shirou would appear on his left side in the next second. 30 million volt Thunderbird. He didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly condensed the lightning in his body into a huge Thunderbird, and slammed it towards the left. However, the Thunderbirds fell short. Hiro's true form appeared silently in front of him, so close that he could see the indifference in his eyes. The tetanus man on Hiro's waist was still unsheathed. He gripped the hilt of the knife and swung it along with the scabbard, fiercely slashing at Enel's chest. The scabbard was wrapped in a faint emission hockey, emitting a soft yet destructive glow. Bang! With a dull thud, the scabbard hit Enel's chest hard. Enel was hit hard, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. With a crash, it smashed the wooden wall of the ruined shrine behind it and fell heavily into the rubble inside the shrine. He struggled to get up, his body quickly transformed into elements, turning into a ball of lightning and reorganizing his body, but the arrogance on his face had long been replaced by shock and anger, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Why? Why is my heart network going wrong? Enel roared, a hint of panic in his voice. The heart network is a symbol of his self-proclaimed God, but now it has been easily cracked, which he cannot accept. Because what you heard was what I made you hear. Hiro finally placed his hand on the hilt, his fingertips gently stroking the cold scabbard, his tone calm but with an absolute sense of crushing. Your heart net is vulnerable in the face of a true king's talent. Before he finished speaking, a vast ocean-like conqueror's hockey suddenly surged out of Hiro's body. Black and red lightning raged across the platform with him as the center, and the air seemed to be filled with invisible pressure. This hockey not only brought a sense of physical oppression, causing the surrounding gravel to tremble slightly, but also directly impacted Enel's spiritual realm. Enel's invincible network of hearts that covered the entire island was instantly shattered by the impact of this domineering will. The originally clear sound disappeared, replaced by countless chaotic noises and large blind spots, like a malfunctioning machine. What is this? Enel felt as if he had been deprived of his eyes and ears in an instant. Everything in front of his eyes was pitch black, and his ears were filled with harsh noises. An unprecedented panic swept over his body. He staggered back 2 steps and roared madly. I am God. I am supreme. How could you possibly defeat me? Fear gave birth to the ultimate power. The lightning in Enel's body suddenly surged, and his whole body began to expand, and soon turned into a lightning giant that stood tall and straight. The giant was surrounded by billions of volts of lightning, and every breath he took caused the air to vibrate. It is his strongest form, 200 million volt Thunder God. I will completely wipe you and this island off the face of the earth. Enel, in his Thunder God form, let out a deafening roar that echoed throughout Sky Island like thunder. He raised his massive hand, the power of thunder condensed in his palm that was enough to destroy everything, and slammed it down towards Hiro. Facing the giant palm of Thor that exuded a breath of destruction, Hiro's eyes were as calm as an ancient well, without the slightest ripple. He slowly pulled out the tetanus blade from his waist. A sword intent so sharp that it reached the ultimate level shot up from the scabbard into the sky. The sword intent seemed to be able to cut through everything in the world, ignoring all defenses and making the surrounding air sharp. At the same time, Hiro applied the power of the meat glob fruit to ultimate. Chapter 193 Thunder Fruit. This time, Hiro did not use his ability to attack, but instead continuously compressed the air around him, forming an ultimate forward thrust that surrounded his body and emitted a slight, buzzing sound. At the same time, he concentrated all his conqueror's hockey, top-level armament hockey, and the will of kendo he had cultivated on this unsheathed sword. The light on the scabbard became brighter and brighter, almost hurting people's eyes. The giant palm of Thor driven by Enel carried the power of billions of thunders, leaving a dazzling streak of light in the air and slamming down. At this critical moment, Hiro's figure suddenly disappeared. The explosive force brought by the compressed air allowed him to break through the limit of speed, turning into a stream of light that could not be captured by the naked eye, leaving only a faint afterimage. He did not choose to chop at the huge body of the Thunder God, as that would only be a waste of strength. Hiro's figure shuttled like a ghost, man and sword became one, rushing straight towards the most core and essential energy connection of Thor's form. That is the key to supporting the entire Thor form and the source of Enel's power. God avoids. Hiro's voice sounded calmly, without any ups and downs, but it seemed to contain the laws of the world, echoing on the empty platform. There are no earth-shattering explosions, no gorgeous and dazzling special effects. That stream of light penetrated all of Thor's lightning defenses in a way that was inevitable to hit, and incomprehensible, ignoring the distance in space and penetrating directly from the front of Thor's form. Then it passed through the back, as if passing through a phantom. Time stands still at this moment. The huge form of the Thunder God instantly solidified in midair, and the lightning around him was no longer violent, but began to gradually dim. The next second, Thor's form began to collapse and disintegrate from the inside, turning into countless tiny electric currents and dissipating into the air, leaving only Enel's true body falling from midair. Enel fell to the ground. There was no wound on his chest, but his eyes were completely lifeless, with confusion and disbelief in his pupils. The strongest form that he was proud of, the ability of the fruit that he relied on to rule Sky Island, and the status of God that he firmly believed in, all seemed so ridiculous and vulnerable in front of Hiro's sword. This blow did not hurt his body, but directly struck his existence itself, destroying all his strength and faith. How is this possible? What kind of swordsmanship is this? Enel muttered to himself, his voice so weak that it was almost inaudible, and his tone was full of despair. God doesn't avoid you, you are more awesome than God. Hiro slowly put the knife back into the sheath, and with a light click, the sheath returned to its place. He turned around, his back to Enel who was slumped on the ground, and spoke in a nonchalant tone, as if he had only done something insignificant. Enel's body went limp, he completely lost consciousness and fell to the ground motionless. Hiro walked slowly up to him, leaned over, stretched out his hand, and slapped Enel's cheeks several times. After the light faded, a snow-white devil fruit with strange spiral patterns on its surface lay quietly next to Enel's body. He didn't give Enel any chance to retort, and continued speaking. His voice was inviting, but also contained a hint of warning. "Ah, you. How dare you offend the authority of God and even knock me unconscious? You are truly too arrogant, you will pay the price." The force was not strong, but enough to wake people up. "I'll say this one last time. You're not a god, you're just a psychopath living in your own fantasy." He hurriedly supported himself on the ground with both hands and kept backing away until his back hit the broken wall. After dealing with Enel, Hiro turned and walked towards another battlefield on Sky Island. Hiro walked forward, bent down, picked up the powerful Logia devil fruit, and carefully put it in his arms. Hiro was completely irritated by Enel's stubborn attitude, his patience ran out and his tone became irritable. It's a pity that Enel is short-sighted and thinks that owning the thunder fruit means having invincible power, and completely ignores the practice of armament hockey. The next second, he felt a sharp pain as his body was precisely cut in half. The two halves of his body fell heavily to the ground, and blood dyed the surrounding ground red. "Wake up, Enel, you're just an ordinary person who ate the devil fruit. Don't act like a god and talk nonsense all the time." Enel was already exhausted at this point, and didn't even have the strength to raise his hand to summon lightning. He could only watch the slash approaching, completely unable to resist. A cold light flashed, and an ultimate slash, accompanied by the sound of wind breaking through the air, flew straight towards Enel. Hiro looked at Enel, who was still in the posture of a god, in front of him, and the helplessness accumulated in his chest almost overflowed. He ran his fingertips over the lines of the fruit, knowing full well that in terms of attack power alone, this thunder fruit was even as powerful as Marine Admiral Akainu's lava fruit. Upon hearing this, Enel staggered to his feet, trying to support his body which was almost exhausted from the previous battle, with his chest straight and his head held high. It was the thunder fruit that Enel owned during his lifetime. "I am Enel, the only god of Sky Island. How could I condescend to serve a petty mortal like you? Join your pirates? You're just daydreaming, spacebound?" Seeing that Enel was still stubborn, Hiro knew that any amount of persuasion would be in vain. He first sighed heavily, his chest rising and falling for a moment with his breathing. "Are you G sick? You can't understand what people are saying, right?" He stopped talking nonsense and instantly unsheathed the tetanus blade at his waist. A shrill scream was heard. Enel slowly woke up, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Shiro's face so close to him, and he was so scared that his whole body froze. The next second, his eyes suddenly became as sharp as a knife, his expression became serious, and his tone was filled with an unquestionable sense of oppression. "I'm giving you a chance. Put aside your ridiculous godhood, and join my pirates. Become a member of my crew. Otherwise, you should be able to figure out the consequences, right?" His voice began to tremble, but he still maintained the dignity of a god, and roared. Without any hesitation, Hiro immediately activated the power of the meatball fruit in his body. White energy waves spread around Enel's body, quickly forming a translucent independent space, isolating the body from the outside world. Even though there was still blood on the corner of his mouth, he still stubbornly maintained his self-proclaimed dignity of god, his tone full of disdain and arrogance. But in a moment, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed in the independent space. This is why he failed to break through to the level of a general emperor and ended up like this. Chapter 194 Nami Eats Thunderfruit. Hiro still remembered that Gonful, the original god of Sky Island, was still entangled with the 4 priests, under Enel. When he arrived, he saw that Gonful was already exhausted and had several wounds on his body, but the 4 priests were still pressing forward. Seeing this, Hiro took action without saying a word. His movements were as fast as lightning, and the tetanus blade in his hand was swung out again, and after a few neat slashes, the 4 priests fell to the ground and died before they could even scream. The whole process was done cleanly and efficiently without any delay. Then, Hiro walked up to Gonfowl, who was still in a daze, reached out and gently patted his shoulder, and said calmly, "Mr. Gonfowl, don't worry anymore. I have killed Enel. Now you can become the god of Sky Island again and lead the people of Sky Island to restore their former lives." "Really? Is Enel really dead?" Gonfor suddenly came back to his senses, his eyes full of disbelief. Then, great joy surged in my heart. His eyes instantly turned red, his voice trembled with excitement, and he even cried with joy. In fact, he was not greedy for the title of God of Sky Island, but during the time that Enel ruled Sky Island, he used extremely cruel means to enslave the people of Sky Island, making everyone live in fear. Now that Enel is dead, it means that the civilians of Sky Island can finally escape slavery, return to freedom, and live a stable and peaceful life as before. Don't worry. Jimil Hiro, never lie. Enel's body is now on the top of that giant beanstalk. If you're worried, you can go and see for yourself. Seeing him so excited, Shi Luo softened his tone, said something to comfort him, and then prepared to leave. "Mr. Gonfowl, the Sky Island issue has been resolved. I should return to my ship, farewell. Thank you very much, Mr. Hero. Without you, Sky Island would never have been able to escape Enel's rule. Gonforl said this and bowed deeply to Hero to express his most sincere gratitude. His waist was bent very low and he did not straighten up for a long time. Hero smiled and waved his hand without saying anything else. The next moment, energy fluctuations of the meatball fruit emanated from his entire body, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, returning to his pirate's ship, the Defu. As soon as he stepped onto the deck of the Defu, the first thing Hero did was to shout towards the cabin. Little Nami, come out for a moment. Not long after, Nami came out bouncing, her face full of energy. Hero looked at her with a smile, his eyes full of expectation, and asked. Little Nami, do you want to become stronger? Of course I do. I dream of becoming stronger. Nami clenched her fists tightly, her eyes were firm, and her tone was full of urgency. Nami stared at the white fruit in front of her curiously, and gently touched the lines on the surface with her fingers. She tilted her head in confusion and asked. Only by becoming stronger can I have enough strength to protect my hometown and those I care about. Is this the legendary devil fruit? Hey, little Nami. I gave you the thunder fruit to help you improve your strength so that you can protect yourself and those around you, not to sell it for money. Why is money always on your mind? If anyone angers her, she will unleash lightning without hesitation, shocking the person so much that their hair stands on end. What is this? It looks so weird. Cough. It tastes so bad. What's this weird smell? This is a devil fruit, and it's a very rare logia called thunder fruit. Once you eat it, you'll gain the power to control lightning, and you won't have to worry about being bullied by others anymore. He couldn't help but complain. Isn't the devil fruit very valuable? If I sell this fruit, can I get a lot of Baileys in exchange? Shiro stood aside and heard her words clearly, and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Seeing this, Hiro took out the still warm thunder fruit from his arms and handed it to Nami. Soon, light blue electricity began to flow in her palms, and tiny lightning danced on her fingertips, bringing a tingling sensation. Although the crew members on the ship are much stronger than Nami, they are reluctant to teach her a lesson because she is the youngest, lively and cute, and can only helplessly let her do whatever she wants. Hiro was no longer surprised by this and said calmly. Once discovered, she would immediately release lightning to threaten the other party in order to deny it. If you swallow the whole fruit and bear with it for a while, you won't feel so disgusted. After hearing this, Nami had no choice but to pinch her nose, close her eyes, stuff the whole thunder fruit into her mouth, and swallow it with difficulty. Devil fruit tastes like this. No one can stand it. Nami carefully took the fruit, held it in her palm and looked at it, her eyes full of curiosity. Seeing this, Hiro quickly told Nami his experience of using the devil fruit's abilities. Guide her patiently. After a moment, two golden lights suddenly flashed in her eyes, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose slightly, and she began to mutter to herself softly. As soon as the fruit entered his stomach, Nami felt a strange energy spreading from his abdomen, flowing through his blood throughout his body, and every cell seemed to be wrapped in this energy. Hiro explained patiently, with a subtle hint of expectation in his tone. Well, eat this. It will help you realize your wish to become stronger. After hearing Hiro's complaints, the money symbols in Nami's eyes slowly disappeared. She stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly, and then carefully took a small bite of the thunder fruit. As soon as she took a bite, Nami was choked by the strange fishy and astringent taste of the fruit. She kept retching and almost coughed up tears. From how to control energy output to how to transform lightning into a means of attack. Since then, Nami has become a veritable, little hot pepper, on the German server. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a look of displeasure. After all, he had handled quite a few devil fruits, and no one, whether he himself or others who had eaten the fruit, could accept the taste. A month passed quickly. With Hiro's guidance and Nami's efforts, she was able to skillfully control the power of the thunder fruit and even manipulate lightning for attack and defense. Let her slowly adapt to this sudden force. What's even more outrageous is that Nami still can't change his love of money and will secretly take the crew's things from time to time. Chapter 195 Sending Nami to Little Sky Island. Hiro saw it all and knew that this was not a solution and he had to find a way to make Nami calm down. It also allows her to better develop the abilities of thunder fruit. After thinking for a long time, he finally came up with a good idea. You can trick Nami into learning more about astronomical phenomena. As a place to learn about astronomy, Hiro chose the small sky island, Visalia. After making up his mind, Hiro sent Nami to Visalia, which was high in the sky. Visalia floats in the sky 10,000 meters high. The entire island is composed mostly of cumulus clouds and flat land. It is an artificial floating sky island. Without exception, all residents living here are Grandmaster meteorology experts and are well aware of the weather changes in the sky. Hiro took Nami to find Harada, the most powerful meteorologist in Visalia, and sincerely asked Harada to accept Nami as his apprentice and teach her astronomy. Seeing that Nami was talented and showed some interest in meteorology, Harada agreed. From then on, Nami officially began her study life in Visalia, practicing the thunder fruit ability while delving into astronomy. However, Nami's temper remained unchanged after eating the thunder fruit, and she even became more domineering because of the power she gained. He is very unfriendly to the residents of Visalia and will release lightning to scare people if they disagree with him. A group of meteorologists, including Harada, were tortured by her every day, but they could do nothing about it. Gradually, everyone accepted the existence of Nami, the little bully, and even privately called her the ruler of Visalia. Nami was not shy about it and naturally took out all the astronomical data and weather maps in the Visalia library and studied them day and night. I vowed to take all this knowledge into my own hands. After Nami left, the sea breeze on the deck of the Defu seemed to have become a little dull. The unhappiest one is Jinbei. Ever since the navigator left the team, the Defu has completely lost its accurate course. It can only drift with the ocean currents every day, going wherever the ship goes. Even he, an experienced merman helmsman, had to rely on luck to avoid reefs and storms.
This kind of mindless sailing made him feel uncomfortable all over.
After drifting aimlessly on the sea for 2 years, it was the year 1516 in the Sea Circle calendar. It was a calm day, and Shirou was leaning against the deck railing, his eyes fixed on the training area not far away. Redfield was holding a long staff and patiently guiding Luo to practice armament hockey. The strength and angle of each swing of the stick were as precise as if they had been measured. Luo Z gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his cheeks, but he never stopped blocking. Just as the tranquility was warmed by the sun, Jinbei's urgent voice suddenly came from the cab, with a long-lost tension in his voice. "Captain, something's happening." This sound was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the leisure of the Defu. Everyone on the deck stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction Jinbei pointed. Shi Luo also quickly stood up and strode to the bow of the ship. At the end of the sight, a huge and gorgeously decorated ship was heading towards the Defu, and the texture of the hull was shining coldly in the sunlight. And on the bow of the ship, a tall man was standing proudly. He held a long-handled naginata tightly in his hand, the blade gleaming with a sharp cold light. Above his mouth, there was a pretty and somewhat sexy white beard, gently blowing in the sea breeze. Shirou narrowed his eyes, touched his chin subconsciously with his fingertips, and muttered softly. "Isn't this the Whitebeard pirates, Moby DK? What a coincidence to see it here." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and shouted towards the cab. "Jinbei, drive over. Now that we've met, let's meet this world's strongest man." "Good." Jinbei's voice was filled with excitement. He finally had a chance to release the frustration he had been holding back for 2 years. He gripped the rudder tightly with both hands, exerting force with his wrists. The Defu quickly adjusted its direction and rushed towards the Moby DK. But in a moment, the two pirate ships met on the vast ocean, with their hulls almost side by side. The waves stirred up by the sea breeze hit the side of the boat, making bursts of noise. Whitebeard looked down at Shirou on the Defu, and suddenly curled his lips into a playful smile. His resounding voice rang out like thunder. "Gulala. Isn't this the kid from Roger Pirates who ate the meatball fruit? I didn't expect that after all these years, you're becoming more and more like a captain." Shirou stood proudly with his feet firmly planted on the bow, his right hand tightly gripping the hilt of the tennis blade. Although the blade was still unsheathed, it already exuded a fierce aura that was no less intimidating than Whitebeard's. Sassy ignores Dana. "Whitebeard, I haven't seen you in all these years, but your imposing manner hasn't diminished at all." Whitebeard's eyes swept over Shirou, then slowly looked around at his sons behind him, his eyes showing a bit more emotion, and he sighed unconsciously. "I never thought that the kid who used to use shockwaves to attack people would grow up to this point now." He paused, his tone filled with regret. "After all, among my sons, although there are a few captains with good abilities, overall, they are still far behind you." Shirou heard the approval in Whitebeard's words and made some polite remarks. "Thank you, Whitebeard. Your reputation in the New World has grown steadily over the years. Even the world government calls you the strongest man in the world. That kind of strength is truly admirable." "Save the polite words, I'm not interested in hearing them." The smile on Whitebeard's face suddenly disappeared, his eyes instantly became serious, and his tone became a little sharper. He asked directly. "What on earth do you intend to do by sailing into the waters of my Sphinx today?" Shirou then belatedly glanced around at the surrounding islands. The islands were covered in dense vegetation, with a winding coastline, and indeed bore some Sphinx-like characteristics. He couldn't help but frown and hurriedly explained. "Is this the Sphinx? I'm so sorry, but we don't have a navigator on board right now. We just drifted here on the current. It was purely an accident. There's no other intention." "Broken in by mistake?" Whitebeard raised his eyebrows, raised the long-handled naginata in his hand slightly, and his tone was full of obvious provocation. "Now that we're here, it's not that easy to leave." Before he finished speaking, the Conqueror's hockey in Whitebeard's body began to be released crazily. The powerful pressure swept towards the Defu, and the air on the deck seemed to become heavy. Chapter 196 German Pirates vs. Whitebeard Pirates. Shirou's eyes were stern, but he didn't show any weakness and asked. "What do you mean? Do you want to take action?" As he spoke, the Conqueror's hockey in his body swept out without reservation, and black and red lightning flickered faintly in his hockey. The next second, two Conqueror's hockey, each carrying black and red lightning, collided violently in midair. The invisible shock wave spread out in all directions, the waves on the sea surface were lifted higher, and even the seabirds in the distance were startled and flew away in all directions. Whitebeard's eyes flashed with a burning desire, and his voice was filled with anticipation. "Why don't we have a fight? I haven't had a good fight with anyone in ages since Roger retired." He paused, pointed the long-handled naginata in his hand at Hiro, and said with approval. Meatball Kid, you are a good opponent, since you've said that, I won't refuse. With a light shout, Shi Luo exerted force with his right hand, and the tetanus blade was quickly unsheathed. The black blade drew a dazzling arc in the sunlight, and the sharp blade energy spread instantly. As the duel between the two captains began, the crew members of the two pirates groups also entered combat mode, gripping their weapons tightly and rushing towards the other camp. The Moby DK has a strong lineup. Not only does it have 15 capable captains, but there is also Blackbeard who has been hiding his strength and silently observing in the crowd. Each of them exudes an aura that should not be underestimated. Although the number of people on the Defu is not as large as that of the enemy, it has the advantage that many of the crew members are strong in combat and each of them is a strong man who can stand on his own. Yishao, holding a staff and a knife, was the first to meet Marco. The blind swordsman of the German service faced off against the captain of the first squadron of the Whitebeard pirates. On the other side, Jinbei was also unwavering and rushed directly towards Diamond Joe's, with the fishman karate stance already in place. Zeph was grappling with Thatch, their punches and kicks clashing fiercely and quickly. Yamato, holding a mace, faced Beasta, who was holding two swords. The sound of weapons clashing was endless. Smoothie's eyes were cold as he faced Blackbeard without any fear. Luo Zi and Yi Zhang stood on opposite sides, the scalpels in their hands shining coldly, ready to activate their abilities at any time. Hachi, Scarlet, and Violet quickly teamed up to fight against the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. The three of them cooperated well, sometimes attacking and sometimes defending, and they were not at a disadvantage at all. The remaining 9 captains of the Whitebeard pirates saw that some of their own men were being restrained, and they wanted to rush forward together to beat up the German pirates. But just as they were about to raise their feet, a figure slowly walked out from the direction of the German pirates' cabin. This man exuded a chilling sense of oppression, and every step he took seemed to cause the deck to tremble slightly. When the Whitebeard pirates saw this figure, their faces suddenly changed. They all knew him, the Red Earl, Redfield, who single-handedly defeated the entire Whitebeard pirates group. Redfield's eyes were indifferent, and without any unnecessary nonsense, he rushed straight towards the 9 captains. The momentum of the top powerhouse swept over like a hurricane, causing the 9 captains to break out in cold sweats unconsciously, and even their breathing became rapid. They did not dare to be careless at all and attack together. The strength of the 9 people combined together and barely blocked Redfield's first attack. But what they didn't know was that Redfield didn't even use his full strength. He had already used his special observation haki to see through Whitebeard and Hiro's thoughts. The two just wanted to have a good fight and there was no real hostility between them. Therefore, he was just using overwhelming force to restrain these 9 people and prevent them from interfering with the duel between the two captains. On the other side, the battle between Yishao and Marco has reached a climax. Every time Yishao swung his staff sword, it carried the ultimate offensive power, and the sword wind was so sharp that it seemed to cut through the air. Marco, on the other hand, possesses the ultimate defense and regeneration abilities thanks to the zone bird fruit, the mythical beast-type phoenix form. No matter how fierce Yishao's attacks were, he could always recover quickly after being injured and return to the battle. In terms of real combat power, Yishao is naturally much stronger, but Marco's phoenix form is really tricky and can withstand almost any attack except Conqueror's entanglement. In addition, Yishao knew that this was just a friendly exchange and there was no need to kill, so he did not use his full strength. Because of this, the battle between the two became tense and it was difficult to determine the winner for a while. Yishao stood silently at the bow of the Defu, holding the hilt of the cane knife with his left hand and gently pushing the scabbard with his right hand. The cane knife in his hand was slightly unsheathed, and the exposed blade shone with a cold luster. Marco was suspended in midair, the blue-green phoenix flames swaying gracefully around him. Each flame seemed to have life, gently dancing with his movements. Captain Marco, please give me your guidance. He smiled and nodded slightly, his deep voice filled with respect. Although he couldn't see, he could accurately sense Marco's location. Marco also put away some of his contempt, his eyes became sharper, and responded. Ah, I have long heard of the fame of the German-styled, blind swordsman, Yishao. It is my honor to fight you today. As soon as he finished speaking, the phoenix flames around him suddenly exploded and rushed towards Yishao. During the battle, the two men had already tacitly arrived at a small deserted island nearby. Yishao's fingers had already clenched the hilt of the cane knife. With a clear, swish, sound, the blade with a cold glow was completely unsheathed. The blade drew a swift arc in the air and swung down fiercely with the force of breaking through the wind. Gravity blade, tiger. As the low and majestic shout fell, the invisible gravity condensed into a substantial energy torrent, transforming into a giant tiger with a ferocious outline. Twisted air ripples were wrapped around the giant tiger. The roar caused the surrounding ruins to shatter into pieces. Wherever the 4 claws stepped, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground. Then it crumbled like soil crushed by a giant beast, and the trees along the way could not bear the weight and were crushed into powder. Gravel and dust swept forward as the giant tiger charged, rushing towards Marco with the force of thunder. Marco's pupils suddenly shrank, and he subconsciously turned sideways to dodge, but suddenly felt as if the air around him was frozen. Heavy pressure came from all directions, and my legs felt as if they were filled with lead and could not move. The whole person was forcibly pulled by an irresistible force. The body fell uncontrollably towards the ground. Chapter 197 Yishao vs Marco. Boom. A deafening roar resounded through the sky and earth, and Marco was hit head-on by the gravity tiger, and his body slammed heavily to the ground. A huge deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters was smashed into the hard rock ground. Gravel flew everywhere and thick smoke and dust rose into the sky, covering the entire deep pit. Yishao had no intention of stopping. He lowered his eyes slightly. Although he could not see, he could clearly sense Marco's presence in the deep pit. He knew very well that the opponent before him was no ordinary person and the name of the phoenix was not undeserved. He raised his arm slightly, pointing the tip of his cane knife at the deep pit, and his voice rang out again, with unquestionable determination. Hell Brigade. The moment the words fell, the gravity inside the deep pit suddenly soared, as if countless mountains were pressing down out of thin air, and the force rapidly increased to dozens or even hundreds of times. The already broken ground could no longer bear it. With the deep pit as the center, the surrounding ground collapsed again, forming circles of spiral cracks. The remains of trees were forcibly attracted by the terrifying gravity and flew towards the deep pit. But before it even got close to the bottom of the pit, it was crushed into fine powder by Ultimate's gravity, turning into dust that floated in the air. This is one of Yishao's most powerful moves, specially designed to put an end to powerful enemies. He thought this one strike was enough to decide the outcome. However, at the center of this ultimate gravity that was powerful enough to crush steel, a ball of blue-green flame suddenly burst into flames. The flame was like a flower of life blooming in despair, breaking through the thick smoke and dust, and illuminating a dazzling light at the bottom of the dark pit. It's really, incredibly heavy. Marco's voice came slowly from the bottom of the pit, with a hint of hard breathing caused by fighting against gravity, but there was no trace of pain. Instead, it revealed a tenacity that refused to admit defeat. The next moment, a huge wing made entirely of blue flames suddenly spread out, tearing apart the heavy gravity field around it, and the flames spread along the wings to the whole body. Marco's body was burning with the blue-green immortal fire, and he slowly rose from the deep pit. His body is currently in a cycle of breaking and rebirth. Every time gravity pressed his bones, causing them to make a crisp, crunch, sound, or even completely crush them, the blue-green flame would immediately wrap around the wound, repairing the bones at a speed visible to the naked eye. The muscles were torn by gravity, and as soon as the blood seeped out of the body surface, the flames would instantly heal the wounds, leaving no trace of scars. But my regeneration speed seems to be a little faster than your destruction speed, uncle. He turned into a stream of blue light, not giving Yishao a chance to breathe, and charged towards Yishao from different angles at an extremely fast speed. As soon as Marco rushed into the range of the gravity spider web, his speed suddenly dropped. His originally lightning-fast movements became extremely sluggish, and his limbs seemed to be stuck in sticky glue. He could clearly feel Marco's seemingly endless regenerative ability. Yishao seized this opportunity with alacrity. He swung his arm rapidly, and the staff knife drew afterimages in the air. Each swing of the knife was accompanied by the condensation of gravity energy. No matter how severe the injury is, the phoenix's wings will reopen in the next second to repair the wound. No matter how he charged, he was blocked by gravity. He knew in his heart that unless he used power beyond his regenerative limit and launched a final attack that could destroy the entire island, he would not be able to completely defeat the opponent. Gravity blade, meteor. He shook his stiff neck, grinned, and showed a somewhat relaxed look. But the cost would be too high. The island would be destroyed, and this battle was not a life and death one. He was unwilling to do this just for the sake of victory. As expected of his own mythical beast, phoenix form, this kind of astonishing vitality is something I've never seen before. All attacks were like facing an impenetrable steel fortress. He smiled and let out a low roar, spreading the gravity energy with himself as the center, laying down a gravity spider web that was invisible to the naked eye. Every swing of the knife carried a fatal gravity impact, and he was unable to get close enough to cause effective damage. After a fierce confrontation, the two men once again distanced themselves from each other. The energy fluctuations caused by the collision of gravity and fire still remained in the air, and the surrounding tree ruins had long since become unrecognizable. Several huge pieces of rubble with a diameter of several meters were seen wrapped in a purple gravity halo, falling rapidly from the clouds, with a destructive momentum, and hitting Marco, who was restricted in his movements, with precision. 3 consecutive deafening explosions sounded on the ground. The huge impact force completely blew away the surrounding ruins. Smoke and flames intertwined, completely engulfing Marco's figure. However, although Yishao was blind, his powerful observation haki had already covered every corner of the battlefield. Every movement and every breath of Marco was clearly presented in his perception. Every inch of movement required tremendous effort, and even the blue-green flames on his body became a little weaker due to the suppression of gravity. Similarly, Marco also felt unprecedented pressure. Boom boom boom. Gravity blade. Spider web. However, before the smoke from the explosion had dissipated, blue-green flames burst out from it again and again. Yishao's gravity field is everywhere. It can be used for defense, neutralizing his attacks one by one, and can also be used for offense. Yishao's brows furrowed slightly, and a barely perceptible solemnity appeared on his old face. He spoke slowly, with a hint of approval in his tone. Marco flapped his wings violently, and the blue-green flames left a brilliant afterimage in the air. The flame seemed to have self-awareness. No matter how much damage it suffered, it could recover in an instant. Marco even used the huge impact force generated by the explosion to forcibly break free from the constraints of the gravity spider web. His figure retreated backwards wrapped in flames, and he distanced himself from Yishao again. His kicks were accompanied by sharp sounds of breaking through the wind, and his toes were wrapped in the beating flames of regeneration. As he shouted, a loud boom suddenly came from the sky. This spider web is not a physical entity, but it is tougher than the toughest steel wire. Any object that steps into it will be pulled by gravity from all directions, as if it were bound by countless invisible ropes. Every time he regenerates, he consumes a lot of physical strength. If this continues, it will only become a meaningless and endless war of attrition, and he will eventually be defeated due to exhaustion. He stood there with a smile, his fingers trembling slightly. This flame can not only burn the enemy, but also repair the damage caused by high-speed movement while attacking, so that each blow has both powerful physical attack power and special fire damage. Chapter 198 Jinbei vs. Diamond. Joe's the blue flames on Marco's body dimmed slightly. He leaned against the broken wall beside him, breathing heavily, but still had a smile on his face. He shouted to Yishao. Hey, uncle. If you keep hitting me, this island's going to sink. Look at the ground, it's almost collapsing under your weight. He smiled and slowly put the cane knife back into the sheath. There was only a slight click sound, and the moment the blade returned to its place, the suffocating and terrifying gravity field around it disappeared without a trace. He raised his head and looked in the direction of Marco. Although he could not see his figure, he could sense his condition and said in a deep voice. Your abilities truly live up to the name, Phoenix. My attacks seem unable to reach your limits, and continuing would be futile. Same here. Marco also released his Phoenix transformation. The blue-green flames gradually faded, revealing his original appearance. He landed lightly on a pile of ruins and dusted himself off. Your gravity is like the pressure of the entire ocean. It's hard for me to even get close to you, let alone cause any harm. Both men understood that there would be no winner in this battle. Yishao possesses absolute suppressive power, and each of his attacks carries the power to destroy the world, but he cannot completely destroy Marco's regenerative ability. Marco possesses absolute endurance and can recover quickly no matter how much damage he suffers, but he is still unable to break through Yishao's gravity defense. The nature of the two men's power determined the outcome of this confrontation from the very beginning. It was destined to be a draw. It seems that there is no winner today. He smiled and sighed slightly, his tone was a bit helpless, but also recognized his opponent. Ah, just consider it a greeting. Marco waved his hand with a bright smile on his face. The next time we meet, it might be on a bigger battlefield, then I won't be as lenient as I was today. In the end, Yishao didn't say anything more. He just turned around and walked towards the Defu with steady steps. Marco stood there, looking at the direction where he gradually disappeared, and rubbed his still sore shoulders. The feeling of being suppressed by gravity just now has not completely dissipated. He gently moved his limbs, and then blue flames ignited around his body again. He transformed into a giant phoenix and flew towards the Mobi DK. While Yishao and Marco were fighting fiercely, the battle on another battlefield was also attracting everyone's attention. The duel between Sea Knight, Jinbei and Diamond, Joes, the captain of the third team of the Whitebeard pirates, is unfolding in a thrilling manner. Jinbei kept in mind the unique nature of this battle from beginning to end. The Whitebeard pirates were not a particularly vicious enemy, so before the battle even began, he secretly made up his mind. In order to avoid irreparable casualties, he will never use Conqueror's Haki, but will use pure skills and strength to compete with Jozu. As soon as the battle horn sounded, Jozu displayed the terrifying combat power given to him by the diamond fruit without reservation. His burly body was covered with a layer of diamond armor that shone with an icy luster, and every inch of his skin was as hard as the world's finest gems. The whole person was like a diamond cannonball that had been polished to the ultimate level, cutting through the air and crashing straight into Jinbei. In the water, I am also invincible. Every attack failed to cause any substantial damage to Joe's. The moment he finished speaking, Jinbei's palm burst out with amazing power, condensing the seawater into a basketball-sized water bullet in an ultimate compression method. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable firmness. Fishman Karate. Water strike. His lower body was as solid as a rock, his legs firmly rooted in the seawater. No matter how hard Jinbei tried, he could not shake his body. The diamond armor on his chest still gleamed with an icy luster, without a single crack or scratch. Jinbei's pupils shrank slightly. Jinbei tapped his toes lightly on the wooden board beneath his feet, and with the help of this weak fulcrum, he leapt backwards. However, shockingly, Joe's unstoppable momentum only paused for a brief moment. Accompanied by a low and powerful roar from Joe's, his eyes focused and his body suddenly jumped back, like a nimble fish, into the surging sea below. The surface of this water bullet had a crystal-like luster, but its interior contained a terrifying impact force. With a whoosh sound, it hit Joe's diamond-covered chest accurately. As the fist fell, it was so fast that it even produced a brief sonic boom. The surrounding air was torn apart, forming a strong wind pressure that swept towards Jinbei. Diamond crash. But Jozu was the top fighter of the Whitebeard pirates after all. At the same time, he quickly raised his right hand, palm facing down, and accurately slapped the turbulent sea below. Fishman Karate rough same. The impact, which was packed with a force of tens of thousands of tons, caused fine ripples on the surrounding sea surface. Even the air seemed to be squeezed by this force, making a buzzing sound. He slowly assumed the starting stance of fishman karate, his feet shoulder-width apart, his hands slightly raised, palms facing forward, his entire body emanating a calm aura that blended with the sea. He kicked the ground with his legs and launched an overwhelming attack towards Jinbei with an indomitable momentum. The wood chips and seawater along the way were blown away by his impact, forming an extremely oppressive charge trajectory. He tried to use the jujitsu techniques from fishman karate to throw Jose's huge body away. In the following battle, Jinbei found that his ordinary, water-striking, moves had little effect in the face of Jose's diamond defense. His body suddenly burst into dazzling white light. Instead, Chaozi suddenly exerted force, and a huge force came from his arms, directly throwing Jinbei out. A dull roar echoed over the battlefield, and water splashed everywhere, forming a fine mist. A hint of confidence appeared on Chaozi's face. He growled and approached Jinbei again. He raised his huge diamond fist high, and then smashed it down with the force of thunder. After realizing this, Jinbei quickly changed his strategy and began to use the surrounding ocean environment to find a breakthrough. With the experience accumulated from many years of combat, he judged that the power of Jose's attack was beyond his ability to withstand. If he tried to resist it forcibly, he would inevitably suffer heavy damage even with the protection of armament haki. Facing Chaozi's fierce attack, Jinbei did not show any panic on his face, and his eyes remained calm as water. Taking advantage of the moment when Jinbei was thrown away, Chaozi seized the opportunity and slammed his huge fist into the sea. It's useless, Jinbei, my diamond defense is invincible. Bang! Jinbei seized the opportunity when Jose was stunned and rushed towards him. His palm became as sharp and powerful as the teeth of a mermaid, and accurately wrapped around Jose's swinging arm. Chapter 199, Fishman Karate vs. Diamond Defense, Boom. The terrifying impact force was transmitted to the seawater, stirring up a huge wave tens of meters high, sweeping towards Jinbei who was thrown away. Seaquake. Jinbei quickly adjusted his body shape in the air, facing the oncoming huge waves. He did not retreat at all. He took a deep breath, swung his right fist, and hit the huge wave through the air. With the help of the unique feature of Fishman Karate that can transmit shockwaves, Jinbei's fist force turned into an invisible shockwave, merged into the huge waves, and detonated the tsunami created by Jose in advance. Bang! The water splashed all over the sky like a rainstorm, forming a mist in the sea area. In the mist, Jinbei and Chaozi each used their own strength to land on a larger reef at the same time. The two men once again faced each other, their eyes filled with vigilance and recognition of their opponents. After the previous confrontation, Chaozi realized that ordinary attacks could hardly pose a threat to Jinbei. He began to focus the devil fruit abilities on his fists. The luster of the diamonds on his arms became more and more dazzling, and his fists continued to grow larger with the blessing of his abilities, and the tips became sharper, like a giant diamond battering ram, emitting a chilling aura. Shining punch! Jose roared, and his huge diamond fist smashed towards Jinbei with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Wherever the fist passed, the surrounding air was squeezed and made a sizzling sound. Jinbei dared not neglect it in the slightest. He knew clearly how powerful this punch was. The armament haki around him surged rapidly, and his arms were covered with a layer of pink and hard emission. His arms became like they were made of fine steel, emitting a heavy and steady aura. Murloc Barehands, 5,000 tiles punch. Boom! The pitch-black fist and the shining diamond fist collided fiercely in midair. Two terrifying forces exploded instantly, forming a powerful shockwave. The shockwave spread out in all directions with the two men's fists as the center, creating a brief depression on the surrounding sea surface. The surrounding driftwood and gravel were shattered into powder by the shockwave. The reef under his feet could no longer withstand this force and completely shattered into countless small pieces. Jinbei and Chaozi jumped back at the same time and each landed on a floating piece of driftwood. This time, the two were evenly matched and neither of them gained the upper hand. The battle entered a white-hot stage from then on, and the waves on the sea became more and more turbulent because of the fight between the two. Chaozi knew very well that fighting on the water would be extremely disadvantageous to him. Jinbei could use the power of the sea to constantly adjust his state, while his own actions would be restricted by the seawater. If he continues to delay like this, the situation will only become increasingly unfavorable to him, and he must make a quick decision. Jose activated all the devil fruit abilities in his body to the ultimate level, and his entire body was covered in a dazzling diamond luster, as if he had turned into a giant human-shaped diamond. At this moment, a crack appeared in the dark clouds in the sky, and a ray of sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on Jose's body. The light reflected from the surface of the diamond became brighter and brighter, even to the point that it was impossible to look directly at it. Jinbei. Take this! Diamond Star Blast! Chaozi's voice was full of determination, and he rushed towards Jinbei at high speed with the momentum of destroying the world. This attack condensed all of Jose's strength and speed, and was his ultimate fatal blow. He firmly believed that this blow was enough to defeat Jinbei. Facing Chaozi's all-out attack, Jinbei still maintained a calm expression on his face. He took a deep breath, stood on the driftwood, closed his eyes, and seemed to merge with the entire ocean. The surrounding sea water seemed to sense Jinbei's breath and began to flow slowly around him. The next second, Jinbei's eyes suddenly opened, haki surged around him, and his hands drew a round and smooth trajectory in front of him. As he moved, the seawater around him began to spin violently with him as the center, forming a small seawater uzumaki. A tremendous force from the sea continued to gather in his body. Even diamonds pale in comparison to the power of the sea, secret art, Takarikon. Jinbei's voice carries a majesty that resonates with the sea. He did not choose to use shockwaves to engage in a head-on collision with Joe's. Instead, at the moment when Joe's was about to hit him, he quickly raised his hands and accurately met Joe's body with his palms. This is not a simple defense, but the most advanced and sophisticated technique in Yurin karate. Directly inject one's own power and shockwaves into the interior of the object, destroying the opponent's defenses from within. The moment his palms touched Joe's diamond body, the emission hockey on Jinbei's arms instantly erupted, perfectly integrating with the penetrating power of Marion, cleverly bypassing the hardest diamond surface on Joe's body. A shock wave containing destructive power exploded directly inside Joe's body. Joe's let out a painful groan. His momentum was abruptly stopped and immense pain came from inside his body. But after all, Joe's has a monstrous physique and a willpower far beyond that of ordinary people. He forcibly suppressed the severe pain in his body and continued to push the remaining force forward, trying to severely injure Jinbei as well. While Jinbei injected the power of Marianuki into Jozu's body, he also endured the residual kinetic energy of Diamond Star Blast. The terrifying force hit him, causing him to fly backwards like a kite with a broken string, with a trickle of bright red blood oozing from his mouth. But Jinbei relied on his strong body control to twist his body forcefully in the air, and finally supported himself on a piece of driftwood with one hand and landed steadily on it. At this moment, both of them knelt on one knee at their respective footholds, breathing heavily, and every breath was filled with fatigue that was difficult to conceal. The shock force in Jozu's body was still raging, making it impossible for him to gather strength for a while. The diamond body on his body also showed a brief disorder, and the originally bright diamond luster became flickering. He covered his chest with his hands, an expression of disbelief on his face, and looked at Jinbei with complicated eyes. He never imagined that there would be a move that could penetrate his seemingly invincible diamond defense and cause such serious damage to him from the inside. Jinbei's condition was also not optimistic. After taking Jozu's blow head-on, his arms felt numb and his internal organs were violently shaken. Every breath he took caused pain in his chest. He slowly raised his hand and wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, then with strong willpower, he stood up calmly, his eyes still fixed on Joe's. Chapter 200 Yamato vs. Vista. After a moment, Joe's also slowly stood up. The diamond luster on his body gradually faded, and he returned to his original appearance, but his face was still a little pale. HMPH. To be able to injure me to this extent and even break through my defenses from the inside. Sea Knight, Jinbei, truly lives up to his reputation. There was a hint of fatigue in Joe's voice, but it was hard to hide the admiration in it. In his opinion, Jinbei's strength is fully worthy of the title of Sea Knight. Being able to fight with such a strong man, even if he is injured, is enough for him to recognize him. Mr. Joe's defense is the best I've ever seen in my life. Jinbei responded sincerely. In his many years of fighting career, he had never encountered an opponent with such terrifying defense. If it were not for the secret of Wu Lai Guan, he would probably have found it difficult to cause substantial damage to Joe's. Both of them knew very well that this battle was not a fight to the death, and there was no need to decide life or death, so they each returned to their own ships to recover from their injuries. In the open space between the two great ships, the dust seemed to stagnate because of the impending confrontation. Yamato, holding a mace, and Beatus, holding two rapiers, were facing each other. At the beginning of the battle, Flower Sword, Vista was wearing his iconic burgundy cloak, holding a long sword with silver wire wrapped around the handle in both hands. The tip of the sword pointed diagonally at the ground, the body leaned forward slightly, and bowed in the most elegant posture of a swordsman. Not far away, Yamato was seen with her long black hair tied up high, and the white belt around her waist fluttering in the wind. She gripped the long handle of the mace, Aegean, tightly with both hands. The spikes embedded in the rod shone coldly in the light. Then he lowered his arms slightly, placed Aegean horizontally in front of his body, pressed his shoulders slightly back, and took the Mirror Mountain starting posture. Vista was the first to break the silence. He tapped the ground lightly with his toes, and his cloak rose like an unfolding petal. His figure instantly turned into an afterimage, and in almost the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of several meters and stood close to Yamato. Rose Rondo. Along with Vista's clear shout, the two swords in his hands turned into two streams of light, and the sharp sounds of the sword blades cutting through the air intertwined into a dense rhythm. Countless pink slashing trajectories burst out from his body. Layer upon layer of petals stretched out in the air, carrying a deadly edge that could tear through steel, and attack Yamato from all directions, leaving no gap. Facing the rain of swords coming towards him, Yamato showed no fear at all, but instead a burning desire to fight. She took a deep breath, her arm muscles flexed, and she swung the mace, Aegean, fiercely, carrying a biting cold air. Tiny ice particles condensed in the path of the mace. No servant Binya. A low roar was heard, and a huge breath of frost as thick as a bucket gushed out from the top of the mace. A light blue chill spread out, and thin ice formed on the ground wherever it passed. Frost breath collided head-on with Vista's rose sword dance. The cold air frantically tried to freeze the trajectory of every slash, while the sharp sword blade continued to cut the thick frost into pieces. Ice crystals and pink sword energy splashed and blended in the air, erupting into a mixed storm of ice and flowers. The light flickered in the storm, and the scene was so magnificent that it was hard to look away. The aftermath of the first round of confrontation gradually dissipated, leaving only crisscrossing sword marks and ice crystals on the ground. Both sides took 2 steps back, their breaths remained steady, and it was obvious that they were evenly matched. Vista's fingers gripping the hilt of the sword moved slightly, praising in his heart. Her powerful armament haki and the Inu fruit allow her to block slashes with cold air and block sword strikes with her strength. As expected of Kaido's daughter, her strength far exceeds her peers. After the tentative attack, the fighting spirit in the eyes of the 2 men became stronger. Almost at the same time, they exerted force with their feet and their bodies accelerated instantly. Yamato's feet left deep footprints on the ground, and using the core principles of thundering 8 trigrams, his figure shuttled across the battlefield at high speed. Every movement was accompanied by a slight sound of breaking through the air, and when Aegean swung the mace, it was accompanied by the rumbling sound of thunder. The force of the stick's tip chopped down was so powerful that a deep groove appeared on the ground where the stick had passed. Vista fully demonstrated his terrifying skills as the world's top swordsman. The burgundy cloak fluttered in the air during the high-speed movements, and the sword moves were as smooth as flowing water, without any stagnation. His observation haki is so sharp that he can accurately capture the trajectory and power changes of Yamato's every swing. He always manages to use his 2 swords at a precise angle to block and relieve the force at the critical moment, thus dissolving Yamato's powerful attacks. At the same time, he seized the opportunity when her old strength had just gone and her new strength had not yet been generated and launched a fierce counterattack. At this time, his slash was no longer just the gorgeous petals as before. Each sword mark condenses a stronger force, adding to the penetrating sharpness, and the sword blade even makes a slight tearing sound when it cuts through the air. A dazzling display of flowers, a flash. Vista suddenly shouted out the name of the move in a deep voice, crossed his 2 swords in front of his chest, and then suddenly spread them out to both sides. The 2 sword marks merged in the air into a light pink slash that was condensed to the extreme. The slash was no longer scattered, but like a slender arrow of light, it penetrated the defensive circle formed by the swing of the mace and went straight to Yamato's chest with a sharp sound of breaking wind. Yamato's pupils suddenly shrank, and he had no time to dodge completely. He could only immediately condense armament haki on his chest, and a light black hardened layer covered his skin. Even so, the slash still broke through the armed color defense, leaving a shallow blood mark on her chest, and the blood seeped through the light-colored kimono. Seeing that the opponent's strength was far beyond their expectations and was so difficult that it was frightening, both of them realized that they could no longer hold back and had to use their best skills. Vista slowly raised his 2 swords, and a heart-pounding light pink sword energy began to condense on the blades. The sword energy continued to rise and spread, and the air in the entire venue seemed to be oppressed by this momentum and became heavy. Even the sea breeze stopped flowing temporarily. Secret. A riot of colors, a grand garden. Vista's voice was solemn. This was the pinnacle of his swordsmanship. As soon as he finished speaking, countless sword energies were no longer scattered attacks, but intertwined and converged in the air. In the end, it formed a huge, garden cage, with a diameter of more than 10 meters, composed of pink and white sword energy. The edge of the garden is made up of layers of sword energy, petals. Each petal is a flying slash powerful enough to cut through steel. And it is constantly shrinking and rotating inward. Squeeze and cut the center of the Yamato from all directions. There was almost no room to dodge, and even the surrounding light was distorted by the dense sword energy. Faced with this fatal blow, Yamato's eyes became stern. She could clearly feel the deadly threat contained in the sword energy, and knew that she had to use all her strength to have a chance of survival. Chapter 201 Luo vs. Izo. Mirror Mountain. Yamato growled and raised his armament haki to ultimate. A light black hardened layer covered his limbs and bones, and even fine black lines appeared on his face, temporarily resisting the erosion of the external sword energy. She held the mace, Aegean, tightly in front of her body, and the mace trembled slightly due to the pressure of the sword energy. Then, Yamato suddenly roared towards the sky, his voice filled with the roar of a wild beast, and his body began to show some beast-like characteristics. 2 faint black horn marks protruded from his forehead, sharp canine teeth were exposed at the corners of his mouth, and black and red lightning suddenly burst out from his body. Conqueror's haki spread without reservation. The air around them was violently fluctuating due to this domineering aura. Ming Dd. Baku. Yamato wrapped Conqueror's haki around Aegean with all his strength, and the mace was instantly wrapped in rich black and red energy, and the energy even formed countless tiny lightning bolts at the tip of the mace. She took a deep breath, and her arms burst out with amazing strength, thrusting Aegean forward. This was not a simple swing, but rather the concentration of all the haki and physical strength in the body at one point, instantly releasing countless energy shockwaves that covered an area of several meters in front. The black and red shockwaves surged forward like a tide, and each shockwave carried the power to tear apart space. The black and red shockwave and the pink and white sword energy garden collided violently in the center of the battlefield. The core of the energy collision burst out with dazzling light, and the huge explosion was deafening. In the area where smoke and light intertwined, only the intermittent sound of swords and maces clashing, as well as the crackling sound of ice shattering under the impact of energy, could be heard. The entire battlefield was shrouded in this terrifying energy. A few minutes later, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, revealing 2 embarrassed people on the field. Vista's wine-red cloak was already tattered, and he supported his body with his 2 swords leaning on the ground. He knelt on one knee on the ground, the clothes on his chest frozen into a lump, revealing an obvious frostbite underneath, and several impact marks deep enough to see the bone, with blood constantly flowing from the corners of his mouth. He had a wry smile on his face, and it was obvious that the big garden he was proud of had been forcibly broken through from the inside and completely disintegrated by Yamato with absolute power. Yamato's situation is not much better. Although she was still standing, her light-colored kimono was torn in many places, revealing bloody marks caused by sword energy. The most serious one was on her shoulder, where the wound was so deep that the bone was visible. Blood was still oozing out, staining half of her arm red. The Aegean in her hand was also trembling slightly. It was obvious that the previous attack had consumed too much of her strength. Her breathing was extremely rapid and her chest was heaving violently. In order to break through the ultimate sword formation, she almost exhausted all her haki and physical strength. Yamato slowly took a step forward, ignoring the wounds on his body, stretched out his scarred hand, a bright smile on his face, and said carelessly, "What an exhilarating battle. No one has ever used swordsmanship so magnificently and lethally like you. Your swordsmanship is definitely the most magnificent I've ever seen." Vista was stunned for a moment, looking at Yamato's non-hostile smile, and then laughed heartily. He wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, held Yamato's hand, and stood up with her strength. "Ha ha ha. The young are truly formidable, being able to combine armament haki, conqueror's haki, and the Inu fruit's power so perfectly and utilize it to this degree. You are already a truly top-tier powerhouse in this ocean. I lost this battle by half." The two men smiled at each other, and the previous fierce confrontation seemed to have turned into recognition of each other's strength. They laughed and turned around, walking back to their own boat step by step. On the Moby DK, Trafalgar Law and Izo were also fighting. The battle began with a sudden and unstoppable gunshot. The sharp sound of the bullet tearing through the air was like a sharp blade cutting through the silent harbor, rushing towards Luo with unquestionable murderous intent. Izang stood on the deck, the sea breeze ruffling the folds of his clothes, but it did not waver in his determination at all. Faced with Luo's appearance, he didn't even ask any extra questions. The hands that had experienced countless battlefields raised the two guns without hesitation. The moment the fingertips pulled the trigger, a faint black halo appeared on the gun body. Two bullets wrapped in thick armament haki cut through space, whistling like tearing through the airflow, and accurately locked onto Law's knees and wrists. What a cruel calculation, not only to deprive Luo of his ability to move, but also to disable his right hand holding the knife, putting the opponent in an impossible situation from the very beginning. Law's reaction was exemplary of the pirate's world-class strength. Almost at the moment the bullet left the chamber, his deep and powerful shout resounded throughout the harbor. A light blue hemispherical transparent space expanded with him as the center, like an invisible barrier supported out of thin air, covering the area of dozens of meters around him. Just as the bullet was about to penetrate his clothes and touch his flesh, Luo's eyes narrowed and he shouted again. Scanning. The next moment, his body seemed to be disassembled and reassembled by an invisible force, and instantly exchanged positions with a reef half submerged in sea water not far away. The two bullets containing armament haki hit the reef without any suspense. There was a loud boom, and the hard reef was blasted into pieces of rubble. The flying stone chips mixed with seawater raised a hazy mist in the air. Demon fruit power. It seems we can't be careless in this battle. Izang looked at the strange scene in front of him, his eyes became sharp as an eagle, and the two guns that had been slightly drooping were raised again. The gun body was as steady as a rock, and the muzzle was always firmly locked in Luo's direction, as if even the rhythm of his breathing was integrated with the frequency of his aiming. Just as Yi Zhang finished speaking, Luo's figure appeared behind him. This position happens to be the blind spot for gun aiming. Baton. Luo's voice was cold. As he spoke, several huge cargo boxes stacked next to the port suddenly rose into the air, and then smashed towards Yi Zhang with the force of thunder. Facing the cargo boxes roaring towards him, Yi Zhang was not at all panicked. His figure suddenly became as graceful as a dancer. He tapped his feet lightly on the deck and his body began to spin. At the same time, the sound of gunfire from the two guns rang out like dense drumbeats, and the bang 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 sounds of shooting were endless. Each bullet was coated with rich armament haki, and it accurately hit the flying cargo boxes, exploding those heavy cargo boxes one by one in midair. Wood chips and fragments of cargo flew everywhere, and Yi Zhang kept moving in the chaos. The dense firepower was like an invisible net, suppressing Luo's movements. This forced Luo to frequently use scan to move, and he was unable to launch close combat calmly. Chapter 202. Law's Op Fruit ability. After several consecutive shifts, Luo understood clearly. In a long-range attack, you can't gain any advantage at all. Izo's observation haki is so sharp that it can almost accurately predict his appearance location after each scan. No matter how he changes his position, he can always be locked on in the first time. We must shorten the distance. Only by getting close can we unleash the true power of our abilities. A thought flashed through Luo's mind, and he immediately changed his tactics. At the moment of scanning, the displacement again, Luo's eyes suddenly became sharp and he shouted in a low voice. Anesthetisation. He raised his right hand slightly, trying to use the power of the Op Fruit to directly take out Izo's heart. This is his most adept method of surprise attack, and countless powerful enemies have fallen victim to this move. However, just as his ability was about to touch Izo's body, a strong resistance suddenly came. Izo's body was already covered with a thick layer of armament haki. The haki was like a solid armor, tightly wrapping his body, making it impossible for Law's surgical ability to penetrate directly. My haki is not something a brat like you can easily break through. Yi Zhang's voice was a bit cold and arrogant. As he spoke, the muzzle of the gun in his hand tilted slightly, and a bullet shot out like a lion majesty, hitting Luo's forehead with a tricky move. The angle of this shot was extremely strange, and it happened to be in the gap when Luo Nengli was about to launch his attack. Luo's pupils suddenly shrank, and he hastily swung the long sword in his hand to block with a ghost cry. There was a loud, clang sound, and the bullet collided violently with the blade. The crisp sound of metal hitting metal echoed in the port. The scattered sparks were like broken stars, leaving brief trails in the air. High-frequency scalpel. Luo used the force of the block to dodge backwards, his left hand covered with a layer of transparent fruit energy, and his fingertips condensed with a sharp aura that was enough to cut through steel, and stabbed straight towards Izo. Yi Zhang knew the power of this move very well and did not dare to take it head-on. He kicked the ground with both feet and flipped backwards like a light-flying swallow. While dodging the attack, he adjusted his posture in the air and fired both guns at once. The dense bullets covered Luo's pursuit route, making it impossible for him to get close. The battle has now entered a white-hot stage. Luo's space constantly changes its size and position on the battlefield, sometimes shrinking to cover only itself, and sometimes expanding to cover the entire dock. He frequently uses counter-shock. Invisible electric currents were released from the room, attempting to remotely shock and disrupt Izo's movements. But Yi Zhang's speed and body movements were so exquisite that he was able to narrowly avoid the electric current attacks every time. Even if it just brushed past the edge of his clothes, it couldn't cause any substantial harm to him. And Izo's bullets followed him like a shadow, each one carrying deadly murderous intent, forcing Luo to spend a lot of energy on dodging and defense. Occasionally, a few bullets broke through the defense and grazed Luo's body, leaving shallow blood marks on his arms and waist. Although it was not deep, the blood still seeped through the clothes, and it looked particularly glaring against the light blue room. But these minor injuries could not pose a fatal threat to Luo, but instead made his eyes even calmer. The long and high-intensity battle caused both sides to quickly consume their physical strength. Finally, Izo seized a fleeting opportunity. That was the brief gap in Luo's ability after he used counter-shock once. Izo took a deep breath and concentrated all of his armament haki into the barrel of the gun in his right hand. The black halo on the gun body became increasingly intense, even revealing a hint of dark red. Chrysanthemum style, armor-piercing. Following Yi Zhang's low shout, an extremely solid black beam shot out from the muzzle. The speed was so fast that it exceeded the speed of sound, and even left a brief black trail in the air, which was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Luo's observation haki instantly sounded an alarm, and alarm bells rang in his heart. He could clearly foresee the danger of this attack, and his body subconsciously tried to dodge, but he was still a bead too slow. With a light, puff, sound, the room under Rob was penetrated like paper, and the black beam hit his left shoulder without any hindrance. The powerful impact was like being hit by a sledgehammer, almost sending Luo flying. He could even clearly hear the crack sound of his shoulder blade breaking. Severe pain swept through his body, making him groan involuntarily. Luo staggered back a few steps, knelt on one knee, and stuck the ghost cry firmly on the deck with his right hand, barely able to stabilize his body. His left shoulder had completely lost all sensation, and blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain, quickly soaking half of his clothes. His left arm was temporarily disabled. "It's over, kid." Yi Zhang walked forward slowly, raised his guns again, pointed the muzzles at Luo's head, with no mercy in his eyes. However, what Yi Zhang didn't know was that all this was a trap set by Luo. He endured the excruciating pain of a broken shoulder blade and deliberately exposed his weakness just to create a moment that would make the opponent sure of victory. His real killer move can only work when his opponent lets down his guard. "You. Look at your feet." A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Luo's mouth, and his face turned pale due to severe pain and blood loss, but there was no despair in his eyes. Instead, he showed a smile of success. Yi Zhang's heart moved and he looked down subconsciously. This sight made his pupils shrink suddenly. He saw that beneath his feet, a tiny, almost imperceptible light blue room had appeared. The scope of this room only covered the small area where he was standing. It was obviously set up secretly by Luo during the chaos when he was constantly moving and defending. Even Izo's keen observation haki failed to notice this slight anomaly. Chaotic space. Law's voice rang out in Izo's ears like a Shinigami's whisper. The next second, Yi Zhang felt dizzy. His sense of direction was completely taken away, the world before his eyes began to distort, up and down, left and right became blurred, and even his own body seemed to be out of control. He wanted to raise his hand and shoot, but he couldn't aim at Luo who was so close to him. His finger was on the trigger, but he couldn't determine the direction. His body shook involuntarily. This was the instinctive reaction of the brain's inability to process the chaotic space information, and it was also the most terrifying thing about the chaotic space. It can make a strong person lose his combat ability in an instant. At the moment when Yi Zhang lost his balance and his consciousness became briefly confused, Luo Chang endured the severe pain in his shoulder, suddenly stood up from the ground and launched the final attack. Scanning. This time, the target he chose to exchange with was a small stone not far behind him. In an instant, Luo's figure disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he was standing right behind Yi Zhang. Chapter 203 Chef Showdown. At this moment, Izo was facing away from him, completely defenseless. Injection, shot. Luo wrapped all the remaining hockey and fruit energy in his body around Demon Cry. He did not draw his sword, but pointed the scabbard at Izang's back. The scabbard was like a giant syringe, with a powerful shockwave condensed at the tip. As Luo exerted force with his arm, the scabbard hit Izang's back accurately and fiercely. Puff! Izang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which drew a dazzling arc in the air and splashed onto the deck. Because of the interference of the chaotic space and the sudden attack from behind, a fatal gap appeared in his armament defense, and Luo's attack happened to hit this gap. Izo stumbled forward a few steps, his strong willpower preventing him from falling down immediately. He tried to turn around and fight back, with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes, but Luo obviously would not give him this chance. Counter shock. Luo raised his right hand again, and an electric current stronger than before was released from his hand, directly hitting Izo's body. Izo's body twitched violently, and the armament hockey on his body completely dissipated. He could no longer hold on and fell heavily on the deck, his eyes dull, and he completely lost consciousness. Luo covered his shoulder, which was bleeding profusely, and gasped for breath. Every breath he took pulled at the wound on his shoulder, causing him excruciating pain. His face turned pale due to blood loss and physical exhaustion, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he even needed the support of Ghost Cry to stand. He looked at Izang, who was lying on the ground. There was no joy of victory in his heart, only a trace of solemnity that was difficult to conceal. Whitebeard's captains. Every one of them is a monster. He whispered to himself, his voice a little hoarse. He won this battle with great difficulty and was almost forced into a desperate situation. The final victory was entirely due to tactical deception and the clever use of the Paw Paw Fruit ability. Especially the double, room, layout, and the cost of actively bearing a blow, found the only chance to win. Izo's powerful two-color hockey and accurate marksmanship suppressed him throughout almost the entire battle. If he had not been more resourceful at the critical moment, he would have been the loser. Luo did not choose to take Yi Zhang's life. He dragged his injured body to Izo's side, and used his only remaining right hand to activate the power of the Paw Paw Fruit to simply treat the fatal wound on Izo's body. After making sure that he would not die from excessive blood loss, Luo did not stay any longer. He endured the pain, turned around quickly, and walked towards his pirate ship, Defu. On the deck, only the unconscious Izo and traces of battle were left, telling of the brutal duel that had just ended. On another small deserted island, Jeppu and Saki were having a showdown. Both of them are chefs on their respective ships and are equally capable. Saki stepped on the rocks soaked by the waves, a defiant smile on his face. He raised his hand and patted the sharp knife sheath at his waist. The sound of metal clashing was particularly clear on the empty seashore. "Hey, uncle, your beard looks really awesome." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his wrist and two sharp knives with a cold glow were unsheathed. The blades reflected the afterglow of the setting sun, making people dizzy. "Don't blame me for bullying the elderly." Jeppu stood beside the dilapidated fishing boat, his rough palm pressing on the shiny kitchen knife at his waist, his yellow beard trembling slightly with his cold snort. Bang! Sometimes he fell rapidly like a falling leaf, sometimes he turned right angles without warning, and even paused in the air for a moment before suddenly launching a kick from behind Thatch. In just a moment, he was already in front of Saki. Lion Fruit's ability was quietly activated, and his body lifted off the ground like a feather, with even the sound of his clothes fluttering being barely audible. He stared intently at the figure in the air, his breathing gradually steadying. Finally, when Jeppu launched a swift downward strike, he caught a flaw in the opponent's movement. At the critical moment, Thatch crossed his two swords in front of him, and the blades were instantly tightened. It was not the afterimage left by ordinary high-speed movement, but it was like being pulled away from the constraints of gravity by an invisible force. He spread his legs slightly apart, lowered his center of gravity, and suddenly a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Thatch growled, and his two swords danced rapidly in front of him. The sword lights intertwined into an Uzumaki-shaped barrier, crushing all the rock fragments that Zeph had manipulated casually. He turned his wrist, and his two swords drew two silver-white arcs. The sharp flying slash came with the sound of breaking wind and went straight to Zeppu's face. "What?" Sachi's pupils suddenly contracted, and the veins on his forehead bulged slightly. Performing bizarre movements in midair that defy the laws of physics. Slice and whirlpool. It's not flying, it's floating. While the voice was still lingering over the coast, Zeppu's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The rock beneath Sachi's feet cracked into spider web-like patterns, and gravel fell down. What a powerful force, and this ability, is it flying? The dull sound of collision made the air tremble. He gripped the handle with his calloused fingers and yanked the knife out. A cold light flashed, and the blade split the air with a light, whoosh, sound. Zeppu's right leg was wrapped in a fierce gust of wind and smashed hard on the intersection of the two swords. The huge force was transmitted along the blade. Each attack was aimed at his blind spots that were difficult to defend. "Let me show you how powerful Golden Chef Jeppu is." Before he finished speaking, he activated the Lion Fruit's ability again. Jeppu did not dodge or evade. He lightly touched the air with his toes, and his whole body was suspended steadily in the air, as if he was standing on an invisible step. What made Thatch's heart tighten even more was that he clearly felt that a layer of ink-black armament hockey was wrapped around the opponent's legs. It felt much harder than steel, and his two swords were slightly numb from the shock. Two slashing blows passed by his feet, and with a bang, a huge rock several people high behind him was neatly cut in half. The cross-section was as smooth as a mirror, and gravel flew everywhere. As the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 4th Division, his observation hockey had long been honed to be extremely sharp, and he could sense the oppressive feeling the moment danger struck. The gravel turned into powder in the sword light and fell to the ground. The fierce attack and defense lasted for dozens of rounds, and Thatch's observation hockey gradually adapted to Zeph's movement rhythm. Thatch took advantage of the impact to leap back, his feet digging 2 shallow pits in the rock. "You're still wet behind the ears, boy. Age is never a measure of strength at sea." However, the opponent's floating movement method and the speed that was almost ultimate were far beyond his expectations. Jeppu looked down at Saki, his voice full of experienced calmness. Chapter 204 Who is the best chef? Saki turned sideways in advance, blocked accurately with his left-hand knife, and stabbed the open goal in front of Zeppu's chest with his right-hand knife. Bite. Sparks flew and the harsh sound of metal clashing echoed along the coast. As soon as the tip of Thatch's knife touched Zeph's clothes, it was firmly grasped by a hand wrapped in pitch-black armed color. Zeppu's palm was like an iron clamp, locking the blade tightly and making it motionless. "You predicted my move. Nice observation hockey." A hint of subtle admiration flashed across Zeppu's eyes, but the strength in his hands did not decrease at all. But it's not enough. He grabbed Thatch's knife, exerted force suddenly, and threw Thatch and the knife into the air. At the same time, Jeppu pressed one hand on the ground, and a faint white light appeared in the palm of his hand. Lion Fruit's ability is fully activated, floating formation, rock rush. Following Zeppu's low shout, dozens of huge rocks along the entire coast suddenly broke away from the ground, slowly floated up, and after circling in the air for a circle, they were given a terrifying, downward, acceleration. Swish, 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 countless rocks shot from all directions like cannonballs towards Saki, who had nowhere to get support in the air. Dense shadows completely enveloped him, even blocking out the sunlight. Saki was in midair, unable to land his feet, and was in a desperate situation. He roared, and strong hockey erupted from his body. The dark armament color quickly covered both swords and even spread to his entire body, even dyeing his hair a layer of ink. Dual sword style. Waltz. He spun rapidly in the air, his body turning into a silver gyroscope, and his two swords drew a circular sword barrier. Bang bang bang. Explosions sounded one after another. The huge rocks that were attacking were chopped into pieces one after another. The stone ships fell like a rainstorm, covering the ground with a layer of gravel, as if it was raining stones. But Zeppu's killer move was already ready. Just as Thatch smashed the last boulder, Zeppu's figure quickly appeared in front of him. Due to the high-speed friction and the ultimate condensation of armament hockey, his right leg actually glowed red, as if it was really burning. The hot air wave rushed towards him, and even the air was slightly distorted by the heat. Marine cuisine. Final heat. Zeph's own move. This kick was infused with Zeppu's lifelong cultivation. The wind from his leg tore through the air and rushed straight to Thatch's chest with a scorching airwave. Thatch hastily crossed his two swords again to protect his chest, and pushed armament hockey to ultimate. The blades were dyed as black as ink, and even had a slight tremor. Boom! A huge explosion sounded in the air, and the airwaves spread out in all directions like a shockwave, causing waves several meters high on the sea surface. Saki fell straight from the sky as if he was hit by a meteor. It hit the ground with a loud bang, creating a deep pit with a diameter of several meters, and gravel and dust flew into the sky. He crouched at the bottom of the pit, coughing up a mouthful of blood that stained the rocks in front of him red. The two swords in his hands, though not broken, were covered in tiny cracks. His arm trembled slightly, his knuckles cracked, and blood dripped slowly down the hilt of the knife. Jeppu slowly descended from the air, his feet lightly stepping on the rocks at the edge of the pit. His yellow beard rose and fell slightly, and his breathing was a little disordered. Continuously using the lion fruit ability and high-intensity armament hockey took a huge toll on him, with beads of sweat already oozing from his forehead. Thatch struggled to sit up from the pit, wiping the bloodline from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. A bright smile appeared on his originally defiant face, even with a hint of excitement. Haha. Awesome, that's amazing, uncle, I lose. He stood up with the support of his two swords. Although his body was still shaking slightly, his eyes were still bright. Jeppu looked at him and said in a deep voice, Whitebeard's Brad is indeed a man of character. Your swordsmanship and hockey are both excellent, but your ability to adapt to abnormalities is still a little lacking. He put away the kitchen knife and put it back into the sheath at his waist. His tone was less sharp and more approving. Thatch smiled, sheathed his two swords, and dusted himself off. He didn't show any of the frustration of a loser, but rather acted like a junior who had received guidance. I'm not very experienced this time. I need to do some special training when I get back. He scratched his head, his smile full of frankness. Jeppu snorted, turned and walked towards the defu, grabbing the side of the ship with his rough hands. But no one noticed that the corners of his mouth seemed to curl up slightly, and his eyes became softer. In this battle, Jeppu was at ease from beginning to end. He didn't even use the kitchen knife that had been with him for many years. Relying solely on the three-dimensional mobility advantage brought by the lion fruit, coupled with his rich combat experience, superior armament hockey strength and observation hockey prediction, he firmly controlled the battle situation. At the critical moment, he accurately seized the flaw of Thatch's unfamiliarity with the floating ability and delivered a decisive blow with a final fire. Although Thatch was defeated, he still won honor. Even without eating the devil fruit, the sharp reaction, strong will, and superb swordsmanship and hockey he showed in the battle were fully in line with his identity as the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 4th Division. However, facing a veteran strongman like Zeph who has strange abilities and superb hockey, he is still one step behind. On a somewhat desolate coastline, Smoothie's huge body stood majestically, his long silver hair fluttering slightly in the sea breeze. Her sharp eyes were fixed on the sloppy-looking man in front of her. His shabby black coat was covered in dust, and his hat brim was pulled down very low, but it still couldn't hide the subtle aura of danger that emanated from him. Smoothie's brows knitted slightly, and her years of combat intuition allowed her to sense it clearly. The aura emanating from the opponent's body was not the ferocity of ordinary pirates, but a primitive savagery like a dormant beast. She spoke slowly, her voice cold and without a trace of warmth. "Are you the Martial Teach? I heard you've been on Whitebeard for many years?" The moment she finished speaking, the giant sword, pressure, behind her was unsheathed, and the sword reflected a dazzling cold light in the sunlight. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere of battle. Blackbeard slowly raised his head, revealing a stubbled face beneath the brim of his hat. He grinned and let out his signature, thief ha 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 ha, laugh, his voice rough and with a hint of teasing. He stood there seemingly casually, his body posture relaxed, as if he didn't care about the opponent in front of him. But if you look closely, you can see that his knees are slightly bent, his feet are firmly pressed to the ground, and the muscles all over his body have been secretly tensed, and he has entered a combat state ready to launch an attack at any time. He's just an old sailor on an old ship. How can he be compared to the renowned General Star, Lord Smoothie? There was deliberate humility in his tone, but a barely perceptible scrutiny was hidden in his eyes. Chapter 205 Smoothie vs. Blackbeard. Before the words had completely dissipated in the air, Smoothie broke the deadlock and launched an attack. Her huge feet stomped on the ground, stirring up a cloud of gravel and dust, and even the ground shook slightly. With this powerful force, her body rushed forward like an arrow, and with huge strides she covered a distance of dozens of meters, and in the blink of an eye she was in front of Blackbeard. The giant sword in his hand, pressure, made a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air. The air around the sword seemed to be stirred and twisted. A powerful vertical chop went straight to Blackbeard's head. That tremendous force is enough to split a sturdy warship in half, with incredible power. Faced with this fatal blow, Blackbeard chose not to take it head-on. He displayed agility that was completely inconsistent with his burly physique. He suddenly kicked the ground with his feet and slid his body to the side. His movements were swift and smooth, leaving a faint afterimage. Almost at the moment he left his spot, Smoothie's giant sword came down heavily. With a loud bang, a bottomless crack was split in the ground. The rocks around the crack collapsed, gravel flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. What a terrifying power! Blackbeard stood not far away, shouting exaggeratedly, but there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, he became more excited, flashing with fanaticism. He stared at Smoothie, his eyes as focused as a hunter locking onto his prey. At the moment when Smoothie was retracting his attack, he seized the fleeting opportunity and rushed forward. The steel claws of his hands were crossed in front of his chest. The pitch-black armament hockey quickly covered the steel claws, making the already sharp claws even more ferocious. With a sharp sound of breaking wind, it went straight into Smoothie's ribs. The attack angle is tricky and swift. Clang! Suddenly, an extremely piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. The sound was so sharp that it hurt people's eardrums, and it echoed over the coast for a long time. It turned out that Smoothie had already noticed Blackbeard's intention, and the moment he launched the attack, he covered his rib armor with armament hockey. Blackbeard's steel claws slammed into the armor, sparking a dazzling streak of sparks that flew everywhere and landed on the ground, still slightly hot. Smoothie couldn't help but be slightly surprised. She didn't expect that the opponent's speed and timing of cutting in were top-notch, and the claw attack had extremely strong penetrating power. If her armament hockey wasn't strong enough and her armor wasn't sturdy enough, she would have been injured by now. This Blackbeard is indeed not simple. After missing the attack, Blackbeard did not hesitate at all and immediately stepped back, keeping a safe distance from Smoothie to avoid being put on the defensive. Smoothie naturally didn't want to give him a chance to breathe. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the ability of the juicing fruit was activated instantly. She gently pressed her left hand on a huge reef nearby, and saw an invisible force surge from her palm, quickly wrapping around the reef. Faced with this powerful force, the hard rock began to shrivel at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the water contained in the rock was forcibly squeezed out, turning into tiny streams of water that were sucked into Smoothie's body. As she continued to absorb water, her body began to expand rapidly. Her already tall figure became even larger, and eventually she turned into a juice giant, tens of meters tall. The huge body was like a moving hill, and the huge shadow completely enveloped Blackbeard, bringing a strong sense of oppression. "Take it, Martial Teach!" The giant Smoothie let out a deafening roar. She swung the equally enlarged sword. At this moment, she no longer pursues exquisite sword skills, but relies on the overwhelming power brought by Jondization to launch a pure range crushing attack. I saw the huge sword in her hand sweeping across. Wherever the sword passed, the rocks on the ground instantly shattered and turned into countless pieces of gravel that flew around. Even the waves on the side were lifted up by this force, rolling back to form a huge curtain of water. The scene was extremely shocking. Faced with this extremely wide-ranging and powerful attack, Blackbeard remained calm and activated Observation Haki to Ultimate. All the movements around him were clearly presented in his perception. He nimbly moved among the sword shadows and flying boulders, his body as light and agile as Cayenne in a storm, narrowly avoiding Smoothie's attacks every time and remaining unscathed. Occasionally, you'll encounter small rocks that you can't completely avoid. He swung his steel claws covered with armament haki and easily crushed the stone into powder with his movements being crisp and clear. There's no end to hiding like this. Blackbeard thought to himself as he scanned the battlefield with sharp eyes and quickly spotted an opening. He stomped on the ground beneath his feet, causing gravel to fly everywhere. With the help of this reaction force, the whole person bounced up like a cannonball and actually rushed towards the face of the giant Smoothie, without any fear of falling into the opponent's attack range. Seeking your own death. When Smoothie saw Blackbeard coming to him on his own initiative, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Her huge palm, accompanied by a whistling wind, slapped Blackbeard fiercely. The palm was like a huge dark cloud, instantly blocking the sky above Blackbeard, trying to beat him into a meat paste. Just when the palm was about to hit Blackbeard, an amazing scene happened. Blackbeard exerted incredible force a second time in the air, and his body suddenly spun around, as agile as a top, avoiding Smoothie's giant palm by a hair's breadth. Then, he grabbed Smoothie's huge wrist with his claws, and his sharp steel claws quickly sank into the other's skin. Armament Haki. Cracked steel, Blackbeard growled and exerted a little force with his arms, trying to further break down Smoothie's defenses. Then, Blackbeard used the force to jump off Smoothie's wrist and landed steadily on the ground. He was breathing slightly, his chest heaving, but there was a barely perceptible smile on his face. Blackbeard thought to himself, it's almost done. If I keep fighting, my true colors will be exposed. Deliberately losing to a general now will not arouse suspicion, and it will also help me hide my strength. It's reasonable and logical. After being scratched on the wrist by Blackbeard and seeing his weird smile, Smoothie was completely enraged. She no longer held back her strength and quickly released her giant form, pouring all of her armament haki into the sword without reservation. Suddenly, astonishing energy fluctuations began to emanate from her sword blade, and the surrounding space began to distort and vibrate because of this energy. This is her ultimate move, the strongest attack that combines the power of the explosive fruit and the top-level armament haki. Spiral Sword. Smoothie roared and swung the huge sword in his hand forward. A spiral of sword energy quickly condensed. The sword energy contained terrifying penetrating power and extracting ability, like a high-speed rotating drill, shooting towards Blackbeard with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, perfectly blocking all his evasive routes, leaving him with no way to avoid it.